Chapter 1: Good News and Bad News. Bai Ye currently finds himself in a state of emotional turmoil, faced with both good and bad news. The good news is that despite having traversed into the Cataclysmic Era 2 centuries into the future, characterized by shattered civilization, scarce resources, and a landscape teeming with radiation and grotesque mutations, he possesses a remarkable ability, a golden finger of sorts, capable of halting time. The bad news, however, is that this power is limited to a mere minute each day. What can one accomplish in a minute? It is scarcely sufficient to even undress. Fortunately, this minute can accumulate. Should he choose not to use it today, it will double by the next day after midnight. Suddenly, the thunderous report of gunfire interrupts Bai Ye's thoughts, followed by the raucous cheers of a frenzied crowd. He raises his gaze to the central square of the town of Hui Tu, now bustling with a multitude of people. The night is illuminated by bright, incandescent lights, casting shadows of countless figures, their wild cheers resembling a chaotic dance of demons. Another one bites the dust. This marks the third. TSK. Don't these savages ever tire of this? Bai Ye stretches, easing the numbness in his legs as the chains around his ankles clank with a sharp sound. Indeed, he is a slave among these brutish folk. Hui Tu is a settlement of 800 souls, and such towns are plentiful across this desolate wasteland. At the heart of the square stands a table, beside which sits a young man clad in a floral shirt, a cigarette dangling from his lips, facing a bizarre corpse. The corpse clutches a peculiar revolver, crafted entirely of bone, adorned with sinuous, blood-red patterns that resemble writhing veins. These grotesque vessels not only embellish the firearm, but also extend into the corpse's right hand, deeply embedded within. This absurd and eerie spectacle is akin to a hand punctured by 5 intravenous needles, infusing it with 5 bottles of liquid simultaneously. With an unsettling sound of suction, the revolver drains the corpse until it is nothing more than a desiccated husk. The group of people standing behind the floral shirt man erupts in jubilant cheers. We won again. Another victory. Truly, the magician Liu is remarkable, having won 3 rounds in succession. A few more wins, and we shall meet the containment conditions for the forbidden item, Skeleton's Breath. Skeleton's Breath belongs to us in the West District. In stark contrast to their excitement, the onlookers from the East District were expressions of gloom, enveloped in silence. Who among you will step up? Tan Jie, the East District leader, casts a cold glare at his subordinates. Each of those caught in his gaze turns away, too fearful to meet his eyes. As his men remain silent, Tan Jie's anger intensifies, mingled with a sense of helplessness. His core team consists of merely 20 individuals, 3 of whom have already perished. Should more fall, he would be left as a mere figurehead, unable to govern the downtrodden of the East District. Useless. All of you are worthless. The East District's people hang their heads, fearful of inciting his wrath, while many inwardly curse, thinking, if you're so capable, why don't you take the risk yourself? The East District's silence only emboldens the West District, whose insults grow ever more brazen. At the back of the crowd, a ragged youth bound by chains, with a slight smirk gracing his lips, is none other than Bai Ye. He recognizes that an opportunity has arisen, one that could liberate him from his fate as a slave and grant him control over a forbidden item. At present, Bai Ye is a slave of the East District. Just yesterday, upon his arrival, he was a mere lowly member of the East District, but after employing his time-stopping ability, a minor mishap occurred, resulting in his current predicament as a slave. He gazes at the skeleton's breath resting on the table, memories of the forbidden item's lore flashing through his mind. A century ago, a cataclysm swept across the globe, leading to the collapse of civilization, causing animals, plants, and even inanimate objects to undergo various degrees of mutation. From this chaos arose forbidden items, among which is Skeleton's Breath, a revolver transformed through distortion, possessing eerie powers. To wield a forbidden item, one must meet its containment conditions, for they are no longer mere objects but sentient entities. These items possess their own will, and thus only those who fulfill their requirements may gain the right to use them, a process commonly referred to as recognition. The conditions for Skeleton's Breath are deceptively simple, betting one's life. In this realm of diminished civilization, a thrilling gambling game known as the Wheel of Fate, has become popular. This game employs a revolver that can hold 6 bullets. Players take turns loading a single bullet, spinning the chamber, and firing at one another, entrusting their lives to chance. After several rounds, the last one standing is deemed the victor. Before it became a forbidden item, Skeleton's Breath was merely a tool for the Wheel of Fate. Perhaps due to the countless lives it claimed, or for other reasons, this ordinary revolver transformed into a forbidden item. The conditions for recognizing these items often relate to their past experiences. Thus, the requirement for Skeleton's Breath is to win repeatedly in the Wheel of Fate until it grants recognition. Only those who are sufficiently fortunate and courageous may earn the favor of Skeleton's Breath. Bai Ye glances at the clock hanging on the stone wall of the square. 23:49. Just a little longer. Not yet time, for his ability will only reset after midnight. Tanjia. If no one from the East District dares to risk it, Skeleton's Breath will surely fall into our hands in the West District. The West District leader, Wang Shi, sneers, his metallic eye glinting ominously. Tanjia's expression darkens. The forbidden item was discovered by us. You in the West District shall not lay claim to it. Oh, Wang Shi chuckles mockingly. How long have you held the forbidden item? It's your East District folks who are worthless. None can manage to gain its recognition. Our town of Hui is under threat from outside mutations. Without forbidden items, how do you propose to combat them? If your people cannot make Skeleton's Breath recognize them, will you also prevent my men from trying? Are you willing to sacrifice the entire town for your own selfish interests? His words evoke a myriad of reactions among the townsfolk, who care not for the conflict between the East and West districts, but solely for their survival. Observing the shifting sentiments of the crowd, Tanjia's expression grows increasingly grim. He understands that forcibly seizing the forbidden item would incite widespread fury. These people would not hesitate to tear him apart for the sake of their lives. Yet the thought of relinquishing the forbidden item is more painful than death itself. The rivalry between the East and West districts has persisted for years. Though outwardly harmonious, friction is frequent. Tanjia is acutely aware that should the West District acquire the forbidden item and repel the mutations, he would inevitably become their next target. Taking a deep breath, he declares solemnly, I, Tanjia, will not destroy Hui for my own gain. The forbidden item rightfully belongs to those capable of wielding it. However, his gaze sharpens as he fixes Wang Shi with a steely stare. The East District is not yet defeated. Wang Shi smirks disdainfully. So you intend to let your men perish in vain? Very well, let the betting continue. I am eager to see who from the East District dares to step forward. Tanjia turns to survey his subordinates, who shrink back in fear. However, his gaze does not linger on them. Instead, it surpasses their forms, focusing on the East District residents who watch with bated breath. People of the East District, I, Tanjia, promise that if anyone among you can make Skeleton's Breath recognize you, from this day forth, you shall be my brother. You will be the vice leader of the East District. The East District denizens exchange glances, none daring to respond, and an awkward silence descends upon the atmosphere. How many brothers have been led to their doom by you, Tanjia? Who would dare to become your brother? Tanjia wore an expression of indignation. His thoughts were straightforward. Even if his subordinates could not obtain the forbidden object, it was imperative that it did not fall into the hands of the lowly denizens of the East District. Anything was preferable to it ending up in the West District. However, to his astonishment, despite his significant show of sincerity, this group of wretches offered him no response. Just as his impotent fury reached its peak, a crisp sound of clashing iron chains broke through the air. Step back. You'd think the East District has no one left. A youthful, arrogant voice emerged from the crowd. Chapter 2. Who reigns at the end of the wasteland? The residents of the East District displayed expressions of surprise. They had not anticipated that a fool would actually step forward to court death. It was important to note that this round of fate was unlike any other. Ordinarily, one only needed to win a single round, but now it required winning the approval of the forbidden object. The magician from the West District, Liu, had won 3 rounds in a row and fired 5 shots without gaining recognition, highlighting the immense difficulty involved. Who possesses such bravery? The crowd turned, and there appeared a ragged youth adorned with chains. His face was obscured by mud, rendering his features indistinguishable, save for a pair of remarkably bright eyes that stood in stark contrast to those around him. The eyes of the crowd were either dull and lifeless, or filled with cruelty and greed, yet the light within the youth's gaze had never dimmed. It was a flame forged from the intertwining of civilization and savagery. Bai Ye? Someone exclaimed. Wasn't he insane before? Of course, if he weren't mad, would he dare to show up now? I heard that when Bai Ye went hunting in the wasteland, he seemed to have contracted something, and upon returning, he went mad, incessantly mumbling that he was the god of the new era. From today forth, I shall ascend to the heavens. And so forth. Not only that, I've even heard him reciting poetry, something about who stands at the peak at the end of the wasteland. One glance at Bai Ye, and all becomes void. The snow and wind weigh upon me for 2 or 3 years, yet I tread through the snow to the mountain's peak. As Bai Ye listened to the whispers of the crowd, a shadow crossed his face. Memories of a past he wished to forget surged forth. When he first crossed over, he discovered he had awakened the ability to halt time. Without hesitation, he fast-forwarded to the point where he did not consume beef. He fancied himself the god of the new era, viewing everyone else as mere beggars. Just as he encountered Tanjia and his men collecting protection fees, he was enraged. What rubbish was this? A mere leader of the East District, akin to insects, demanding tribute from a god? In a fit of rage, he unleashed a torrent of verbal assaults, standing defiantly before the ominous muzzles of Tanjia's guns, ready to showcase his divine power, only to find himself at a standstill. Time had halted for 2 seconds before resuming, as he had previously squandered over 50 seconds experimenting with his abilities. It was then he realized he could only stop time for a minute each day. Subsequently, he found himself in his current predicament, transformed from a lowly wretch to a slave. In the era of Cataclysm, many were mentally tainted. Tanjia and his ilk merely regarded him as mad and chose not to waste labor, relegating him to slavery. The past was too painful to recall, and fortunately, the grime on Bai Ye's face concealed his emotions from prying eyes. Upon hearing someone volunteer, Tanjia could not contain his delight, yet as he focused on the individual, his expression shifted to one of bewilderment. Bai Ye, wasn't this boy supposed to be insane? Just this morning, he had proclaimed himself a deity in front of Tanjia, spouting nonsense about ushering in a new era. You, Tanjia began but faltered. My illness has been cured. I mistakenly consumed a poisonous mushroom in the wild, resulting in some hallucinations, Bai Ye replied, his expression unchanging. He had always enjoyed spinning a few small lies. Seeing Bai Ye articulate his thoughts clearly and no longer refer to himself as a god, a hint of joy appeared on Tanjia's face. He knew that certain poisonous mushrooms in the wild could induce hallucinations. Some even sought them out intentionally. Xiao Bai, I previously believe your mind had been tainted, which is why I reduced you to slavery. Rest assured, as long as you can contain the breath of the bones, not only will I restore your status as a resident, but I will also swear brotherhood with you. From this day forth, the East District will be governed by the two of us. Tanjia's tone was exceedingly cordial. After all, making promises cost him nothing. Bai Ye scoffed, having had his fill of empty promises in his past life, where the proprietor painted pictures daily, leaving him weary of the charade, and he had no intention of falling for Tanjia's scheme. Unshackle me. He shook the chains around his ankles. Upon hearing Bai Ye's brusque command, a glint of coldness flashed in Tanjia's eyes, yet he feigned a smile, saying, I almost forgot. Someone, come and unshackle Xiao Bai. A subordinate hurried over with a key to free Bai Ye from shackles. Bai Ye stretched his stiff legs and then forcefully kicked the corpse resting on a chair. With a loud thud, the corpse was propelled a meter away, shattering into pieces. His ostentatious entrance drew the attention of many. In truth, he wished to remain low-key, but his abilities would not permit it. With the power to halt time, how could he possibly keep a low profile? Although it was limited to 1 minute, being a brash figure was still within reach, was it not? Across from him, the magician Liu narrowed his eyes, regarding the audacious youth before him with a sense of caution. He had some recollection of Bai Ye, having heard that he was a lone wolf in the wasteland, rarely interacting with others and surviving through hunting. In these times, one who dared to hunt alone in the wasteland was not to be underestimated. However, he had also heard rumors of Bai Ye's madness, and it seemed that it stemmed from the accidental consumption of a poisonous mushroom. Yet, Would a wasteland hunter truly misidentify poisonous mushrooms? Was he starving, or merely seeking thrill? While Liu was lost in thought, Bai Ye had already seated himself opposite him. Were it not for the fear that Tanjia might concede defeat, he would have preferred to wait a bit longer before stepping forward. The time was now 23:55. After a series of blunders, he had come to understand the nature of his time-stopping ability, even grasping its source. Time synchronization discrepancies. Time synchronization discrepancies sounded intricate, and indeed, the explanation was equally complex. The profound nature of time could only be fully comprehended from the dimension of time itself, much like how lower-dimensional beings struggle to understand higher dimensions. He found it impossible to articulate the principles of his ability accurately. He could only convey it through metaphorical means to barely grasp it within his own mind. In simple terms, his previous world, that is, the civilized world 200 years prior, flowed at a different pace than the current post-Cataclysm world. There existed a 1-minute discrepancy between the two worlds. Regardless of whether it was before or after the Cataclysm, humanity defined a day as 24 hours. Yet if one were to adhere strictly to the 24-hour definition, a day in the post-Cataclysm world effectively lasted only 23 hours and 59 minutes. The cause of this discrepancy remained unclear. It was presumed to be a result of the cataclysm that had occurred a century prior. His soul, as a 24-hour being, had arrived in a 23-hour and 59-minute world, thus granting him an additional minute of free time each day. This was the reason Bai Ye could halt time for a minute daily. "Let us begin," Liu stated. "Will you go first, or shall I?" Bai Ye feigned ignorance, seeking to delay the proceedings. Liu frowned. "Naturally, we will decide who goes first by rock, paper, scissors. Did you not comprehend that when you observed the fate will earlier?" With a sudden clap, Bai Ye slammed his palm on the table, the sound startling individuals from both districts. Some instinctively reached for their weapons. "Who called me blind? I ask you, who called me blind? Have the audacity to repeat that." Li was taken aback. "When did I ever say you were blind? How dare you?" Bai Ye erupted, seizing Liu by the collar of his floral shirt, ready to strike. The members of the West District, including Wang Shi and others, promptly drew their guns, aiming them at Bai Ye. In response, Tanjia and his followers did the same, each side poised for an imminent clash. Chapter 3: The Destiny Roulette's Surefire Method. Let go. "That is not what I meant," Liu exclaimed, both startled and furious, fearing a chaotic brawl might ensue and result in his untimely demise. "Oh, you did not mean that? You should have said so earlier. You nearly led me to misunderstand you," Bai Ye replied with a grin, releasing his grip and stealing a glance at the clock. "Damn, only a minute has passed." Bai Ye's antics caused Liu's eyelids to twitch. He gazed hopelessly at the black handprint left on his floral shirt. Who claimed he had returned to normal? Was Tihi still acting mad? What kind of poison mushroom had this lad consumed to evoke such a strong reaction? "That little Bai." A cautious voice came from behind Bai Ye, belonging to Tanjia. "Are you certain you are completely back to normal? If not," Bai Ye, who was pondering how to buy time, found Tanjia had unwittingly provided the perfect distraction. He raised an eyebrow and retorted, "If not, why don't you come and try? You think I enjoy being insulted like this in public?" Tanjia's expression froze, feeling humiliated as the Eastern District leader. He wished he could shoot Bai Ye on the spot. Yet, he restrained himself, knowing that the aberrant creatures were lurking outside of Huedu town. And if they could not find someone to contain Haikao Jishi, the entire town would be doomed. Suppressing his anger, he reminded himself not to stoop to the level of a madman. Let's get started. Everyone is waiting anxiously to contain the forbidden object. Wang Shi, the Western District leader, declared coldly, gripping his gun. Li took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing emotions as he focused on Bai Ye across from him. Was he truly mad, or merely feigning insanity? Ultimately, it no longer mattered, as he intended to dominate this gambling game. A glimmer of confidence flickered in his eyes, a testament to the years of arduous practice in the art of deception. Known as the Magic Hand, he possessed unique skills, capable of discerning the suits of playing cards and manipulating the revolver's chamber to land on the desired position. This meant he could determine precisely when the revolver would fire. Rock, paper, scissors was a fundamental skill. As long as he secured the first move, he could load the bullets, rotate the revolver's chamber, and thus control the outcome of the game. "I will play scissors," Liu declared, his gaze piercing. He intentionally revealed his strategy, engaging Bai Ye in a psychological battle. "Bai Ye, however, paid little heed. His mind fixated on the time. Only 3 minutes remained. Damn, why is 3 minutes so long? He could only resort to awkwardness. Sudendi, Bai Ye. Do you know that the Destiny Roulette also has a surefire method? Upon hearing this, not only did Liu momentarily falter, but the surrounding crowd was also taken aback. Not engaging in my psychological warfare? Liu squinted, chuckling dryly. This life-and-death game relies solely on luck. How could there be a surefire method? Bai Ye's expression turned disdainful, as if he were looking down on someone who had never seen the world. Your ignorance does not negate its existence. The boy spoke with such certainty that even Liu, the seasoned gambler, felt a hint of doubt. What surefire method? Bai Ye's lips curled into a smirk. The surefire method is to have the opponent shoot first. The crowd was left bewildered. That guarantees victory? How is that possible? And then what? Liu questioned, skepticism etched across his face, suspecting Bai Ye was merely making a poor joke. And then? Bai Ye shuruk. Then you take the gun and give your opponent 5 shots. Liu. The atmosphere in the square, filled with hundreds of people, plummeted to an icy silence due to Bai Ye's words. It was evident that cold humor could indeed create an awkward pause. Suddenly, someone burst into laughter. Others began to curse. What nonsense is this surefire method? Why not just shoot 6 times at your opponent? Liu chuckled derisively. That joke isn't funny at all. Let's just play rock, paper, scissors. As he extended his hand, Bai Ye remained silent, with only 2 minutes left. The seconds ticked away, and Liu's hand grew weary. Whispers echoing around them. What is Bai Ye doing? Why hasn't he started yet? Could he be unwell again? What unwell? He's clearly scared. He must have gotten carried away earlier, thinking he could master the forbidden object, and now that it's time for the real deal, he's turned coward. Tanjia's expression darkened. His grip on the gun tightened. He had tolerated Bai Ye because he dared to confront the forbidden object. But now that Bai Ye was hesitating, how could he continue to endure? If you're scared, just step down. Don't embarrass yourself here. Liu snapped, retracting his aching hand, his tone growing harsh. The murmurs of doubt around them intensified, yet the final 2 minutes seemed to stretch on indefinitely. Despite the mounting pressure, Bai Ye sudendi chaklet. I'm not afraid. I simply find this utterly boring. Boring? Liu furrowed his brow. You find a life-and-death game boring? The revolver, Haikao Jishi, could hold 6 bullets, yet only 1 was loaded. There's been a mere 1/6 chance of death. Did that not seem dull? If they were to play, why not play a bigger game? How do you intend to play? Naturally, by increasing the bullets. The youth's declaration incited a wave of astonishment. A 1/6 chance of death was already daunting. They never expected Bai Ye would dare to increase the bullets. Liu felt a sinking sensation. He was indeed a gambler and had practiced with the Destiny Roulette, but he had only trained with a single bullet. To recklessly add another would drastically reduce the winning probability to 98%, an excessively risky move. Noticing Liu's hesitation, Bai Ye continued, Do you know why you've been unable to contain Haikao Jishi despite winning 3 rounds? Why? Because you lack the guts. Liu's fury ignited instantly. Add it. Add the bullets now. He seized Haikao Jishi and loaded 2 golden bullets, glaring at Bai Ye. Now that's more like it. Only those with a blend of courage and luck deserve to contain Haikao Jishi. Yet Bai Ye suddenly shifted his tone, his gaze intense. But that is still not enough. What? Not enough? Gasps erupted from the crowd. 2 bullets are still insufficient. Does Bai Ye want 3? Hiss. 3 bullets, a 50% chance of death. Liu was taken aback by Bai Ye's words. 3 bullets reduced his winning odds to below 80%. How is that not akin to courting death? Bai Ye glanced at the clock. Only 1 minute remained. His heart steadied, but his expression remained cold. If you're scared, step down and don't embarrass yourself. Hearing such familiar words, Liu's anger flared. As a seasoned gambler, could he truly fear Mere Boy? Fine, I shall play along. He loaded the 3rd bullet into the chamber. Unexpectedly, Bai Ye shook his head. Not enough. Liu was stunned. Not enough? For bullets? Such a bold move. He struggled to meet Bai Ye's piercing gaze, causing his hand to tremble slightly. The surrounding uproar only heightened his agitation. He felt the urge to retreat, yet a hard object pressed against his back. A chilling voice from behind him, belonging to Wang Shi, the Western District leader, whispered, You know the consequences of failing to obtain the forbidden object. With Bai Ye in front and Wang Shi behind, Liu found himself with no avenue for retreat. Human beings are curious creatures. When cornered, a courage known as burning the boats often emerges. Gritting his teeth, Liu quickly regained his composure. steadily loading the fourth bullet into the chamber. Chapter 4, 6 bullets. I bet it will miss fire. He inhaled deeply, gazing at the audacious youth opposite him, and declared solemnly, "Let us play rock, paper, scissors." Witnessing Liu's resolute demeanor, Bai Ye smiled. That smile sent a shiver down Liu's spine, stirring an ominous premonition within him. No way. The devilish whisper he anticipated soon arrived. Not enough. What the hell? 5 bullets. What kind of poison mushroom has given this kid such endurance? Bai Ye was indeed playing a dangerous game. Even the leader of the East District was momentarily taken aback. They had witnessed countless instances of Fate's roulette, and even participated in it during their youth, but never had they seen anyone so audacious as to play with 5 bullets in a game of roulette. 5 bullets. This was nearly a certain death sentence. I have come to realize that you are not here to gamble on fate. You are here to commit suicide. Liu believed he had discerned Bai Ye's intentions, and was utterly convinced that the other was mad, with a probability of survival dipping below 60%. This crossed his threshold of tolerance. If you are too afraid to gamble, then hand over the forbidden object. Bai Ye's words caused Tan Jia's eyes to light up, and he eagerly echoed, yes. If you fear the gamble, then surrender the forbidden object. As the leader of the East District spoke, his underlings clamored in support. Liu's expression turned grim as Wang Shi, standing behind him, coldly remarked, "Do not fall for his trick. This lad seeks to intimidate you into willingly relinquishing the forbidden object, compelling you to continue gambling with him. If you lack confidence, let him fire first. He is no cheat, and I do not believe he can survive a roulette with 5 bullets." The hard object pressing against him grew increasingly forceful. The cold metallic barrel sent a shiver through him, piercing through his floral shirt and causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. "Fine, I shall gamble with you, but let us resort to rock, paper, scissors." Initially intent on following Wang Shi's advice to let Bai Ye fire first, Liu ultimately relinquished this plan, for he was unaccustomed to placing his fate in another's hands. Should Bai Ye's luck truly be extraordinary, and he survive a shot, would that not seal his own doom? He preferred to wield the magic of his years of practice to command his own destiny. Liu loaded the 5th bullet, with only 30 seconds remaining until midnight. In those final 30 seconds, Bai Ye uttered something astonishing. Not enough. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Had they misheard? 5 bullets were insufficient. A revolver could only hold 6 rounds. Firing it fully would surely result in certain death. Liu, eyes wide with incredulity, exclaimed, "Are you even listening to yourself? This is not a gamble at all." Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed the youth had already risen and approached him. The boy extended a mud-stained hand, gently taking the skeleton-esque breath from Liu, and, to the astonishment of onlookers, picked up the final bullet. 10, 9, 8. Bai Ye silently counted down, his eyes, an intriguing blend of rationality and primal instinct, sweeping across the crowd. "I have never been particularly lucky. I do not believe I can win continuously until the forbidden object is acknowledged. Rather, it is better to settle it all in one decisive round." As he spoke, he loaded the last bullet. Click! The chamber was secured, the bullet primed. Under the gaze of the crowd, Bai Ye slowly raised the fully loaded skeleton-esque breath, aiming it at his own temple. The dark red veins on the gun began to pulse, as if serpents burrowing into his flesh. Without exception, everyone present believed he had lost his mind. This was no gamble, but an act of suicide. How absurd. I am not lucky, so I choose to settle it in one round. Is this even rational? Observing the diverse expressions of those before him, Bai Ye suddenly smiled, revealing pearly white teeth. 6 bullets. I wager they will miss fire. The crowd was utterly shocked. Such an unconventional declaration was unprecedented. Who told you Fate's roulette was played this way? Amidst the astonished gazes, Bai Ye's finger descended toward the trigger. Women and children in the crowd instinctively covered their ears, while others flinched away, fearing bloodshed. 3, 2, 1. The countdown concluded, and a midnight bell tolled. Boom! In the boundless darkness, within an unseen dimension, a colossal golden dial emerged beneath Bai Ye, swiftly enveloping the ground. He stood solitary atop the grand dial, like a traveler forsaken by time. Simultaneously, the surrounding crowd, trees, buildings, and even the sky seemed to vanish, as if a divine hand had swept away all existence, leaving only an array of golden dials of varying sizes. This was the embodiment of time itself. The hands of these dials, representing people and things, pointed to 12 o'clock. Only the immense golden dial beneath Bai Ye indicated 12:01. This was his own time, a minute beyond this world. As he felt the return of power, Bai Ye did not hesitate to activate his ability. Time stood still. A peculiar wave of temporal distortion resonated. The world seemed to have been paused. The once boisterous square fell into an eerie silence, as everyone became statues. Liu's expression of horror frozen in time. The smoke he exhaled hung motionless in midair. In this realm of absolute stillness, only Bai Ye remained in motion. The youth who had just performed a miracle swiftly opened a chamber of skeleton-esque breath, beginning to load the bullets. Hurry, hurry, hurry. We cannot waste time. Time is life. Since realizing he had only 1 minute each day, he had grown to cherish time immensely, for he had calculated a grim equation. 1 minute a day amounts to 365 minutes a year. That translates to 6 hours and 5 minutes. Assuming a year comprises 6 hours, 10 years would accumulate only 60 hours. At 16 years of age, in the era of Cataclysm, reaching 50 would be considered a stroke of luck, assuming he achieved that. He could expect to live to 56, which would yield a mere 40 years more, 40 years equating to 240 hours. And 240 hours equals just 10 days. When Bai Ye realized that his entire lifespan would amount to a mere 10 days, he grasped the profound meaning of the phrase time is life. Perhaps due to the grime on his hands and his untrimmed nails, he struggled several times before managing to extract a bullet. Come on, hurry up. In this moment, cold sweat trickled down his brow. He had remained composed in the face of the perilous Cataclysm Era, and even while gambling with fate, he had kept his calm. But now, the thought of time slipping away sent genuine panic coursing through him. What was passing was not merely time, it was his life. Fortunately, on the 4th attempt, he finally dislodged the bullet. Phew! Bai Ye exhaled deeply, hastily placing the bullet into his pocket. He had only extracted one bullet, the one that would soon be fired. Thus, when he shot, it would be a blank. Having completed this, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and assumed his stance. He repositioned the gun against his temple, swiftly adjusted his mindset, and once more wore the smile he had before, ensuring the curve of his smile was identical to the one that had preceded. Only then did he release the pause on time. Release. The peculiar wave of time distortion dissipated, and the flow of time resumed its course. No one was aware that time had once stood still, and everyone's attention remained fixated on Bai Ye. In their eyes, Bai Ye smiled and calmly pulled the trigger, emitting a confidence that radiated from within. The revolver, with its metallic texture and flesh-like feel, had its trigger gradually pulled, setting the hammer in motion, compressing the hammer spring. At the moment the trigger reached its limit, the hammer, propelled by the spring's force, surged forward, striking the firing pin. Click! A crisp sound erupted. There was no smoke, no flames, nor bullets. Nothing at all. Only the boy's unwavering smile. Chapter 5 previously, you call me Xiao Bai, and I did not take offense. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the crowd, all frozen in place, their faces filled with disbelief, as if time had once more come to a halt. The image of Bai Ye, smiling and firing, seemed to be etched in their minds. Did it truly misfire? After a prolonged silence, someone gasped in shock. This is impossible. Li Yuding suddenly rose to his feet, his eyes wide and bloodshot from the intensity of his emotions. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. How can this be? The fate of 6 bullets in the roulette of destiny. Surely even the mightiest would not escape unscathed, yet Bai Ye remained utterly unharmed. Can forbidden objects truly misfire? The quality leaves much to be desired. You know nothing. It is not a misfire. Forbidden objects possess their own consciousness and have evidently acknowledged Bai Ye, which is why they refrained from firing. Look, the gun is glowing. Amidst the crowd's astonished gazes, the forbidden object, bone breath, erupted with a blinding crimson light, enveloping Bai Ye as if he were a deity descending upon the mortal realm. Suddenly, Bai Ye was overcome by a peculiar sensation. Gazing at bone breath as if it were an extension of his own right hand, feeling an inexplicable bond. Has it been successfully contained? Bai Ye was not surprised. If the roulette of 6 bullets could not be contained, it would be rather disrespectful to bone breath. As the crimson light dissipated, the grotesque blood vessels on bone breath began to writhe, first withdrawing from Bai Ye's right hand before retracting into the gun itself, vanishing entirely. The bone-crafted gun gradually lost its luster, transforming into a matte black metallic hue. Ultimately, Bone Breath appeared no different from an ordinary revolver. Bai Ye lightly turned the revolver in his hand, his slightly wild brows arching in approval. This forbidden object has discerning taste. He performed a flourish with the gun and casually tucked it into his pocket. The boy's brazen proclamation echoed among the onlookers, yet none dared to counter him. Deep down, they felt it was only right. Perhaps it is only such individuals who are worthy of possessing forbidden objects. It was only at this moment that the crowd regained their senses, still gazing at Bai Ye in awe, as if he were shrouded in a veil of miracles. A hearty laughter erupted, as the East District leader, Tan Jie, beamed with delight. The forbidden object belongs to our East District now. Wang Shi, what do you have to say for yourself? Confronted with Tan Jie's arrogance, Wang Shi's expression remained icy and silent, his cold gaze sweeping between Tan Jie and Bai Ye, while his subordinates gripped their weapons tightly, awaiting his command. Tan Jie's smile gradually faded as he shot a glance at his men. The atmosphere grew tense. Suddenly, Wang Shi broke into a light chuckle. Brother Bai Ye is indeed a young talent. Yet it is a pity he has been relegated to a slave of the East District. I wonder if he might be interested in joining our West District? Tan Jie's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed to Bai Ye's side, throwing an arm around his shoulders. The matter of slavery is merely a misunderstanding. Now, Xiao Bai is my brother, the vice leader of the East District. How could he possibly join the West District, right, Xiao Bai? His gaze towards Bai Ye carried a mix of hope and threat. Bai Ye smiled faintly, brushing Tan Jie's hand away. Before I contained the forbidden object, you call me Xiao Bai, and I let it slide. But now that I have contained the forbidden object, what do you think you should call me? Before the crowd, Tan Jie's expression fluctuated, his anger simmering beneath the surface. He forced a smile. Brother Bai Ye, I am not eloquent, but I am a man of my word. From today, you are my sworn brother, and together we shall rule the East District. Bai Ye raised an eyebrow. Old Tan, how many times must I say it? Address me by my title in public. Tan Jie was taken aback, thinking to himself, when had he ever said that? Moreover, he hadn't addressed him by title either. But he dared not retort, fearing Bai Ye might join the West District, and thus he could only smile sheepishly. Right, Vice Leader Bai. Brothers, do not hesitate to call for help. The dozens of subordinates in the East District awkwardly cheered. Vice Leader Bai. Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction, waving his hand grandiosely. Let us go home, lads. The East District's underlings exchanged glances, hesitating to act, casting furtive looks at the displeased Tan Jie. Tan Jie forced a smile. What are you waiting for? Did you not hear Vice Leader Bai's command? The crowd marched back to the East District in a grand procession. Meanwhile, the West District leader Wang Shi and his men stood with grim expressions. Leader, idiotem stammarat. Silence. You worthless fool. Wang Shi shot him a cold glance. Return. Soon, they departed as well. With the withdrawal of both factions from the town of Grey Dust, the onlookers began to disperse. In the Tire Tavern of the East District, Tan Jie and others eagerly surrounded Bai Ye, raising their glasses in joyous revelry, exchanging coarse banter, and consuming low-quality liquor. The tavern was not originally named the Tire Tavern. The weathered wooden sign, painted in red old times. The proprietor, Old Wang, over 40 with graying hair, was rumored to have read some books, infusing a touch of artistic flair into the tavern's name. No one knew what he was reminiscing about, nor did anyone care. Due to limited funds and the inability to procure quality materials for decoration, they had scavenged numerous discarded tires from the junkyard to serve as seating. Most residents of Grey Dust could not read, unable to recognize the words old times, and simply referred to it as the Tire Tavern. Now that Vice Leader Bai possesses a forbidden object, we need not fear the aberrant monsters outside any longer. Indeed, those aberrant beasts have besieged our Grey Dust for nearly a month. If we do not resolve this, we shall surely starve to death. These aberrant beasts are cunning. I feel their intelligence rivals that of humans. They know that launching a direct attack on Grey Dust would lead to heavy losses and instead choose to encircle us, cutting off our trade routes and preventing us from venturing out for food. By the way, Vice Leader Bai, it is our first time witnessing someone contain a forbidden object. Would you demonstrate its power for us, so we may broaden our horizons? A sycophant suggested, just as Bai Ye was about to respond. Tan Jie suddenly interjected angrily. What are you saying? This is not a performance. Besides, firing Bone Breath will drain the user's vitality. Can it be demonstrated casually? Then, As if changing faces, he turned to Bai Ye with a smile. Vice Leader Bai, do not mind the young ones. One's vitality is precious. It is better to conserve strength for combating the aberrant beasts. Bai Ye patted Tanjia's shoulder with his greasy hand. You speak well, old Tan. Someone, bring me another plate of meat. A flicker of pain crossed Tanjia's eyes. In gray dust, consuming meat was a luxury. Most people could only afford one meal a day, rarely seeing meat, and it was not uncommon for them to go 3 days with little food. Now, with the aberrant beasts surrounding them, their food reserves were nearly depleted, and only he, the leader, could indulge in meat daily. Vice Leader Bai, the aberrant beasts have yet to be resolved, and our food supplies are quite insufficient. Perhaps you should save some for later and have a cockroach protein bar instead? Tanjia suggested, pulling out a long, rectangular black protein bar. The protein bar bore faint outlines of cockroach antennae. This was the daily sustenance of the wasteland inhabitants, the cockroach protein bar. It came with simple packaging, featuring a crude advertisement. Cockroach protein bar, truly delicious. Satisfies your daily nutritional needs. Cockroach protein workshop. Bai Ye glanced at the cockroach protein bar, his anger surging. This item had frequently appeared in his former memories. Serving as a staple food, although it appeared revolting, it was at least edible. The taste resembled that of a sweaty foot clad in sheer stockings. Stuffed in his snow boots after running 5 kilometers in the snow, only to be sealed until spring, then pulled out and rubbed against one's tongue. Before I became vice leader, I ate cockroach protein bars daily. Now that I am vice leader, I'm still eating this? What does that make my position worth? Take it away. This is something even dogs would not consume. With a wave of his hand, he sent the cockroach protein bar flying off the table, where it was snatched up by the crowd. Tanjia's expression soured as he forced a smile. But you were eating it before, weren't you? Bai Ye, seemingly oblivious, draped an arm around Tanjia's shoulder and earnestly remarked, Old Tan, do you know what the first thing a person does after achieving success is? What? Dan Xiang Wei. Of course, it is to forget one's roots. If one achieves success and does not remember where they came from, then what is the point of that success? Tanjia replied, Rest assured, Old Tan with me around. Those mere aberrant beasts can be extinguished with a mere snap of my fingers. When the time comes, there will be no shortage of meat for us. So let us not skimp on our feasting, bring everything out to nourish my body. Otherwise, when the time comes to confront the aberrant beasts, how can I utilize bone breath if my vitality is insufficient? Yes, Bai Fuzongling is indeed correct. Bring forth the meat at once. Tanjia forced a smile, but his heart was filled with malice, resolving to eliminate Bai Ye after he dealt with the aberrant beasts. Of course, if Bai Ye were to exhaust himself and perish while hunting the aberrant beasts, that would be even better, as it would spare him the blame. After a gluttonous feast, Bai Ye, fully satisfied, retired to the quarters arranged by Tanjia, certainly not returning to his former hovel, as forgetting one's roots was essential. Once he departed, the Tire Tavern fell into a profound silence. Tanjia's expression darkened, and a flicker of murderous intent occasionally flashed in his eyes. His subordinates sensed their leader's fury and dared not speak. At that moment, one of his trusted aides quietly approached and whispered, Boss, I think that Bai Ye, relying on his forbidden object, has shown you a measure of disrespect. Bang! Tanjia slammed his hand on the table and shouted, Disrespect? He clearly doesn't regard me. Shanju Tanjia at all. As his anger rose, the hairs on his body stood on end, becoming dark and stiff, akin to the bristles of a wild boar. And a fierce aura unique to beasts spread around him. From his nostrils, wisps of white vapor could be seen. The others, witnessing this, hastily prostrated themselves on the ground, pleading, Boss, calm your anger. You are a genetically enhanced individual, while that boy is merely an ordinary person, relying on external objects. Once he exhausts himself after hunting the aberrant beasts, he will be unable to fire again, and then he will be at our mercy. Tanjia's expression softened slightly, although his subordinate's words resonated with him. As a leader, he could not openly agree. I had intended to forge a brotherhood with Bai Ye to jointly govern the Eastern District, but I never anticipated that this fellow, upon acquiring a forbidden object, would become so arrogant. His character is erratic and insatiably greedy. If he were to co-govern the Eastern District with me, it would surely bring disaster to its citizens. For the sake of my brothers and the future of the people in the Eastern District, I, Tan Jie would rather bear infamy than uphold my promise. Boss, your righteousness is commendable. We vow to follow you to the death. In a dilapidated red brick house, Bai Ye stood before the mirror, having just bathed, his bare skin glistening. He stroked his chin, continuously appraising himself. Not bad, quite handsome indeed. In the mirror, the youth's tousled black hair fell chaotically over his brow, seemingly intent on concealing his wolf-like, piercing black eyes. A prominent ridge on his nose bore an unhealed scrape, its edges still crusted with dried blood. The wound did not mar his appearance, but rather added a touch of wildness. His figure was tall and lean, his skin bearing a pallor indicative of malnutrition. This was the first time Bai Ye had truly regarded himself. Primarily due to the scarcity of water resources, he had been disheveled for days. A common sight among the inhabitants of the dusty town, save for a few exceptional workers. Now, with Tan Jie providing support, he could comfortably enjoy a soothing bath. If I'm not mistaken, Old Tan is likely plotting my demise right now. TSK, Old Tan truly is a piece of work. Bai Ye paid no mind to the threats posed by Old Tan. He had spent 10 seconds containing the forbidden object previously, leaving him with 50 seconds to eliminate Old Tan effortlessly, even if the latter was a genetically modified individual. Regardless of his enhancements, he remained a carbon-based life form. Despite his bristles, his throat, lower body, and eyes were all fatal weaknesses. Lying on the bed, Bai Ye toyed with bone breath, a faint smile gracing his lips, perfect containment, a delightful surprise. The average person only knew that forbidden objects could be contained, but were unaware that there were two modes of containment: ordinary containment and perfect containment. As a wasteland hunter, Bai Ye had encountered numerous individuals in the wasteland. These hunters, though not particularly strong, possessed vast experience and knowledge, much of which he gleaned from their tales. In simple terms, ordinary containment requires the user to meet the conditions set by the forbidden object, allowing it to work for them, akin to an employer hiring and compensating employees, whose bodies belong to the employer but whose loyalty is uncertain. In contrast, perfect containment is akin to commanding a loyal soldier, completely devoted to you body and soul. Bai Ye's 6 bullets achieved perfect containment of the forbidden object, bone breath. The ability of bone breath is straightforward. It siphons the user's vitality and attaches it to the bullets, enhancing their power. Ordinary firearms struggle to penetrate the defenses of aberrant beasts. Even if they manage to breach the surface, causing significant harm is exceedingly difficult. Bone breath can effortlessly bypass defenses and even kill. Due to the vitality siphoning, using bone breath poses substantial harm to the body. Excessive firing could even lead to death from vitality depletion. However, with perfect containment, Bai Ye was entirely different. While he too would lose vitality upon slaying an enemy, bone breath would return the vitality it had taken from the foe back to him. Thus, instead of depleting his vitality, he would grow stronger with each confrontation. After indulging in this for a while, Bai Ye succumbed to a deep slumber on the soft bed. In stark contrast to his comfort, the fate of Liu, the magician who had wagered against him, was entirely different. Chapter 7. Magician Liu in the West District within a modest 2-story villa. The pale-faced Liu knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably from fear. The West District leader, Wang Shi, sat in a tattered leather chair, his demeanor cold and menacing. Liu, you fled from another town to seek refuge with me. I provided you with sustenance, yet how do you repay me? You had previously sworn to me that if you could not contain the forbidden object, you would come to me with your head. Now, it is time for you to fulfill your promise. Liu trembled even more fiercely, pleading, Leader, you cannot blame me. If it weren't for Bai Ye's sudden interference, I would have succeeded in containment. Silence, you worthless fool. Wang Shi interrupted darkly. I despise those who make excuses for their failures. One should seek the reasons within themselves. Both of us are human. Why was Bai Ye able to succeed while you could not? Are you not human? Are you even human? Leader, I beg you for another chance. I still have value. I have honed my right hand for over a decade. My gambling skills are unparalleled. I can help you win at the casinos. To hell with that. The people of the dusty town are all impoverished. Where would I open a casino? If you refuse to maintain your dignity, I shall help you maintain it. Wang Shi signaled to his subordinate, who immediately understood and loaded his pistol, aiming it at Liu's head. Liu trembled like a leaf, continually begging for mercy, tears and snot flowing freely. Leader, I do not wish to die. Spare me. My mother is waiting for my return. I am her only son. The pitiful pleas softened the heart of the subordinate, but under Wang Shi's icy gaze, he nevertheless chose to slowly pull the trigger. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the pleading Liu suddenly erupted. His right hand moved like a blur, swiftly disarming the subordinate and lunging at Wang Shi. Wang Shi was taken aback, feeling a flash before his eyes as Liu pressed the gun against his head. Liu, transformed, glared fiercely at Wang Shi, gun pointed at his temple. Get back, or I will kill him. The sudden turn of events left everyone in a state of trepidation, hesitant to act, as none anticipated Liu's audacity and remarkable speed. Applause resonated within the room as Wang Shi smirked and clapped, exclaiming, "Truly a master of magic. Your techniques are indeed extraordinary. Even I could not discern them. Enough of your nonsense. Clear the way for your men." Wang Shi maintained his composure, casually lighting a cigarette and exhaling rings of smoke. "Do you know what I despise most in life? Having a gun pointed at my head. Damn it, you still act tough while facing a gun? I'm pointing it right at you. What do you do about it?" Liu bellowed, forcefully directing the gun towards Wang Shi's head. However, in the next instant, the barrel collided with Wang Shi's skull, producing a crisp metallic clang. Liu was momentarily stunned, his complexion turning ashen. It was alloy. Crack! Boom! The sound of bones fracturing coincided with the gunshot. "Ah! My hand!" Liu shrieked in agony as his right hand, along with the handgun, was crushed by Wang Shi's mechanical arm. Only then did he realize that Wang Shi possessed not only a metallic eye, but also a gleaming mechanical arm concealed beneath his sleeve. You do possess some insight," Wang Shi remarked, releasing his mechanical grip as his subordinates lunged toward Liu. He touched his scorched scalp, where the artificial skin had torn, revealing not human bone, but a glint of cold metal beneath. "I warned you. I abhor having a gun pointed at my head. I had that experience once. And since then, I invested heavily in alloy plating for my skull." Liu, now devoid of any will to listen, screamed in despair. Not from pain, but from the realization that his prized magic hand was ruined. The right hand he had honed for years now shattered beyond repair. My hand! My beloved magic hand! Despair clouded his gaze, rendering him hollow and spiritless. Liu allowed his subordinates to restrain him, offering no resistance. "Just kill me." "Oh!" Wang Shi smirked coldly. "Just moments ago you were begging for mercy, and now you seek death?" Liu managed a bitter laugh. "I've relied on this hand my entire life. Now that my pride, my magic hand, is destroyed, what meaning does my existence hold?" Tears streamed down his cheeks as he gazed into the empty space beside him, choking back sobs. "Mother, I've been unfilial. I cannot let you witness my rise to greatness. My hand is ruined." With that, he seemed to lose all strength, collapsing onto the ground. Wang Shi erupted into a cruel, mocking laughter. "You wish to die? I shall not grant you that mercy. I intend for you to live forever as a cripple, suffering for a lifetime." The thrill of destroying what others cherished invigorated Wang Shi, and he waved his hand, allowing his men to drag the broken Liu away. Bang! Liu, akin to a discarded dog, was callously tossed into a garbage dump, where countless refuse fell upon him, completely burying his body. Two of his subordinates, disgusted, covered their mouths and noses as they hurriedly departed. Once they left, the garbage shifted, and Liu cautiously emerged from the heap, his once bright eyes free of any gloom. "Ha, that fool Wang Shi! I knew such a psychological deviant would revel in this." He clutched his injured hand, laughing through gritted teeth while enduring the excruciating pain, taking slow steps away, the cold moonlight casting a silvery glow to illuminate his path. Instinctively, he looked up at the moon, momentarily entranced. Though it was the same moon, he felt that today's moonlight was particularly enchanting. Suddenly, he broke into a smile. Hee, another day alive. How wonderful. His face radiated joy from having escaped death, yet deep within his bright eyes lingered a persistent shadow. Clearly, the destruction of his magic hand weighed heavily on his heart, despite his outward display of nonchalance. "Vice Commander Bai, we must not delay. Let us eradicate the mutated beasts." Early the next morning, Dongchu District Leader Tan Jie appeared with dozens of armed subordinates in tow. Vice Commander Bai yawned, as the saying goes. "Sharpening the axe does not delay the cutting of firewood. I have scarcely handled a gun before. How can I act rashly?" Tan Jie was taken aback. Pondering that Bai Ye's words held some truth. Although skeleton breath was effective, firearms required precision. Without it, a machete would be more practical. Are you suggesting we practice shooting first? Very well. I shall accompany you in your training. Tan Jie, having scrabbled through the wasteland for over a decade, had not undergone formal training but was nonetheless adept, possessing some skill in marksmanship. Thus, on this first day, Bai Ye trained diligently under Tan Jie's guidance. Bai Ye relished the experience, satisfying his craving for shooting while wasting a significant amount of Tan Jie's ammunition and consuming a fair share of meat. Tan Jie, however, felt the pinch, knowing that both bullets and meat were scarce resources in the gray soil town. Every bit counted. Yet for the sake of combating the mutated beasts, he reluctantly supported Bai Ye. The next day, Vice Commander Bai, you are quite familiar with the gun now. The mutated beasts are sizable. If we engage at close range, hitting them should pose no issue. Shall we set out today? Dan Hieng Weiyuth. Bai Ye, exasperated, waved his hand dismissively. Old Tan, not to criticize you, but as the saying goes, haste makes waste. Yesterday, I practiced shooting at stationary targets, but the mutated beasts are not inanimate. They move. Today, we shall practice on moving targets. Tan Jie suppressed his anger, reluctantly nodding in agreement. The third day, Vice Commander Bai, you have trained with moving targets. Is it not time to act? This is not to rush you, but our food supplies in the East District are nearly depleted, and we have little ammunition left. If we continue like this, we may not survive long enough to deal with the mutated beasts. Old Tan, as the saying goes, the more haste, the less speed. Bai Ye began, but before he could finish, Tan Jie was nearly ready to explode. Where do all these sayings come from? Just as he was about to erupt, he heard Bai Ye's tone shift. However, another saying goes, time is of the essence. Swift actions yield success. Thus, we must set out without delay. Tan Jie's chest heaved violently as his triangular eyes fixed on Bai Ye, filled with a fury that made him wish to cleave open Bai Ye's head to see how many sayings were stuffed inside. Old Tan, what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Let us move forward at a brisk pace. The residents of Gray Soil Town are suffering from hunger due to the threat of mutated beasts, and my heart aches like a knife. Bai Ye, already several meters ahead, urged impatiently, as if Tan Jie were the one stalling. Dan Hien fell deeply, silently following behind his subordinates, his murderous intent surging. He could hardly contain himself. He vowed to eliminate Bai Ye immediately after the latter dealt with the mutated beasts, lest he be driven to death by frustration. After a while, the group arrived at the walls of Gray Soil Town. Rather than a wall, it resembled a rampart constructed of dirt, bricks, and barbed wire. Simple, yet remarkably effective. Brother Bai Ye, it has been 3 days, and you look even more splendid. Wang Shi greeted with a smile from atop the wall, completely ignoring Tan Jie. Bai Ye, having cleaned himself up, was at the peak of his youth, and despite his tattered attire, his vibrant energy was undeniable. He cast a sidelong glance at Wang Shi, coolly replying, "Refer to me as Vice Commander Bai." His demeanor was frosty, not affording Wang Shi, the West District leader, any respect, which brought some relief to Tan Jie. It seemed Bai Ye was not targeting him, but treated everyone with the same indifference. Wang Shi narrowed his eyes, discreetly calculating. He had heard of the evolving dynamics between Bai Ye and Tan Jie. Their discord suited his interests perfectly, as he feared the two becoming as close as brothers, which would impose significant pressure on him in the West District. According to reason, Bai Ye and Tan Jie should be at odds. Thus, he ought to exhibit a more favorable demeanor towards his position as the leader of the Western District. After all, the enemy of one's enemy is a friend. However, it is surprising that he extends such disdain even towards his own allies, prompting profound contemplation. Has this lad allowed the allure of the forbidden object to cloud his judgment? Does he believe that wielding such a relic renders him invincible, thereby dismissing the two leaders? Or is he merely concealing his true capabilities, feigning arrogance to lull others into a false sense of security? In truth, Bai Ye is not hiding his strength. He simply exhibits a blatant disregard for others, viewing himself as merely the leader of a small settlement, one he has never regarded with respect, especially considering 3 days have elapsed. The saying a scholar should be treated with respect after a 3-day separation aptly applies to Bai Ye. For today, his time reserves have reached 3 minutes and 50 seconds. What does this signify? It implies that Bai Ye can swiftly vanquish Wang Shi, Tan Jie, and even their subordinates. This also elucidates his disdain for forming alliances with Wang Shi and Tan Jie. While it may seem that commanding a settlement of 800 individuals elevates one to a position of great importance, Bai Ye regards all present, without exception, as worthless. The reason he has not yet resorted to murder does not stem from benevolence. Although he hails from civilized world, he is no fool. The crimes committed by Wang, Shi, and Tanjia in the town of Huitu over the years warrant execution 100 times over. And he harbors no psychological burden in eliminating such individuals. His primary concern, however, lies with the aberrant beasts. These creatures are not singular. They exist in swarms. Bai Ye requires Wang, Shi, and Tanjia as assistants to combat these aberrations, for should the beasts breach the city, he too would suffer the consequences. At this moment, Tanjia handed over an old tactical telescope. The aberrant beasts are lurking nearby. These scoundrels never approach within 100 meters of Huitu, surrounding the area instead. Should anyone dare to venture out, they will launch an attack. Bai Ye accepted the telescope, gazing upon a desolate expanse of land. The ochre soil fissured with countless grotesque wounds, as fierce winds whipped up clouds of dust. Typically, such a barren landscape would fail to support any plant life. Yet scattered patches of weeds, dead trees, and even a few shrubs stubbornly persisted. These were mutated plants, albeit with a less severe degree of aberration, preventing them from transforming into forbidden entities. Through the telescope, Bai Ye scanned the terrain and soon spotted a cluster of crimson eyes peering from a bush over 100 meters away. As the winds howled, they parted the foliage, revealing their full form. Hyenas. These aberrant beasts had mutated from hyenas, their once brown fur largely fallen away, replaced by grayish-purple growths covering their bodies, with vascular protrusions dotting their surfaces and their claws sharp as blades. Why are there only so few? Bai Ye lowered the telescope and inquired. These aberrant beasts are merely the ones sent by the hyena king to keep watch and prevent our escape, Tanjia explained. Those little bastards possess considerable intelligence. What is your battle plan? We exit the city. Wang Shi narrowed his eyes, observing the hyenas concealed in the bushes. Tanjia and I will each take our elite forces, and you will join us. We will engage the hyenas in combat, while you utilize Breath of the Bones to eliminate them. Why must we leave the city? Bai Ye asked, somewhat perplexed. Could we not lure them in and fire upon them from an elevated position? Wang Shi shook his head. We have already tried that. We sent someone to act as bait, drawing the hyenas within 100 meters, and while we did manage to kill a few, the hyenas quickly learned. No matter how we entice them, they will not recklessly approach. Thus we must confront them outside the city. Bait? A flicker of realization sparked within Bai Ye. He need not ponder long to conclude the fate of those unfortunate bait. It was certain they had met their end in the jaws of the hyenas. In the wasteland, human life is the most worthless commodity. Chapter 9. Bai Ye is still shooting? What are we waiting for? Brothers, follow your commander out to confront the enemy. Bai Ye waved his hand, leading the charge towards the city gate. He was eager to put the power of the forbidden object to the test. Wang Shi and Tanjia exchanged glances, silently rallying their subordinates to follow Bai Ye out of the city. Soon, a procession of over 30 individuals marched forth from the city gates. The younger members gripped their weapons nervously, their eyes darting anxiously, fearing a hyena might suddenly spring from shadowed corner. They formed a protective circle around Bai Ye, Wang Shi, and Tanjia, inching forward cautiously. The hyenas, observing from a distance, remained unperturbed until they had moved 100 meters from the city wall. Suddenly, several hyenas concealed within the bushes erupted into frenzied barking. The cacophony escalated, and on the horizon, amidst swirling sands, a multitude of dark shapes began to materialize. 1, 2, 3, 20. A full 20 hyenas charged towards them, their sizes dwarfing ordinary hyenas, nearly as large as adult bulls. The ground reverberated with the thunderous sound of their stampede, shaking the very earth and causing the hearts of Tanjia and the others to tremble. Fire! Tanjia bellowed, his weapon discharging first, igniting the battle like a signal flare. As the hyenas surged forward, the 30-plus individuals raised their weapons and unleashed a torrent of gunfire, a dense web of bullets cascading towards the beasts. No one conserved ammunition, nor did anyone retreat, for all understood that if they failed to eliminate the hyenas, they would inevitably be trapped within Huitu. It was this life-and-death crisis that compelled the leaders of the eastern and western districts to unite without reservation. The relentless barrage of bullets temporarily halted the hyena's charge, but within the throng, Bai Ye did not fire. The distance was too great, and his marksmanship was not proficient enough to justify the expenditure of energy on the forbidden object. He needed to wait until the hyenas drew closer. He observed silently, acutely aware of the formidable strength of the aberrant beasts. These grotesque, mutated forms exhibited no fear of the bullets fired from standard firearms. The ammunition merely pierced their skin. Although blood splattered and the sight was gruesome, the wounds were superficial, failing to deliver a fatal blow unless an overwhelming number of bullets were concentrated on a single hyena. Or by sheer luck, a shot struck an eye. Tan Jie and his companions had only a limited number of firearms and ammunition, making it impossible to achieve overwhelming firepower. They had to rely on the immense lethality of Breath of the Bones. As the initial volley concluded, the group hastily reloaded, and the hyenas seized the opportunity to close the distance. Just then, one hyena suddenly lunged from behind a dead tree, sinking its teeth into the arm of an Eastern District member. "Ah!" the man screamed in agony, completely oblivious to the stealthy approach of the hyena. Panic and fear swept through the crowd. The disparity between those trained and untrained became painfully evident. In their frenzy, the untrained individuals instinctively fired their weapons, failing to hit the hyena, but instead shooting the unfortunate victim. "Bai Ye, shoot now!" Tan Jie shouted in anger. Bai Ye methodically chambered around, his cold gaze and the muzzle of his gun both fixed upon the hyena. "Call me Vice Commander Bai." "Bang!" The thunderous roar of Breath of the Bones intertwined with his icy voice. The bullet, shimmering with a scarlet glow, sliced through the air like a bloody meteor, striking the hyena with devastating force. Boom! The creature's head erupted, akin to a watermelon dropped from a 10th floor, sending blood and flesh flying. Is this the power of the forbidden object? Tan Jie was astonished. Despite being a genetic modifier with physical capabilities far exceeding those of ordinary humans, he knew he would be utterly defenseless against such a shot. His murderous intent towards Bai Ye intensified. However, upon observing Bai Ye's pale complexion and labored breathing, he felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, the immense power was accompanied by severe aftereffects, and given this lad's physique, he could hardly withstand many more shots. Bai Ye gasped, feeling as though his very essence had been drained at the moment the gun fired, as if he had bled continuously for 3 days. Had it not been for the meat he had consumed in the preceding days, he might have fainted from the overwhelming dizziness. However, upon the demise of the hyena, a warm surge emanated from Haiguji Shi, coursing through his entire body. In but an instant, the vitality he had lost was not only replenished, but subtly enhanced. The exhilarating sensation of improved physical prowess invigorated his spirit. Thus, he raised his weapon and commenced firing at the nearest hyena. Bang! The gunfire reverberated once more, and the crimson bullet struck the hyena with unerring accuracy, not due to Bai Ye's sharpshooting skills, but because this particular hyena had already sustained multiple wounds, its movements becoming sluggish. The warm current surged anew, and Bai Ye's eyes sparkled with a fierce brilliance. The wildness and defiance deep within him ignited. Bang! 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 He continued to fire relentlessly, the corpses accumulating around him, both hyenas and his fallen comrades. As more hyenas appeared, the two self-important leaders of the group also joined the fray. Wang Shi tore off his shirt, revealing a mechanical arm that glimmered with a metallic sheen, the hydraulic piston emitting a piercing shriek as the silver alloy framework unfolded, the mechanical arm charging its energy in a mere 0.3 seconds. With a powerful punch, he sent a wave of force that compressed the surrounding air into transparent ripples. Bang! The skull of a hyena caved in instantly, sending it hurtling several meters away. Though gravely injured, the hyena rose defiantly, continuing its charge. Tan Jie roared in fury, his body hair thickening and hardening rapidly, each bristling black hair becoming a perfect suit of armor, enabling him to engage the hyenas in close combat without losing ground. With newfound defensive strength, Tan Jie even found the presence of mind to observe Bai Ye. Seeing Bai Ye's relentless gunfire, he felt a surge of joy. Could it be that this fool was blinded by bloodlust, using Haiguji Shi so recklessly that he would soon be drained of life? He had initially thought that if Bai Ye feigned effort, he would have to force him to act at gunpoint, yet he never anticipated Bai Ye's fervor. Tan Jia chuckled inwardly. At this rate, he wouldn't even need to deal with Bai Ye afterward, for this lad would likely be the architect of his own demise. But after a moment of amusement, his laughter faded. Bai Ye was still firing. Was this fool courting death? The 20 or so hyenas that had appeared were far from the end, and the hyena king had yet to show itself. Observing Bai Ye's pale complexion and wobbling form, Tan Jia felt a jolt of fear. He had never intended to annihilate the hyenas in one fell swoop, but rather to engage in a war of attrition, eliminating a few each day to gradually diminish their numbers. In his view, Bai Ye could perish, but not at this moment. There were still several days of battle ahead. Bai Ye, no, by Fu Tongling, we have achieved remarkable results today. We can retreat and fight again tomorrow. Dan Hies. He had expected Bai Ye to comply. But to his surprise, the pale-faced youth retorted angrily, "Retreat? The enemy is not yet vanquished. I dare anyone to take a step back. Kill." Chapter 10. What are you doing with your life? The wild ferocity that surged forth stunned Tan Jia. How had he not noticed this boy's latent bloodlust before? By Fu Tongling, the number of hyenas is still increasing, and the hyena king is surely on its way. We cannot rush this. Our brothers are nearing their breaking point, and Wang Shi's mechanical arm is running out of power. If we continue, we risk. Old Tan, if you dare to waver in morale again, I will be the first to take you down. Bai Ye was in the throes of exhilaration, his physical capabilities continuously enhancing. There was no way he would withdraw. Under Bai Ye's fierce gaze, Tan Jia felt both alarmed and enraged, a hint of absurdity creeping in. Who was the commander here? Him or Bai Ye? No, you, a powerless deputy commander. What are you doing with your life? Though infuriated, he found himself unable to unleash his frustration, and could only patiently attempt to persuade. By Fu Tongling, please listen to me. I won't. Tan Jia, this is truly ridiculous. You're on the verge of being drained dry, and you still wish to fight? As he watched Bai Ye struggle to maintain his footing, Tan Jia's eyes reddened. If you wish to die, do not drag us down with you. Once the hyena horde is vanquished, no one will stop you, but you cannot die now. Just minutes ago, he had wished for Bai Ye to fire. Now he longed for him to retreat. Just as he was about to forcibly take Bai Ye away, suddenly, Bai Ye seemed entirely drained, staggering and collapsing to the ground. Tan Jia was startled, braving the hyena's attacks, and rushed to Bai Ye's side, fearing for his life. Bai Fu Tongling, are you all right? Bai Ye grasped Tan Jia's arm tightly, determination etched on his pale face, his trembling lips uttering, "Help me up. I can still fight." In a sudden burst of resolve, he yanked Tan Jia's arm and stood up, raising Haigu Ji Shi to fire once more. Tan Jia was utterly dumbfounded. Was this boy out of his mind? Had the effects of the poisonous mushroom not yet worn off? Bai Fu Tongling, please take it easy. You truly cannot continue. If you do, you will die. Seeing that he could not dissuade Bai Ye, Tan Jia directly seized him, intent on retreating. Bai Ye struggled fiercely, shouting, "Old Tan, let go of me. I want to exterminate these scoundrels. Bai Fu Tongling, we cannot continue this fight. Please, let us retreat. I'm begging you." Tan Jia's tone even bore a hint of desperation. Retreat? Where can we retreat to? With the pack of dogs surrounding us. I have nowhere left to flee. We must fight to the bitter end. Men, charge! Bai, what nonsense are you spouting? Grey Earth Town is just behind us. We could be home in a few hundred meters. Tan Jia was on the verge of tears, disregarding whether Bai Ye consented, and began to drag him away. Bai Ye, furious, began to strike Tan Jia's face, primarily because the latter was covered in coarse hair, leaving his face relatively bare. Behind me are 800 residents of Grey Earth Town. As their commander, if I do not lead them to carve a bloody path, shall I merely watch them starve to death in the town? Tan Jia, having received several blows, was furious and was about to retaliate when suddenly a thunderous sound erupted from the distant yellow sands, the ground trembling beneath the approach of a menacing horde, the foremost figure towering and terrifying. The hyena king. Tan Jia's face turned pale with fear, and without a second thought, he hoisted Bai Ye and ran for their lives. Yet Bai Ye continued to fight. Let me go. I shall face the hyena king in a final battle. Behind him, the smoke of countless homes lingered, the cries of children still ringing in his ears. Today, our weapons are the last bastion protecting this world of warmth. Tan Jia remained silent, only sprinting with fervor. They call me Bai Fu Tongling. This is not merely a title, but a responsibility. Even if I perish today, my remains shall serve as bricks and stones to fortify the flesh and blood wall against the hyenas. Tangier was overwhelmed by Bai Ye's impassioned declaration. This boy must have been driven mad by the poisonous mushroom, causing permanent brain damage. Every inch of land beneath their feet held the seeds of the people, and every piece of armor bore the weight of countless families' hopes. All that remained was to fight. Bai Fu Dong Ling. Enough shouting, we have arrived, Tangier exclaimed, setting Bai Ye down. Bai Ye continued to shout. Of course. It is precisely because we have arrived that I must shout. Who else should I rally? How else could he win over the hearts of the people? Such words might seem exaggerated to the civilized, but the denizens of Grey Earth Town, uneducated, had never before heard such stirring rhetoric. Close the gates, Wang Shi, bloodied, shouted, and the inhabitants and residents who had been waiting in the town hurriedly shut the gates. The heavy iron and wooden doors, studded with thick iron nails, served as an effective barrier against the hyenas. Do not close the gates. Let us in. Boss, we are still outside. Please open the door. A few injured young men, hindered by their mobility issues, found themselves barred from the entrance. Moments later, the chilling sounds of fierce roars and agonizing screams erupted, intermingled with unsettling sounds of gnawing. The auditory onslaught rendered the survivors pale, their hearts heavy with trepidation. Some displayed pained expressions, turning their heads away, their eyes brimming with unshed tears. For those trapped outside the city gates were their brothers with whom they had shared many years of life. Yet now, a mere door separated them from life and death. Although the Hyena King was still a distance away, and they had a chance to escape back to Huitu Xiaojin, the Wang Shi and Tangier were utterly unwilling to take any risks, resolutely casting them out. Such actions were undeniably chilling. Perhaps no one dared to voice their thoughts. Yet this matter would linger in the hearts of all like a dark cloud. Open the city gate. I must save them. The youth's impassioned voice cut through the somber atmosphere like a golden sword, piercing the hearts of those present. The residents involved in the defense, along with Wang Shi and others, turned in astonishment, their gazes converging on Bai Ye's resolute countenance, each revealing a different sentiment. Seeing no one respond, Bai Ye, without a moment's hesitation, drew forth the bone breath and strode directly towards the city gate. Such boldness startled Tangier, who quickly positioned himself in front of Bai Ye. By Vice Captain, you absolutely cannot go out. The Hyena King is right outside. Step aside, old Tan. Bai Ye replied coldly. The brothers outside, whether from the East District or the West District, are all citizens of Huitu Xiaojin. As long as I am Vice Captain for a day, I shall protect them. Had anyone else uttered such words, Tangier would have dismissed them as mere theatrics, but coming from Bai Ye, he could not afford to doubt. Just moments ago, had he not pulled Bai Ye back, this young man would have fought valiantly outside. By Vice Captain, it's not that I wish to prevent your rescue, but they are already dead. Can't you hear that the screams have ceased? Tangier said, his forehead beaded with sweat. Then I shall go collect their bodies. Are you deaf? Tangier exclaimed. Exasperación evident. Wang Shi and others gathered around, attempting to dissuade Bai Ye with various arguments. With a long sigh, Bai Ye feigned disappointment and turned away. The onlookers watched his receding figure, a sense of inexplicable melancholy settling upon them. After a prolonged silence, Tangier spat on the ground in frustration, exclaiming, "Madman, this lad is nothing short of a lunatic. You have no idea. Had I not dragged him back just now, he would have been drained by the forbidden object outside." His tirade went unanswered as the others remained silent, tossing stones from the city wall to ward off the hyenas while harboring their own thoughts. They too regarded Bai Ye as a madman, for only a fool would forsake their life to protect strangers in this desolate wasteland. They had all heard Bai Ye's previous roar echoing in their ears, etched in their hearts. Yet they felt that this madman was 100, even 1,000 times better than the current two leaders. Those who have been born in this era of catastrophe, having never witnessed civilization, were unaware that a century ago, such madmen were referred to as heroes. In a shadow unnoticed by others, a pair of eyes vanished along with Bai Ye's retreating figure. Upon returning to his temporary abode, any trace of despondency had vanished from Bai Ye's face. Instead, he eagerly shed his shirt and approached the mirror. Once a gaunt and emaciated figure, he was now adorned with a sleek physique of muscles. In the recent battle, he had slain 12 hyenas, and the bone breath had reciprocated with 12 sources of vitality, revitalizing his long-nourished, malnourished body. Feeling the surge of strength within him, Bai Ye's lips curled into a smile. While his physique could not yet rival that of the genetically modified Tanjie, it certainly surpassed that of an ordinary adult male. This was merely the result of hunting 12 mutated hyenas. What might his body become after vanquishing the entire pack and the hyena king? What truly delighted Bai Ye was not only the enhancement of his physical form, but the precious time he could now save. The rationale was simple. Given the same minute of stillness, a frail individual might cover 200 meters, while a robust one could traverse 300 or more. This meant that within the same time frame, his efficiency in accomplishing tasks would greatly increase, thus saving precious time. It was not enough. He craved more power. The fire of ambition ignited within Bai Ye's eyes. He understood that time stasis could only be considered a trump card, an auxiliary means to acquire greater strength. For time was finite. Each use diminished its quantity. Therefore, he must utilize the limited time available to exchange for more power. Only then could he safeguard himself when the day came that time ran out. Yet he still possessed the strength to protect himself. In this perilous wasteland teeming with crises, only power held the truth. Here, one encountered not only various mutated beasts, but also formidable gene-modified beings, mechanical augmenters, and even more enigmatic transcendent entities. This was an era where the strong dictated everything. In the memories of his former self, he had witnessed countless bloody events. Murder? It was hardly a novel occurrence. A piece of blackened bread, a bottle of murky water, or even a mere glance could serve as motivation for death. I am hungry, and you just happen to have food. Regrettably, you must die. You claim to be non-confrontational, to avoid conflict with anyone. Wait until the slave-catching team arrives. They will show you what despair truly is. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted Bai Ye's thoughts. By Vice Captain, the hyena pack has retreated, and the captain is holding a celebration banquet. He requests your presence. Upon hearing of the feast, Bai Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. After a prolonged battle, he was indeed famished. He opened the door, instantly embodying a weary actor, leaning against the young man who had knocked. The young man was taken aback. By Vice Captain Yu. Support me as I go, Bai Ye feebly requested. The young man, glancing at Bai Ye's frail demeanor and recalling his earlier display of bravery, felt a surge of respect and quickly assisted him with reverence. The celebratory banquet was naturally held at the Tire Tavern, the sole tavern in Huaitu, Xiaojin, a place too impoverished to boast any alternatives. Inside the tavern, patrons raised their glasses in raucous revelry. For these denizens of the wasteland, the luxury of drinking to their heart's content was a rare indulgence. They had no time to mourn the deceased, as they could easily become the next victim. Enjoying each moment was preferable to dwelling on the past. This celebration featured not only Tanjie, but also the West District leader, Wang Shi. The two leaders shared a table, toasting with beaming smiles and engaging in lively conversation. Yet, the sincerity behind their smiles remained uncertain. Bai Ye has truly garnered attention this time. I can see the change in the gazes of those from the East District towards him. Wang Shi remarked with a sly grin as he took a sip of his drink. Humph, Tanjie scoffed, clearly discerning the underlying implications in Wang Shi's words. After all, the ones who know you best are not your friends, but your enemies. You need not sow discord. You can see clearly what kind of person Bai Ye is. This lad's mind has been poisoned by the toxic mushroom. He has gone mad, and a madman will not yield to anyone. In other words, he could not be accommodated in the East District, nor could he in the West District. Wang Shi nodded in agreement, having long perceived the truth in Bai Ye's eyes. Neither he nor Tanjie held any regard for Bai Ye. They had previously assumed his youthful bravado stemmed from his possession of the forbidden object, believing it made him invincible. Now, they understood it was not mere youthful arrogance, but genuine madness. What do you intend to do? Do you need assistance? Wang Shi inquired with a smile. Tanjie shot him a cold glance. Your help is unnecessary. This madman can easily bring about his own demise. I suspect your offer to help is a ruse to gain access to the bone breath. Let's not speak so harshly. Ultimately, we are all residents of Huaitu Xiaojin. Infighting leads nowhere. Have you not noticed that the world grows increasingly unstable? The Dawn City has been mobilizing its military frequently, plundering the people of every settlement. War is surely approaching. If we do not unite and collaborate, we shall ultimately find ourselves without a resting place in death. Therefore, in my view, Once Bai Ye has perished and the pack of hyenas has been dealt with, we shall take the skeleton S-breath to Shuguang City for sale, dividing the profits equally. You can procure advanced genetic serums, while I will upgrade my mechanical devices. Only with strength can we ensure our survival. Chapter 12. Old Tan. You will regret this. A shadow flickered in Tanjia's eyes. As the leader of the Eastern District, he felt like an ant in the presence of the behemoth that is Shuguang City. If war looms, the town of Huaitu would be no different from cannon fodder. Wang Shi continued, have you considered that the sudden emergence of the hyena pack may be related to Shuguang City? Oh, pray tell, Bai Fuzongling inquired. A resounding voice echoed in the Tire Tavern. Dozens of eyes turned towards the entrance, where the frail Bai Ye was being assisted by one of his subordinates. The young man, flushed with embarrassment, whispered Bai Fuzongling, I have followed your instructions, and called out. Do not forget to reward me with a piece of meat later. Feeling the gaze of the crowd, Bai Ye patted the young man's shoulder with satisfaction. Fear not, I have not forgotten. Bai Fuzongling, you have finally arrived. How do you fare? Are you in good health? Tanjia beamed as he personally assisted Bai Ye to his seat. Do I look well to you? Bai Ye shot an irritated glance at Tanjia. Tanjia, however, was not offended. Having accepted the fact that Bai Ye was mad, he surprisingly maintained a good disposition. Not even the sting of being slapped multiple times could dissuade his cheerfulness. Sit down, let us converse. Bai Ye settled squarely between Tanjia and Wang Shi, exuding an air of authority. What are you waiting for? Hurry and bring the wine and meat. Soon, the table was laden with dark, unrefined roasted meat, devoid of culinary finesse, relying solely on the most primitive ingredients. Yet Bai Ye devoured it with gusto, for this body had rarely experienced a hearty meal. Slow down. You might choke, Tanjia chuckled, pouring wine. He no longer felt pain watching Bai Ye eat. In fact, he wished Bai Ye would consume even more to replenish his vigor. This lad truly fights with all his might. As Bai Ye munched on the meat, he mumbled indistinctly, What were you two discussing earlier? Were you speaking ill of me behind my back? Perish the thought. You are our great benefactor. We could not sing your praises enough. We were merely discussing the hyena pack. Wang Shi interjected. The sudden arrival of the hyenas raises my suspicion that it has something to do with recent movements in Shuguang City. Oh, Bai Ye raised an eyebrow. Elaborate. He had certainly heard of Shuguang City. In fact, nearly everyone in Huaitu town was aware of it, as it stood as a sanctuary in the hearts of its residents. Legend spoke of ample food, educational opportunities, and clean water for bathing, with women of exquisite beauty, their skin delicate and fair, unlike the roughened skin of those who toiled in the wasteland. Indeed, Wang Shi organized his thoughts and continued, recently, Shuguang City has frequently mobilized its military and slave-capturing units, aggressively raiding various settlements for their populace, seemingly preparing for war. Bai Ye nodded. This wasteland was not solely governed by Shuguang City. A century had passed since the Great Catastrophe, during which humanity had recuperated, giving rise to numerous large cities amidst the desolation, each vying for dominance in a fragmented landscape. What does this have to do with the hyena pack? Bai Ye inweeded. As far as I know, the hyenas were originally entrenched near Heishan. Although they have mutated into aberrant beasts, they retain their instincts and territorial awareness, typically not straying far from Heishan. Their sudden appearance in Huaitu town suggests something has transpired in Heishan. When I was trading supplies in Shuguang City, I overheard discussions indicating that the Shuguang military has been frequently intruding into Heishan, which lead me to believe they intend to seize this strategic location in preparation for war. Once she explained, must it inevitably lead to war? Perhaps Shuguang City seeks to eliminate the aberrant beasts in Heishan? Tanjia scoffed. Bai Fuzongling, you overestimate Shuguang City. You have yet to visit, so you remain unaware of their true nature. Compared to the wasteland dwellers who risk their lives, the citizens of a city are genuinely ruthless. Those nobles would never act without profit in mind. If the various factions united against the aberrant beasts, those accursed monsters would have been eradicated long ago. It is precisely due to their incessant infighting that none are willing to expend military resources to cleanse the aberrant beasts beyond their territories. Some factions even deliberately keep aberrant beasts as a buffer against other factions. Bai Ye similite faintly. Excellent. This aligns perfectly with my preconceived notions of humanity. Now, let us change the subject. Wang Shi interjected, these high-ranking matters are beyond our control. Our immediate priority is to address the hyena pack. Bai Fuzongling, Will you be able to fight again tomorrow? Yes, I must. Bai Ye was eager. No, no, no. Tan Hie hurriedly interjected. You have exhausted yourself today. It would be wise to rest for another day. The food supply in Huetu town can last a few more days. There's no need to rush. He was genuinely concerned that Bai Ye might perish mid-battle, leaving no one to slay the hyena king. Had he not noticed how Bai Ye required assistance, even a walk? Old Tan, Bai Ye slammed the table, his voice booming above the tavern's clamor. The patrons halted their activities, turning their attention to the three leaders, and an awkward silence enveloped the room. Recognizing the familiar scenario, Tan Jie felt a headache coming on. Bai Fuzongling, you, what do you mean, you? As the old saying goes, one must gather strength in a single breath or risk faltering. Enough of your old sayings. I cannot compete with you in that regard. But do not forget, I am the leader. You must rest tomorrow. Tan Hie asserted firmly. Bai Ye glared intensely at Tan Jie, enunciating each word. Old Tan, you will regret this. With that, he grasped his wine and meat and turned to leave. Hey, someone quickly assist Bai Fuzongling. As night descended, Bai Ye lay comfortably in bed, yet his mind replayed the conversation with Tan Jie and Wang Shi. War is imminent. A sense of urgency arose within him. Warfare is not a banquet, but a battle of armed conflict. While he can halt time, the pressing question remains whether he can act swiftly enough. The speed of a bullet exceeds the pace of his thoughts. Once hostilities commence, with tens of thousands of soldiers firing, even a minute would scarcely suffice to escape the battlefield. Beyond bullets, there are cannons, sniper rifles, and tanks. In a chaos of battle, he cannot perpetually rely on time suspension. There simply wouldn't be enough time. Officially, Huetu town falls under the jurisdiction of Shuguang City's influence. When war breaks out, will the other factions spare Huetu town? One could easily find themselves asleep, only to be suddenly bombarded by shells, without even the chance to activate time suspension, resulting in instant demise. Who would he turn to for justice then? Even if he remains vigilant, assuming he detects all attacks in advance and uses time suspension to evade, how many times can he elude? Surely, he cannot squander all his time on this. This is intolerable. The wasteland is far too perilous. He must find a secure refuge to better accumulate time. With this thought, Bai Ye's mind turned towards Shuguang City. If he could gain entry, it would at least be far safer than the wasteland. Even if war were to break out, the citizens of the city would be the last to suffer. In such a scenario, he could easily make an early escape rather than living in constant fear amidst the wasteland, facing aberrant beasts today, gunfire tomorrow, and food shortages the day after. Chapter 13. What is there to show off? Are superhumans so impressive? A faint scratching sound suddenly pierced the stillness of the room. Disrupted from his thoughts, Bai Ye squinted towards the source of the noise, the window. His window had inexplicably opened. Indeed, he was not mistaken. There was no one outside, nor was there any wind. Strangely, the window had slid open as though an invisible hand had gently pushed it apart. Bai Ye maintained his composure, lying serenely on the bed, his gaze fixed on the window. Confronted with this supernatural phenomenon, he did not reach for the skeleton's breath by his pillow, for he understood its limited utility. He waited quietly, knowing that should any hint of danger arise, time would freeze instantaneously. After approximately 30 seconds, a piece of yellowed paper, seemingly weightless, drifted in through the window. The paper hovered before Bai Ye, gradually coming to a standstill. Upon it was inscribed a line of crimson text. At midnight tonight, a person will meet me in the northern woods of the town. Do not make a sound. This concerns your life. Curse it. What nonsense are you trying to pull? The floating paper and the blood-red script did not instill fear in Bai Ye. Rather, they ignited his ferocity. With 3 minutes and 50 seconds of time at his disposal, even if a deity descended, he would dare to confront it, let alone this situation. Time froze. A massive golden dial manifested beneath Bai Ye, as if commanded by a divine edict, immediately halting the passage of time. He sprang from the bed, grasping the skeleton's breath, and, leaping through the window, his dark eyes blazed with rebellious flames. So, you think you can frighten me with a scrap of paper in the dead of night? Regardless of whether you are human or ghost, I shall ensure you regret your folly today. Outside the window, Bai Ye scanned his surroundings and quickly spotted a furtive figure crouching in the corner, its bandaged right hand raised, pinching the air as if holding an invisible piece of paper. Ah, it's you, Isn't it? He charged forward, and as he drew closer, illuminated by the moonlight. He realized with surprise that it was a familiar face, Liu, the magic hand. Bai Ye had heard tales of Liu, who had reportedly suffered a severed right hand due to the king's snake, left to fend for himself. To find him here in the dead of night was unexpected. An extraordinary being? The term flashed through Bai Ye's mind. Although he had yet to encounter one, he had heard whispers of their existence. Compared to gene and mechanical augmenters, extraordinary beings were shrouded in greater mystery and rarity. Legends spoke of their myriad wondrous abilities, and Liu's display bore a striking resemblance to this. Bai Ye surmised that Liu's power was likely connected to his right hand, as the way he crouched with his hand raised was exceedingly peculiar. To verify his conjecture, Bai Ye reached toward Liu's right hand, and indeed, he uncovered an issue. An invisible, intangible hand extended from Liu's right hand, as hard as steel, stretching a full 3 meters. Enlightenment dawned upon Bai Ye. It was Liu who had opened the window with this invisible hand, and it was this hand that had delivered the paper, allowing it to hover in midair. So, you think you can play tricks on me? Time resumed. Liu rubbed his aching right hand with his left, muttering, he should have finished reading by now. Why is there no response? He should have at least jumped out of bed in fright. Could it be that he fell asleep? Suddenly, a cold voice pierced the air behind Liu. I am not asleep, but I know you will soon find eternal rest. Click. The sound of a bullet being chambered echoed as a cold barrel pressed against Liu's skull. He stiffened instantly, his complexion paling. Bai Ye, don't move. If your right hand dares to lower even a fraction, I assure you, you will not see the sun rise tomorrow. Liu grew increasingly rigid, his right hand, which he had prepared to lower, now frozen in midair. Internally, he lamented, this is bad. He has seen through my ability. He had initially intended to restrain Bai Ye with his invisible hand, confident that even if Bai Ye possessed forbidden items, he would be caught off guard. He had not anticipated his power to be so easily discerned. You aren't asleep? Liu stammered, attempting to buy time, while frantically devising a countermeasure. Huh! Bai Ye's cold laughter resonated behind him. Haven't you gone to the bathroom at this late hour? Liu did not believe a word of it, for before he had opened the window, he had stealthily glanced inside and saw Bai Ye still in bed, meaning Bai Ye had not emerged to relieve himself. Rather, as soon as he had opened the window, Bai Ye had surged forth without a moment's hesitation, silently approaching him while he had been distracted by the paper. No wonder there had been no reaction while he held the paper. Bai Ye had already come out. This was not at all how he had envisioned it. Bai Ye's thought processes were so far removed from those of an ordinary person. Wouldn't a normal individual pause to contemplate the source of an anomaly upon seeing an open window? Who would charge out recklessly at the first sight of the unusual, especially in the dead of night, fearing the encounter with a ghost? Liu, no, I should call you Liu now. Bai Ye casually aimed his gun at the back of Liu's head. The cold touch of the gun sent chills throughout Liu's body. He hastily replied, Bai Ye, actually call me Vice Commander Bai. Bai Ye interrupted him with a kick to his rear, cutting off his words. Liu hesitated, a flash of anger crossing his face, but he quickly corrected himself. Vice Commander Bai, I assure you I mean no harm. I merely wish to discuss an urgent matter. Oh, Bai Ye's lips curled into a dangerous smile. Isn't this fortuitous? You harbor no ill intentions, but I do. Do you know that I despise it when others waste my time? Your unreasonable actions have cost me 10 precious seconds, and that is no trivial matter. How many tens of seconds are there in a lifetime? Liu was oblivious to Bai Ye's reference to the time-stopping incident, mistakenly believing he was referring to the time it took to step outside. After a moment of silence, he cautiously ventured, if one lives to 60 years. That would amount to approximately 189, 216, 000, 10-second intervals. You bastard. Bang. Bai Ye delivered another kick to Liu's rear, nearly sending him sprawling. Are you showing off your math skills? Do you think I can't calculate that myself? Do you need to tell me? Bai Ye was indeed capable of calculations, but not as swiftly as Liu. He would need to find paper and a pen. I will give you 3 seconds to provide me with a reason not to kill you. Liu hastily insisted. I am here to help you. You think you're worthy? I am an extraordinary being. Bang. Another kick followed. Bai Ye growled. What are you bragging about? Being extraordinary is so impressive. Chapter 14. To become an extraordinary being, one must have a mother. No, what I mean is, don't you want to know how I became an extraordinary being? Do tell. Then you must promise. Fine, I promise not to kill you. Bai Ye interrupted. Liu's heart sank, and he hesitated. You agreed so quickly. It gave me no sense of security. Say it again. Liu took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and slowly recounted. After the wheel of fortune defeated me, the king's snake, in a fit of rage, severed my right hand, leaving me to fend for myself. The magic hand is a skill I have honed for over 10 years, my means of survival. With my right hand rendered useless, I fell into despair. Yet, thinking of my mother back home, waiting for me to succeed and return in glory ignited a fire within me. I swore I would not disappoint her. I had to survive. Then, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my head, as if something were stirring within my mind. When the pain subsided, I discovered that my once shattered right hand had begun to heal. Although I could not lift heavy objects, I could at least move it slightly. Moreover, an invisible arm had sprouted from my right hand. So that it, Bai Ye nodded sagely. To become an extraordinary being, one must first lose their right hand. Liu added, and one must have a mother. At that moment, Liu was utterly convinced that Bai Ye was insane. Previously, he had been skeptical of the tales of Bai Ye's behavior on the battlefield, but now he believed them entirely. What nonsensical ramblings were these? Commander Bai, the crux lies not in the mother or the right hand, but rather in the metamorphosis of the spirit. Simply put, it is a profound shock that leads to a distortion of the psyche, resulting in an awakening to become an extraordinary being. Bai Ye nodded, fully aware that the matter had nothing to do with the mother or the right hand. His previous jest was merely a touch of humor, regrettably lost on these uncouth individuals. He had heard other wasteland hunters mention that during the age of Cataclysm, whether human or object, everything appeared normal, yet had undergone some degree of distortion. The difference was that the alterations in ordinary people were subtle, often imperceptible, akin to a seed buried deep within each individual, which, under certain conditions, might sprout. Liu, who had become an extraordinary being, was an evident example. In other words, during the age of civilization, mental trauma might lead only to madness, whereas in the era of Cataclysm, it could result in becoming an extraordinary being. Such a thought was chilling. Could it be that all extraordinary beings harbored the potential for madness? He suddenly perceived that this global catastrophe might not solely be a calamity, but also harbored opportunities, a chance for the evolution of all things. The aberrant beasts seemed like products of erroneous evolution, while the extraordinary beings were those traversing the correct evolutionary path. Yet, perhaps the correctness of evolution remained uncertain. Commander Bai, I have expressed all I wish to say. Might you lower your weapon first? I am frightened. You plead, yet do not even address me with respect. Is this your attitude when seeking assistance? How brazen! Liu's teeth clenched in frustration. If not for the gun pointed at him, he would have relished the chance to strike Bai Ye. Please, can you lower your gun? No, you scoundrel. Then, can I at least lower my right hand? It has yet to heal, and I cannot keep it raised indefinitely. No, Bai Ye. Liu sprang to his feet, fury radiating from him. I have stated that we are not enemies. I am here to collaborate with you. Have you not realized your predicament? Wang Shi and Tan Jia have no room for you. They have long conspired that once you disperse the hyena pack, they will join forces to eliminate you, subsequently selling your forbidden items and dividing the spoils. So what? Therefore, collaborating with me is your only chance of survival. I am an extraordinary being, and you possess forbidden items. Together, we may not be powerless against them. Moreover, Wang Shi has incapacitated my magical hand. I must seek vengeance. You came to find me at midnight merely to discuss this? Indeed, and I have already formulated a detailed plan. When you next venture outside the city, I shall lay an ambush beyond the walls. Once they exhaust themselves in battle, we shall launch a surprise attack together, ensuring victory. Upon success, the Grey Dust Town shall be under your dominion. I shall not interfere. Bai Ye was somewhat taken aback. What do you gain from this? Revenge? Liu shook his head. Revenge is one aspect. I require funds. After the deed is done, the town shall belong to you, and the money shall be mine. I shall leave immediately upon receiving the funds. To be frank, after becoming an extraordinary being, I no longer covet the position of leader in Grey Dust Town. I intend to take the money to Shuwang City and find the finest physician to heal my right hand. While awakening as an extraordinary being has significantly enhanced my physical prowess, allowing my right hand to move with difficulty, it remains far from its former agility and strength. My extraordinary abilities are closely tied to my right hand. If it is healed, my combat prowess will undoubtedly surpass what it is now. I shall revive the splendor of my magical hand. Once I, Liu, regain my footing in Shuguang City, I will bring my mother to the city to enjoy wealth and prosperity. Liu's words prompted Bai Ye to reassess his opinion of him. To be fair, although Liu was not remarkable, he at least exhibited filial piety. Furthermore, upon reflection, the two shared no enmity, but rather a common adversary. With this thought, Bai Ye sheathed his breath of the bones. Hearing the sound, Liu's heart leaped with joy. Do you agree to cooperate? No, I do not, Bai Ye replied, shaking his head. Why not? This would benefit you immensely. Liu could hardly believe that Bai Ye was rejecting such a favorable proposal. Sighing, Bai Ye gazed up at the moon at a 45-degree angle and spoke profoundly. While I could indeed join forces with you to eliminate Wang Shi and his ilk, have you considered the fate of the hyena pack? What the citizens of Great Dust Town? Liu was momentarily taken aback, his gaze shifting as he contemplated Bai Ye's words. After a brief silence, he replied, I can assist you in dealing with the hyena pack. Bai Ye shook his head once more. How many lives would be lost? Although you are an extraordinary being, your strength likely pales in comparison to Wang Shi and his cohorts. If it were otherwise, you would not seek my collaboration. If they struggle to contend with the hyena pack, what chance do you possess? Thus, until the hyenas are eradicated, I will not ally with you. Liu's expression turned anxious. Yet after the hyenas are slain, they will immediately turn their attention to you, and according to your method of killing, you may not even survive until they strike. Enough, Bai Ye snapped, brushing off the dust from his tattered sleeves. Am I Bai Ye to be one who fears death? Is my life more important than the lives of the 800 citizens of Grey Dust Town? His vehement voice struck Liu's heart like a heavy hammer. In this damned era, such individuals truly existed. For reasons unknown, standing beside Bai Ye, he suddenly felt a sense of shame. Chapter 15. My loss is not in vain, I understand. Liu's demeanor calmed, and he fixed his gaze on Bai Ye. Proceed as you wish. Though I, Liu, am no paragon of virtue, I respect your character and am willing to abide by your wishes. After you deal with the hyena pack, we shall then join forces against Wang Shi and his ilk. However, I cannot guarantee your survival by that time, should you encounter danger. I can only say that I will assist where I can, but I shall not risk my life to save you, for my mother awaits my return, and I cannot place myself in peril. No matter, my mind is made up. Bai Ye stood with his hands clasped behind him, the cool moonlight enveloping him like a silver halo. Liu was moved. I do not begrudge fate's wheel. Take care. I shall not see you off. With a rustling sound, Liu vanished into the woods without a backward glance. Under the bright moon, Bai Ye stroked his chin, pondering, is it truly right for me to deceive a disabled person? Yet, it cannot be deemed deception. A gentleman speaks of actions, not intentions. His reluctance to agree to Liu's plan stemmed not from concern for Grey Dust Town, but rather from a desire to take advantage of Wang Shi and Tanjia as protection to slay more hyenas and bolster his own strength. While he could indeed follow Liu's plan to eliminate Wang Shi and Tanjia, what would follow? Who would safeguard him while he hunted hyenas? Could Liu, with his half-hearted abilities, truly protect him? At that point, he would likely have to waste time utilizing time stasis to slay all the hyenas. Rather than this, it would be more prudent to continue leveraging Wang Shi, Tanjia, and their minions. During the previous battle, they had positioned themselves at the center, allowing Bai Ye to fire with ease. How considerate. Nonetheless, Liu's unexpected appearance was a stroke of fortune. When the time came for confrontation, facing Wang Shi and the others alone with merely breath of the bones would be insufficient. He would certainly need to employ time stasis. With Liu's assistance, perhaps he could conserve some time. With this thought in mind, Bai Ye couldn't help but chuckle. I truly am a master of time management. The following day, Bai Ye awoke to find it was already noon. Today was supposed to be the day for hunting hyenas, but Old Tan insisted on postponing for a day, citing concerns for Bai Ye's health. With no entertainment in Grey Dust Town, he could only sleep. After lunch, feeling utterly bored, he yawned and strolled along the streets of Grey Dust Town. If one could call them streets, they were merely dirt paths worn by many feet. On either side were low houses, with several people choosing to sleep right beside the road. At this time of summer, people opted to sleep outside for the coolness. Commander Bai, the weary pedestrians, their faces smeared with dust, greeted Bai Ye with a sense of reverence. The small town of Huitu had quickly spread word of Bai Ye's exploits from the previous day, earning him a modicum of respect. He strode with an air of detachment, reveling in the attention of the crowd. The audacity reflected on the youthful visage of the boy stood in stark contrast against the surrounding apathetic individuals, akin to a vibrant figure amidst a monochrome photograph. Although the situation was mundane, time ticked on, adding a minute to his anticipation and uplifting his spirits. For minutes and 40 seconds. Yesterday, he had lost 10 precious seconds due to Liu's antics. Suddenly, a cacophony of panicked voices echoed from a distance. This is bad. A pack of hyenas is attacking the town. The mutated beasts are coming. Bai Ye focused his gaze and saw several ragged residents fleeing in terror from the direction of the city gate. Gripping one of them tightly, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he inquired, "What is happening?" The individual, still shaken and glancing nervously behind, replied with a pallid face, "The mutated beasts have gone mad. They are attacking the town." The delight in Bai Ye's eyes intensified. An attack on the town? He had been concerned about not being able to engage with the mutated beasts today, but fate had presented him with a direct opportunity. He need not venture outside the walls to lure them. He could fire from the ramparts above. Yet, amidst his exhilaration, a flicker of confusion arose. What could have provoked the sudden assault by the mutated beasts? At that moment, Tan Jie, the leader of the Eastern District, rushed forth with his men, exclaiming loudly, "Come, follow me to the city gate." Upon spotting Bai Ye, he hastily added, "Vice Commander Bai, we must hurry." Bai Ye drew forth his weapon, Skeleton's Breath, and unable to contain his eagerness, followed suit. Upon ascending the city wall, they indeed beheld nearly 100 hyenas charging towards Huitu under the leadership of the Hyena King. What is going on? Why have the hyenas suddenly gone berserk? Tan Jie asked, his unease palpable. His greatest fear was that the hyenas would disregard all caution and launch a reckless assault on Hui Tuesday. Although the city gates appeared formidable, they would ultimately be no match for the ferocity of nearly 100 hyenas. If the beasts were willing to suffer losses, they would surely prevail. The lack of prior assaults was largely due to the hyenas' wariness of the town's population, which outnumbered them 8-1. While the mutated hyenas possessed a fair degree of intelligence, they could never quite match human reasoning. They assumed humans would fight back fiercely when faced with life-and-death situations, unaware that many would simply await their fate. They just appeared one after another out of nowhere. A young guard exclaimed in panic, "Stay calm. Their attack may not be a bad omen," came the cold voice of King Snake from afar as he approached the ramparts, flanked by a throng of followers. "With the protection of the walls, we can shoot down from above. As long as Vice Commander Bai can withstand it, even if the gates fall, they will suffer grievous losses. I fear he may not hold up." Tan Jie expressed concern as he glanced at Bai Ye, his eyes filled with worry, making it seem as though the two shared a profound bond. "Umph," Bai Ye scoffed, casting a haughty gaze over the scene. "If he cannot speak wisely, then keep your mouth shut. Even in death, I shall not perish." As another minute passed, Bai Ye found himself too disinterested to even address Tan Jie by his name. Tan Jie's expression darkened. Whether it was merely his perception or not, he felt that Bai Ye's disdain had only grown over time. However, he understood that this was not the moment to confront Bai Ye, for without him, who would stand against the Hyena King? Frustrated, he redirected his ire toward his subordinates. "What are you all standing there for? The beasts have come to our door. Do I need to instruct you on how to act? Raise your weapons and prepare to shoot when they draw near." The group hurriedly positioned themselves, readying their firearms as they awaited the approach of the hyenas. Bai Ye's eyes shimmered with excitement as he took a central position, raising Skeleton's Breath and preparing for the impending confrontation. Closer, closer. He could even discern the true form of the Hyena King, having previously only glimpsed a shadowy figure over 2 meters tall amidst the swirling dust. The Hyena King was draped in dark purple skin, almost translucent, with a network of crimson veins twisting grotesquely with its movements. Atop its head, a grotesque, dark purple tumor, the size of a fist, added to its terrifying appearance. Bai Ye refrained from firing prematurely. The effective range of a standard handgun was merely 50 meters. And while Skeleton's Breath boasted a range of 200 meters, accuracy was paramount. Given his current marksmanship, he would struggle to hit a target even at 20 meters. Thus, he resolved to wait for his subordinates to fire first, aiming to injure the hyenas and slow their charge before he would follow up with his own shots. "Prepare." Tan Jie raised his left hand, ready to give the signal. "Wait." Bai Ye suddenly interjected. Tan Jie, growing increasingly irate, assumed Bai Ye sought to usurp command. He shot a furious glare at him, only to find that Bai Ye was not addressing him, but rather furrowing his brow at the pack of hyenas. "Put your weapons away," Bai Ye commanded, sheathing Skeleton's breath as he spoke calmly to the crowd. A moment of confusion swept over them. "Vice Commander Bai, what on earth do you mean?" Tan Jie demanded, his frustration mounting. "Our enemy is not the hyenas. There is no need to waste ammunition." Bai Ye's gaze pierced through the hyena pack, fixated on the swirling dust beyond. Not the hyenas? Tan Jie believed Bai Ye had lost his senses, causing his anger to bubble over. But before he could react, a subordinate exclaimed in alarm. "The hyenas have turned." "What?" Tan Jie quickly turned to see the once menacing pack of hyenas suddenly veering off in another direction, fleeing away from Hui Tuesday. Why are the hyenas running? Could it be they were frightened by our previous encounter? Several guards expressed their surprise, relieved at the prospect of evading battle. However, unlike the simple-minded optimism of the guards, both Wang Shi and Tan Jie sensed something amiss. "Vice Commander Bai, what is happening?" Wang Shi inquired gravely, aware of Bai Ye's extensive survival experience as a wasteland hunter. "The hyenas are not attacking. They are fleeing," Bai Ye stated calmly. At this revelation, the expressions of the crowd transformed dramatically. Fleeing? Did that mean something even more terrifying was approaching? The once fearsome hyena pack now resembled frightened strays, and the entity that drove them to flight must be overwhelmingly powerful. Panic and unease spread like wildfire among the townspeople, their gazes darting towards their leaders as if seeking reassurance. Yet, the leaders they had placed their hopes in were equally unsettled. Tan Jie and Wang Shi exchanged frantic glances, unsure of how to proceed. Could it be that the forces of Dawn City are nearby, causing the hyenas to scatter? Tan Jie laughed nervously. "An army? They are no match for the mutated beasts." Wang Shi retorted darkly. "Silence. They are coming." Bai Ye abruptly lifted his gaze towards the distant sky. A low, incessant, buzzing sound began to resonate from the horizon, an insistent frequency that seemed to penetrate the eardrums, stirring an inexplicable trepidation in the hearts of those who heard it. "What is that noise?" Someone shouted in alarm. The buzzing intensified, growing louder. "It sounds like electric currents. No, wait. It's birds. Look up." The crowd, astounded, raised their eyes to the sky, where a multitude of dark shapes emerged against the backdrop of white clouds, the once tranquil expanse now riddled with ominous silhouettes. As they drew nearer, the cacophony of chirping and flapping wings crescendoed to a deafening roar. "It's the gray sparrow, the mutated gray sparrow. So many of them. Run." The townspeople erupted into panicked cries, their faces pale as they snapped back to reality, fleeing in every direction, disregarding their leader's commands. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes, fixated on the rapidly approaching gray sparrows, a breed of mutated beasts that had evolved from the common sparrow, known for their tendency to flock together. A multitude of gray sparrows, estimated to be over 1,000, surged forth with alarming speed. While the sight of such a large flock may seem merely intimidating, the reality is far more dire. These aberrant gray sparrows, cloaked in a pallid gray, possessed lifeless, pale eyes, and their size rivaled that of eagles. With talons as sharp as steel, 1,000 eagles soaring over the small town would cast an ominous shadow, slicing the sunlight into countless fragments. This was trouble. Bai's expression darkened. In terms of individual combat capability, the gray sparrows were no match for hyenas. However, their overwhelming numbers and remarkable agility posed a significant threat. Although he could momentarily halt time, he lacked the ability to fly. If the gray sparrows were on the ground, he could unleash a massacre upon them when time resumed. But as they hovered above, he was effectively unreachable. He had considered using a firearm, but his marksmanship was poor. Aiming and shooting at each bird would likely consume precious seconds, leaving him unable to eliminate a sufficient number of them. Thus, retreating into a building was his only option. Advancing cautiously one step at a time, Bai leapt from the city wall and sprinted at an astonishing speed, his enhanced physical prowess allowing him to quickly overtake the initial group of fleeing townsfolk. Yet, there were still others ahead of him, Wang Shi and Tan Jie. The moment these two spotted the gray sparrows, they fled, fully aware that the walls of Huitu Shaozhan would offer no protection against aerial assaults. However, no matter how swiftly one could run, they could not outpace the birds, particularly these mutated ones. A piercing scream erupted from the crowd as a gray sparrow descended from the sky, its metallic beak piercing the skull of an unfortunate soul, subsequently drinking the blood and brain matter. More gray sparrows swooped down from above, attacking with the ferocity and speed of predators on the hunt. The chaotic sound of gunfire erupted as some fought back desperately. "I will fight you," someone shouted in panic. "Get inside." The remaining citizens wailed, frantically seeking refuge, running madly towards their homes. Yet, how could the rickety wooden structures withstand the onslaught of the gray sparrows? Even brick buildings could only offer limited protection. What the windows? It was crucial to remember that the mutations had not only altered the creatures' bodies, but their minds as well. Chaos reigned supreme. The entire Huitu Shaozhan was engulfed in pandemonium. Bai, amidst the frenzied throng, accelerated further. Unlike Tan Jie and Wang Shi, who sought shelter immediately, he dashed towards the Tire Tavern, the stronghold of Tan Jie, where they had stockpiled water, food, and ammunition. Ammunition was Bai's objective. Skeleton's breath would siphon the user's vitality. Thus Tan Jie had not provided him with too many bullets, believing he wouldn't require such quantities. Suddenly, a sound akin to a speeding arrow sliced through the air above Bai's head. His eyes glinted with ferocity as he realized the gray sparrows had targeted him. With fewer and fewer residents on the street, either dead or hidden away, he stood out starkly as the sole figure still running. Fated to be singled out, he chose not to evade, but to halt time. Chapter 17. The limitations of stopping time. A radiant golden dial rose from beneath Bai's feet, and the gears of time ground to a halt. All sounds in the world seemed to peel away from his ears, leaving only his own breathing in a vast silence. Bai, propelled by inertia, stumbled forward a couple of meters before finally coming to a stop. It is well known that when a person is sprinting, it is exceedingly difficult to change direction abruptly. Thus, he opted for the decisive maneuver of stopping time. Upon turning to face the threat, he was met with a pair of lifeless, pale eyes, the eyes of the gray sparrow. The eagle-like gray sparrow was frozen mid-air, 3 meters above the ground. Its gray feathers fanned out, talons poised to strike Bai's head. It was a close call. Had Bai delayed the time stop by merely a second or two, his skull would have been shattered. A surge of indignant fire ignited within him. "You want to explode my head? I shall return the favor." Click. Skeleton's breath was cocked. The barrel aimed directly at the gray sparrow's head. At such close range, hitting a stationary target was a certainty even a child could not miss. And Bai was no exception. Bang! A blood-coated bullet erupted from the gun's muzzle. However, the anticipated explosion of the bird's head did not occur. Bai stood dumbfounded, staring at the blood-red bullet frozen in mid-air, a mere 2 centimeters from the gun's muzzle. It remained there, motionless. What was happening? Suddenly, Bai realized the possibility. He had halted time for the entire world, and within this frozen realm, only he and the objects he touched could move. The bullet, having departed from his grasp, had succumbed to the stasis. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became. Otherwise, during the time stop, he would be left completely exposed, as clothing counted as an external object. Thus, he swiftly distanced himself from the gray sparrow and restored the flow of time. The instant time resumed. The once still blood-colored bullet vanished from Bai's sight, and simultaneously, the gray sparrow's head exploded, showering the vicinity in gore. The headless body flapped its wings a couple of times before plummeting to the ground. Thankfully, the firearm proved functional, albeit with a slight complication. Feeling the surge of vitality within him, Bai continued to sprint without a backward glance. By now, the streets were deserted. To be precise, aside from Bai, no living souls remained. The thousands of gray sparrows unleashed havoc upon Huitu Shaozhan, claiming hundreds of lives within mere minutes, while the rest sought refuge indoors. Some gray sparrows lingered over corpses, tearing and devouring, while others violently assaulted windows, breaching their defenses, and soon, chilling screams echoed from within. A portion of the flock, however, had set their sights on Bai, the only one still racing through the streets, making him conspicuously vulnerable. A dozen gray sparrows flapped their wings in unison, hurtling toward Bai. He abruptly dodged, darting into the narrow alley formed by the buildings, where the confined space thwarted the gray sparrows from attacking simultaneously, allowing only one to approach at a time. He halted, a fierce glint in his eyes as he coldly regarded the first gray sparrow to charge at him, raising Skeleton's breath in quiet anticipation. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Now, bang! Blood and fire erupted as the headless gray sparrow plummeted from the sky. Its lifeless form skidding against the ground, stirring up clouds of dust until it finally came to rest at Bai's feet. This time, he had not resorted to stopping time. Instead, he capitalized on the advantageous terrain, shooting within the narrow confines of the alley. Faced with the direct assault of the gray sparrows, missing was hardly an option. The vitality coursing through him from Skeleton's breath surged within his body, and the sensation of power grew exponentially, intensifying the ferocity in Bai's gaze. His lips curling into a cruel smile. Let all your death cries fuel my strength. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed continuously, flames flickering in the dim alley, illuminating the bloodied visage of the boy. Moments later, a pile of gray sparrow corpses accumulated at Bai's feet, their rancid blood soaking his shoes. Yet, more gray sparrows continued to charge fearlessly. In the midst of battle, he stood as the arbiter, commanding all participants to freeze in place. A sharp talon hovered half a meter from his face, allowing him to count the feathers on the gray sparrow with clarity. In the dimly lit alley piled high with corpses, the blood-splattered boy remained indifferent, lowering his head to methodically load bullets with his bloodied hands. Once 6 bullets were loaded, he flicked the revolver, and the chamber clicked back into place with a sharp mechanical sound. The boy lifted his head, a wicked grin forming on his lips. The slaughter continues. Bang, bang, bang. After emptying the chamber once more, Bai turned and fled. He was out of bullets. This time, his running speed had significantly increased compared to before, and his physical prowess had once again been enhanced. However, he still could not outrun the Huichua. It was an inherent racial advantage, for he lacked wings. Helpless, he had to continually invoke the time-stopping ability to shake off the Huichua, which wasted quite a bit of time, but he finally succeeded in reaching the Tire Tavern. Upon arriving at the Tire Tavern, Bai Ye discovered that the door was locked. He pushed against it a couple of times and peered through the gap, noticing a pile of tables and chairs at the entrance. Is someone inside? Open the door, Bai Ye shouted. There was no response from within, so he kicked the door a few times. At that moment, a voice finally emerged from inside. Leave this place. Do not attract the Huichua. Bai Ye recognized the voice belonging to the tavern owner, Lao Wang. Lao Wang was also associated with Tanjia. Although he was older, he had read some books, understood brewing, and possessed a modicum of culinary skills, which made him responsible for logistics. He was the one who named the tavern Old Times, as he preferred not to mingle with Tanjia and the others, often immersing himself in pre-catastrophe books, lamenting that he was not born in a civilized era. Lao Wang? It's me, open the door. There is no danger outside for the time being. I need bullets to deal with the Huichua. For now, he had managed to shake off the Huichua using his time-stopping ability, and they would not catch up for a while. I know it's you, Bai Ye, but I cannot open the door for you. What if the Huichua take the opportunity to enter? Lao Wang's voice trembled from inside. Do not blame me for not helping. I simply want to survive. I have no obligation to save you. Bai Ye ceased kicking the door and stood quietly before it. At that moment, the Huichua circling above had already noticed him. I will say this one last time, open the door. His indifferent tone carried an undeniable authority, and Lao Wang, seemingly agitated, began to shout, Do you really think you are some deputy commander? You're just a lucky brat who hasn't even read any books. What gives you the right to command me? Lao Wang shouted in frustration, yet there was no response from outside. Only the sound of the Huichua's wings as they swooped down. His face turned pale in an instant, curling up in a corner of the liquor cabinet, trembling and too afraid to look up. Chapter 18. The Scholar and the Dog Slayers outside. 5 Huichua circled in the air, their pale, lifeless eyes fixated on Bai Ye, attacking him from 5 different directions. Upon witnessing this, Bai Ye swiftly drew a dagger from his pant leg, his gaze fierce. He paid no heed to the 5 Huichua above him, even though they had effectively cut off all his escape routes. Once the 5 beasts approached, he would activate time-stopping, making slaughtering them effortless. What truly irked him was Lao Wang. Because of Lao Wang's refusal to open the door, he was unable to acquire bullets, which meant he could not use bone breath to enhance his vitality, rendering his time spent utterly fruitless. So you refuse to open the door? After I deal with the Huichua, I'll set your tavern ablaze and see if you open it then. The 5 Huichua emitted piercing cries as they dove towards Bai Ye, their speed akin to 5 streaks of gray lightning. Bai Ye gripped his dagger tighter, the menace in his eyes intensifying as he awaited their closer approach. Just then, an unexpected event transpired. A sonic boom erupted in the air, and to Bai Ye's astonishment, the five Huechua seemed to be struck by an invisible force. With a series of thuds, flesh and blood splattered, countless gray feathers raining down like confetti. It was Liu. Bai Ye swiftly glanced towards the corner of the house to his right, where he saw Liu lowering his hand, gasping for breath. Bai Ye, over here. Bai Ye swiftly dodged to the corner where Liu was hiding. Liu was not in good shape. He clutched his right hand tightly, wincing in pain, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Are you all right? I'm fine, 1T die. Liu forced a smile. By the way, you're here for bullets, right? Bai Ye hesitated briefly, then glanced at the bulging snakeskin bag behind Liu, instantly comprehending. Liu struggled to untie the snakeskin bag, revealing its contents. Firearms, bullets, cockroach protein bars, water. You stole all this from the tire tavern? Haha. Liu chuckled. I have a grudge against Wang Sha, so I can only hide in your East District. When I saw the Huechu entering the city, I realized something was amiss. So I came to the tire tavern early and used my magical hand to pilfer the supplies inside. With these supplies, we have enough to escape from Hue to town. Bai Ye's eyes flickered. You could have run away by yourself. Why bring me along? Liu seemed puzzled. What S with all the questions? Didn't I say before that I respect your character? You risked yourself to protect Hue to town and agreed to collaborate with me. ISNT, it only natural to help you. Moreover, you have forbidden objects. We can look out for each other on our escape. Bai Ye chuckled. You haven't read? Liu looked even more astonished. No, I haven't read any books. Why do you ask? It's nothing. Lao Wang has read. Lao Wang? He indeed has read. I heard he used to be in Shuguang City, making him one of the few cultured individuals in Hue to town. However, that old man is quite unscrupulous. He wouldn't even open the door. Why am I still chatting with you? This place is not safe. We should leave quickly. Bai Ye did not move, but instead loaded the bullets. Leaving? Click. The bullets were loaded. Bai Ye raised his head, a defiant smile gracing his lips. There's no rush. Liu gasped in shock. You're not planning to stay behind to save the residents of Hue to town, are you? Not at all. Then what do you intend to do? Liu looked at the gathering Huechua, his anxiety mounting. He returned his gaze to Bai Ye, only to find the young man's lips curling into a razor-sharp smile. Of course, to kill them all. Are you joking? I never joke. Last time you even called me Li Zua and said you wanted to become an extraordinary being by sacrificing your right hand. Shut up, Li Zua. Under Bai Ye's lead, the two arrived at an alley near the tire tavern. You are responsible for protecting me. I will shoot down the Huechua. Liu hesitated, but before he could voice his concerns, swarms of Huechua were already swooping down. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire rang out incessantly, with Huechua falling into the alley one by one, their gray feathers scattering like dandelion seeds. For a moment, the narrow sky above the alley seemed to be showered in gray rain. Some Huechua attacking from behind were thwarted by Li Yu's invisible hand. Even the aberrant beasts could not defend against such an unseen assault. Inside the tire tavern, Lao Wang, curled up behind the liquor cabinet, pressed his ears tightly, seemingly terrified of the bird calls and gunshots outside. He knew that Bai Ye was fighting the Huechua, and he also knew that Bai Ye was doomed. One person could not defeat so many Huechua. It was merely a matter of time before he perished. Lao Wang covered his ears and mumbled to himself. I am not wrong. I only want to survive. A wasteland dweller who has never even read a book can only be admired by those ignorant fools outside. If I had forbidden objects, I could also slay the jackals. I could also become a hero. The more he spoke, the faster he became, his eyes gradually shining with self-affirmation. Need bullets to deal with the Huechua? Who does he think he is? Even the leaders cannot save Hue to town. What heroics is he trying to display? He must be deceiving me, trying to trick me into opening the door so he can hide inside. Clearly terrified, he glanced towards the tavern window, only to meet a pair of pale, lifeless eyes. In that instant, he nearly suffered a cardiac arrest. Thud, thud, thud. The Huechua continued to batter against the window, each impact resonating against his chest. The fragile glass began to show cracks, and the debris used to block the window fell, scattering across the ground. Stop hitting. Go eat, Bai Ye. He is right outside. Fear paralyzed Lao Wang, preventing him from rising to reinforce the window, leaving him to pray incessantly. However, if prayer were truly effective, the world would have long been devoid of calamities and afflictions. Suddenly, the fragile glass shattered with a resounding crash, and a gray sparrow, the size of an eagle, squeezed its way inside, its lifeless eyes fixated firmly on Lao Wang. Lao Wang shrieked in terror, fleeing in a panic as the gray sparrow flapped its wings, pursuing him relentlessly. The clutter within the tavern saved Lao Wang's life. The tires that adorned the pillars and walls, meant for decoration, restricted the sparrow's flight, rendering its movements cumbersome. Ironically, these very tires were Lao Wang's greatest disdain, for his old-time tavern had been mockingly dubbed the Tire Tavern by the wasteland dwellers, and he had vowed more than once to rid the place of all tires once he acquired wealth. In a frantic dash around the tavern, Lao Wang ultimately realized with horror that he had blocked all exits himself. In a state of utter disarray, he rushed to the entrance, frantically pushing aside the tables and stools that obstructed the door. Gunfire echoed outside. This indicated that Bai Ye was still alive. He possessed forbidden items. He could save me. With a swift motion, the sparrow's claws tore into Lao Wang's back, leaving 3 deep marks that pierced to the bone and sent waves of intense pain coursing through him. He cried out, desperately swinging the furniture that blocked the door at the gray sparrow. The impact caused the sparrow to lose a few feathers, yet it remained largely unscathed, though it did momentarily halt its assault. His hands were lacerated by the jagged edges of the furniture, blood pouring forth. But fear had dulled his senses to the pain. Finally, with the last obstacle removed, the door swung open. Chapter 19. After all, I am not obligated to save you, Lao Wang stumbled out, falling to the ground in a disheveled heap, half of his body covered in dust. His terrified eyes darted around, desperately seeking Bai Ye's whereabouts. However, the gunfire had ceased. Panic gripped him. Had Bai Ye perished? Help! Help me! As he searched, the gray sparrow followed closely, emerging from the building and viciously plunging its metallic claws into his arm. Lao Wang writhed in agony, his fear palpable. At that moment, footsteps suddenly echoed from a nearby alley. A flicker of joy surged within Lao Wang's terrified gaze as he turned to see a youth stepping out of the alley, bloodied footprints trailing behind him, a revolver clutched in his hand. Upon seeing the youth, Lao Wang cried out in desperation, as if seizing a lifeline. Bai Ye, save me. Before he could finish, the youth interrupted leisurely. Well, if it isn't Lao Wang. Bai Ye, save me, please. Lao Wang grasped the sparrow's claws with all his might, his eyes reflecting a dying man's plea. Bai Ye, unhurried, opened the revolver's chamber, casually flipping it, and 6 golden shells clinked to the ground with a crisp sound. Call me Deputy Commander Bai. He produced the few remaining bullets, loading them one by one. Deputy Commander Bai, please save me. Lao Wang's face contorted from strain, capillaries bursting, rendering him a grotesque sight. Bai Ye nonchalantly snapped the revolver back into position and, amidst Lao Wang's desperate and expectant gaze, slowly raised the gun, aiming at the gray sparrow, only to tuck it into his waist. The excitement on Lao Wang's face abruptly froze. Bai Ye tilted his head slightly. Blood from the gray sparrow dripped down his firm jawline, etching a sinister smile across his face. He shrugged and unapologetically remarked, Lao Wang, do not blame me for my indifference. After all, I am not obligated to save you. The smile on the youth's lips widened, revealing his stark white teeth. No, you cannot do this. I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Lao Wang's wails transformed into anguished screams as the gray sparrow's claws incessantly tore him open, then bent down to peck at his innards like a chick at feed. Will you truly not save him? A wearied Liu emerged from the alley, clutching his right hand. Bai Ye shook his head slightly. He does not realize his mistake. He merely understands that he is on the brink of death. I once believed Lao Wang to be one of the few good souls in Grey Dust Town, as he had been educated, was reasonable, and yearned for a civilized era. Liu sighed. Being educated does not equate to being virtuous. As an old saying goes, those who are righteous often slay the innocent, while the treacherous are often the learned. Yearning for civilization does not signify one's own civility. Liu paused, perplexed by the meaning of these words. Yet he sensed that Bai Ye was indirectly criticizing him. What does it mean to slay the innocent? Clearly, you have killed hyenas more often, haven't you? You will understand in time, Lizwa. Bai Ye drew out the breath of the bones, aiming it at the gray sparrow that was feasting on Lao Wang's remains. Bang! The gray sparrow fell dead in Lao Wang's embrace. I am Liu. Liu protested angrily. Oh, Liu. Enough of that. What do we do next? The gunfire in the distance had ceased, suggesting that Wang Shi and the others were also out of bullets. How many do you have left? 3 bullets. Bai Ye weighed the gun in his hand, glancing up at the gray sparrows circling above the western district. Even if Wang Shi and his crew had exhausted their ammunition, several hundred gray sparrows remained. The remaining sparrows were fiercely assaulting the buildings, attempting to devour those inside. The gray sparrows surrounding the Tire Tavern had all been dealt with. Due to the sparse population here, there were fewer predators, which was precisely why Bai Ye had made his way here, seeking solitude from the crowd. You have only 3 bullets left. How will you save them? Liu inquired. Bai Ye cast an astonished glance at him. When did I say I would save them? Liu was taken aback, but you constantly proclaimed to protect Great Dust Town more fervently than anyone else. Why not now? At that moment, Bai Ye had already decided to retreat. His previous rampage against the gray sparrows had been driven by the desire to seize their vitality and enhance his own strength. Now, with only 3 bullets remaining, the necessity for further vitality extraction had diminished. Most critically, he had only 1 minute and 19 seconds left. He had wasted too much time hunting gray sparrows and reaching the Tire Tavern. A minute was his psychological threshold. If the time dipped below 1 minute, he could not find peace even in sleep. Despite the considerable time expended, the results were nonetheless satisfactory. His physical prowess had significantly increased, now comparable to that of Tanjia, who had undergone genetic enhancement. However, in a true confrontation, he would still struggle against Tanjia without weapons, as Tanjia possessed not only strength but also formidable resilience. Having reached this level of enhancement, the vitality gained from hunting gray sparrows would no longer suffice for his growth. He required the hunt of even more formidable aberrations. If you do not intend to save them, then let us flee, Liu suggested, having long wished to escape. The prolonged battle had pushed his mind and body to their limits. Bai Ye shook his head. Fleeing is the most foolish choice. We cannot outrun the gray sparrows. Once we reach the open wilderness, we would become sitting ducks. The best option is to hide in a sturdy building and wait for the gray sparrows to disperse. All right, I shall follow your lead. Liu recognized Bai Ye as a seasoned wasteland hunter, thus placing his trust in Bai Ye's judgment. The duo chose not to enter the Tire Tavern. While it was sturdy, the abundance of windows posed a risk, and some were already damaged. Instead, they aimed for a brick house in the northwest corner, needing only to cross the street. Without hesitation, they dashed toward the brick structure. Several gray sparrows nearby took notice of the running figures and immediately altered their course to charge at them. Liu struggled to raise his right hand, an invisible force shielding them from the oncoming gray sparrows. The birds collided with an invisible wall, plummeting from the sky, desperately flapping their wings to regain their balance. Seizing this opportunity, Bai Ye raised his gun and fired. 3 shots rang out, leaving 3 corpses on the ground. The two had begun to develop a certain synergy in their teamwork. The bullets were completely exhausted, and only 2 gray sparrows remained. Bai Ye sheathed his handgun and drew a dagger, intending to eliminate them before entering the house. Otherwise, their relentless assaults on the structure would likely cause considerable damage. Damn, that hurts. Liu suddenly cried out in agony, his right hand hanging limply at his side, while his remaining left hand clutched his head tightly. Chapter 20. Are you so handsome that you don't value your life? Bai Ye furrowed his brow. What is wrong? My extraordinary abilities are driven by mental energy, and mine is severely depleted. You should go inside. Leave these 2 to me. He gripped the dagger tightly, fixating on the 2 gray sparrows that were rising from the ground. The 2 gray sparrows shook their heads momentarily before launching themselves at him like 2 swift gray arrows. Bai Ye refrained from using time suspension. Given his current physical capabilities, dealing with 2 isolated gray sparrows posed no challenge. Just as he was about to act, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the nearby rooftop. Then, a sharp, dragon-like sword cry resonated through the air. A woman clad in dark armor, with shining silver accents, descended from the sky, abruptly capturing Bai Ye's attention. Accompanying her was a fierce flash of sword light. Clang! The sword light swept through the air, cleaving the 2 gray sparrows in half, blood spraying everywhere. The corpses of the gray sparrows and the knightly figure landed simultaneously. Bai Ye's gaze sharpened, astonished at the swiftness of the sword. He barely caught a glimpse of the sword's afterimage before the gray sparrows were obliterated. It is worth noting that with his enhanced physical condition, he could barely discern the trajectory of ordinary bullets, yet he could not fathom the woman's sword light, indicating that her blade had surpassed the speed of a bullet. Who was she? An extraordinary being, or perhaps a genetically enhanced individual? The knightly woman slowly turned to face him, her striking silver-white mask devoid of facial features, save for two hollow eye sockets revealing a pair of clear, mirror-like, light brown eyes. She remained silent, calmly observing the bloodied Bai Ye. The scorching summer wind swept through the dusty gray earth, tousling the woman's long, dark hair. Bai Ye even noticed a playful strand of hair curling out from her slender waist. Her fingertips rested on the hilt of her cross-shaped sword, the slender silver blade slightly raised. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes. He was uncertain of the woman's intentions, yet he knew that if she harbored ill will, he must concentrate intensely to freeze time before she could strike. All his attention focused on the sword, a pure silver cross sword, its slender blade adorned with flowing silver patterns like clouds. Suddenly, the woman's sword moved. However, her target was not Bai Ye, but the gray sparrow. Unbeknownst to him, a gray sparrow that had been concealed in the shadows launched a surprise attack from behind the woman. Without turning around, she merely lifted her pure silver cross sword, allowing the blade to pass above her right shoulder. Thud! The rushing gray sparrow seemed to deliberately collide with the sword's tip, being pierced through effortlessly, hanging in midair like a string of candy. The woman expertly shouldered the pure silver cross sword, her movements clean and fluid. This scene made Bai Ye's eyelids twitch, and he almost cursed aloud. Damn, how can you be so impressive without valuing your life? The woman casually flicked her wrist, and the gray sparrow's corpse and blood slid off the shining silver blade, her light brown eyes locking onto Bai Ye for a moment before she turned to leave. With a delicate touch, she gracefully landed on the rooftop, then dashed toward the gray sparrows in the western sky. Is that her? Liu exclaimed in astonishment at the doorway of the brick house. Do you know her? Bai Ye turned to ask. Liu shook his head. No, I don't know her, but I have seen her. I stayed in Leisure Town for a while, and during an attack by mutated beasts, she suddenly appeared and drove them away. Bai Ye se bro furuit, a person dedicated to hunting mutated beasts? It seemed her purpose was to protect the inhabitants of the wasteland settlement. In the skies above the western district, the knightly figure gracefully soared into the midst of hundreds of gray sparrows, which obscured the sky with their numbers, their shrill cries creating a cacophony. In the next moment, the pure silver cross sword emitted a melodious dragon's roar, overpowering the chorus of birds. The woman exerted strength in her waist, spinning mid-air, her wrist taut, the sword's edge tracing brilliant arcs. The silver mask and the sharp sword gleamed in tandem, her long dark hair dancing with the flowing black skirt of her knightly armor. In an instant, the gray sparrows fell like rain. This spectacle left Tan Jie, Wang Shi, and the others, who were hiding inside, utterly stunned. Their bullets had run dry. Many of their companions had perished, and they had already descended into despair. Yet, unexpectedly, in this dire moment, the woman descended like a savior from the heavens. Her terrifying swiftness and miraculous swordplay rendered the gray sparrows utterly defenseless, her movements elegant and decisive, devoid of the brutality of slaughter, almost resembling a dance among the flock of birds. In mere moments, the gray sparrows, which had cast a shadow over the gray earth town, were entirely cleared away. The woman stood amidst a flurry of gray feathers, her wrist twisting as the pure silver cross sword spun before she precisely sheathed it. Those who witnessed this scene were left in disbelief. No one had anticipated that the gray sparrows, which had nearly decimated the gray earth town, would succumb in merely a few seconds at the hands of this woman. We survived. Someone in the house erupted in a frenzy of joy. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Shi and the others emerged from the house, their faces filled with servile gratitude as they approached the woman to express their thanks. They recognized that, in the presence of such a formidable individual, their shelter was as fragile as paper, and it was better to promptly convey their gratitude and respect than to cower in fear. Thank you, my lady, for saving our lives. We have no way to repay you, Tan Jie said, a fawning smile plastered across his face. The woman did not respond, but stood still, seemingly in deep thought. May I ask your name, my lady? Wang Shi inquired cautiously. Please don't misunderstand. We have no ulterior motives. We simply wish to know the identity of our savior for future gratitude. You can repay me now, not later, came the cool voice of the young woman from beneath the silver mask. Her words flowed devoid of emotion. Her voice as clear and still as a windless morning lake. Wang Shi and the others were taken aback, surprised by the youthful tone that emanated from beneath the mask, and even more astonished by her directness. Just let us know how we can assist you. My lady, Wang Shi quickly replied. The knightly girl extended her hand, stating nonchalantly, pay me. Wang Shi and Tan Jie exchanged glances, their eyes communicating for a moment before hastily sending a junior to fetch money. They were uncertain how much would suffice, but their experience in the wasteland taught them that the more, the better. Money could be earned again, but a life lost meant everything was gone. My lady, here is the money. Wang Shi cautiously handed over a package, not daring to make any physical contact with the girl. The girl took the package, weighed it lightly, and then said indifferently, silent court. These two words struck Wang Shi and Tan Jie like a thunderclap, leaving them frozen in place, their expressions filled with shock. Silent court. Is she one of them? Wang Shi was about to flatter her further when he abruptly realized that the girl was not addressing him, but rather. Wang Shi turned to see Bai Ye in the distance. Bai Ye raised an eyebrow, thinking, what nonsense is this? I didn't even ask you. Chapter 21. Kain? The Silent Court is an organization comprised of extraordinary beings. Are you interested in joining? The girl has light brown eyes fixed on Bai Ye. Bai Ye raised an eyebrow. You recruit for the Silent Court so casually? An organization of extraordinary beings, yet you're recruiting me instead? He glanced at Li Yu beside him, suddenly realizing something, and tentatively asked, Kain? A glimmer of contemplation crossed the girl's eyes, clearly not understanding what Kain meant. She continued, I have observed you before. As these words escaped his lips, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent swept across Bai Ye's heart. Had she observed me? Could it be that she had unearthed the secret of time stasis? This enigma of time halting was his most closely guarded secret, one he would never permit anyone to uncover. Yet, the girl's next utterance extinguished his violent thoughts. Though you may not be an extraordinary being, you possess a good heart. I heard your words when you faced the pack of hyenas. What? Is she really handing out a good person card upon our first meeting? The Silent Court is indeed an organization of the extraordinary, yet it prioritizes character above all. We seek those who share our ideals. Bai furrowed his brow slightly. If that were the case, coupled with the girl's act of saving lives, it would imply that the Silent Court is a righteous organization. Nevertheless, since it is a righteous organization, I shall not join. Bai Ye resolutely declined. He was not one to selflessly dedicate himself, especially when time was already scarce. To squander it on the execution of justice would be folly. Very well. The girl nodded calmly, her eyes betraying no hint of turmoil. Her light brown gaze swept over the assembled crowd as she spoke softly. The aberrant beasts from Heishan are wreaking havoc. The hyenas and gray sparrows are merely the first wave. This place is no longer safe. If you wish to survive, you must evacuate. With that, she turned and departed, her valiant knightly armor gradually vanishing from sight. The message left by the girl left the traumatized survivors in a state of bewilderment. Their eyes glazed over as they stared at the corpses and bloodstains strewn across the ground. In the once thriving town of Hui-Tu, with a population of 800, only a little over 300 remained after the beastly calamity. As they watched familiar faces fall one by one before them, sorrow was swiftly swallowed by an overwhelming fear. What on earth transpired at Heishan? Could there be more aberrant beasts emerging from there? This is absurd. Dan Hie Stamadith. The leader of the East District felt acutely aware of his own insignificance and helplessness in the face of these aberrant creatures. The members of the Silent Court do not make such jokes lightly. A powerhouse like her has no need to deceive us. Wang Shi suppressed his shock, swallowing hard. We can no longer stay in Hui-Tu. The two exchanged a knowing glance, their thoughts aligning. Tan Jie, though we have clashed over the years, we bear no deep-seated enmity. In light of the current situation, our only chance for survival lies in uniting. What do you think? Wang Shi lowered his voice. Tan Jie nodded solemnly, aware of the truth in those words. What do you propose? The aberrant beasts are on the move. All nearby towns are unsafe. We were fortunate this time to have the Silent Court come to our aid, but next time we may not be so lucky. In my opinion, the only safe haven is in Zhuguang City. Wang Shi's thoughts resonated with Tan Jie's, yet Tan Jie expressed his concern. Zhuguang City does not accept the wasteland dwellers. To obtain a legal status, we must pay, yet that woman took all our money. Even if she hadn't taken it, we wouldn't have enough. These people, oomph. At this juncture, you still cling to illusions? Do you think we can arrive in Zhuguang City with a grand entourage? These pawns must be sacrificed. Money is no issue. Have you forgotten we still possess forbidden items? Wang Shi sneered. Mention of the forbidden items cast a shadow over Tan Jie's expression. Bai Ye poses a problem. After the battle with the Gray Sparrows, he remains as vigorous as ever, far from a state of being drained of vitality. We have been deceived by this kid. Did you just realize that? This kid is a significant threat. Not only has he deceived us, but Liu has also tricked me. During the recent fight, I gathered that Liu must have become extraordinary, and these two have likely joined forces in secret. What shall we do now? Tan Hie exclaimed, alarmed. How can we seize the forbidden items? Wang Shi, however, remained unfazed, a newly ascended extraordinary being. How strong can he become in just a few days? If he were truly formidable, why would he conspire with Bai Ye in the shadows? He would have come to seek vengeance against me long ago. What's more, just now I saw him pale, clearly exhausted from overextending his mental energy. He poses no threat. As for Bai Ye, I surmise he has achieved the fabled perfect containment. Perfect containment? Tan Jie was taken aback, feeling a sense of familiarity, as if he had heard someone boast about it before. However, after injecting the genetic serum, his mind had become rather muddled, leading to forgetfulness. Utilizing forbidden items typically incurs a cost, whereas perfect containment requires none. Yet, few can accomplish it. Perfect containment is akin to a fleeting legend, the truth of which remains uncertain. It is like a gun. If you have integrated it, you can wield it. But perfect containment suggests an emotional bond with the weapon. Who would believe such nonsense? Yet, even if Bai Ye achieves perfect containment, what of it? No matter how powerful the breath of the undead may be, it requires ammunition to function. Without bullets, it is merely scrap metal. Hence, now presents the opportune moment. Zhuguang City requires extraordinary experimental subjects. An extraordinary being can fetch a hefty price, and with that, Liu returns to me, and the forbidden items to you. This way, we can both enter Zhuguang City. Tan Jie's eyes gleamed brighter, though peril loomed, should their plan succeed. They could turn the tide and become esteemed citizens of Zhuguang City. It's settled. Let us gather our men to capture Bai Ye and his companions, allowing our subordinates to expend their last efforts. His malevolent gaze subtly swept over his oblivious underlings before turning towards the East District, only to find himself momentarily stunned. Where had Bai Ye and Liu gone? Wang Shi turned at the sound, only to discover that the two who had stood in the East District had vanished without a trace. This is bad. They intend to flee. Quick, pursue them. Where could they have run? I do not know. Let us split into two groups to chase them, encircling them to prevent their escape. Wang Shi and his companions hastily beckoned their underlings to spring into action. Run. If we don't hurry, it will be too late. Liu urged Bai Ye, who was moving slowly, while clutching his right hand as they sprinted. We cannot escape, Bai Ye replied nonchalantly. They have a vehicle. Do you? Though the vehicles were merely a few dilapidated off-road cars, they were undeniably swifter than legs alone, and rather than waste energy fleeing, it will be prudent to conserve strength for combat. But we can't just wait here to die. My mental energy is depleted, and I cannot employ extraordinary abilities. With your bullets gone, what shall we fight with? Just then, the thunderous rumble of wheels echoed from not far behind them. Liu's already pale complexion grew even more as he turned to look, only to see an off-road vehicle racing towards them, its robust tires crushing the dry earth and kicking up clouds of dust. It's over. We're finished. Oh, I am such an unfilial son. Chapter 22. Courage. A piercing sound of friction erupted as the rear of the off-road vehicle swung wildly under inertia, sending a spray of dust in all directions, carving deep black tire imprints into the ground. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes, observing Tan Jie and 5 henchmen emerge from the vehicle, armed with machetes and bearing fierce, menacing expressions. They had discarded their firearms, opting instead for blades. The rusted knives glinted menacingly in the sunlight, imbued with magical damage. Even a non-fatal wound would spell certain doom in this drugless wasteland. Seeing the charging Tan Jie and his cohort, Bai Ye realized there would be no easy resolution today. At this moment, Liu had essentially lost his combat ability. Even if he stayed, he would merely be a burden. Thus, Bai Ye had no intention of putting him in harm's way. Liu, they are coming for me. You should leave. Bai Ye, I will surely avenge you. Li Yu's voice echoed from afar as he dashed away, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake, effectively making his escape. Bai Ye, in response to Li Yu's flight, bore him no ill will. After all, the latter had risked much to assist earlier, and it was entirely reasonable for him to retreat when the situation became untenable. Moreover, during their collaboration, Li Yu had previously stated he would help, but if faced with insurmountable danger, he would not intervene, as he had a mother waiting for him. Yet, he was running rather quickly, was he not? Just as Bai Ye pondered this, to his surprise, Li Yu reappeared, sprinting back. Why have you returned? Bai Ye inwided, astonished. Li Yu was gasping for breath, yet his gaze had transformed into one of unwavering determination. Although I fear for my life, I dread even more the thought of living the rest of my days haunted by the regret and guilt of abandoning my friends. Bai Ye cast a deep glance at Li Yu. At that moment, Li Yu's complexion was pale, trembling like a leaf, yet he stood resolutely by his side, as if he had undergone an intense internal struggle. Friends, huh? Bai Ye chuckled, patting Li Yu's quaking shoulder. Rest assured, with me here, you won't perish. Although Li Yu initially feared escape, he subsequently returned, wavering between courage and fear. Yet, it is precisely this oscillation that renders his bravery all the more precious. Is it not? The fierce courage of the strong is indeed awe-inspiring, but the turn of the weak is equally moving. When instinct screams to retreat, courage carves a path amidst the cacophony. Such is the essence of courage. The rumbling of an off-road vehicle interrupted Bai Ye's thoughts. He turned to see a vehicle approaching from the direction Li Yu had just fled. With a screech, the vehicle came to a sudden halt, and with a cold smirk, Wang Shi, accompanied by his henchmen, stepped out. He mocked Li Yu, saying, Li Yu, why not continue running? I anticipated you would scatter, so I preemptively blocked your escape route. Otherwise, you might have slipped away. Li Yu managed a polite yet awkward smile. Bai Ye interjected, Bai Ye, let me apeline. Actually, enough. Continuing would be impolite. Bai Ye was now itching to strike. Damn it. He almost let Li Yu trick him with such sweet words. I fear for my life, yet I dread even more the thought of living the rest of my days haunted by the regret and guilt of abandoning my friends. Damn, it was clearly Wang Shi who drove him back, yet he pretended to be a martyr, willing to sacrifice himself for his friends. Bai Ye, surrender the forbidden item, and I may spare your life. Tan Jie shouted, brandishing his machete. Bai Ye, blame yourself for your foolishness. You had the chance to join the silent court, but turned it down. Had you truly joined, we would not dare to trouble you. Unfortunately, you severed your own path. Wang Shi sneered. With Tan Jie in front and Wang Shi behind, their escape routes were thoroughly blocked. It seems you are quite wary of the silent court. Bai Ye's expression remained unchanged, and he even had the leisure to extract a bit more intelligence. Wang Shi had no intention of elaborating, but Tan Jie, feeling confident, leisurely boasted, it's understandable that a lowly person, chosen by forbidden items, is unaware of the silent court. Otherwise, you would not have refused to join. The silent court is an extraordinary organization. Anyone who has encountered the extraordinary circle knows of its existence. This organization prides itself on justice, yet it abuses its power to commit extrajudicial killings in the name of justice, slaughtering anyone labeled a criminal. None survive to see the dawn. They're merely a bunch of lunatics. What era are we in that they still pursue justice? According to their standards, everyone in the wasteland deserves death. The world is as black as crows. Bai Ye realized why Tan Jie and the others feared the silent court so much. If that girl knew of their deeds in the gray dust town, they would have long faced judgment. The silent court, it turns out, signifies the judgment of evil. But why the name silent? Enough with the nonsense. Let's get to it. We cannot allow Li Yu, this extraordinary being, to recover. The cautious Wang Shi could no longer contain himself. He did not wish to complicate matters. However, he refrained from acting personally and instructed his subordinates to test the waters, with Tan Jie making the same choice. At the signal from both leaders, over a dozen henchmen, wielding rusty machetes, advanced cautiously toward Bai Ye and Li Yu. They dared not assume with certainty whether Bai Ye's gun was loaded or if Li Yu could still wield his extraordinary abilities, so each step was taken with utmost caution. A long sigh broke the tense atmosphere. Bai Ye slowly spoke, drawing the attention of all. We have gotten along reasonably well in the past. There is no need for this to turn into a life-and-death struggle. I truly do not wish to waste time killing you. How about this? You kneel and beg me, and we can let this matter pass. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Tanjia and the others nearly burst into laughter. Do you want to hear what you were saying? We beg you? Bai Ye, I previously thought you were feigning madness, but it seems you are truly insane. First, clarify who holds the upper hand in this situation. Tan Hie scoffed. The henchmen joined in the laughter, mocking Bai Ye's audacity. Bai Ye remained unfazed by their derision and spoke in a remarkably serious tone. Truly, you should kneel and beg me. I detest wasting time more than anything in life. Chapter 23. Why are you forcing me? Damn, what a madman, kill him. Tanjia waved his hand, and his henchmen surged forward. Liu, standing back to back with Bai Ye, felt his body tense up instantly. He spoke rapidly. I'll handle Wang Shi. You take care of Tanjia. Whether I survive depends entirely on fate. With that, he let out a roar and charged towards Wang Shi, his trembling right hand swinging out, instantly sending several approaching henchmen flying, blood spewing from their mouths. Wang Shi, prepare to die. A cold sweat broke out on Liu's face. His right hand felt as though it bore 1,000-pound weight, struggling to rise. Yet in the next moment, a faint sound of cracking bones echoed. Crack! His right hand seemed to lose all its strength, hanging limply, swaying in the wind. Damn it! Why is this happening now? Liu was filled with rage and despair. His already injured right hand could no longer hold up, and the previously healed fracture split open anew. Gazing at Wang Shi, 3 meters away, anger and despair surged within him. He was so close to reaching Wang Shi with his magical hand. Suddenly, Liu froze, for he noticed a change in Wang Shi's expression. The man, cold and serpent-like, now looked as if he had seen a ghost, his face pale with terror, eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Could it be that my earlier display of bravery frightened him? Liu couldn't help but feel elated. Surely, his extraordinary ability had intimidated Wang Shi into submission. With this thought, he slowly straightened himself, enduring the excruciating pain in his right hand, and attempted to speak with disdain. Wang Shi, blocking my path will be the gravest mistake of your life. The mechanical arm you rely on is utterly powerless against my magical hand. Today, I shall use the extraordinary power bestowed upon me by you to... Please step aside. Bai Ye's voice echoed from behind Liu, followed by a powerful hand landing on his shoulder. Ouch! This clap shattered the facade of strength that Liu had constructed, and the sharp pain in his right shoulder nearly made him curse. He turned to glare at Bai Ye, but due to the perilous situation, he refrained from shouting, instead lowering his voice to ask, What are you doing? Wasn't it your task to deal with Tan? Damn it. Upon catching a glimpse of Tanjia and the others, Liu felt as though he had been struck by lightning, standing frozen in shock. In his line of sight, there were no longer any signs of Tanjia and his men. All that remained were headless corpses scattered about. Liu's mouth hung open, unable to form a complete sentence. He could not comprehend how, in the brief moment he turned his head, Tanjia and the others had all perished. And without a sound, not even a scream, he turned back to face Wang Shi, only to find that his expression mirrored Liu's, even more pronounced. It turned out Wang Shi was not frightened by Liu. Rather, he was terrified of Bai Ye. What had they witnessed? How had Tanjia met his end? No one possesses greater authority to answer this question than Wang Shi. In his line of sight, Bai Ye simply lifted the dagger in his hand, and in an instant, the heads of 6 individuals, including Tanjia, severed from their necks, transforming into 6 grotesque fountains of blood. These human fountains remained frozen in their charging poses. This is impossible. Wang Shi suddenly bellowed in a frenzy, his eyes bloodshot. What have you done to them? Bai Ye, with the bloody dagger in hand, brushed past Liu, advancing step by step toward Wang Shi. Drip, drip, crimson droplets fell from the dagger. I clearly offered you the chance to kneel and beg for mercy. Why did you not heed it? Why did you force my hand? Bai Ye's expression was as cold as ice, for he had but 1 minute remaining. This grievous waste of time not only deprived him of the pleasure of slaughtering his foes, but instead provoked a painful frustration and anger within him. Hey, who is really forcing whom here? Liu felt a chill run down his spine. Had the situation been appropriate, he would have certainly made a sarcastic remark. At that moment, Wang Shi's pupils constricted in horror as he exclaimed, You are also an extraordinary being. This was the only possibility that came to mind. The instantaneous slaying of Tanjia and the others showcased an unparalleled terror, surpassing even that of the girl from the silent court. At least that girl's strikes were visible, while with Bai Ye, all one could see was death. Speak your last words. Bai Ye came to a halt before Wang Shi. Gazing at the ragged youth before him, Wang Shi was overwhelmed by an instinctual fear, rendering him incapable of even the slightest thought of resistance. Thud! Wang Shi collapsed to the ground, trembling as he pleaded for mercy. Spare me. I beg you. Grant me my life. I promise to roll as far away as possible. Now you realize the value of mercy. Where were you before? Bai Ye delivered a swift kick to Wang Shi's head, sending him sprawling to the ground. The tremendous force left Wang Shi dazed, even through the alloy shell of his skull. This strength far surpassed that of an ordinary person, reinforcing Wang Shi's belief that Bai Ye was indeed an extraordinary being. For transformation of the physical body accompanies the evolution of one's mental will after becoming extraordinary. The child is dead, and now you come a plead? The car has crashed into a tree, and now you realize you need to take a detour? A string of taunts almost disrupted Wang Shi's pleas for mercy. He paused for 2 seconds before recalling the necessary steps. I have money. I'm willing to pay for my life. Bai Ye cast a skeptical glance at him. Wasn't he all your money taken by the people from the silent court? Wang Shi hastily replied, I still have money, hidden within my mechanical arm. Only I know how to unlock it. If you agree to let me go, I'm willing to give you all of it. Bai Ye smiled coldly, a glint of menace flashing in his rebellious gaze. Killing you means the money is mine. You think you could buy your life with my own money? Have you lost your mind? Whoosh! A flash of cold light swept by as the sharp dagger sliced through Wang Shi's neck, and his head fell with a thud. The look of shock on his face failed to spread before it froze entirely. He never anticipated that Bai Ye would act with such swiftness, denying him even the chance to offer his money. Bai Ye had no intention of granting Wang Shi the opportunity to unlock his mechanical arm. He knew Wang Shi was treacherous and cleverer than the simple-minded Tanjia, thus he did not wish to take any risks. If Wang Shi were to unlock his mechanical arm under false pretenses while activating its mechanisms for a surprise attack, he would be caught off guard and meet his demise. After dispatching Wang Shi, Bai Ye immediately bent down to begin cutting apart the mechanical arm, fearing it might indeed contain money. It was not greed that motivated him, but rather a fear of poverty. He was currently destitute, unable to produce a single coin. Chapter 24. Worse than excrement sticking to one's shoes, how does one open this thing? Faced with the blood-soaked mechanical arm, Bai Ye was at a loss. His dagger could not cut through the mechanical structure, and lacking any mechanical knowledge, he could not access the interior. Lizua, can you open it? Liu approached with a complex expression. You are also an extraordinary being? His dual fears of his brother suffering and of his brother driving a luxury vehicle were vividly apparent. Do you believe me if I say I'm not? Bai Ye retorted. Liu wore an expression that seemed to ask if he thought he was a fool. What is your extraordinary ability? How did you manage to kill so many in an instant? I want to tell you. Bai Ye did not clarify that he was not an extraordinary being. He truly was not, merely an unremarkable traveler. The ability to freeze time was simply due to the differing flow of time across 2 eras. This is unfair. I considered you a friend and shared my extraordinary ability with you. Huh? Bai Ye let out a cold laugh, revealing his true thoughts. While I fear for my life, I fear even more the prospect of my future. Brother, I was wrong. Please stop reciting. Liu's face flushed red as he hastily begged for mercy. I'll help you take a look at the mechanical arm. The two exerted considerable effort and ultimately succeeded in rendering the mechanical arm into a heap of scrap metal. Damn, Wang Shi, you truly deserve to die. Even at his end, he spoke not a word of truth. Bai Ye jursed vehemently, frustrated after expending so much effort only to find no money within the mechanical arm, but rather some intricate mechanisms suitable for ambush. Damn it, let us go. This is a waste of time. Bai Ye kicked the mechanical arm and then turned aboard the off-road vehicle that Tanjia had driven. After Liu got in, he started the vehicle. You can actually drive? Liu was astonished, observing Bai Ye expertly maneuvering the vehicle. He suddenly felt that Bai Ye did not resemble a wasteland dweller. What is so surprising about that? Bai Ye is scoffed, entirely omitting the fact that he had failed his driving test 3 times before passing. But why are you driving back? That's the direction of Shuguang City. Nonsense. I'm naturally heading back to Huedu Town. Liu paused, bewildered. Are you mad? What is the point of going back? To wait for death? Bai Ye shot him a disdainful glance. Don't use your oily brain to question my decisions. It will soon be dark. As a wasteland hunter, I solemnly inform you that wandering the wasteland at night is tantamount to suicide. Bai Ye spoke the truth. The dangers of the wasteland at night were tenfold greater than during the day, and even the most seasoned wasteland hunters would refrain from hunting after dark, opting instead to find a safe and concealed location to hunker down. Beyond this, he also wished to buy himself some time, with only 1 minute left. What if danger were to arise in the wilderness? Although Huetu Town bore the constant threat of aberrant beasts, it at least offered a temporary refuge. The yellow sand was swept by the wind through the streets of Huetu Town, mingling with the gray feathers scattered around the hundreds of corpses. The blood-soaked earth cracked into a spiderweb pattern, with a half-rusted contrapt in the crevices rolling out hollow echoes in the wind. Clang, clang, clang. Akin rolled past Liu's feet. Gazing at the desolate and empty town before him, he could not help but question, where are all the people? There were once so many in Huetu Town. Though it had endured great tribulations, 300 to 400 people still survived, yet within the span of merely an hour, they had vanished. Bai Ye bent down to observe the traces on the ground, and suddenly it dawned on him. There are numerous footprints and signs of heavy objects being dragged. If I'm not mistaken, the people must have all fled. Fled? Indeed. Huetu Town is quite small, and many heard the words of that night girl. Moreover, with Wang Shi and the others chasing us in vehicles, the residents mistakenly believed that the leader had fled in a car, causing them to panic and run away. Damn, these people are quick. I just want to find a doctor to bandage my right hand. Liu grimaced as he clutched his right hand, grumbling in dissatisfaction. Aside from his life, his right hand was his most precious possession, and he feared any lingering ailments that might hinder his future extraordinary abilities. They may run fast, but can they outrun you? Liu's expression faltered. Can we not discuss this? Let's find a place to rest. After several hours of diligent effort, the two companions arranged a relatively sturdy brick and tile dwelling, sealing the windows and doors. Liu busied himself with wrapping his right hand in bandages while Bai Ye pondered over the cockroach protein bars in his hand. For the time being, food was not a concern, as Liu had previously pilfered supplies from the Wheel Tavern, which included not only beverages but also cockroach protein bars. Though he had opted not to take any meat, Liu deemed meat cumbersome to store and space-consuming, so he left it behind, knowing that upon their return to the Wheel Tavern, it would have long been looted by the residents. The gray sparrows outside were aberrant beasts, their flesh already tainted and unfit for consumption. What were you thinking? You would rather take alcohol than meat? Bai Ye expressed his displeasure. Meat could be procured through hunting, but alcohol was irreplaceable in the wasteland. One could forego many things, but not alcohol. Liu savored a sip of low-quality liquor, feeling a sense of relief wash over his right hand. Alcohol was the essence of grain. The more one drank, the younger one felt. It not only quelled hunger, but also bolstered courage and served as a disinfectant. Where could one find such a remarkable substance? As he spoke, he exhaled a smoke ring. Bai Ye, with a scowl, inquired, and what about this smoke? Smoke is worth more than gold. Spending money on it is no issue. Moreover, the pressures of survival in the wasteland are immense. One must find ways to alleviate the tension. Hey, what are you doing? Assaulting the disabled. Do you have no conscience? Bai Ye shoved the bothersome Liu aside and resumed staring vacantly at the cockroach protein bars. I could endure the cockroach protein bars, provided I had not tasted meat, Bai Ye exclaimed, swallowing the pitch-black protein bar, complete with cockroach antennae, without daring to chew, fearing he might vomit. Ugh, Brother Ye, your expression resembles one who has consumed excrement. This is worse than excrement. It's stickier and less sweet than feces, and unlike feces, it costs money. Is it truly that unpalatable? I consume this daily and do not react as dramatically as you do. You've only been vice commander for a few days. Your forgetfulness is astonishing, Liu muttered under his breath. That is because you have never tasted anything good. Bai Ye gritted. He longed for the days of civilization, when he would have been downstairs at a barbecue stall, enjoying beer and skewers. Have I never tasted good food? Liu retorted immediately. In my prime, when I ruled the gambling dens, I won more money in a day than you will see in your lifetime. Have you ever had one F.A. Mion? I bet you have never even seen it. That noodle, twisted and compressed into a hard pancake, bore patterns more intricate than a sweater, boiled to a golden hue, possessing a texture far from the usual soft and mushy noodles. Instead, it was remarkably chewy. Topped with an egg, the flavor was simply divine. This was a delicacy reserved for city dwellers. Huan Fa Mian. Bai Ye's expression morphed into one of confusion. The more he listened, the more the dish sounded like instant noodles. Indeed, it was instant noodles. Observing Li Yu's face of nostalgia, Bai Ye felt a sense of disconnection and absurdity. Having traversed time for a short while, his thoughts occasionally lingered in the civilized era. Once dismissed by him as junk food, instant noodles were now a delicacy that most wasteland dwellers had never encountered. Noticing Bai Ye's sudden silence, Li Yu smirked, realizing that his words had somewhat stunned the naive youth. What's wrong? Are you craving it? Don't worry, in gratitude for saving my life. Once we reach Shuwang City, I shall treat you to 2 bowls, with 2 eggs each. I truly thank you, Bai Ye replied curtly. No worries, we are brothers. Li Yu patted his chest with a grandiose demeanor, even though his pockets were emptier than his face. By the way, why did you not join the Silent Tribunal? From what I see of Tangier and the others, the Silent Tribunal seems to be a powerful, extraordinary organization, and with such a formidable beauty inviting you. You could really turn her down? Can you truly discern beauty through a mask? Perhaps she wears it because she is too ugly. Who in their right mind wear the mask? Bai Ye reminisced about the knightly maiden's appearance, her tall, striking figure, and long, straight hair cascading down to her waist. A back that could kill. You wouldn't understand. In my days of romantic conquests, I was well acquainted with beauty. Though she wore a mask, I could tell she was a stunning woman. That unique aura of beauty is unmistakable. It was evident she had an interest in you. Otherwise, why would she invite you over me, an overt, extraordinary being? I truly feel sorry for you. If you had joined, perhaps you would have won her heart through daily interactions. Childish, Bai Ye dismissed Li Yu's playful banter. In his view, such youthful fantasies were naive. Unlike him, who bore the weight of divinity in this new era, commanding the supreme power of time, though currently his divine abilities were sealed, allowing him only 1 minute a day, yet his pride as a deity remained intact. How could he possibly squander precious time for a woman? Hey, you still Haven T, answer my question. Why did you refuse her? She has a solid background, formidable strength, and a kind heart. You must not be. Li Yu's gaze shifted, becoming peculiar, revealing a hint of wariness and suspicion. What are you thinking? Bai Ye snip. I'm truly a loss for how I ended up with someone as ridiculous as you. You want to know why, right? Well, listen closely. My reason for declining her is simple. Just 6 words. Xing Yin Yuan. Li Yu was momentarily taken aback, blinking in confusion. What does that mean? I didn't quite catch that. You said 6 words, yet that's only 3. Figure out slowly, Bai Ye replied, cryptically. Wait, don't keep me in suspense. What on earth does it mean? Suddenly, Bai Ye stood up and approached the window where Li Yu was perched. Hey, what are you doing? If you're not going to speak, then don't resort to violence. He soon realized Bai Ye was not there to strike him, but rather to lean out the window. Be quiet. There are vehicles approaching, many vehicles. Bai Ye strained to listen, hearing the rumble of a convoy approaching. Li Yu's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly rose to look, only to inadvertently strain his right hand, causing him to grimace in pain, yet he remained silent, enduring the discomfort to listen. Indeed, he could hear the sound of vehicles. In a wasteland town, 10 military transport vehicles moved in unison, each laden with armed soldiers, numbering at least 100. Surrounding the transport vehicles were over 200 dirt-streaked wasteland dwellers, herded forward by soldiers like sheep. Bai Ye peered through the window and recognized several familiar faces among the 200 wasteland inhabitants, the residents of the gray dirt town. They had returned. The Eye of the Apocalypse, Li Yu whispered in astonishment. The soldiers' uniforms bore the emblem of the Eye of the Apocalypse. They were from Shuwang City's military. What is happening? Why are the soldiers driving the residents back? Ask me, and who should I inquire? Bai Ye retorted, irked by the unpredictability of the situation. He merely wished to quietly accumulate time, yet this scant time eluded him. Regardless of the soldiers' intentions, it was clear they were up to no good. Stop the vehicles. The day is drawing to a close. Let's rest here for the night and continue our journey to Heishan tomorrow. A voice from within one of the transport vehicles crackled through a radio, issuing commands. The convoy promptly halted in the gray dirt town, indicating that this military unit intended to spend the night here. Both Bai Ye and Li Yu were no ordinary individuals, although they were still some distance away. They managed to discern the officer's voice with some difficulty. Heishan, they are headed for Heishan? Li Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Given the current rampant, aberrant beasts in Heishan, only such a regular army would dare venture there. What could possibly be in Heishan? Why does Shuwang City keep dispatching troops? Is it truly for the sake of war? Yet this contingent of 100 men bears no heavy weaponry and carries no supplies. Appearing far from a force ready for battle, Bai Ye pondered silently. It would be a lie to claim he was not curious. But he had no intention of mingling in the fray, as it would be a waste of time. Had he an hour to spare, he would certainly have ventured closer for a glimpse, perhaps even to gain some advantage. But with only a minute at his disposal, it was wiser to remain inconspicuous. They were headed to Heishan. Why bring along these civilians? Suddenly, Li Yu was struck by a thought, exchanging a knowing glance with Bai Ye. Both understanding the unspoken implication, cannon fodder. A suicide squad. The two simultaneously voiced their revelations, only to find that they were not in sync at all, differing not only in words, but in the very number of them. They were herding a group of defenseless wasteland dwellers towards Heishan, clearly intending for them to serve as the vanguard. Li Yu's expression darkened. As a wasteland dweller himself, he found such behavior from the soldiers of Shuguang deeply repugnant. Chapter 26. The 16-character maxim of wasteland survival. Bai Ye nodded thoughtfully. You are correct. Heishan is rife with mutated beasts and even more perilous mutated flora. Firearms are effective against the beasts, but their efficacy wanes against the vast expanse of mutated plants. Thus, they intend to use lives as a means to scout the safest route. With this analysis, he unraveled the sequence of events. This squad of 100 was tasked with a mission to Heishan and had encountered fleeing residents of a gray town en route, subsequently subduing them to serve as their advance scouts. As night began to fall, they sought refuge in the nearest gray town. Those damned city dwellers do not regard our lives as valuable. Li Yu muttered in quiet anger, his frustration deepening. Such was the wretched state of the world. Those lofty figures concealed within their fortresses orchestrated wars, leaving the common folk to bear the brunt of their misfortunes. Bai Ye se gaze fidikeret. Li Yu's words prompted a cascade of thoughts. The previous calamity of mutated beasts and the current military presence were ultimately the result of a command from the powerful in Shuguang City. Although the residents of the gray town endured hardships, they had at least managed to live in relative peace, confined to their homes. Now, they were being driven by soldiers to their doom, having done no wrong to provoke such calamity. In an era such as this, most people were powerless, each grain of dust from the times weighing heavily upon the shoulders of the ordinary. Living in such a time requires one to maintain a heart of reverence and humility. Bai Ye said solemnly. Li Yu's eyes brightened, savoring the profundity of this statement, resolved to remember it for future boastful conversations. I never expected you to be quite cultured, unlike me, who can only lament my misfortunes. Silence. Bai Ye's expression shifted as he leaned in to listen for the movements of the troops. Squad 1 and Squad 2. Take the thermal imaging devices and search every house. Ascertain whether there are any living souls in the town. The officer inside the transport began issuing commands. Hearing this, Li Yu's expression changed drastically. He exclaimed, "This is bad. They're going to conduct a search. We must hide. It's futile. They possess thermal imaging devices." Bai Ye's eyes flickered. He had initially planned to lay low until the troops departed, but that was no longer feasible. What is a thermal imaging device? Li Yu, completely bewildered, inquired. It can detect the heat emitted by human bodies even in darkness, rendering our hiding useless. What? Li Yu sprang to his feet, indignation flaring. At this point, we can only confront them. Brother Yi, with your prowess, seizing a vehicle should be manageable, right? We could escape by car. His confidence stemmed from Bai Ye's previously demonstrated extraordinary abilities. Bai Ye shot him a glance. Only now do you call me brother in the face of danger? Hey, Brother Yi, don't say that. Am I the kind of person who sways with the wind? Outside, the soldiers' footsteps are drawing near. Bai Ye stated, his expression serious. When shall we act? Li Yu asked earnestly, glancing at his bandaged right hand. A flicker of pain crossing his features. Damn it, ever since becoming an extraordinary being, this arm has never truly healed. Act? What do you mean by act? Bai Ye replied, astonished. It's impossible to engage with only a minute left. There isn't enough time to slay over 100 men. If we were to act, it would be prudent to wait until midnight. However, Li Yu is equally incredulous, insisting, Brother Yi, this is no time for jest. If we do not act, shall we simply await our demise? I refuse to be turned into cannon fodder. Sighing, Bai Ye placed a hand on Li Yu's shoulder, disappointment etched across his face. Young people always yearn for valor. How can one expect to live long that way? Do you know the way of survival in the wasteland? Li Yu paused. What is the way of survival in the wasteland? The way of survival in the wasteland is a discipline that enables one to endure in such desolate lands. The principle is quite simple, encapsulated in a 16-character maxim. If the enemy is weak, humiliate them. If the enemy is small, bully them. If the enemy is fierce, evade them. If the enemy is strong, submit to them. The 16-character maxim left Liu momentarily speechless. Submit to the strong? You are indeed teachable, Bai Ye remarked with visible satisfaction. He had already made up his mind. This squad was seeking cannon fodder, so they might as well play the part for a while. After all, there were still several days' journey to Heishan. When the time was right, they could decide their course of action. But Brother Yi, what if the enemy has no intention of sparing us? That would be simpler. If the enemy is strong, we perish, Bai Ye responded nonchalantly. Liu, Bai Ye bent down, beginning to smear dirt from the ground onto his face. Seeing this, Liu hurriedly followed suit. At that moment, alerts rang out from outside the building as soldiers shouted, "There are 2 people inside." The sound of hurried footsteps approached, as numerous soldiers began to converge on Bai Ye's location. Upon hearing the commotion, Liu clearly grew anxious. Yet Bai Ye remained utterly composed, patting Liu's shoulder in a gesture of reassurance. To survive in the wasteland, one must harbor reverence and humility. Reflect on this. I believe my words have touched your very soul. Then he strode purposefully towards the door, calling out, "Officers, do not fire. We are one of you." Bang! The door was violently forced open, and a dozen guns were aimed at Bai Ye and Liu. "Who are you 2? Why are you hiding here?" A soldier demanded. "Sir, we are good citizens of Grey Earth Town. Previously, when the Gray Sparrows attacked, my brother and I hid in our room and dared not come out. Now that we see the officers from Shuguang City, we feel we have found our savior." Bai Ye began to fabricate a tale. The soldiers did not lower their weapons but continued to question. "The residents of Grey Earth Town have all fled. Why did you not escape?" "My brother was injured, and I feared that the journey would exacerbate his condition, so we decided to wait a while before leaving." While speaking, Bai Ye pulled Liu closer, discreetly pinching his right hand, causing Liu's face to pale and beads of cold sweat to form. Seeing Liu's condition did not appear feigned, the soldiers finally lowered their guard slightly. One soldier took out a walkie-talkie to report, "Sir, we have discovered 2 wasteland dwellers," requesting instructions. "Check for weapons. If they pose no threat, allow them to join the ranks." A cold, authoritative voice responded from the other end of the walkie-talkie. "Understood, sir." 2 soldiers stepped forward to search them. Liu kept casting anxious glances at Bai Ye, fully aware that Bai Ye possessed forbidden items. Yet Bai Ye seemed oblivious, allowing himself to be searched. After a brief moment, the soldiers found nothing and thoroughly relaxed their vigilance. "You 2, follow me." The pair trailed behind the soldiers towards the gathering place of the residents of Grey Earth Town. Chapter 27. No one understands humility better than I. Bai Ye cast a sidelong glance at him, refraining from responding. The forbidden object, of course, remained concealed on his person. The reason it had not been discovered was rather simple. When the soldiers searched his upper garments, he had hidden the forbidden object in his trousers. And when they turned to inspect his trousers, he had skillfully concealed it in his upper garments using a moment of suspended time. It would indeed be a miracle if they could uncover it. Soon, under the guidance of the soldiers, the 2 arrived at the location of the main force, where the soldiers were busy setting up camp and erecting tents. The residents of Hue to Xiaojin huddled in an open area, guarded by several armed soldiers. Bai Ye observed the scene intently. Among the group of soldiers, 2 individuals stood out conspicuously, an officer clad in a distinguished uniform and a young man carrying a large silver metallic box that was almost as tall as himself. The officer appeared to be in his 30s, his countenance cold and aloof, with mechanical structures replacing both his legs and arms. The exposed areas shimmered with a mercury-like sheen, showcasing complex and advanced alloy machinery that far surpassed the mechanical arms of the Wangshi. The young man with the silver box, in contrast, seemed relatively normal, his physique akin to that of an ordinary human, yet his eyes were particularly unsettling, resembling the piercing gaze of a hawk. His golden brown irises were sharp enough to seemingly penetrate the darkness. After a brief appraisal of the 2, Bai Ye surmised their identities, a mechanical augment and a genetic modifier, both evidently superior to Wang Shi and Tan Jie by a significant margin. Reporting to the officer, "We have brought 2 wastelanders. No weapons or genetic modification traits were discovered on them," a soldier reported respectfully. The officer nodded indifferently, casting a casual glance at Bai Ye and Liu. Noticing their disheveled appearances, akin to the other wastelanders, he chose not to elaborate further and waved his hand dismissively, number them sequentially, and assign them to the refugee camp. Subsequently, Bai Ye and Liu each received a rudimentary identification tag and were placed among the residents. They blended seamlessly into the crowd, observing the despondent and numb expressions of those around them, eventually settling in a secluded spot. A few nearby wastelanders glanced up at them, but upon realizing their indistinct features, quickly diverted their gazes. Seeing that no one recognized him as Bai Fu Tongling, Bai Yi felt a sense of relief. He had always been cautious about the intentions of others, knowing that among such a multitude, there would inevitably be those with ulterior motives who might disclose the existence of his forbidden object to curry favor with the officers. Brother Yi, you are 258, and I am 259. What is the purpose of these numbers? Liu inquired, scrutinizing the tag in his hand with a puzzled expression. Am I not here before you? Bai Yi shot him a sideways glance. Liu was taken aback. No, didn't we arrive together? If you know we arrived together, why ask me? Go ask someone else. Bai Yi retorted. Muttering incomprehensible curses under his breath, Liu approached a nearby individual for conversation. It wasn't long before he returned, his expression grim. The numbering is for grouping. 20 individuals comprise a group, and they are to supervise one another. If anyone attempts to flee, the entire group will be executed. These scoundrels are exceedingly insidious. Now no one dares to escape. Bai Yi nodded. Asked them what they intend to do with so many captives. Although he harbored suspicions, verification was still necessary. Fellow villager, what do the officials of Shu Guangqing intend to do with us? Liu quietly inquired of a wastelander nearby. The individual seemed numb, reluctant to engage, but after persistent questioning, he finally muttered, the bigwigs in the city want to take us to Heishan. They claim they're short on manpower and wish to have us scout the path to Heishan. They also say that if we succeed, they will bring us to Shu Guangqing, and we will no longer have to scrape by in the wasteland. Isn't that a good thing? We could become citizens of a city. Liu feigned excitement. The wastelander offered a hollow smile. Such words might deceive a child, but Shu Guangqing is not a place just anyone can enter. Even if the bigwigs speak the truth, how many will survive the journey to Heishan? With that, the individual fell silent, his eyes vacant and despondent. Liu felt a chill run down his spine. It was indeed as he feared. He sidled up to Bai Yi once more. Brother Yi, what should we do now? Shall we find an opportunity to escape? Escape? Do you not see the situation from a different perspective? Bai Yi replied firmly. He would not flee. Venturing into the wasteland at night was tantamount to seeking death. Have you not noticed that this entire group is afraid to travel at night? What perspective? While it may seem we are mere cannon fodder, in truth, until we reach Heishan, we are under the protection of this group. Liu's eyes lit up. You are right. With the aberrant beasts rampant, nowhere is safe. Staying close to this group at least spares us from worrying about them. Brother Yi, you are truly wise. I increasingly comprehend your earlier assertion that one must possess reverence and humility to survive long. Enough, rest now. Bai Yi reclined on the ground, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. Zong, zong, zong. The clock in the central square of Hue to Xiaojin struck noon. Bai Yi abruptly opened his eyes, discreetly nudging the slumbering Liu beside him. Liu, bewildered, blinked awake. What is it, Brother Yi? Prepare to act. Bai Ye's low voice instantly roused Liu. Wait, Brother Yi, what do you mean to do? To kill. Huh? Liu was momentarily dumbfounded, suspecting Bai Yi was jesting, but the ferocity lurking in Bai Ye's eyes suggested otherwise. Brother Yi, how can we, just two individuals, confront 100 armed soldiers? Indeed, at that moment, Liu felt numb, his mind replaying Bai Ye's earlier words. The so-called survival principles of the wasteland were a profound knowledge that enabled one to endure in the desolation, encapsulated in a 16-character mantra. When the enemy is weak, I insult. When the enemy is small, I bully. When the enemy is fierce, I evade. When the enemy is strong, I submit. To survive in the wasteland, one must harbor reverence and humility. Brother Yi, my dear brother, this does not align with what you said before. Liu lamented, his face a mask of despair. Did you not say that one must be humble? What has changed? Who understands the art of migration better than I? While I guide the migration, I can easily relocate the graves too. Bai Ye grinned wickedly. Liu was dumbfounded. Are we even speaking the same language? How did you transform into a different person after a single sleep? Chapter 28. The Hidden Era. The Panga Project, but what comes after the killing? Naturally, seizing vehicles, weapons, and money, then waiting for dawn to depart Hue to Xiaojin. Once they sold the vehicle and firearms, they would have enough funds to purchase identities as residents of Shu Guangcheng. Brother Yi, please do not act impulsively. That officer and the young man by his side look formidable. We are not in immediate danger, so why take unnecessary risks? Li Yu implored, nearly in tears, as he earnestly attempted to awaken the remnants of Bai Ye's rationality. Bai Ye interrupted. What do you know? There may be no immediate danger, but their aim is to push us all into the inferno of Heishan, coercing us into a death march. A true man born between heaven and earth should not succumb to coercion. I have made my decision. I will stealthily approach and eliminate those two officers. Once chaos ensues in the camp, you must act immediately, and together we will annihilate them. With that, Bai Ye did not afford Li Yu another opportunity to dissuade him, silently moving toward the dark corners beneath the surrounding structures. Brother Yi, do not act rashly. Remember the 16-character mantra. This is a grave sin. Li Yu sighed in exasperation. He anxiously watched Bai Ye advance into the shadows, and in the blink of an eye, he realized he could no longer see Bai Ye's figure. Bai Ye stealthily approached the encampment area, evading the numerous sentinels on guard with ease. Time. Suspend. Buzz. An eerie wave of temporal distortion enveloped the world as Bai Ye dashed into the camp like a swift leopard. Time resumed. After traversing the outermost soldiers, he immediately resumed time without the slightest hesitation. His objective was the central tent within the encampment area, which he had previously observed, knowing that both the officer and the man known as Ing would be inside. Decapitating these two would render the remaining ordinary soldiers manageable. This audacious act was not merely a result of Bai's 1-minute time advantage clouding his judgment. It was a meticulously calculated decision. With the knowledge that the Dawn Army had already infiltrated Heishan, he understood that once this troop converged with the main force, his chances of escape would significantly diminish. Thus it was prudent to act swiftly. In truth, he could have fled directly. Escaping during time suspension was quite simple. However, where could he acquire wealth? The scrutiny on smugglers in Shuguang City was severe. Even if he managed to blend in, lacking formal resident status would render him immobile within the city. With hundreds of guns laid out before him, how could he not seize the opportunity? With time suspended aiding him, Bai evaded all patrolling soldiers and swiftly approached the tent where the officer was located. Mr. Ing, there are rumors circulating outside that the Panga project, established before the Great Catastrophe, is hidden within Heishan. Is there any truth to it? The officer's deep voice resonated from within the tent. Bai paused momentarily in the shadows behind the tent. The Panga project? What kind of initiative would bear the name of Pangu? It was known that Pangu was the entity that opened the heavens and the earth, suggesting that the implementation of this project could yield groundbreaking effects. Moreover, its connection to the events preceding the Great Catastrophe piqued his curiosity. The Great Catastrophe had occurred a century ago, and he had traversed from 2 centuries back, indicating that the civilization he belonged to had progressed another 100 years before suddenly experiencing an inexplicable cataclysm that shattered human civilization. After the collapse of civilization, the remnants of humanity spent a century rebuilding, leading to the current era. The history between these 2 centuries fascinated him. He suddenly found himself in no rush to execute his plan of decapitation, opting instead to listen to what these 2 had to say. Do not inquire about what should remain unasked, the young man naming coldly remarked. Forget it. Let us just kill them all. Bai silently drew out his dagger. Mr. Ing, the news is already spreading throughout Baiming. Why conceal it from our own? The officer chuckled. After a moment of contemplation, Mr. Ing finally divulged. There is a shelter established before the Great Catastrophe within Heishan, designated as Shelter 189, and the Panga project is to be implemented there. As suspected, the officer's voice remained composed, evidently having anticipated this revelation. The Panga project was rumored to possess the capability to reshape the world after the Great Catastrophe, thus creating a new era. Was this truly the case? Indeed, when the Great Catastrophe struck, humanity established numerous shelters to evade disaster. Due to the limited space and resources within these shelters, only the most elite individuals of that time were granted access. These elites intended to emerge from the shelters post-catastrophe and utilize the Panga project to forge a new era of human civilization, with the key residing in Shelter 189. Unfortunately, They failed. Now, a century has passed since the Great Catastrophe, and we have yet to witness the implementation of the Pangu Project or the emergence of those elite individuals. Nobody knows what transpired. All that is known is that the elites perished, while the ordinary people they abandoned managed to survive. 95% of those without shelter succumbed to the pollution wrought by the Great Catastrophe, while the remaining 5% adapted and miraculously survived, rebuilding civilization amidst the wasteland. Some fortunate individuals even stumbled upon buried shelters, acquiring fragments of the technology from the previous era, which enabled them to rapidly expand their influence and establish large cities akin to Shiguang City. At this juncture, Mr. Ying's words carried a hint of sardonic irony. Yes, I am quite aware of that, as the actual rulers of Shiguang City, the Tianqi Technology Company, rose to prominence based on a surviving shelter. Mr. Ying, after all this, what exactly is the essence of the Pangu Project? Mr. Ying fell silent for a moment before responding. I am not privy to the specific details, but I do know that within the Pangu Project lies a crucial item known as the Pangu USB. The Pangu USB? It contains the entirety of knowledge from the era of civilization, the very crystallization of human civilization. Thus, the Pangu Project possesses the foundation for a renaissance amidst the wasteland. The crystallization of human civilization? The officer instinctively gasped, a tempest of emotions surging within him. He understood well what the crystallization of human civilization entailed. The Tianqi Technology Company, which held dominion over Shiguang City, became a formidable entity in Baiming precisely because its founder discovered a surviving shelter and acquired fragments of gene editing technology. Even a mere fraction of such technology could forge a powerful force. If a faction were to possess the entirety of human civilization's crystallization, dominion over the world would not be a distant dream. Do not mock me, Mr. Ying. The officer attempted to regain his composure, though astonishment still lingered in his tone. With my limited insight, it is truly unfathomable to contemplate how much world-altering technology could be contained within the crystallization of human civilization. Gene editing, mechanical armor, artificial intelligence, life engineering, extraordinary evolution. Everything conceivable and inconceivable is contained within the Pangu USB. Gasp. The officer inhaled sharply. Chapter 29. The 12 zodiac signs outside the tent. Bai hastily covered his mouth, nearly gasping in astonishment himself. Good heavens, the civilization I belonged to had actually advanced to such a degree at the twilight of its existence. But how could extraordinary evolution still exist? The officer within the tent shared the same query. Mr. Ying, I can comprehend the earlier points, but what exactly is extraordinary evolution? Wasn't that phenomenon born only after the Great Catastrophe? Could there have been extraordinary individuals during the era of civilization? Extraordinary individuals, indeed, emerged only after the Great Catastrophe, which obliterated the civilization within less than 3 years. During the ensuing 3 years of turmoil, a cohort of extraordinary beings surfaced, while those of the civilization seized the opportunity to research these extraordinary individuals. In such a brief span, they even unraveled the enigma of the extraordinary and discovered methods to facilitate stable awakenings. Gasp. The officer again inhaled sharply. Are you suggesting that they accomplished in 3 years what we have yet to achieve in a century? In the present era, the awakening of extraordinary individuals remained an unresolved mystery. Otherwise, their numbers would not be so scarce. Mr. Ying shook his head, not 3 years, but rather 2.5. Upon this revelation, a momentary silence enveloped the tent. Outside, Bai's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The mystery of the extraordinary. He had long coveted Liu's magical abilities. Such powers, which required only mental energy and no time, were enviable to anyone. If he too could become extraordinary, how much time could he save? Gene editing and mechanical modifications held no allure for him. He found such alterations to one's very essence dubious. However, extraordinary evolution was different. It represented a spiritual transformation. Moreover, alongside extraordinary evolution, there was life engineering. This was a technology capable of extending human lifespan. With extended lifetimes, one would have more time. The more Bai contemplated, the more fervent his desire grew. His rebellious eyes filled with unbridled ambition. He detested hypocrites. To him, humanity was merely a collection of various desires. One should confront their own desires head-on, fully aware of what they yearn for. There's no shame in that. Now, he craved the Pangi USB. The crystallization of civilization ought to be inherited by someone of my time. With this thought, Bai altered his plan. He no longer intended to kill these individuals. He wished to venture into Heishan. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. If he could secure the Pangu USB, his future would be forever assured. Although he regards time as life itself and harbors an intense disdain for its wastage, this sentiment arises from the frequent disparity between the time invested and the rewards reaped. If one could utilize a moment of time suspension to acquire the Pangu USB drive, how could that be deemed a waste? Clearly, it represents a remarkable opportunity. Rather than risking personal safety to traverse the treacherous Black Mountain alone, it would be far wiser to enter under the protection of the military. Their mission is to guide the wasteland dwellers through the Black Mountain, meaning that prior to reaching the Black Mountain, the wastelanders are safeguarded by the army. He was contemplating this when the two individuals in the tent shifted their conversation to another topic. Mr. Ng, being a member of the 12 zodiac signs, is indeed well-versed in diverse matters. However, I'm still perplexed about one thing. Now that the information regarding the Black Mountain has been leaked, numerous factions are eager to stake their claim. Given the significance of the Pangu USB drive, why, with your unparalleled sniping skills, do you not join the main forces to aid in seizing the USB drive, but instead venture to the precipice of the Black Mountain? Is not the 189 refuge located beneath the Black Mountain? The officer voiced his hidden doubts. Ever since he received this escort mission, he had been utterly bewildered. Why abandon the refuge to head to the perilous Black Mountain? The arrangements for the refuge are managed by the company. My responsibility is to eliminate threats. The officer was taken aback. Surely, the individuals worthy of your personal marksmanship must be exceedingly rare? Hearing such blatant flattery, Mr. Ying's cold demeanor softened slightly. Everyone enjoys praise when it is well placed. It was evident that Mr. Ng took immense pride in his sniping prowess. Umph. Mr. Ng scoffed. Your words hold some truth, indeed. There are few worthy of my direct intervention. However, I assure you, my assassination target this time is more than qualified. He paused and icily uttered a name, Yang Jie. What? The officer was instantly alarmed. Are you referring to the tyrant Yang Jie? Indeed, there is no one else who merits the deployment of the Heijiao M300. Mr. Ng caressed the metal case, his eyes ignited with fervor, in stark contrast to Mr. Ying's confidence. The officer felt a twinge of concern. The tyrant Yang Jie is one of the 10 kings. Such a formidable transcendent being possesses mental capabilities that surpass human limits. Any assassination attempt would provoke a spiritual alert, which could prove disastrous. Certainly, if the tyrant Yang Jie were so easily assassinated, he would have fallen long ago to other snipers. Then you conf. Mr. Ng sneered. Recently, the tyrant single-handedly obliterated a satellite city belonging to the company, garnering considerable notoriety. In private, some even rank him as the foremost among the 10 kings. That battle indeed inflicted heavy losses on the company. It had also provided invaluable data on the tyrant. The tyrant's mental alertness extends 3,000 meters. If someone were to attempt a sniping shot within that range, he would detect the danger the instant the trigger is pulled. However, if the shot is fired beyond 3,000 meters, he would remain oblivious to the impending threat. 3,000 meters away, the officer's face was filled with astonishment. Having long been acquainted with firearms, he understood the implications of a sniper accurately hitting a target from such a distance. Snipers are already a rarity among the elite, and those capable of achieving accuracy from 3,000 meters are even more exceptional. It must be noted that bullets are influenced by gravity, wind speed, humidity, and other factors. Initially, a bullet travels in a straight line, but as distance increases, it will deviate. The further the distance, the greater the deviation, requiring the sniper to account for all influencing factors to calculate the bullet's landing point. The complexity is indeed formidable. The officer regained his composure and exclaimed, I see. You truly are remarkable. In my view, the tyrant's weakness cannot truly be considered a weakness, for even if other snipers were aware of it, they would be incapable of accurately hitting such a top-tier transcendent from 3,000 meters. Only you possess such skill. This flattery elicited a rare smile from the typically stoic Mr. Ng. Naturally, after I deal with the tyrant, obtaining the Pangu USB drive for the company will be a mere formality. Oh, Killing the tyrant will also facilitate the company's acquisition of the Pangu USB drive. The news of the Pangu USB drive has long been leaked. Do you know why, despite this, no one has yet managed to secure it? Why? Chapter 30. Preying on the weak, oppressing the strong. The officer's role as a supportive character was evidently satisfying to Bai Ye outside the tent, as it was clear that the officer was eager to curry favor with Mr. Ng, continually echoing his sentiments. It is due to the defensive capabilities of the 189 refuge. That level of technological advancement is insurmountable. Only the tyrant possesses the potential to breach the defenses of the 189 refuge, and he is already nearing the Black Mountain. The officer's eyes lit up. Are you suggesting that once the tyrant breaches the defenses, you will personally snipe him, allowing the company's personnel to enter the refuge and retrieve the USB drive? Precisely. Once the tyrant is eliminated, who could rival the company within the confines of the Black Mountain? Excellent. Truly excellent. If Mr. Ng can slay one of the 10 kings, his rank among the 12 zodiac signs will surely rise. Even ascending to the pinnacle of the zodiac will not be beyond reach. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye ceased listening, as the remainder of the discourse lacked substance, filled solely with flattery and praise that flowed endlessly from the officer's lips. It was a shame he did not pursue a career in comedy. He had gleaned the general outline of the Tianchi company's plan, which was essentially to use the tyrant to eliminate the tyrant. Little did they know, the mantis stalks the cicada while the yellow oriole waits in the shadows. The 10 kings? The 12 zodiac signs? What worthless titles! Once time suspension is activated, they will all kneel before me. Bai Ye turned to leave, glancing briefly at the ground nearby to check for any dry twigs. To his surprise, he discovered a half-broken dry twig lying in wait for him. Stepping on it would undoubtedly trigger the cinematic eavesdropping law. Fortunately, I am clever. Bai Ye stepped over the twig and quietly departed in the shadow cast by the tent, having successfully evaded the patrolling soldiers despite wasting considerable time. Among the refugees, most had already fallen into a deep slumber, except for Liu, whose eyes were wide open like copper bells. He anxiously scanned the tent area where the soldiers were stationed. Why isn't he that kid Bai Ye made a move yet? Surely he hasn't failed? He shouldn't have. If he had, there would at least be some commotion. Could he have been captured upon contact? Surely he isn't being tortured and will soon divulge my identity? The more Liu pondered, the more frantic he became, wishing he could simply run away right then. What on earth are you mumbling about? Bai Ye's voice suddenly resonated from behind him. Liu jumped in fright, nearly crying out. But upon turning to see Bai Ye in scathe, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. What could I possibly be mumbling about? Naturally, I was praying for you, Brother Ye. By the way, what is your situation? Did you kill someone? A look of surprise crossed Bai Ye's face. Kill someone? Who? Liu was taken aback. Aren't you going to kill the officer? Nonsense. Why would I engage in such a reckless act? That would be the behavior of a brash fool. I have always believed in planning before action. It appears you have yet to grasp the 16-character mantra. Here, let me teach you a simpler one. The 8-character mantra. Prey on the weak, oppress the strong. Remember this well, and do not forget. Liu replied, Brother Ye, you're acting so strangely that it's a bit frightening. Since you didn't go to kill anyone, what have you been doing all this time? I was merely relieving myself. Relieving yourself for that long? Ah, my robust kidney function often causes me distress. Liu exclaimed. Enough, let's sleep. Bai Ye wiped his hands on Liu's shoulder. When he returned, he indeed took the opportunity to relieve himself. Liu, exasperated, shouted, When I was trying to sleep, you said you were going to kill someone. Now you want me to sleep? How can I possibly sleep? Bai Ye, what on earth do you intend to do? Can you not be straightforward? Bai Ye pondered for a moment, realizing that he might still need this kid's right hand in the Black Mountain, and thus revealed his intentions. I plan to go to the Black Mountain. What? Are you planning to commit suicide? I kicked Bai Ye with great frustration. I specifically mentioned going to Heishan. How did it turn into a suicide in your words? Is there a difference? Get lost. I'm going to sleep. As I observed Bai Ye lying on the ground, eyes closed, Liu remained in a daze for quite some time before finally uttering, Now I understand how you awakened. It must have been the toxic mushrooms that stimulated your nerves, transforming you into an extraordinary being. The following day, just as dawn broke, the wasteland dwellers were hastily urged by the military to set off. Among the crowd, Bai Ye yawned in dissatisfaction, clearly having not had enough sleep, and his temper flared even more at the thought of having wasted 30 seconds the previous day. With a thunderous roar, 10 military transport vehicles bellowed loudly. Soldiers on board pointing their rifles at the crowd, incessantly urging them to move forward. Hurry up, stay together, or the laggards will die. A ragged group of individuals was herded like sheep by the soldiers. Bai Ye blended into the throng, inconspicuously following the flow of people. Before long, the morning passed, and the soldiers halted, starting to prepare meals, finally allowing the wasteland dwellers a moment to catch their breath. Having barely eaten enough, their strength nearly depleted from the long trek, they collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Many gazed longingly at the soldiers' food, swallowing hard. They had fled from a food-scarce town, and now found themselves driven back, without any provisions. The soldiers ignored their pleading looks, chatting and boasting while enjoying their canned food. Once they had eaten their fill, one soldier mischievously tossed an empty can into the crowd, immediately igniting a frenzy as several wasteland dwellers fought over it to lick the remnants inside. Ha ha! Do these wastelanders look like wild dogs fighting for food? The soldiers mocked crudely their superiority as city dwellers, belonging to the direct forces of Tianchi Corporation, rendering them incapable of seeing the wasteland dwellers as equals. Damn it! This group of bastards! Liu bit into a cockroach protein bar angrily. As a wasteland dweller himself, he could not tolerate such behavior. Brother, could you spare some food? A middle-aged man approached, swallowing hard, his eyes fixed on Liu's cockroach protein bars. Here you go. Without a second thought, Liu tossed him one, showcasing his difference from the city folk. The moment the middle-aged man received the protein bar, his eyes lit up, and he devoured it hungrily. Bai Ye, witnessing this scene, shook his head. You're still too young, Li Zhua. After finishing, the middle-aged man did not utter a word of thanks, but instead stared fixedly at the tattered sack behind Liu. Brother, do you have any more? I'm still hungry. Liu furrowed his brow slightly. Before he could respond, several nearby wasteland dwellers swarmed around him like locusts, each extending their muddy hands. Please, give me something to eat. I haven't eaten in days. Me too, me too. Seeing their desperate faces, Liu hesitated for a moment before pulling out more cockroach protein bars to share. However, this action stirred up a hornet's nest. Those who had eaten became wide-eyed with excitement and clamored for more. More and more wasteland dwellers took notice of the commotion and began to gather. He has food. Give me some. I am starving. Get back. Don't block the way. Liu's brows knitted together. Although he had a fair amount of food, it was impossible to satisfy so many. If he distributed even a little to everyone, he would surely starve himself. There's none left. Clear out, he shouted. Yet the sight of food made the crowd's eyes gleam with a predatory light, akin to starving wolves. I see it. The sack behind him is full of food. Hand it over, or are you going to let us starve? Some could no longer contain themselves and began to seize the sack. Liu, infuriated, though injured, was still extraordinary with a mere push. He sent several people tumbling to the ground. Why don't you go ask the soldiers for food? A tall wasteland dweller retorted defiantly. Nonsense. If the soldiers could give us food, will we come to you? Hand over the food, or don't blame us for being rude. Born of filth. You filthy bastards. Liu's face paled with rage, his right hand began to throb again, and as the crowd grew restless, more and more seemed eager to act. At that moment, Bai Ye, having finished his cockroach protein bar, slowly rose to his feet. His audacious gaze swept over the crowd, a chilling smile spreading across his face. Look at you. So stingy. Everyone just want a bit of food. Why refuse them? Ye go. Liu was taken aback as Bai Ye approached the crowd with the sack. Everyone who wants food, come here. I'm not as stingy as him, Bai Ye said with a grin. The crowd erupted into excitement, rushing towards Bai Ye, their enthusiasm almost palpable. The tall wasteland dweller pushed his way to the front. Kid, you're generous. Now hand over the food. Bai Ye smiled, handing him a cockroach protein bar. No need to rush. We are all from the same town. We should help each other. You're hungry, and I happen to have food, so it's only reasonable for you to eat mine, right? The man eagerly reached for the protein bar, praising, exactly. You're a smooth talker. It's just about eating your food. Why be so stingy? However, when he tried to take it, he discovered Bai Ye had not let go. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. Kid, what do you mean? Yet Bai Ye feigned surprise, as if witnessing something unbelievable. Are you really going to eat it? A shrill scream pierced the air as Bai Ye casually released his grip, causing the tall wasteland dweller to collapse to the ground, his right hand contorted unnaturally. The sudden turn of events startled the others, who looked at the young man in fear. I was just joking with you. I didn't think you'd actually eat it. My hand. You bastard. I'll kill you. With a swift motion, Bai Ye stomped down on the man's broken hand, relishing in his agonizing screams. Still want to eat? And no, I want to eat anymore. Spare me. The man was drenched in cold sweat, his eyes filled with terror. He had merely wanted some food. If Bai Ye did not wish to share, was it necessary to resort to violence? A small wasteland dweller shouted angrily from the crowd. What the hell? Bai Ye lunged forward, grabbing the speaker and yanking him from the crowd with ease, as if lifting a chick, and then threw him harshly to the ground. Another scream echoed. But that was not the end. Bai Ye brutally stomped down on the man's mouth, forcing the cries back into his throat. His eyes flashed with a savage glint. I detest hearing barking from behind. Keep barking, and I'll gouge your eyes out. With each kick, he knocked out all the man's teeth, leaving behind a mouthful of bloody pulp. And you think you can just ask for food? Why should I not hit him? I'll not only hit him, but I'll also hit you. This brutal display of violence stunned the restless crowd, their mixed feelings of shock and anger keeping them at bay. None daring to step forward to help. What are you staring at? A bunch of fools. Keep staring, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Now get lost. The fierce and untamed gaze of Bai Ye swept across the crowd, an aura of wildness and palpable pressure enveloping those present. The onlookers hastily dispersed, none daring to approach for sustenance again. Not far away, within a transport vehicle, Mr. Ng and the officer observed this scene with keen interest. This is the barbaric and ignorant denizens of the wasteland. I fail to comprehend the company's rationale for retaining these wastelanders. In my opinion, all wastelanders should be eradicated to restore the civilization of our era, the officer remarked with a cold sneer. Mr. Ng replied calmly, even refuse possesses its own value. The company's vision is beyond your comprehension. Indeed, Mr. Ng is correct, the officer quickly agreed with a forced smile. Report, sir. A wastelander has just arrived, claiming to have vital news, a soldier announced as he approached the vehicle window. The officer furrowed his brow slightly, waving his hand impatiently. Send him away. How dare a mere wastelander claim to have important news? They consider encountering an aberrant hyena in the wild as a momentous event. The soldier hesitated momentarily. Sir, he mentioned that it concerns a forbidden object. The officer's expression froze, his eyes narrowing as he glanced at Mr. Ng. A flicker of interest appeared on Mr. Ying's stern face as he nodded slightly. Bring him forth. Soon, a timid wastelander, led by a soldier, approached the vehicle window. Greetings, sir. My name is Wang, he stammered. No one cares what your name is. What news do you have regarding the forbidden object? Speak, and if you dare to utter nonsense, I will shoot you on the spot, the officer replied with disdain, pulling out a white handkerchief to cover his mouth and nose, as if to shield himself from the contamination of the wastelander's presence. The wastelander, terrified, fell to his knees. I dare not. Every word I speak is the truth. Please, I implore you to listen. Speak quickly. Yes. In the Gray Earth town where I previously resided, there's a forbidden object known as Breath of the Bones, which has been acquired by Bai Ye. I just saw Bai Ye among the crowd. What? The officer's eyes lit up with surprise. Are you implying that someone in the refugee camp possesses a forbidden object? But wait, that cannot be. Everyone was searched previously and found to be unarmed. The wastelander hurriedly replied, Sir, you are astute. I speak nothing but the truth. Bai Ye has indeed claimed the forbidden object. Even if he is not carrying it now, he must have concealed it somewhere. Why did you not mention this earlier? Mr. Ying's gaze fell upon him, his hawk-like yellow-brown eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. I did not intend to conceal it. Bai Ye is one of the two individuals who joined the refugee camp yesterday. He was so dirty and disheveled, coupled with the darkness of the night, that I failed to recognize him. Just now, when he moved, I suddenly felt he looked familiar. He is the deputy leader of our East District. I even assisted him to a meal when he was injured, and he promised to share some meat with me. But in the end, he did not. Sir, considering I provided you with news of the forbidden object, could you grant me a piece of meat? The wastelander, clearly intimidated by Mr. Ying's gaze, began to babble incoherently, spilling all that he knew. Brother Yi, did I do something wrong? Liu asked, crestfallen. I merely felt pity for him. Bai Ye scoffed, what? Did your conscience get the better of you? Liu, nearly choking in exasperation, initially reacted with anger, but soon deflated. Perhaps I was indeed mistaken. No, you are not at fault. The fault lies with this era. Liu was struck with a jolt, raising his head abruptly to gaze at Bai Ye, touched by his comforting words. Brother Yi, you are right. The fault lies with this era. If it were a civilized age, such events would not transpire. Bai Ye raised an eyebrow in surprise. What nonsense are you spouting? Well, I mean, is to live well, the first principle is to never admit to being wrong. How could I possibly be wrong? That is merely mental self-deprecation, which is inadvisable. Remember, if you can blame others, do so. If you cannot, then blame the times. Liu realized, having known Bai Ye for merely a few days, he had been bombarded with countless twisted philosophies that assailed his fragile spirit. The so-called 16-character mantra. The 8-character mantra, and now an additional one. It is not my fault. It is the era's fault. He considered himself no saint, yet in comparison to Bai Ye, he suddenly felt rather commendable. Brother Yi, I truly envy your mental state. By the way, do you still have the poisonous mushrooms you ate previously? I will poison you. Oh no, I misspoke. Please do not strike me. Liu exclaimed, hurriedly dodging to protect his right hand, preferring to risk injury elsewhere than to harm his dominant hand. However, Bai Ye's reputation for ruthlessness was well known. He had a penchant for kicking the legs of the disabled. The two continued their banter when suddenly, a commotion arose within the nearby military ranks. The officer and Mr. Ng exited the vehicle, accompanied by a quaking wastelander. Upon seeing the wastelander, Bai Ye sighed. What is it, Brother Yi? Liu inquired, curious. Prepared to take action. Huh? Again? Bai Ye did not respond but stood slowly, making his way towards the officer and Mr. Ng. His movements instantly drew the attention of the crowd. Even the wastelanders, who were in the midst of their meals, paused to observe with bated breath. No one knew what would transpire next. They simply witnessed the high-ranking officer approaching the refugee camp, while a young boy simultaneously emerged from within. Sir, it is he. He is Bai Ye. The wastelander beside the officer excitedly pointed at Bai Ye, desperately affirming that he had not lied. As Bai Ye approached, a faint smirk played upon the officer's lips, intrigued by the wastelander's potential. Mr. Ng gazed at Bai Ye coldly, his hawk-like eyes seeming to penetrate the depths of one's soul. Do you possess a forbidden object? He inquired blandly. Bai Ye did not deny it, I do. With that, he produced the breath of the bones from his person. This action immediately heightened the tension among the soldiers. The sound of bullets being chambered echoed ominously as several soldiers raised their rifles, aiming at Bai Ye. The officer frowned slightly and admonished, What are you doing? With Mr. Ng present, do you think a single forbidden object could turn tides? Lower your weapons. You agree, do you not, Mr. Ng? Mr. Ng nodded calmly, displaying no arrogance, yet exuding an air of absolute confidence. In his eyes, even if this wasteland youth wielded a forbidden object, he posed no threat whatsoever. You have 6 bullets to play your fate's game, and have claimed the breath of the bones. Though merely a wastelander, you do possess a modicum of courage. The unique tone of praise reserved for the elite was evident in the officer's demeanor, not as an act, but as a manifestation of his inherent nature. Do not forget to express your gratitude to Mr. Ng. Receiving his commendation is a tremendous honor. The officer continued to flatter. Bai Ye offered no response. Preoccupied with contemplating how to eliminate the over 100 soldiers present in the shortest time possible. Kid, I'm speaking to you, the officer interjected. Ah, wastelanders lack manners. Which is to be expected. Mr. Ng gently raised his hand, silencing the irate officer. His yellow-brown eyes settled upon the breath of the bones in Bai Ye's hand, and he inquired unhurriedly, What is its power? It has no bullets, Bai Ye replied, arching an eyebrow as he casually raised the revolver in his hand. Give him bullets. Mr. Ying's command startled the soldiers. Were they truly to provide a wastelander with ammunition? Did they not fear? A thunderous gunshot startled the wastelanders and soldiers alike, with only Mr. Ng and the officer remaining composed. Thud! The informant standing beside Mr. Ng collapsed to the ground, a gaping wound in his chest, his eyes wide open in death. The wastelanders were astonished by Bai Ye's audacity. How dare he kill a man in front of an officer? Mr. Ng cast a casual glance at the corpse, a faint smile playing on his lips. A serpent-class forbidden item. Its power is quite commendable. If you manage to survive the journey to Heishan, I may offer you the chance to follow me. With that, he turned and walked away, showing little concern for Bai Ye's response. Perhaps he believed that no wastelander would refuse the honor of following him. The officer sneered, Kid, you're lucky. He too turned to leave, having no desire to seize the forbidden item, not out of disdain, but because he had long learned from the informant the means of containment for such items. He would never resort to such a crude and barbaric method. Furthermore, The use of Skeleton's breath came with significant side effects. Its only real value lay in its market price. However, since Mr. Ing had taken an interest in the wasteland youth, he naturally dismissed the thought of taking it for himself. "Did I permit you two to leave?" The brash voice of the youth rang out, shocking the entire assembly. Both Mr. Ing and the officer frowned and halted in their tracks. Bai Ye held Skeleton's breath aloft, carelessly pointing it at the two, dust and grime failing to obscure the defiance in his eyes. "Brother Yi, calm down," Liu anxiously exclaimed from the side. "They didn't take your forbidden item, so why escalate things?" Bai Ye smirked menacingly. "They may not have taken it from me, but I intend to take it from them." Liu gaped in disbelief at the youth before him. Bai Ye's audacious and reckless demeanor left him utterly stunned. Although he couldn't comprehend it, he was profoundly impacted. In his understanding, peace could have been maintained. They had already spared you, so why seek trouble? To the average person, that would indeed be the case, but Bai Ye saw things differently. He perceived not a peaceful resolution, but two self-important figures tossing him a scrap of meat, expecting him to lick it gratefully. "In front of me, you act grandly and then wish to leave?" He had intended to follow the group to Heishan quietly, but suddenly two fools had appeared to flaunt their superiority in his face. It was laughable. Who gave them such audacity? "Kid, I thought you were clever, but it seems you wish to become a corpse," Mr. Ing remarked coldly, the last traces of admiration in his eyes having vanished, replaced by a lofty disdain. There was no need for Mr. Ing to be angered by such a person. He was merely a wastelander, intoxicated by a forbidden item, and would be dealt with by others. Mr. Ing acquiesced, as his status made it unbecoming to handle a wastelander directly. The officer stepped forward, casually shaking his head, the metallic clinking of gears echoing from his neck. "Kid, I've seen many foolish individuals, but you're the first to be this foolish. Do you truly believe that with a mere broken gun you are invincible?" The power of forbidden items was indeed formidable, but they must strike true. Given your rate of fire, I could stand here and let you shoot, and you wouldn't be able to harm me in the slightest. Stop wasting time with him. Eliminate him quickly and prepare to depart. Mr. Ying's cold voice suddenly rose in urgency, his body tensing in place as a primal instinct of danger surged through him, sending chills up his spine. The source of this apprehension was the gun barrel pressed against the back of his head, wielded by the youth behind him. "Isn't there a limit to your monologue? Do you not think so, Mr. Ing?" Bai Ye's defiant voice echoed in Mr. Ying's ear. "This is impossible." Mr. Ying's golden-brown, eagle-like eyes contracted to pinpricks. Disbelief etched across his face. He could not comprehend how Bai Ye, who had been in front of him, had suddenly appeared behind him. His keen eyesight was renowned for its exceptional dynamic vision. Even before the 10 kings, none could outpace his gaze. Was it truly the legendary teleportation? "Let go of Mr. Ing." The officer shouted in a mix of anger and fear, instinctively attempting to activate his mechanical limbs. However, as he exerted force, he was horrified to find his mechanical arms and legs completely disconnected. The most terrifying realization dawned upon him. His torso was gradually sliding down. Thud! The officer collapsed. Left with only his torso and head, his mechanical limbs scattered about with a clatter. "What on earth is happening? What have you done to me?" The officer's face twisted in fear. The dust had soiled the delicate skin of a city dweller. He had never encountered such bizarre occurrences. He had yet to take action, and his mechanical limbs had been dismantled. "How did you manage this?" After a brief moment of panic, Mr. Ing regained his composure, refraining from rash actions and instead searching for an opportunity. While he was indeed a genetically modified human, he lacked significant combat strength, capable at most of dodging bullets. His status as one of the 12 Zodiac was primarily due to his eagle eye and unparalleled sniping skills, given distance and a sniper rifle. Even the 10 kings could be slain. However, with Skeleton's breath aimed at his head, even his considerable talents were rendered moot. "Have them lower their weapons." Bai Ye, concealed behind Mr. Ing, spoke calmly. "Everyone put your guns down," Mr. Ing commanded, and the tense soldiers surrounding them exchanged apprehensive glances before ultimately placing their weapons on the ground. "These will come out and get to work." Bai Ye called to the crowd. The astonished Liu stepped forward, his shocked gaze fixated on Bai Ye. He made his way through the throng, reaching Bai Ye's side, and foolishly asked, "Brother Ye, what do you need me for?" Bai Ye, exasperated by his foolishness, kicked him and barked, "Go collect the guns." Oh. Liu hurriedly began gathering the weapons strewn about, gradually recovering from his shock, and then turned to Bai Ye, giving him a thumbs up. Brother Yi, you're incredible. After Li Yu had collected all the guns, Mr. Ng spoke solemnly. I have complied with your request. Now we can talk. Before Mr. Ng could finish, Bai Ye's mocking voice interrupted. You do what I say, just like that? Are you a dog? Bang! Skeleton's breath erupted with a deafening roar. Flames and blood bursting forth as a crimson bullet struck Mr. Ng squarely in the knee. He let out a muffled groan, collapsing to the ground. His face pale with pain, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Yet, even in agony, he clenched his teeth, refusing to cry out. In this moment, the difference between Mr. Ng, the genetically modified human, and an ordinary person became evident. An ordinary individual struck by such a bullet would surely lose a leg, but Mr. Ng bore only a thumb-sized hole, rendering his right leg temporarily unusable, yet salvageable. The soldier's expressions shifted dramatically, ready to rush forward to seize the guns, but Mr. Ng raised a hand in pain. Do not act recklessly. After halting his soldiers, he laboriously turned his gaze to Bai Ye. You did not kill me directly, which indicates there is still room for negotiation. I was presumptuous before, unaware that such a powerful, extraordinary being was hidden within our ranks. I concede this time. Feel free to present your terms, and I will comply if it spares my life. Now you realize the need to concede? This is no longer your opportunity to dictate terms. Bai Ye's eyes gleamed with defiance and ferocity, the metallic muzzle of the gun unwaveringly aimed at Mr. Ying's head. I now offer you a chance as well. This wastelander has yet to witness a lofty city lord bowing in apology. Should you express your contrition sincerely, perhaps I might consider sparing you. Mr. Ying's face contorted with discomfort. The thought of bowing to a wastelander was more unbearable than death itself. In a moment of sheer astonishment, Mr. Ng collapsed to the ground, his hawk-like brown eyes wide with horror and disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that Bai Ye would strike without warning. You actually killed Mr. Ng? The officer, resembling a maggot, cried out, his voice contorted with shock. Bai Ye shrugged helplessly. I can't be blamed. It was he who proclaimed that a soldier may be killed, but never insulted. I merely fulfilled his wish. The officer's eyes bulged with rage. How dare you? How dare you? Mr. Ng is one of the 12 zodiac signs. The company will not let you escape. Fuming, Bai Ye approached and delivered a kick to the officer's face, causing a torrent of blood to flow from his nose. With a glint of menace in his eyes, he leaned down. Are you truly so foolish as to resemble a pig? Are you so accustomed to posturing that you dare to boast, even when facing death? I intend not only to kill him, but also you. The officer, suddenly aware of his precarious situation, broke into a cold sweat. No, you can't kill me. If I die, the company, Bai Ye interrupted with a furious kick, shattering the officer's front teeth. Do you have anything else to say? If not, prepare to meet your end. Please spare me. I will do anything you ask. I am willing to kneel and bow before you. The officer wailed incoherently, using the remnants of his limbs to repeatedly bang his head against the ground. Bai Ye laughed heartily, addressing the stunned wastelanders. See? Even the great lord of Dawn City bows before the wastelanders. In the presence of hundreds, silence reigned, save for the boys' raucous laughter echoing through the air. Li Yu glanced at the officer, still banging his head, and then at Mr. Ng, whose mind had been blown by the unfolding chaos. He instinctively swallowed hard, his eyes reflecting disbelief. Everything was happening far too swiftly, as if he were trapped in a dream. His mind lingered on Bai Ye's warning about taking action, and only now, witnessing the demise of such a prominent figure, did he awaken to reality. Brother Yi, has the great man truly perished? Despite the evident truth before him, he found it hard to believe. The chasm between the city dwellers and the wastelanders was unfathomable. Too vast for him to accept that such a significant figure could so carelessly die before his eyes. Sighing, Bai Ye remarked, Indeed, who would have thought he was still alive before his demise? Rest assured his death was not in vain, Bai Ye grinned. The value of Mr. Ying's death was significant, providing him with ample vitality. The life force from Mr. Ng was roughly equivalent to that from 10 gray sparrows, enhancing his physical prowess slightly. Spare me, spare me. The officer continued to plead, his face smeared with blood. Bai Ye surveyed the restless soldiers nearby, formulating a plan. His original intention had been to leverage the military's power to reach Heishan, and now it appeared that threatening the officer with a gun to escort him there would suffice. Enough of this bowing. I shall grant you a chance to live. Escort me to Heishan. The officer initially felt elation, but then froze. Why you wish to go to Heishan? Bai Ye shot him a cold glance. What? Are you unwilling? The officer's heart sank. No, I am willing. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and get the vehicle to escort this esteemed gentleman to Heishan. The soldiers exchanged glances, but none dared to act rashly. The mysterious Mr. Ing had been shot in the head, and their commander had been dismembered in an instant. Even with guns in hand, they doubted their ability to confront Bai Ye, a transcendent being, especially now that they were unarmed. Just then, a piercing scream erupted from the crowd of wastelanders. A snake! A ragged wastelander leaped as if electrocuted. A small black snake coiled around his left arm. The man flailed desperately, unable to shake off the serpent clinging to his flesh. Within mere seconds, a sickly hue crept up his arm to his face, and his cries abruptly ceased as he collapsed, frothing at the mouth, his eyes bulging in death. Such a shocking turn of events sent the crowd scattering in terror. However, after only a few meters, they were horrified to discover the ground was writhing beneath them. Small mounds began to rise, accompanied by the faint sound of earth breaking, as numerous black snakes emerged from below. Snakes! Countless snakes! They raised their triangular heads, their crimson tongues flicking menacingly, surging forward like a dark tide. The sound of their scales scraping together created a spine-chilling tremor, enough to terrify those with a phobia of clusters. Mutated beast, black snakes. The officer on the ground cried out in a frenzy. Bai Ye furrowed his brow, taken aback by the rapid appearance of mutated beasts, first hyenas, then gray sparrows, and now black snakes. How many mutated beasts had escaped from Heishan? Liu, arm them with guns and prepare for battle. Liu quickly summoned the soldiers to retrieve their weapons. There was no time for infighting. They must first deal with the black snakes. Bai Ye seized the officer, coldly commanding, "Tell your men to hunt the black snakes." Igriagajis. The officer nodded vigorously, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Facing Bai Ye, a human, offered him a chance to plead for mercy, but against mutated beasts, words held no power. Gunfire erupted. The soldiers armed with weapons immediately engaged in combat. Fighting was their only means of survival. Most of the wastelanders fled in panic, while a few desperate souls picked up stones to futilely attack the black snakes on the ground. Screams echoed as one panicked wastelander stumbled into the mass of snakes, only to find dozens of them slithering up his pant legs, crawling relentlessly up his thighs. The icy touch of the reptiles sent shivers down his spine, and he began to frantically claw at his body. He managed to throw off one snake, but soon more took its place. Finally, one black snake slithered up to his neck, its triangular head raised, flicking its crimson tongue before plunging into his mouth. He gasped in horror, stammering incoherently before his body went rigid, collapsing amidst the writhing snakes. In an instant, countless black snakes enveloped him. Bai Ye yuchit in dismay. Having taken 33 seconds to kill Mr. Ing and dismember the officer, he now had only 57 seconds left. 57 seconds. There was hardly enough time to kill any snakes, let alone escape. The sheer number of snakes was staggering, easily numbering in the thousands, covering the ground like a dark carpet. Rather than resigning himself to despair, he fired wildly. Crimson veins sprouted from the white-boned gun, piercing deep into Bai Ye's palm, continuously siphoning his vitality. The bullets shot forth with tremendous power, each capable of claiming the lives of 23 black snakes. If fortune favored him, he could even eliminate 5 in one shot within a densely packed area. Yet despite this, it was merely a drop in the bucket against the overwhelming horde of snakes. What utter garbage! The vitality provided is even less than that of the gray sparrows. Bai Ye jurset in frustration. In the brief moment of reloading, he glanced at the nearby wastelanders. With no weapons and in a state of panic, they were nearly all gone, leaving only a handful struggling for breath, madly dashing towards the soldiers. However, even the soldiers could not withstand the onslaught. Using bullets against the squirming black snakes proved impractical. Some soldiers, overwhelmed, discarded their firearms and resorted to melee combat with military knives. Amidst all, it was Liu who displayed the highest efficiency in dealing with the snakes. He gritted his teeth and wielded his bandaged right hand, and the extraordinary power of his magical hand was instantly unleashed. A 3-meter-long invisible hand descended from the heavens, capable of crushing dozens of black snakes with a single strike. leaving a giant palm imprint half an inch deep on the ground. Bai Ye's eyes lit up. He had not anticipated that Li Yu would prove somewhat useful. How long can these will hold on? Li Yu gasped, 33. Bai Ye rejoiced, 3 minutes is sufficient. At Li Yu's efficiency, he can at least eliminate 2/3 of the black snakes in that time. The remaining third will be manageable. Bai Ye was momentarily stunned. 1. With a thud, Li Yu's right hand fell limply, faint crimson blood seeping through the white bandages. Lizua, what the hell are you doing acting clever at a time like this? Do you think you're amusing? Li Yu forced a smile. Am I not learning from you? Yiga? Could you not learn something more beneficial? Realizing he could not rely on Li Yu, Bai Ye turned his gaze to the officer, believing that since the officer and Mr. Ng dared to venture into Heishan, they must have a strategy to deal with the aberrant beasts along the way. How about I equip you with a mechanical arm right now? The officer grimaced. It's futile. A mechanical arm cannot be simply installed. It requires an integrated neural connection system to function as a real arm. Since the connection has been severed, it would be useless. Damn it. Shall I send you to meet Mr. Ng? Bai Ye lifted the officer as if to throw him into the snake swarm. Wait, there's still a way. Bai Ye squinted, releasing the officer. What method? My mechanical arm has a self-destruct mechanism designed for mutual destruction with the enemy and to prevent them from dismantling it for technology. Although I cannot activate it now. If the arm sustains severe damage, it will trigger the self-destruction. You just need to shoot the connection point with a forbidden object to activate it. Why didn't you say so earlier? Bai Ye kicked the officer, nearly knocking the breath out of him. He refrained from mentioning it earlier because he did not want to lose his mechanical arm, which cost millions. Altogether, his limbs amounted to over 10 million. He had invested his entire fortune into his mechanical limbs to attain his current status. If he lost them, he would have no chance for redemption. Moreover, he thought Bai Ye, being so formidable, could easily handle the black snakes, so he had not planned to mention it. Now, faced with the prospect of being thrown to the snakes, he dared not conceal any further information. Bai Ye picked up a silver metallic mechanical arm from the ground and hurled it toward the densest part of the snake swarm. After it landed, he aimed at the connection point and pulled the trigger with force. Bang! Nothing happened. The mechanical arm did not self-destruct. You dare to deceive me. Bai Ye se furi erupted. And he kicked the officer again. The officer's face turned pale with pain, repeatedly insisting, it's impossible. I did not deceive you. It truly has a self-destruct mechanism. Hey, Yiga, you seem to have missed, Li Yu whispered from the side. Bai Ye's face darkened. If you can speak, say something useful. Hefai again, bang, bang, bang. And after 3 shots, he finally hit the mark. When the bullet struck the connection point of the mechanical arm, a crisp metallic clang resonated, followed by an explosion. It was as if 10 grenades had detonated simultaneously, sending a massive fireball skyward and instantly flipping hundreds of black snakes. Countless charred snake has rained down from the sky. The remaining black snakes appeared frightened by the tremendous explosion and fled, disappearing into the ground in the blink of an eye. The crisis was temporarily averted. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Chapter 36. A gift from Mr. Ng. Bai Ye surveyed the scene and found that all the wastelanders had perished, and over 30 soldiers had also died, reducing the once formidable group to just over 60 individuals. The silver lining was that there were no injuries, as those bitten by the black snakes had succumbed to poison. At this moment, many soldiers regained their composure, nervously glancing at Bai Ye. Bai Ye simirke distaninfui. What is wrong? Have you forgotten how Mr. Ng met his end? A chill ran through the soldiers as they recalled Mr. Ying's horrifying demise. The desperate officer quickly shouted, "Lower your weapons. Anyone who dares to defy Lord Bai Ye will face military justice." Bai Ye then began to placate the crowd. "As long as you escort me to Heishan, I will let you go." He was lying again. Upon reaching Heishan, they would all perish. If even one of these men returned alive to Shuguang City, he would face the full wrath of its military and the so-called revenge of the 12 Zodiac. After a simple display of both kindness and menace, the remaining group set out once more. To prevent any soldiers from fleeing, Bai Ye confiscated their firearms and shot out all the vehicle tires, leaving only one transport vehicle for himself while the soldiers jogged ahead. The roles had reversed. Previously, Bai Ye had run on foot while the soldiers rode, but now it was the opposite. Inside the transport vehicle, Bai Ye drove while Li Yu held the officer captive. "Yiga, what's in this box?" Li Yu curiously eyed the silver metallic box beside the seat. "It's a gift from Mr. Ng. Open it and see for yourself." Bai Ye replied dismissively, though he already knew what was inside. The sniper rifle Heixiao M300. With a snap, Liu opened the metallic box, and the cold metallic scent mingled with the aroma of machine oil rushed forth, revealing 8 precision components resting on black foam. The barrel coiled like a slumbering black python in the center. "Is this a sniper rifle?" Liu exclaimed in delight as he beheld the Heixiao M300. Though he was unfamiliar with sniper rifles, the exquisite design made it evident to anyone that this weapon was extraordinary. This is Mr. Ying's Heixiao M300, one of the most advanced sniper rifles, its power comparable to that of a Jiao-level forbidden object, the officer whispered from the side. Faced with the dire situation, he naturally aimed to present himself favorably. Bai Ye raised an eyebrow while driving. Jiao-level forbidden object? Earlier, when Mr. Ying mentioned Breath of the Bones, he referred to it as a snake-level forbidden object, and now there's a Jiao level. Is this the classification of forbidden objects? The officer, sensing Bai Ye's confusion, swiftly elaborated. Forbidden objects are classified into 3 tiers: snake, Jiao, and dragon. Your revolver is a snake-level forbidden object, while Mr. Ying's Heixiao M300, though not a forbidden object, rivals the power and rarity of Jiao-level forbidden objects, hence its name. Then, this sniper rifle must be worth quite a fortune? Liu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The value of the Heixiao M300 is almost impossible to quantify in monetary terms, as it is not a product of this era, but rather a relic from the civilization era, impossible to mass-produce, making it a limited edition. After undergoing numerous restoration processes, it has been revived. Current technology cannot produce such a precise sniper rifle. Contemporary sniper rifles have an effective range of only 800 to 1,000 meters, while the Heixiao boasts a terrifying effective range of up to 4,000 meters, using special supersonic ammunition capable of penetrating any ballistic protection. Enough with the chatter. Just tell me how much it's worth. Liu was not in the mood for lengthy explanations. He was only concerned with the money. The officer paused. If sold on the black market, it could fetch upwards of 10 million. How much? Liu's shrill exclamation nearly ruptured Bai Ye's eardrums. Keep your voice down. What else with that naive expression? It's just a few tens of millions, Bai Ye grumbled, rubbing his ears. Liu's face flushed red with excitement. He had never heard of such a sum in his life. Yigo, that's over 10 million. If we sell the Heixiao M300, we would never have to worry again. Wrong. It's I who would never have to worry again. Liu's expression instantly soured, and he quickly ingratiated himself. Yigo, considering we've been through life and death together, can you spare a little for your little brother? Not a chance. Liu's excitement was abruptly doused, akin to being splashed with a bucket of cold water, leaving him gazing at the Heixiao M300 with a face devoid of passion, his eyes filled with sorrow. Bai Ye drove without glancing aside, calmly stating, "However, I have no intention of selling it. No intention of selling. Yigo, this gun is worth over 10 million. Why not sell it? Because it's too conspicuous. There are hardly any such sniper rifles in the world. Selling it would be tantamount to announcing to everyone that you were the one who killed Mr. Ying." Liu was taken aback. But if you don't sell it, how is it any different from scrap metal? Bai Ye shot him a sidelong glance. Who says it's scrap metal? Can't I keep it for my own use? You? Liu recalled Bai Ye's earlier feat of hitting the mechanical arms joint with 3 consecutive shots, his eyes brimming with profound skepticism, devoid of any trust. Bai Ye's expression darkened as he retorted, "That was merely a case of my stomach being unsettled from eating cockroach protein bars. I simply didn't perform well at that moment. Come on, Yigo. It's one thing to deceive others, but don't fool yourself. You dare, get out of the car and run 1,000 meters away. Let us see if I can take you down with a single shot." Liu instinctively touched the rebellious tuft of hair on his head, hastily smoothing it down. But as soon as his hand left, the tuft sprang back up. He quickly shifted the topic, fearing that Bai Ye, in a fit of madness, might actually use him as a target. "Yigo, the range of the Heixiao M300 is truly impressive. Looking back, I still feel a bit of fear. Fortunately, you dealt with Mr. Ying directly. Otherwise, facing a sniper a kilometer away, I might not even know how I died." Bai Ye was acutely aware of this reality. His time-stopping ability was not infallible. A sniper could counter him to a considerable extent, as it was challenging for him to detect bullets fired from a kilometer away. If he failed to react in time, he could very well meet his end. Thus, he wished to retain the Heixiao M300, aspiring to train himself as a sniper. Knowing oneself and one enemy would better prepare him for future encounters. Liu continued, the scariest enemies are those snipers hiding far away. Yiga. If a sniper aimed to eliminate me, should I run in a straight line or zigzag? Neither would be effective. Huh. My suggestion is to stand still and wait for him to have a change of heart. Liu. Chapter 37. So Mr. Ng is that formidable? The night was enveloped in darkness, as if the stars had been erased, leaving only the bright moon hanging high. At the campsite, soldiers gathered around several bonfires, their faces grim as they gazed at the numbered tags in their hands. Indeed, they had been grouped by Bai Ye, just as they had previously dealt with the wasteland dwellers, 20 men per group, each supervising the others, with the understanding that if one ran, the entire group would perish. The officers acted as overseers, with Bai Ye instructing them that if one person fled, a piece of flesh would be cut from him. The terrified officers dared not blink, their eyes fixed intently on the soldiers. In the transport vehicle, Bai Ye stared blankly at a golden pocket watch, a selfless gift from an officer. 1028. Why hasn't it reached midnight yet? Ever since he acquired the ability to stop time, he had wished for time to pass rapidly. Currently, he had less than a minute of usable time, which was quite unsettling. Especially tonight, as they camped in the wild, the closer they got to Heishan, the sparser the population became. There were no towns nearby to seek refuge, leaving them to camp in the wilderness. Yige, we can't possibly encounter aberrant beasts again tonight, can we? Liu looked into the pitch-black night, anxiety gnawing at his heart. He had developed a genuine fear of the aberrant beasts, having encountered 3 waves of them in a matter of days and witnessed hundreds perish before his eyes. If he managed to sleep without nightmares, it would be a feat of bravery. It shouldn't be possible, right? Bai Ye was also uncertain. Heishan ISN, Ta Zoo. There can't be that many aberrant beasts, can there? That lore Bai Ye. An officer hesitated before continuing. According to the records during the civilized era, there was indeed a wildlife park within Heishan. Bai Ye replied, moreover, typically, shelters would collect various animals to maintain species integrity. So, a long wolf howl echoed through the dark wilderness. You cursed crow's mouth. Bai Ye angrily kicked the officer, disregarding the officer's cries as he leaped from the vehicle. Everyone, grab your weapons and prepare for battle. It is well known that wolves are pack animals, and the sound of a howl often signifies that one is surrounded by a pack. The soldiers sprang into action like startled birds, hastily seizing their weapons in preparation for combat. In their line of sight, pairs of eerie green, beastly eyes emerged from the distant, pitch-black wilderness. Bang! A soldier, in a panic, pulled the trigger, and the battle erupted instantaneously. The glowing firelight illuminated the true forms of the wolves, towering gray wolves over 2 meters tall, with powerful limbs and claws as sharp as hooks. A mere step on the ground left deep claw marks, their fur a bizarre mottled color rather than the uniform hue of ordinary wolves, with deep gray as the base, dark red and black stripes intertwined, resembling dried blood fused with the night. Dozens of gray wolves charged forward, their eyes filled with bloodlust and hunger, their robust limbs pounding the earth with the force of a stampede. Their speed was astonishing, and coupled with the poor visibility of the night, the soldiers' aim drastically diminished. In mere moments, the wolves were upon them. Cries of despair rang out. Some soldiers were paralyzed with fear, while others turned to flee. But how could 2 legs outrun 4? Bai Ye fired continuously, emptying his magazine and only managing to kill a single gray wolf. The wolves, possessing considerable intelligence, seemed aware of the threat posed by firearms. After killing a soldier, they did not linger but immediately pounced on the next target, displaying remarkable agility. Especially after becoming aberrant beasts, the already swift gray wolves moved even faster, almost leaving afterimages in the dark. At that moment, Bai Ye loathed his marksmanship, vowing to practice diligently whenever he had the opportunity. In fact, it was not just him. Even those soldiers trained in marksmanship found it difficult to hit the gray wolves, as their speed was simply too great. Damn it, I'll have to throw out another mechanical arm. He resorted to his previous tactic, tossing a mechanical arm into the wolf pack before suddenly opening fire. Bang! Bang! This time fortune favored him, as his second shot struck the joint of the mechanical arm. Boom! A massive fireball shot into the sky, and the deafening explosion toppled several gray wolves and a few soldiers. The immediate effect was palpable. Beasts are inherently afraid of fire and loud noises, and the explosion of the mechanical arm quickly sent the remaining gray wolves fleeing. Bai Ye let out a sigh of relief, grateful not to have wasted time. Following this encounter, the number of soldiers dwindled to just over 50, more than half of whom were injured. Ego, perhaps we should retreat. I don't believe Heishan is essential. There are other shelters. Once my right hand heals, we can venture into other shelters. Liu covered his bandaged right hand, which was seeping blood, feeling apprehensive. He feared that if this continued, his right hand might never heal. Watching the gray wolves retreat into the distance, Bai Ye's expression grew somber. Where shall we retreat to? The aberrant beasts of Heishan are already out. They're wandering nearby. Who can guarantee we won't encounter them if we retreat? Heishan is actually safer. He had already informed Liu about the 189 shelter, planning to make a profit there. The remnants of the civilized era held items that could fetch exorbitant prices on the black market. At that moment, Bai Ye seemed to have thought of something. He seized the fallen officer and coldly remarked, "I'm genuinely curious how you lot dare to venture into Heishan with such meager strength. Are you hiding some secret weapon?" The officer, burdened by unspoken difficulties, hastily explained, "My lord, it's not that we are weak. It's that you are simply too strong. Indeed, there exists no secret weapon, and if there were, it could only be Mr. Ing. Is not the surname Ing synonymous with a sharpshooter? Is he truly that formidable?" Bai Ye felt a hint of skepticism, as he had not discerned the extent of Mr. Ying's prowess. He seemed rather adept at boasting, claiming he could eliminate the 10 kings. While Mr. Ing may lack in close combat skills, his marksmanship is unparalleled, with his exceptional shooting techniques and sniping abilities. He has earned the title of Eagle, one of the 12 Zodiac. Externally, he is regarded as both the strongest and weakest of the 12 Zodiac. His strength lies in his ability to eliminate any member of the 12 Zodiac from a distance. Yet his weakness is that, should anyone close in, they could easily take his life. Take the gray wolf from earlier, for instance. Had Mr. Ing been present, he alone could have vanquished all the gray wolves. Despite their swift movements, they would appear as if moving at a snail's pace before Mr. Ying's eagle eye. With but a submachine gun, he could pierce the eyes of all gray wolves within 3 seconds. Bai Ye was taken aback. Could that braggart truly be so skilled? Using a submachine gun as if it were a sniper rifle? Wait, that's not right. Among the 12 Zodiac, where is there an eagle? The officer was momentarily stunned, clearly not anticipating Bai Ye's unusual focus. He cautiously elucidated. The 12 Zodiac is an organization affiliated with Tianchi Technology Company, composed of 12 formidable, genetically modified individuals. Their titles are determined by the direction of their genetic modifications, not by their zodiac signs. And what are the shooting techniques? The specifics elude me. It seems to be a sophisticated method wherein, at the moment of firing, the muzzle is rapidly swung, generating centrifugal force that causes the bullet to curve. Bullets curving? That defies scientific reasoning. Chapter 38. Arrival at Heishan in his past life. Bai Ye had heard of the technique of curving bullets, but only in cinematic portrayals. He was astonished to find it existed in reality. He glanced at the corpses of the mutated gray wolves on the ground and quickly reconciled himself to the notion, dismissing it. After all, mutated beasts are beyond the realm of science. Or perhaps they are too scientific, far exceeding his comprehension of technology. After all, this place is home to mechanical modifications, gene alterations, and extraordinary beings. Is such a sharpshooter as Mr. Ing to be protected by you lot of insignificant beings? The officer, though furious, dared not voice his thoughts. What do you mean by insignificant beings? Had you not dismantled my mechanical arm, I would have shown you my true strength. In truth, the officer was not without merit. However, his time-stopping ability was so weak that he could not harness the power of his mechanical limbs and was thus rendered helpless. Sir, in truth, Mr. Ing requires no protection. We are merely coordinating our actions with him. To kill him, one must close the distance. No one can match him at long range, but before those eagle eyes. Who besides you could approach him? Bai Ye nodded in agreement. Indeed, in the face of time-stopping, there is no distinction between the powerful and the ordinary. Both become immobile targets. A night swiftly passed, and fortunately, no mutated beasts emerged after the gray wolves fled. Time returned to 1 minute and 57 seconds, and Bai Ye felt capable once more. As they continued their journey, the silhouette of Heishan gradually materialized before them. On the distant horizon, the undulating Heishan mountain range lay sprawled like a colossal dragon upon the earth, its peaks soaring into the clouds, the mountains exhibiting an eerie bluish-black hue, as if poisoned. Finally, we have arrived at Heishan, Liu exclaimed joyously. Bai Ye merely scoffed. Not so fast. As the saying goes, one cannot tire a horse by merely gazing at the mountain. Brother Yi, as a fellow wasteland dweller, how come you possess knowledge of such philosophical sayings? It is rather disheartening, Liu lamented, realizing that not only was his combat prowess inferior to Bai Ye's, but Bai Ye also grasped more profound truths. Although he appeared a few years older than Bai Ye and had frequented various gambling establishments in multiple towns, he now felt as though he had wasted his time. At times, I even doubt the utility of my extraordinary abilities, he sighed, feeling increasingly disheartened as his right hand remained unhealed and in battle. He could hardly last 3 seconds, relying almost entirely on Bai Ye's support. Liu's mindset resembled that of a lottery winner suddenly thrust into a grand city, only to discover that his winnings barely afforded him a restroom in the affluent district. Bai Ye patted his shoulder, offering reassurance. Young man, have confidence in yourself. A little self-assurance is all that is needed. Is there a need for doubt? Just as a look of gratitude began to surface on Liu's face. The latter part of Bai Ye's comment darkened his expression. Listen, is that something a person should say? As the group continued onward, the outline of Heishan grew increasingly vivid. Yet after a full day's journey, they still had not entered the mountain's territory, illustrating the vastness of Heishan. Fortunately, no mutated beasts had appeared. Perhaps all the creatures that could flee had already done so. Thus, they spent a day in relative tranquility, when Bai Ye's time accumulation reached 2 minutes and 57 seconds. They finally entered the domain of Heishan. As the saying goes, one cannot perceive the true visage of Lushan while being enveloped by it. This adage holds true for the towering Heishan as well. From a distance, one could discern its entirety, but upon arrival, they found themselves surrounded by a sea of towering trees, akin to being immersed in a primordial forest, only catching glimpses of Heishan's edges. In the era of Cataclysm, not only animals have mutated, but plants have also undergone transformations. At least in his past life, Bai Ye had never encountered such magnificent trees, each nearing 100 meters in height, with even the slenderest requiring 5 individuals to encircle. Alight, we cannot drive along the mountain paths, Bai Ye called out, promptly disembarking from the vehicle. Considering the potential dangers lurking within Heishan, he distributed firearms to the remaining 50 or so individuals, instructing them to forge ahead. The soldiers moved cautiously through the thickets, gripping their weapons tightly, their gazes instinctively darting into the depths of the forest, as if fearing a ferocious mutated beast might spring forth at any moment. What heightened their tension was Bai Ye, the ragged youth of the wasteland, who constantly aimed his breath of the bones at them. Over 50 soldiers led the way, while Bai Ye, Liu, and the officer followed closely behind. The officer's leg, forcibly affixed by Bai Ye, though not connected to the neural interface, could still function as a makeshift limb. He limped along with the group, his shoulders bare of arms. Sir, we have reached Heishan. Might you consider releasing me? The officer ventured cautiously. Bai Ye shot him a defiant glance, causing the officer to shudder internally, hastily adding, Sir, I have over $1 million in savings at the bank. If you let me go, I will give you all of it. You need not worry about me betraying you to Tianchi Company. Should Mr. Ing fall, the company would not spare me. Thus, I intend to flee to another city to start anew. Bai Ye ignored him, pondering how naive he was. Was it not he who had treated them, these wasteland dwellers, as mere fodder? He cast a cold glance at the officer before shifting his gaze to the soldiers ahead, and in an instant, his brow furrowed. Stop, he commanded, bringing everyone to a halt. The soldiers turned back, perplexed, awaiting Bai Ye's next command. Brother Yi, what is the matter? Liu inquired, moving closer. One person is missing. Bai Ye meticulously counted the soldiers. He distinctly recalled there being 52. Yet in the blink of an eye, it had dwindled to 51. The sudden disappearance of one person, without a sound, instilled a sense of vigilance within him. He feared not the overt enemy. In his eyes, whether they were the 10 kings or some powerful mutated beast, all carbon-based life forms would perish before the halt of time. What he truly dreaded were the unknown, mysterious methods that were unpredictable, making it impossible to locate the enemy when time stood still. One person is missing? Liu's expression shifted. Could it be they fled? Bai Ye shook his head. Though the soldiers are trained, they remain within the realm of ordinary humans. How could one vanish from my sight in an instant? The soldiers, too, recognized that someone had suddenly disappeared from their ranks, their anxiety escalating. Silence. A person cannot just vanish into thin air. Scrutinize the surroundings for any signs. The soldiers hastily searched their surroundings, and after a brief search, one soldier exclaimed, "There's a shoe in the grass." Bai Ye stepped forward and indeed discovered a bloodied boot amidst the waist-high underbrush. "You, go check the grass," he commanded, raising his weapon toward the soldier. Chapter 39. Rest assured, they will not spare you even in death. The soldier's complexion paled, but in the face of Bai Ye's terrifying prowess, he dared not resist and cautiously approached the thicket. The sound of his military boots brushing against the grass was faint, yet at that moment, it felt painfully loud. As he ventured deeper, the bloodstains on the ground became more pronounced, accompanied by dragging marks, which abruptly ceased beneath a large tree. "Sir, the blood trail stops here." The soldier stammered. "Come back," Bai Ye commanded. The soldier nodded repeatedly and hurried back, feeling a slight relief as he neared the group. However, just as he approached within 10 meters, he noticed the strange expressions on the faces of his comrades: shock, fear, and disbelief. His heart raced, and trembling, he turned around, only to be struck with terror. A thick, green vine, resembling a serpent, descended from the tree, with a massive bloom at its tip. At that moment, the bud split open, revealing jagged petals that resembled a ferocious beast's gaping maw, filled with sharp barbs. "Ah!" he screamed in panic, running frantically toward the others, while the vine, resembling a carnivorous plant, struck with lightning speed. "It's a man-eating flower tree," one officer shouted, eyes wide with horror. "Fire!" Bai Ye decisively ordered. Following a brief moment of chaos, the soldiers raised their rifles and began shooting. Bang! 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 The dense barrage of bullets mostly missed their target, but the sheer volume compensated for their lack of accuracy. When several rounds struck the split bud, the vine emitted a roar akin to a wounded beast, greenish fluid dripping from within and sizzling as it hit the ground. The soldiers rejoiced at the sight. Anything that could be dealt with by bullets was not a problem. With their confidence restored, their aim improved, and after several shots, the vine was riddled with holes, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Just as they began to breathe a sigh of relief, Bai Ye's voice echoed from a distance. "Run, you fools." The group was taken aback, and, the next moment, a scene of despair unfolded. From the canopy overhead, numerous thorny green vines cascaded down, dense and overwhelming, resembling a rain of serpents. Hundreds of green vines, each with a carnivorous flower at its tip, descended from the sky, accurately landing atop the soldiers and swallowing them whole. Screams echoed relentlessly, and each time a soldier was devoured by the man-eating flower, the green vine would retract rapidly back into the towering canopy, seemingly to digest its prey. In that moment, firearms appeared utterly powerless. The vine seemed endless, and for every one that was shot down, dozens more fell from the treetops. A few astute soldiers realized the tree was the key and raised their guns to shoot at it. Yet, against the towering 100-meter giant, their bullets were akin to ants gnawing at an elephant, utterly ineffective. Having reached a safe distance, Bai Ye watched the gruesome scene unfold, his eyelids twitching. Was this truly Heishan? "Save me. Sir, save me." An officer, unable to flee from the man-eating flower tree's range due to his injury, lost his balance in panic and fell hard to the ground. Bai Ye rushed over upon seeing this. The officer's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, my leg." But before he could finish, Bai Ye swiftly severed both of the officer's legs and carried them away. "Bai Ye, you bastard, give me back my legs!" The officer shouted, eyes bulging with rage as he watched Bai Ye retreat. In the next moment, the shadow of death fell from above, and a gaping maw engulfed him. Bai Ye and Li Yu possessed physical abilities beyond the ordinary, and with the distraction of the cannon fodder drawing the attention of the man-eating flower trees, the two managed to escape the deadly grasp unscathed. Moments later, all screams ceased, and the hundreds of vines retracted back into the canopy, leaving no corpses behind, only pools of blood as evidence of the soldiers' presence. "Yiga," Li Yu said, swallowing hard, "they're all dead, and only the two of us extraordinary ones survived. Rest assured, they will not spare you even in death," Bai Ye replied nonchalantly. "What? Yiga, you brought them here. Why would they come after me?" "Because even if they become ghosts, they would not dare provoke me, and thus they will seek you out." Bai Ye casually dismissed the concern. continuing onward with the two mechanical legs slung over his shoulder. He acknowledged the dangers of Heishan, but it did not frighten him. He was determined to acquire the Panga USB drive. If there was a 50% interest, he would be tempted to act. If there was 100% interest, he would dare to take risks. The Panga USB drive offered not merely 100% return, but rather 1,000 or even 10,000. The technological marvel of the civilized era contained methods to become extraordinary, alongside life-extending engineering. Each technology was sufficient to incite wars among the great powers. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold, but the latter part should be disregarded. Don't come looking for me. Don't come looking for me, Liu muttered repeatedly. You were destined to head to Heishan. Dying there was inevitable, and it has nothing to do with me. Ego, wait for me. Amidst the verdant shade, the duo walked side by side. If one disregarded their vigilant expressions, they might have appeared as though they were on a leisurely outing in the primitive beauty of Heishan. Ego, don't get too close to that tree. I'm scared. What are you afraid of? That tree is so thin, it's clearly not a threat. Bai Ye replied, glancing up only to see a carnivorous vine descending from the canopy, seemingly eager for its next meal. Though it lacked eyes, it instilled in him the illusion of mutual gaze. You must be doing this on purpose, Bai Ye said incredulously. He had assumed the man-eating flower trees would be as robust as the previous one, so he had deliberately chosen to walk near the thinner trees, only to encounter another threat. Eager run, Liu exclaimed anxiously, swinging his arm to shatter the approaching vine. Run? These trees clearly possess intelligence and know how to ambush. If I don't show them my strength, they might truly think I'm their prey. Bai Ye, what is it? Believing these man-eating flower trees exhibited predatory instincts akin to beasts, they understood the dynamics of the food chain and rarely targeted creatures stronger than themselves. Thus, displaying his own power was crucial to avoiding trouble. Chapter 40. I'm not joking. I entered only to find them fighting air. Do you enjoy eating? Then have a taste of this mechanical leg. Bai Ye tossed one of the mechanical legs beside the tree. At this moment, more and more man-eating flower vines descended from the canopy. A flash of ruthlessness crossed his eyes as his exceptional physical abilities erupted. He deftly evaded several attacking vines, creating distance, and swiftly reached for his waist, his fingers deftly grasping the gun's handle. With a forceful tug, the sleek black revolver slid into his palm like a serpent. He then raised his right hand, flicking his wrist, and the revolver spun in his grip, steadying its aim at the target. With a lightning-fast motion, his middle finger hooked the chamber and pulled back sharply, a brass bullet clicking into place as dark crimson veins extended from the gun, embedding themselves into his palm. Instantly, with his right index finger pressing the trigger, a deafening bang echoed as flames erupted and the bullet whistled through the air, all executed with an elegance that suggested countless rehearsals. However, he missed his target. Bai Ye's expression darkened as he rolled away from the encroaching vines, firing again, this time successfully hitting his mark. With a flourish, he tucked the pistol into his waistband and turned to leave, casually beckoning the dazed Liu. A true man never looks back at an explosion. Boom! A massive fireball shot into the sky, the explosion reverberating through the forest, splattering green liquid from the man-eating flower tree, which bore a gaping hole in its trunk. The flames ignited the wood, causing the tree to crash to the ground in a blaze. At the cost of a leg, he had successfully eliminated a man-eating flower tree, grateful for the unselfish gift from an unknown officer. Even after the officer's demise, Bai Ye never learned his name, as the deceased do not require names. By midday, Bai Ye and his companion had not encountered any further disturbances from the man-eating flower trees. What do you think, Li Zhua? I was right, wasn't I? We must have hurt the flower tree, making it realize who the prey is. A smirk tugged at the corners of Bai Ye's mouth. Is it possible that we have simply walked out of the man-eating flower tree's growth range? Liu suggested. Absolutely not. Bai Ye asserted firmly. Liu's lips twitched. Yes. Yes, you're right. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flickering within. Is it because your right hand is healing that you feel capable again? No, no, no. You must let me explain. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of gunfire interrupted Liu's protest, his expression shifting as he turned toward the east. Gunfire. It must be others entering Heishan. Anyone who can come to Heishan must be seeking refuge. Brother Yi, the gunfire sounds intense, and there are screams. These people must be in some serious trouble. We should keep our distance. Liu instinctively viewed these individuals as rivals, wanting to avoid complications. Bai Ye, however, shook his head, disappointment etched on his face. Lizua, one should not be so selfish. How can we ignore our kind in peril? Liu was taken aback, blinking several times as he tried to comprehend Bai Ye's sudden shift in demeanor. Brother Yi, we don't even know them, and they are our competitors. Why should we help them? What if we end up in danger ourselves? Ah, how superficial. When out in the world, we must help one another. You help me. I help you. Only then can society develop harmoniously. If I assist them now, how could they refuse to help me in return? Observing Bai Ye's Mishiu Simide. Liu suddenly understood. You want them to help you find the way, just like those soldiers. A teachable child indeed. As the old saying goes, those who are righteous receive much assistance, while those who stray encounter little. If I save their lives now, they will surely assist me in navigating the path ahead. After all, our destination is the 189 refuge deep within Heishan, which is convenient for everyone. Bai Ye yore an innocent simile. His reasoning was simple. Heishan concealed numerous unknown dangers, and one slip could result in peril before one even had the chance to react. Thus, having someone to scout ahead became crucial. The two stealthily approached the source of the gunfire. Upon crossing a thicket, they were momentarily stunned by the scene before them. Bai Ye and Liu exchanged glances, both reflecting the bewilderment in each other's eyes. What on earth are they doing? I have no idea. I arrived just in time to see this group battling the air. Their confusion was understandable, as the group appeared rather abstract. Amidst the trees, a dozen individuals clad in various attires were firing wildly at the surrounding air, as though they bore a grudge against it. Brother Yi, do you think they might have eaten some poisonous mushrooms? Remove the mite. What on earth are they shooting at? Brother Yi, look at that person in the black mask. He seems to be an extraordinary being. Liu whispered in awe. Bai Ye focused his gaze and noticed a man in a black mask and coat standing out amongst the crowd, exuding an air of distinction. This individual stood tall, arms crossed over his chest, contrasting sharply with the tense expressions of those around him. Strangely, the shadow beneath him seemed alive, entirely separating from his body and standing on its own. The eerie shadow waved its hands, launching shadowy darts toward the air. Whoosh! The shadowy darts streaked across the sky, and a feather abruptly floated down from above. The group turned their heads, scanning their surroundings, as the gunfire ceased momentarily. After a brief pause, they appeared to confirm that no danger lurked nearby, and expressions of relief spread across their faces. A portly man in his 20s laughed heartily. Mr. Li Xiong truly lives up to his reputation, a top-tier extraordinary being second only to the 10 kings. To think he could strike down a feather from that beast. It seems the creature has fled. The man in the black mask shot him a cold, proud glance. Second only? I, Li, have never battled with the 10 kings. Why would I do others judge that I am inferior? The portly man was taken aback, not anticipating his words to be met with such a retort. Yet he shrugged off the awkwardness and continued, Mr. Li is right. I've heard that one of the 10 kings, the tyrant Yang Jia, will also come to Heishan. Perhaps we will witness the birth of a new 10 kings. The eyes beneath the black mask burned with fervor and ambition. I came for the tyrant. If not, would you think I would be here at your behest, Boss Gao? The portly man, referred to as Boss Gao, nodded in silence, seemingly accustomed to Li Xiong's arrogance. After this battle, the name of the Shadow Man will surely resonate throughout the world, Li Xiong declared proudly. Mr. Li, Boss Gao, this is not the place for idle chatter. I fear that beast may return. We should depart swiftly, urged a middle-aged man with stubble, wielding dual pistols. This rugged figure wore a tattered cowboy hat and sported a classic bounty hunter's attire. Yes, indeed, Brother Li, you are right. We should make haste, Boss Gao concurred, calling for a young maid nearby. Xiao Kui, we must go. The 200-pound man hurriedly leaped onto the back of a girl barely standing at 5 feet tall, dressed in a black and white maid outfit. The girl remained expressionless, not even shifting as if bearing a mere feather. From behind a distant tree, Liu watched in confusion. Brother Yi, what are they doing? Why did a feather suddenly fall from the sky? And now they are leaving. That extraordinary being looked quite formidable. And that big man is incredibly shameless, making that little girl carry him? A barrage of questions left Bai Ye feeling overwhelmed. He chose to ignore Li Yu and instead fixated on the feather that had fallen to the ground, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity. The feather was entirely gray-black, adorned with dark spots and horizontal stripes, the tip stained white, forming a distinctive pattern. Such a unique feather seemed reminiscent of something he had once seen in the animal kingdom. Suddenly, Liu gasped, "Oh no." A head exploded. Startled, Bai Ye's pupils contracted as he turned to the group of a dozen individuals, witnessing one of them suddenly have their head burst without warning. "The beast has returned." "Mr. Li acted quickly." Panic erupted among the crowd as they resumed firing at the air, while the shadow behind Li Xiong began to writhe and stand once more. He unleashed a flurry of shadowy darts, weaving them into a net that spun rapidly in midair. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as the shadowy darts collided with some unseen creature, sparks flying in every direction. In that moment, Bai Ye finally discerned what they were shooting at. They were not firing at the air, but at a peregrine falcon. Previously unnoticed due to the distance and the remarkable speed of the Yosuan, which appeared as a fleeting black lightning. The true form was finally discerned when its velocity diminished under the pressure of Li Xiao's shadow dart. "It is indeed the Yosuan," Bai Ye murmured softly. Li Yu, catching a glimpse, hastily inquired, "What is a Yosuan?" Bai Ye recalled the description from the animal kingdom. The Yosuan ranks as the second fastest bird in the world, renowned for its incredible speed, likened to an invisible bomber among birds. Those unfortunate enough to be targeted often do not see it coming before meeting a gruesome fate. Li Yu, taken aback, realized he was unfamiliar with such a creature. Such an exaggerated speed ranks second? Who is the first? Bai Ye glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, "Naturally, it is you, my friend, for you have but 3 seconds." "Me?" Li Yu exclaimed in confusion, only understanding the implication after a brief moment, which incited a flash of indignation within him. This was an aberrant Yosuan, evidently faster than its ordinary counterpart, transcending the limits of human sight, placing the group in peril. Bai Ye surveyed the panicking crowd, witnessing yet another individual pierce through the skull. The speed of the aberrant Yosuan surpassed that of bullets, zipping past ordinary eyes, rendering it invisible to the retina. After observing for a moment, Bai Ye devised a plan to intervene and rescue the group. The individuals possessed considerable strength. The extraordinary being could manipulate shadows, and the petite maid was no ordinary figure, having withstood a claw strike from the Yosuan while protecting the corpulent man, emerging with minimal harm. The middle-aged man wielding dual pistols exhibited excellent marksmanship and proficiency in gun combat, while several genetically enhanced individuals in their ranks were evidently superior to the likes of the wild boar Tanjia. Only the corpulent man appeared as a mere ordinary person, requiring constant protection. This team was undeniably formidable. Had they encountered the previous hyenas or gray jays, they would have easily triumphed. Unfortunately, they faced the aberrant Yosuan. While the Yosuan itself was not exceptionally powerful, its unparalleled speed rendered the strength of the group futile if they could not land a hit. However, the Yosuan's swiftness posed little challenge to Bai Ye. Could it surpass the stillness of time? He contemplated before addressing Li Yu. "Li Zua, it is your moment to shine." "Me?" Li Yu gaped, bewildered. Bai Ye smirked mysteriously and whispered a few words in his ear. "Li Xiao, can you really handle this? I have invested a significant amount to secure your protection." High Boss Gao exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat, having narrowly escaped death just moments ago, thanks to Xiao Kuei's timely intervention. Observing Li Xiao's inability to subdue the Yosuan, he could no longer afford to be polite. Li Xiao's face was grim, his eyes darting rapidly, yet he could only catch a fleeting glimpse of the Yosuan's afterimage. His pride prevented him from acknowledging that his previous success in dislodging a feather was merely a stroke of luck. "Silence. Do not disturb me. I am devising a strategy." Li Xiao's cold sweat trickled down as he contemplated abandoning the group and escaping alone, for he aspired to become one of the 10 kings, not perish at the hands of a mere bird. Suddenly, the grass in the distance rustled, the sound of shoes scraping against foliage piercing the air. Is someone approaching? The group felt a surge of hope. Anyone daring to appear in the dark mountain at this hour could not be an ordinary person. However, as the figures emerged from the underbrush, their spirits plummeted. 2 ragged figures, resembling denizens of a wasteland, ambled forth, one shouldering a mechanical leg, the other with a filthy bandage wrapped around his right hand, clutching a large sack filled with what appeared to be a box and various odds and ends. Wastelanders? What are they doing here? Gao pondered, recalling instances of individuals captured and sent to the Dark Mountain for reconnaissance. Facing imminent danger, Gao hastily called out, "Friends behind us." I am Gao Bansheng, son of Gao Shanhe, the chairman of the Jinfu Merchant Guild. If you can assist me in overcoming this peril, I shall reward you handsomely." The group awaited a response with bated breath, but only the two wastelanders stood silently, their companions remaining unseen. "Damn it!" Gao cursed under his breath. At that moment, the wastelander with the bandaged hand spoke coldly. "How much?" Gao was taken aback. Were these two merely wastelanders? He did not wish to judge by appearances. But even the most disregarding of powerful beings would not dress as raggedly as Bai Ye and his companion, nearly resembling nudity. Initially, their clothes had been tattered yet sufficient for modesty, but after enduring 3 waves of aberrant beasts and an attack from man-eating flower trees, their already cheap garments had become even more tattered. "Friend, I am willing to offer 500,000 if you can save us all," Gao implored. Bai Ye's eyes sparkled with interest. He was surprised that this seemingly unscrupulous fat man was willing to spend money for everyone's salvation. Moreover, Gao identified himself as the son of Gao Shanhe, a name well known in Baiming, not for his strength, but for his immense wealth, recognized as the richest man in the region. Even the wastelanders living in town had heard of him, as the cockroach protein bars they consumed were part of Gao Shanhe's enterprise. 500,000 was indeed within reach. "Deal," Liu responded coolly, then leisurely began unwrapping the filthy bandage from his right hand, his demeanor focused and serious, as if engaged in a matter of great importance. Gao's urgency escalated. "What are you doing? We made a deal. Please, you must act swiftly." Liu did not lift his gaze, responding indifferently, "There is no rush before my magical hand. No enemies shall escape." Bai Ye felt awkward. Was Liu truly enjoying this role-playing? His intention was for Liu to pretend to be a master while he employed time stasis to subdue the Yosuan, thus concealing the use of time stasis and diminishing his own presence. Despite being revered as a god of the new era, he understood the fragility of his mortal form. It was one thing to face a direct assault. A sneak attack could easily catch him off guard. In a confrontation with formidable foes, he must exercise caution. Thus, he intended for Liu, the extraordinary one, to attract attention while he provided covert support. Yet he found Liu's act to be both tedious and cringeworthy. Bai Ye hastily signaled to Liu, conveying the message that he should cease the pretense. If someone were to perish, who would be liable for the payment? Upon receiving Bai Ye's affirmative glance, Liu felt emboldened, convinced that Bai Ye recognized his talent for theatrics, prompting him to further immerse himself in the act. Due to the distance, Gao and the others could not discern the silent exchange between the two, only observing Liu meticulously unwrapping the bandage, seemingly lacking any intention to act, which left them disheartened. Li Xiao scoffed, "At such a time, do you still expect assistance from 2 wastelanders? I have the beast temporarily restrained, but my shadows cannot hold much longer. Soon your maid shall carry you, and I will lead you to safety. Do not worry, with me present, you shall not perish, though additional compensation will be required post-escape." Gao glanced at those surrounding him, gritting his teeth. "What are the others? I am responsible solely for your safety. The others are not my concern." Li Xiao spoke coldly, delivering a statement that epitomized emotional intelligence. Rather than asserting his inability to safeguard others, he underscored that the protection of the target was singular. Gao Bansheng grew increasingly hesitant, and, at that moment, he caught a glimpse of the wasteland dweller unwrapping his bandages, advancing directly towards him. As he moved forward, under the gazes of the crowd, the bandages on his right hand gradually slipped away. When the blood-stained bandages fell to the ground like a serpent, a pale right hand emerged into view, its whiteness strikingly more pronounced than his own skin tone. "Hiss!" Liu discreetly inhaled sharply. "Damn, he must have tied them too tightly. He isn't even bled." Unbinding the seal, Liu flexed his rusty right hand, striding confidently into the attack range of the peregrine falcon. The sound of gunfire and the whistling of shadow darts seemed to herald his entrance. "Be careful, that beast is incredibly fast," Gao Bansheng instinctively cautioned, noticing Liu's audacity, unarmed as he was. "Oh, just how fast?" Liu inquired, his expression impassive as he raised his right hand. The swift-footed Bai Ye immediately activated the time freeze. He could no longer bear to watch this embarrassing situation unfold. A massive golden clock face appeared beneath Bai Ye's feet. With a light tap of his toes, the gears of time emitted a faint clicking sound, sending ripples of golden light cascading outward. Buzz! A mysterious temporal wave enveloped the world. The wind stilled in the forest. Leaves hung suspended in midair, and the whizzing bullets alongside the shadow darts froze in place. The once vibrant crowd was now akin to a still photograph captured by camera. Also frozen in time was the aberrant peregrine falcon, its half-meter-long body, with wings of black and gray, halted abruptly above the heads of the onlookers, its sharp beak glinting with a metallic sheen. In this absolute stillness, a ragged wasteland youth navigated the cracks of time, the sole individual capable of interacting with the flow of time. Each step he took shattered the mirror of stillness, only to seamlessly reassemble behind him into a perfect halt. Bai Ye approached the aberrant peregrine falcon, then launched himself effortlessly to bring it down. Holding the falcon, resembling a specimen, he snapped its wings and thrust it into the outstretched magical hand of Liu. All set, Bai Ye swiftly returned to his original position, and time resumed. Buzz, the mysterious temporal wave, dissipated, and everything reverted to the state as if nothing had transpired. The minds of the crowd remained fixated on Liu's earlier utterance. Oh, just how fast! In the next moment, the crowd witnessed a shadow freeze mid-air, the previously intense gunfire abruptly ceasing with the shadow's appearance. Their pupils constricted violently, as if petrified, caught once again in the stillness of time. They gaped in astonishment at the falcon, gripped tightly by an invisible hand, its fierce head thrashing in struggle, emitting sharp, anguished cries. The intensity of its thrashing caused several gray-black feathers to fall. How is this possible? Li Xiao, the shadowy figure, was taken aback. Having personally engaged with the aberrant falcon, he was acutely aware of its speed, one that transcended visual limits. It was so swift that his shadow darts could not keep pace, and these darts, being weightless, could defy air resistance. A solemn expression flickered across his eyes as he silently recalibrated Liu's rating to match that of a formidable adversary. Others, unlike Li Xiao, were not so confident. They found the situation utterly bewildering. No one had anticipated that this ragged wasteland dweller could so swiftly subdue the aberrant falcon. Chapter 43. It turns out to be the Ten Kings face to face. Li Yu was equally perplexed. He raised his right hand, staring blankly at the aberrant falcon in his grasp. What on earth? How did the falcon collide into my hand when I lifted it? Bai Ye only told me to act cool. He didn't mention anything this grand. At that moment, Li Yu's figure appeared mysterious and imposing in the eyes of the spectators. They perceived that the aberrant falcon, which had previously been a formidable threat, was now effortlessly captured by a wasteland dweller. Could this wasteland dweller also be an extraordinary being? What is this ability? Telekinetic grasp? Initially, Li Yu had thought the speed was extraordinary, but now it seemed rather trivial. He quickly endeavored to maintain his aloof persona, infusing his tone with a blend of coldness, arrogance, sarcasm, and disdain. He relaxed his grip, allowing the nearly lifeless aberrant falcon to tumble to the ground. Bang! A crimson bullet shot forth, accurately piercing through the falcon's skull, blood splattering. Bai Ye silently stowed away the breath of bones, as it had been agreed upon with Li Yu that he would deliver the final blow. After all, it was still an aberrant beast. Its vitality could not be squandered. Forbidden item. A jolt of surprise coursed through the crowd. They had not anticipated that these two wasteland dwellers were anything but ordinary. Sensing the influx of fresh vitality, Bai Ye suddenly paused, realizing that the energy provided by the aberrant falcon was not quite right. It was too scant. Logically, the strength of the aberrant falcon should far exceed all other aberrant beasts he had encountered. Even the hyena king would not stand a chance against it. Yet the vitality offered was equivalent to merely 10 gray sparrows, comparable to what he had received from Mr. Ing. Wait a moment. Bai Ye swiftly grasped the situation. The breath of bones had a cap on the vitality it could provide. The energy from 10 gray sparrows was its limit. No matter how many stronger aberrant beasts he killed, the vitality yielded would remain unchanged. The breath of bones was akin to a vessel, while the aberrant beasts served as the water source. Whether one filled the vessel from a stream or the ocean, one could only fill it to its maximum capacity. No wonder the breath of bones was merely a serpent-grade forbidden item. If it could infinitely siphon vitality to benefit the user, it would surely be classified as dragon-grade. Thank you, esteemed sir, for your assistance. May I ask your name? Gao Bansheng was the first to regain his composure, hastily bowing in gratitude towards Li Yu. Li Yu glanced at him with indifference, responding blandly, Magical hand, Li Yu. Magical hand, Li Yu? The crowd's minds raced as they searched for any information regarding the name, but found none. This was perplexing. Such a strong individual could not possibly be obscure. Could he not be a local? Thank you, Mr. Li, and this young brother for saving our lives. By the way, may I ask how to address this young brother? Gao Bancheng then turned to Bai Ye. Bai Ye. Gao Bancheng hurriedly replied, I am Gao Bancheng, son of the esteemed president of the Jinfu Merchant Association, Gao Shanhe. It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Li, and young brother Bai. The others, regaining their senses, quickly expressed their gratitude as well. A middle-aged man wielding twin guns expressed his appreciation. I am Twin Gunsley Baitian, a bounty hunter. Thank you both for your life-saving grace. Should you ever need assistance in the future, I, Li Baitian, will not hesitate, and I will charge no fee. I am Hujian, the lean tiger, a quick-draw shooter, and I am at your service. The crowd gradually introduced themselves in a disjointed manner, expressing their gratitude. Only Li Xiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze proud and discerning. With your strength, you have yet to ascend to the ranks of the 10 kings. It seems the world is blind to true talent. Magical hand, Li Yu, you possess considerable strength. It appears you will surely claim your place among the 10 kings in the future. This journey to Heishan promises to be anything but dull. Li Zhao's words carried a hint of camaraderie, shared among the powerful. His aloof gaze, veiled by a black mask, fell upon Li Yu as if he were the only one among the crowd worthy of his attention. Li Yu was taken aback. Who are you, my friend? Do we know each other? He cast a sidelong glance at Bai Ye, seeking some indication from him. After all, Bai Ye had only instructed him to act like a master, providing little detail on how to navigate the situation with this seemingly formidable, extraordinary being. At that moment, Bai Ye was preoccupied, troubled by the vitality provided by the breath of bones, and he had not noticed Li Yu's silent plea for assistance. Li Yu felt a sudden, prickling sensation on his scalp, experiencing for the first time the weight of being a formidable individual who could enlighten him on how to converse among the powerful. After a brief moment of contemplation, he steeled himself to uphold the persona of a taciturn yet formidable character. He coldly inquired, Who are you? Li Zhao's lips curled into a sharp smile as he proudly announced, I am the Shadow Man, Li Xiao. The name Shadow Man Li Xiao was unfamiliar to Li Yu, who, having recently ascended to the realm of the extraordinary, had previously mingled only with the lower echelons of the wasteland populace, and thus lacked knowledge of any renowned extraordinary beings. The only two he was aware of were the Night Maiden from the Silent Tribunal and the 10 Kings, information he had gleaned from Bai Ye. Hearing Li Xiao mention the 10 Kings seemed to imply that he recognized Li Yu as a potential candidate among them. Realization dawned upon Li Yu as he swiftly responded, so it is in the presence of one of the 10 Kings. Li Zhao's expression stiffened. His lips quivered, momentarily rendering him speechless. The others exchanged glances, and the atmosphere grew decidedly awkward. Though obscured by a black mask, the shifts in Li Zhao's eyes were palpable. After a prolonged silence, he finally murmured, I am not. This was embarrassing. Misidentifying a 10 king could lead to a collapse of his formidable persona. Li Yu, feeling the weight of the awkwardness, was at a loss for words and could only manage a stiff acknowledgement. Oh, what is this attitude? Li Xiao Raturta. You dismiss me with a mere word because I am not one of the 10 kings? To Li Xiao, Li Yu's demeanor was a blatant provocation. What was the meaning of his words? To imply that he could claim a place among the 10 kings was tantamount to mockery. Was it not clear that he had no right to judge if he was not even among the 10 kings? If Li Yu were to comprehend Li Zhao's thoughts, he would feel profoundly wronged. He had no intention of provocation. It was Li Xiao who had brought up the 10 kings and suggested that he might join their ranks, as if he held the power to influence such elevation. The atmosphere between the two became increasingly peculiar until Gao Bancheng, with a smile, produced a check, breaking the tense stalemate. Mr. Li, here's a check for 5 million. Please have a look. The mention of 5 million nearly caused Li Yu, who was pretending to be a master, to falter, for he had never encountered such wealth. He pressed his lips together, fearing he might burst into laughter. Just as he reached out to accept it, Bai Ye interjected, claiming the money for himself with a cheerful remark, Just give it to me, mister. Li does not care for such mundane matters. Li Yu's lips twitched slightly, his heart aching at the lost opportunity. Who said he did not like mundane possessions? He secretly wished for the money that would now be in Bai Ye's hands, knowing he would receive none of it. It was all in vain. Gao Bancheng nodded repeatedly, respectfully offering the check. With the money accepted, he relaxed and jovially remarked, "Are you two heading to the 189 shelter?" Li nodded coolly. "That is splendid. We're also bound for the 189 shelter. Why not travel together?" To be candid, our group was hastily assembled. Apart from Li Xiao and my maid, Xiao Kuei, the rest of my companions were also acquired along the journey, all possessing unique skills as bounty hunters. Since our destinations align, I invite you to join us. It will be beneficial to have each other's support along the way. Moreover, if you procure valuable items from the shelter, it saves the hassle of searching for buyers. Not looking for buyers? Bai Ye remarked, slightly puzzled. Gao Bancheng smiled confidently, because I'm the best buyer, my young friend Bai. It is not bragging when I say I offer the highest prices. Do you know why I am called Bancheng? Bai Ye eyed him suspiciously, wondering if it was because he only ever did half a job, producing subpar results. Indeed, it is not. Gao Bancheng paused, nearly laughing out of frustration. If it were not for Li Yu's presence, he would have thoroughly debated the matter. Young Bai, you jest. It refers to half a city, not half a job. The Chamber of Wealth controls a city named Wangguanjing. When I was born, my father gifted me half of Wangguanjing, hence the name Gao Bancheng. With that, he chuckled politely, the laughter of the wealthy ringing out. Bai Ye recognized that Gao Bancheng was not fabricating his tale. Only those with fortunes could laugh in such a manner. "Mr. Li, what are your thoughts?" Gao Bancheng inquired. Li Yu, already aware of Bai Ye's intentions, would not refuse. He nodded impassively, and upon seeing Li Yu's agreement, the group displayed their delight. Who would not wish for a formidable companion? With the addition of the skilled Li Yu and Bai Ye, the group's demeanor noticeably relaxed, and many took the opportunity to engage Li Yu in conversation. After all, in this desolate wasteland, knowing a powerful individual, even if only to exchange a few words, was a bragging right for future tavern tales, especially among bounty hunters like Double Guns Li Bai Tian. Bounty hunters formed a loose organization in the wasteland addressing various issues for employers, assassinations, hunts, and even serving as mercenaries for major factions. They lived on the edge, spending their days completing jobs or lingering in taverns. To maintain his imposing persona, Li Yu remained taciturn throughout the journey, occasionally exchanging hushed words with Bai Ye, fearful that too much conversation would reveal his lowly identity as a wasteland dweller. The others, far from being discontent, became more eager, seemingly convinced that a true powerhouse ought to behave thus. This left the shadow man Li Xiao feeling somewhat unsettled. Before Li Yu's arrival, such treatment had exclusively been his domain. Now, even the employer, Gao Bancheng, began to call Li Yu by name. This ignited a silent vow within Li Xiao. Once he defeats the tyrant Yang Jie and ascends as the new Ten King, he would ensure they could never aspire to his level. He refrained from confronting Li Yu, partly because Li Yu was not one of the 10 kings. Defeating him would be pointless, and partly due to his reluctance to lose face, having just received help from Li Yu, even if it was not a request he had made himself. "Brother Yi, that money is at the back of the group," Li Yu murmured, his lips barely moving. "Money? What money? Where did this money come from?" "Mr. Li, have you started speaking nonsense?" Bai Ye responded with wide eyes. "Brother Yi, I nearly lost a hand for this act. You cannot deny me even the meager wages of a disabled actor. Letting you enjoy the performance without demanding payment is already generous." Just as he was about to speak further, Gao Bancheng approached, prompting him to fall silent and assume a high and mighty demeanor. "You, young Bai, have embraced forbidden items at such a young age. Your future is limitless." Gao Bancheng beamed, attempting to engage with Bai Ye as Li Yu remained aloof. "Huh," Bai Ye replied with a forced smile. "That pales in comparison to Boss Gao, who walks with a maid carrying him. With those frail limbs, do take care not to break them." He glanced at the petite maid, Xiao Kuei, who had not uttered a word, silently carrying Gao Bancheng on her back, her porcelain-like features delicately resembling that of a doll. Bai Ye was tempted to ask whether she had been caught in a compromising situation when Gao Bancheng first laid eyes on her. Gao Bancheng seemed oblivious to Bai Ye's mockery, cheerfully responding, "Young Bai, you misunderstand. While I, Gao Bancheng, may be wealthy, I never humiliate others." "And what of her?" Bai Ye pointed at the maid, Xiao Kuei. Gao Bancheng smiled slightly. "Oh, she is not human." "Hiss!" Bai Ye gasped, his eyes widening involuntarily, as if he were seeing the rotund man in a new light. Such are the utterances of a capitalist. He had thought his own standards were low, but today he encountered Gao Bancheng, proving that there were always lower depths to plumb. "Young Bai, look here," Gao Bancheng said, extending his pudgy hand towards the maid's neckline and pulling it down. Whoa, is this something I can see for free? Directly revealing the inner garments? Bai Ye hurriedly widened his eyes, staring intently. He was momentarily stunned, as a glimmer of silvery metallic light nearly blinded him. My eyes! Am I getting a sty? The shimmering metallic shell, exposed to the air, revealed intricate threads and concentric patterns, with delicate grooves that rippled with a faint luminescence as Xiao Kuei moved, resembling liquid mercury flowing beneath the skin. This metallic undergarment was quite unique. Gao Bansheng was taken aback, exclaiming, "What on earth is this metallic undergarment? Are you out of your mind?" Bai Ye's companion chuckled, clarifying, "This is not an undergarment. It is Xiao Kuei's physical structure. As you can see, Xiao Kuei is indeed not human, but a robot, a remnant from the era before the Great Catastrophe, discovered in a shelter and later purchased by me." Bai Ye was secretly astonished. A robot? Such an advanced creation? He felt increasingly aware of the grotesqueness of this world, where many struggled to find food. Yet the wealthy possessed even bioengineered robots. By the way, my friend, I see you possess commendable physical qualities and show no signs of having injected gene serums. Have you cultivated qi and blood martial arts? Or are you an extraordinary being? Gao Bansheng inquired, noticing Bai Ye's ability to keep pace with the group effortlessly, his composure indicating superior physical fitness. Qi and blood martial arts? Bai Ye was not unfamiliar with the term, having gained considerable knowledge from his amicable exchanges with military officers, where he learned about qi and blood martial arts. It sounded mysterious, yet it was quite ordinary, essentially involving physical training in conjunction with breathing techniques. After the Great Catastrophe, those who survived underwent a degree of mutation. While their appearances remained unchanged, they developed an internal energy known as qi and blood, a form of biological energy. Research indicated that humans prior to the catastrophe also possessed this energy, albeit concealed within their bodies. The mutation merely catalyzed its manifestation. Over the years, humanity had continuously researched and utilized qi and blood, eventually establishing the practice of qi and blood martial arts. It was not akin to the martial arts secret manuals of fantasy, but rather a method of mobilizing internal qi and blood through specific breathing frequencies, enhancing physical prowess. Even without breathing techniques, sufficient nutrition and consistent exercise would naturally bolster qi and blood, making the body increasingly robust. Breathing techniques merely improved efficiency. Qi and blood martial arts, also referred to as civilian martial arts, could be practiced by anyone, akin to fitness training, yet achieving significant results required immense effort, often proving less effective than genetic modification. In the wasteland, a saying circulated: "The poor rely on effort, qi, and blood martial arts, while the rich depend on technology, gene modification, mechanical enhancement." As for extraordinary beings, their status was determined solely by talent and fortune, irrespective of wealth. Bai Ye pondered briefly before replying, "Qi and blood martial arts." He was neither an extraordinary being, nor had he undergone any injections or mechanical enhancements. He had merely acquired a modicum of qi and blood through forbidden means, which, strictly speaking, fell within the realm of qi and blood martial arts. Indeed, my friend, you are a youthful hero. Achieving success in qi and blood martial arts is no small feat, requiring great perseverance. It is evident that you aspire to great heights. Gao Bansheng's high emotional intelligence in his compliment caused Bai Ye to glance at him in surprise. Was this genuine praise? He was unaware that qi and blood martial arts were often the choice of those in dire straits. Most practitioners spent their lives training in qi and blood martial arts, only to find themselves outmatched by a single injection from a genetic modifier. As the group engaged in casual conversation, they traversed the perilous terrain of Heishan, surprisingly reminiscent of a spring outing. Amidst the crowd, Bai Ye felt increasingly wise. They had already covered half the distance, and were expected to reach the vicinity of Shelter 189 by the following day. Their swift progress was largely attributable to Gao Bansheng and Li Xiao, as Gao possessed an expensive map of Heishan that had significantly reduced their detours. Li Xiao seemed unusually eager to showcase his abilities before Li Yu, taking the lead in every encounter with mutated beasts or flora, effortlessly dispatching them with flair, even glancing back at Li Yu afterward. As night fell, the already tranquil Heishan succumbed to complete silence, interrupted only by the gentle crackling of the fire. Bai Ye sat by the fire, roasting wild rabbit meat, feeling content. He had saved considerable time today. 2 minutes and 49 seconds. This was the time remaining for him. Since joining the group, he had not once invoked his time-stopping ability, relying entirely on others to resolve crises. He pulled out his golden pocket watch, glancing at it. In 3 hours, he would accrue another minute. May nothing unexpected occur. Let me not waste any more time. Let this night pass peacefully. As he savored the rabbit meat, he prayed, and miraculously, nothing transpired. The following morning, the group set off once more. Throughout the journey, Bai Ye felt slightly dazed, genuinely astonished that they had not encountered any dangers. The forest at night was the most perilous, and the absence of threats felt surreal, leading him to suspect that he had been poisoned by the rabbit meat and was experiencing hallucinations. Prior to their arrival at Heishan, they had faced multiple waves of mutated beasts daily. In his conversation with Gao Bansheng, Bai Ye's doubts were clarified. Chapter 46. What is the Panga plan? Merely a fantasy before death. After the army of Shuguang City discovered Shelter 189, they had repeatedly dispatched troops to purge Heishan, resulting in numerous mutated beasts being killed or fleeing, thus significantly reducing the threat level. Otherwise, he would not have dared to venture here. Bai Ye nodded. This aligned with his previous knowledge. The attacks on Huitu town by mutated beasts were ultimately the fault of Shuguang City. But why have we not seen the Shuguang City army along the way? Gao Bansheng chuckled. Because most of the troops have been withdrawn. Withdrawn? Mobilizing an army is no simple task. Just managing food supplies is a headache. Moreover, the dangers of Heishan extend beyond the visible mutated beasts to include venomous insects and toxic miasmas. The unseen threats are the most lethal. Though Shuguang City is powerful, they cannot inject gene serums into every soldier. Ultimately, even trained soldiers are merely ordinary people. They can drive away mutated beasts with firearms. But it is challenging for them to survive long-term in Heishan. It was rumored that Shuguang City had repeatedly failed to open the doors of Shelter 189 and that the commotion had attracted attention, leading various factions, including extraordinary organizations and bounty hunters, to flock here, each seeking to share in the spoils of the shelter. Supported by the apocalyptic technology company, Shuguang City, despite its formidable strength, could not afford to offend everyone simultaneously. Thus, they did not seal off Heishan, but left a group of elite warriors to lie in wait. At this point, a smirk of derision crossed Gao Bansheng's face. In my view, it is evident that the apocalyptic company is aware they cannot open the doors of the shelter. Hence, they allow capable individuals from all factions to come here, leveraging their power to access the shelter. Once the door swings open, it will be the moment when the apocalyptic company reveals its fangs. After all, Heishan lay within the sphere of influence of the apocalyptic company, unless various factions were willing to sever ties and initiate a full-scale war. Who could seize this territory from them? Bai Ye's gaze flickered. He had not anticipated that this wealthy, corpulent man possessed some degree of intelligence. This was indeed the plan of the apocalyptic company, as he had learned from Mr. Ng. Initially, Mr. Ng had indicated that only the tyrant Yang Jie could unlock Shelter 189, after which he would take the opportunity to eliminate Yang Jie. Since you are aware of the apocalyptic company's intentions, why venture into this murky water? Gao Bansheng chuckled, his face jiggling with each bump on Xiao Kuei's back. The apocalyptic company's goal is the Pangu plan. As for the other treasures within the shelter, they are not overly concerned. With various factions sending representatives to Heishan, do you think they would annihilate everyone over a few trifling items? In essence, as long as one refrains from coveting the Panga project, there will be no direct conflict with the Tianchi company. You seem rather unperturbed. Can you truly resist the allure of the Panga project? What nonsense the Pangu project is. In my opinion, it is nothing but a rumor. Little Bai, do you even know how many times the Panga project has resurfaced? Bai was taken aback. How many times? Gao Bansheng extended 5 plump fingers. 5 times. What the hell? Bai's heart sank. If the Panga USB was not hidden within Heishan, then all his efforts would have been in vain. 5 times indeed. This endeavor is a vast pitfall. The 112th, 134th, and 181st shelters, along with 2 others I can't recall, all claim to harbor the Panga project. Yet what do we find? Pure nonsense. In my view, The Pango Project does not exist. It is merely a fantasy conjured by those from the age of civilization before their demise. If the rumors were true and the Pango Project possessed the power to create and destroy, how could the age of civilization have fallen? Another part of Bai Ye's heart began to chill. He even felt that Gao Bansheng was correct. In this shattered era, decision-makers, in their quest to preserve the flame of humanity, might indeed weave a web of lies known as hope. Wait, even if the Pango Project is a fabrication, surely the Pango USB must be real? The inhabitants of the age of civilization could not have failed to preserve such precious knowledge. There remains a glimmer of hope. Someone ahead, Li Beitian, who was leading the way, suddenly crouched low, signaling the others to silence. Someone, Bai Ye followed the group forward. Encountering people in Heishan was not surprising, especially as they were nearing the 189th shelter, where the population would undoubtedly increase. Two groups were in standoff. Li Beitian, Wisparat. This seasoned bounty hunter produced a tactical telescope from somewhere and began to observe quietly. One group consisted of 8 individuals, uniformly dressed, likely belonging to the same bounty hunter team, while the other was a solitary youth, bearing 4 swords upon his back. Let me see, Bai Ye requested the telescope. The others were curious, but, respecting Li Yu's authority, allowed Bai Ye to look first. With the aid of the telescope, Bai Ye soon discerned the 2 groups Li Beitian mentioned. The youth with the 4 swords held a ginseng root, still caked with fresh soil, presumably just unearthed. The other group of 8 raised their guns, pointing at the youth, seemingly engaged in heated dialogue. Bai Ye interpreted their lip movements and surmised they were disputing over the ginseng. Little Bai, let me take a look too, Gao Bansheng exclaimed, his face brimming with eagerness. Resembling a spectator eager for gossip, Bai Ye handed him the telescope and addressed the others. They must have discovered a ginseng root in Heishan and are quarreling over it. At that moment, Gao Bansheng gasped. I recognize that youth with the 4 swords. He is the sword-bearer, Xiao Yi. Li Zhao's eyes narrowed, a glint of dangerous coldness flashing within. The extraordinary individual with a bounty of 85 million from the Dongzhou Federation. The sword-bearer, Xiao Yi. Gao Bansheng nodded, excitement evident in his demeanor, though no one knew the source of his thrill. He passed the telescope to Li Xiao, stating, it is indeed him, 85 million. Li Yu, who had been feigning indifference, nearly lost his composure upon hearing that astronomical figure. Had it not been for Bai Ye's discreet cough, he might have shattered his facade. Bai Ye was not unfamiliar with the Dongzhou Federation. In fact, anyone living in this wasteland was aware of it. Their continent is Dongzhou, and the Dongzhou Federation serves as the supreme governing body, established by various factions to maintain equilibrium. Though it appears omnipotent, its management of local areas is quite lax, with major powers ruling independently. As for the bounties, they are a strategy employed by the Dongzhou Federation to divide and control defiant, extraordinary beings and genetic modifiers, those possessing formidable strength through overt methods. Historically, knights have transgressed laws with their martial prowess, and in this era of calamity, these extraordinary beings and genetic modifiers face stringent regulations from the Federation to secure control, such as prohibitions against profiting from their extraordinary abilities and performing in front of ordinary people, alongside mandatory monthly checks. Violation of these laws results in bounties placed upon them. After a bounty is set, one must guard against not only the Federation, but also other extraordinary beings and genetic modifiers who might seek to claim their life for a reward. Under such mutual suspicion, these individuals find it exceedingly difficult to unite. To avoid being hunted, one simply needs to join the ranks of the major factions, serving the powerful and thus gaining immunity. In strict terms, individuals like Li Yu also qualify as wanted persons by the Federation, though currently obscure, hence not yet bearing a bounty. It is a blatant scheme. A single decree renders the extraordinary beings in the populace incapable of growing powerful. Some deluded extraordinary beings even take pride in high bounties, challenging those with greater rewards to elevate their own. I have been searching for him for quite some time. Who would have thought I would encounter him here in Heishan? Li Xiao remarca coldly. Do you have a grudge against him? Gao Bansheng asked, bewildered, having never heard of such a thing. Li Xiao lowered the telescope. No, then why? Gao Bansheng interjected. It is merely a coincidence that I eliminated a second-generation heir of a prominent family, and I have been labeled with an 85 million bounty. How absurd it is that a mere child gains notoriety while true heroes remain unrecognized. Gao Bancheng, Bai Ye, the deluded have emerged. Li Xiao, I did not hire you to instigate trouble everywhere. Gao Bancheng urged anxiously. Rest assured, Li Xiao replied dismissively. His gaze filled with disdain. The tyrant among the 10 kings approaches. A mere sword-bearer is hardly worthy of my interest. Bai Ye kuyutli marvedit, hiredizit Li Xiao. This pretentious individual only regarded the 10 kings with respect. He seldom spoke, but when he did, the 10 kings were always on his lips. Boss Gao, what shall we do now? Should we take a detour? Li Bai Tian Ninkidat. Gao Bancheng, with a smile plastered on his face, replied, I am a kind-hearted person who cannot bear to see bloodshed. I must intervene to halt this conflict. In the depths of the forest, the sword-bearer, Xiao Yi, clad in a long, ancient-style robe of azure, faced the 8 armed individuals with an expression of calm indifference. Gentlemen, this century-old ginseng was discovered by me first. I kindly ask you to relinquish it. Just because you claim to have found it first, does that make it so? Though I, Black Panther, have lost an eye, the newly replaced metallic one is sharper than a human eye. I clearly saw it first. You merely snatch it away, boomed a burly man wielding a shotgun. One of his eyes replaced with a metallic prosthetic gleaming with a cold red light. Kid, if you hand over the ginseng, we won't lay a finger on you. Black Panther refrained from outright seizing it. Unlike Gao Bancheng, who was worldly and wise, he could not gauge Xiao Yi's capabilities. He knew that anyone who could brave Heishan alone was no ordinary person. Under normal circumstances, he would avoid provoking such a figure. However, the prospect of profit was enticing. The century-old ginseng was no ordinary herb. It was an altered medicinal material that could enhance vitality and strengthen the body, making it a rare commodity in the black market. Highly valuable. Faced with such evident profit, coupled with their numerical advantage and their own strength, they felt emboldened to take risks. Well then, let us just make our move. Xiao Yi sighed, placing a hand on his forehead, his handsome face filled with resignation. A fierce glint flashed in Black Panther's eyes as he and his companions exchanged glances and began to chamber their bullets, preparing to fire. Just then, Xiao Yi suddenly shouted, Wait! Ha! Now you fear Black Panther. He mocked, but the next moment his expression drastically changed. Clang! The crisp sound of a sword echoed as a cold light abruptly shot forth from behind Xiao Yi, a sword forged in ancient fashion, flying towards Black Panther like a white ribbon. The astonished crowd was taken aback. The sword seemed to move of its own accord, as if equipped with automated guidance. Swiftly arriving before Black Panther, the shotgun in He Bao's hands split into 2, falling to the ground with a dull thud. Xiao Yi smiled and waved his hand, causing his sword to return to its sheath behind him. Observing the stunned expressions of those present, he inquired with a smile, Shall we continue? He Bao check out the inside, exclaiming, Despicable! You just had to wait, yet you launched a sneak attack. Truly the act of a coward. Not at all. Xiao Yi replied with a gentle shake of his head. When I said wait, I was not referring to your understanding of pausing. Rather, the name of my sword is wait. He Bao, in fu zai det, felt mocked. His robust physique suddenly surged with power. Muscles bulging as a dense layer of black fur erupted across his body. He dropped to all fours. His back arched high, resembling a crouched leopard poised to pounce. At that critical moment, Bai Ye and others appeared on the scene. Gao Bancheng leapt down from Xiao Kuei and bellowed, Stop. Seeing so many unexpected arrivals, He Bao's eyes flickered with wariness and caution, halting his attack. Xiao Yi also glanced over, nodding with a smile to Gao Bancheng and the others. With a clang, another sword behind Xiao Yi instantly unsheathed, transforming into a streak of light that hurtled forward. You dare to sneak attack again? He Bao's eyes widened in fury. He never anticipated Xiao Yi's shamelessness, constantly plotting ambushes. However, his rage swiftly morphed into fear as the sword's glimmer loomed larger in his vision, the shadow of death momentarily freezing him in place. Gao Bancheng's expression darkened, taken aback by Xiao Yi's blatant disrespect. Yet, in an unexpected turn of events, the sword aimed at He Bao's head abruptly halted. Mere centimeters from his eye, awakened from his stupor, He Bao hastily retreated, only to find Xiao Yi standing before him, his right hand gripping the sword hilt firmly. Xiao Yi exhaled deeply, relieved. That was close, but I managed just in time. His words left the onlookers bewildered. What was happening? Turning slightly, he cast a slightly reproachful glance at Gao Bancheng, saying, "You cannot shout stop carelessly. My sword is named Stop." Gao Banqing responded, "What peculiar names?" "Wait, stop. Who names their sword like this?" Bai Ye stood stunned, pondering why the extraordinary seemed so abstract, as if they all possessed an inherent madness post-awakening. Li Yao is pretentious. Xiao Yi is an old silver coin. And Li Yu is a complete fool. Is there no one normal among them? Bai Ye blurted out. Xiao Yi, startled, asked, "How did you know?" Clang. Another sword unsheathed from behind him, prompting him to hurriedly suppress it, his face reddening in embarrassment. "Brother Xiao, you must not shout again. It could be deadly. However, you guessed half right. The previous sword is named Wait, but the last one is not Stop." Bai Ye's expression turned peculiar as a suspicion began to form in his mind. "What is it called then?" Xiao Yi, with a mysterious smile, revealed 3 words. "I was wrong." Bai Ye was momentarily struck dumb by these words, eventually regaining composure and giving Xiao Yi a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive." Xiao Yi accepted the praise with poise. "If, after employing Wait, Pause, and Stop, my adversary remains alive, then I can only admit to my error. Hence the name I was wrong. How long will you continue to discuss this?" He Bao interjected angrily, feeling utterly disregarded. Xiao Yi turned to him. "Shall we continue?" Despite his trepidation, He Bao refused to back down verbally, stating, "You merely caught me off guard. If it comes to blows, I may not lose. I am a genetic modifier who has undergone 3 injections." "Oh," Xiao Yi feigned astonishment. "A 3-injection powerhouse. How intriguing. I will kill you. Everyone, please remain calm. Grant me this favor, and let us settle this matter amicably. We are all here in Heishan seeking fortune. No need for bloodshed," Gao Banqing interjected, adopting a mediator's demeanor. He Bao's expression soured. "Grant you face? Who are you?" Gao Banqing remained unfazed, smiling. "I am Gao Banqing." "Gao Banqing? I have not heard of you. My father is Gao Shana." "What? The president of the Zhenfu Chamber of Commerce, the wealthiest man in Baima, is your father?" The faces of He Bao and his companions paled, struck by the revelation. Gao Banqing nodded with a smile, producing a pure gold medallion intricately crafted with rivers and mountains, each detail lifelike. "The Shana token of the Zhenfu Chamber of Commerce." He Bao exclaimed, clearly recognizing its significance. "May I ask if you could extend me a favor?" Gao Banqing reiterated, and this time the response was markedly different. After scrutinizing him for a while, He Bao finally conceded, since it is Boss Gao in person. "I shall grant this favor." However, he shifted his gaze venomously towards Xiao Yi. "He stole my ginseng. How shall we resolve this? By rights, we discovered the ginseng together, and he owes me half. This ginseng's value diminishes drastically if cut. Do not harbor any illusions, Boss Gao. You should not involve yourself in this," Xiao Yi replied nonchalantly. Gao Banqing smiled slightly, stepping confidently between the 2 parties and producing a stack of checks and a pen, writing with poise and confidence. "This ginseng is valued at approximately 1.5 million. I will round it to 2 million. With a rip, Gao Banqing tore off 2 checks and handed one to Xiao Yi and the other to He Bao. Both men stared at their respective checks, momentarily stunned. Xiao Yi raised an eyebrow. 2 million? You too, 2 million? He Bao was equally astonished. 2 million each? We thought you would split it evenly at 1 million each." They exchanged glances, looking at the grinning Gao Banqing. "I will purchase this ginseng from both of you at double the price, as a gesture of friendship. What do you say?" At that moment, they felt blinded by the radiance of wealth emanating from Gao Banqing. This was the true meaning of being extravagantly wealthy. They had witnessed it firsthand. No wonder the son of President Gao is so magnanimous. "I'm certainly eager to befriend you," Xiao Yi declared. "So am I." He Bao quickly concurred. Receiving the mutated ginseng, Gao Banqing turned and approached Li Yu, expressing gratitude. "Previously, I was indebted to Mr. Li for saving my life. I know you do not favor material wealth, so I specifically brought you a century-old mutated ginseng. I hope you will accept it." Li Yu stared in disbelief at the ginseng. "You gave this to me?" He was still reeling from the shock of Gao Banqing's double-price purchase, only to receive ginseng moments later. Was this the world of the wealthy? This entire exchange left not only Li Yu, but also Bai Ye astounded. The allure of wealth was indeed mind-blowing. However, Bai Ye was genuinely surprised by Gao Banqing's approach. A ginseng worth 1.5 million, rounded to 2 million for friendship, then offered at double the price, satisfying both parties, and finally presented so smoothly to Li Yu. Bai Ye could only think, I too wish to befriend you. He swiftly snatched the ginseng and tucked it into his coat, proclaiming, just give it to me. I will keep it for Mr. Li. After briefly showcasing the charm of wealth, Gao Bansheng naturally extended an invitation to form a team with Xiao, Yi, and the others. Without a hint of hesitation, all parties readily agreed. Bowing to wealth is not the act of a strong person. Li Xiao had never regarded the sword-wielding Xiao Yi highly, and now his disdain only deepened. This remark was overheard by Bai Ye, who could not help but ask, did you not also accept Gao Fatty's money? Li Xiao cast a cold glance at him and said, I am different from them. They come seeking wealth, while my journey is to find one of the 10 kings, the tyrant Yang Jie, and perhaps earn a little fare along the way. Is there a problem with that? In response, Bai Ye merely uttered a single word, 6. I am truly wasting my breath talking to you. You incessantly mention the 10 kings, and you are the epitome of double standards. He observed that Li Xiao and Gao Bansheng were indeed a perfect match. One spoke of his father, Gao Shanhe, while the other incessantly referenced the 10 kings. It was no wonder these two could come together. With the addition of Xiao, Yi, and others, Bai Ye felt increasingly at ease, sometimes to boost his vitality. He had to eagerly activate hollow breath, lest the Yiyua beast become insufficiently divided among them. Watching Gao Bansheng, who was ingratiating himself with everyone, Bai Ye even suspected that this rotund fellow had not come to Heishan for refuge, but rather to recruit people. By noon, they had safely arrived at the vicinity of the entrance to the 189 refuge. Passing through the woods, they would soon reach the entrance. Li Beitian unexpectedly produced a map of Heishan from somewhere and pointed at a red circle on it. Why is there a mountain drawn inside the red circle? Bai Ye curiously inquired. Li Beitian chuckled. Little Bai, you may not know, but the 189 refuge lies beneath that mountain. It is a mystery how people from the old era managed to establish a refuge in such a location. Finally, they approached. Xiao Yi felt a surge of excitement and took the lead at the forefront of the group. Xiao Laodi, did you come here because of the rumors surrounding the Panga project? Gao Bansheng asked. Not quite. I came to the refuge in search of a few suitable swords. Gao Bansheng was taken aback. The technological level of the old era was highly advanced, primarily utilizing firearms. You are unlikely to find swords in a refuge. Xiao Yi shook his head slightly and replied with a smile. That is a misconception. I have heard that in the old era, there existed a divine sword. Its edge is swift as lightning, formless and bladeless, capable of turning anything it touched into vapor like boiling snow in hot water, wherever its brilliance reached. Armor would melt away. Is there such a divine sword? Gao Bansheng pondered for a long moment, but could not identify a sword that matched the description. Meanwhile, Bai Ye was slightly taken aback. Isn't that just a laser sword? Xiao Yi was overjoyed. I did not expect little Bai, hailing from humble beginnings, to possess such remarkable insight and knowledge of the divine laser sword. Bai Ye's expression darkened. That remark about humble beginnings can be omitted. That is a misjudgment. An ancient saying goes, being born into humble circumstances is not a disgrace. The ability to endure and adapt defines a true man. In my view, little Bai, you are a young talent, and with your association with Mr. Li, you are destined for great achievements. During their time together, everyone had learned a bit about each other's backgrounds, including the incident where Magic Hand Li Yu effortlessly captured the Yihua Falcon. A laser sword is a high-tech weapon and likely does not meet your sword criteria, Xiao Yi remarked, shaking his head seriously. A laser sword is still a sword. As long as it is a sword, it can serve my purpose. Are you serious? What about supersonic fire swords, aircraft carrier swords, or interstellar battle swords? Do they count as swords as well? As they exchanged banter, they quickly passed through the woods and arrived at an open area. Wow, so many people, Xiao Yi exclaimed, astonished to see several hundred individuals gathered in this expansive area. These people appeared to be divided into two factions, occupying the southern and northern sides, with a clear path separating them. The individuals to the south were all clad in standard uniforms, emblazoned with the emblem of the Eye of Apocalypse. Clearly members of the Apocalypse Technology Company, numbering nearly 200. They wore stern expressions, standing like spears, each exuding an intense aura of lethal intent. The northern group was larger, approximately 300 individuals, dressed in varied attire and wielding an eclectic array of weapons, clustering in small groups while maintaining a wary stance. resembling a disorganized mob. Bai Ye paid little attention to these people and instead focused beyond the crowd, gazing at the 189 refuge, which was a massive cave within the mountain, surrounded by scattered rubble and signs of an explosion, with a dozen charred corpses strewn about. The cave was ominously dark, resembling a void that swallowed sunlight, rendering its interior utterly indistinguishable. These individuals seemed to harbor a profound fear of the cave, daring not to approach, resulting in a vacuum zone within 100 meters of it. The group to the south comprises Apocalypse's genetic warriors. Gao Bancheng suddenly whispered. Bai Ye returned to the present and turned his gaze toward the genetic warriors, soon captivated by a man and a woman at the forefront, flanked by the genetic warriors like leaders of the contingent. The man sat atop a boulder, bare-chested, his bronze muscles glistening in the sunlight, towering at nearly 2 meters tall, resembling a small giant. His eyes were not human, but rather beastly vertical pupils, akin to a pair of venomous amber. The woman was even more striking, her physique more exaggerated than the man's, dressed in a snakeskin miniskirt and strapless top, revealing her slender, fair legs and sporting a face reminiscent of a seductive serpent, perched alluringly on the man's broad shoulder. Her enchanting gaze fell upon Bai Ye and the others, her red lips curving into a slight smile. Xiao Yi, the sword wielder, and Li Xiao, the shadowy figure. Who would have imagined that the two of you, renowned extraordinary beings with bounties exceeding 10 million, would arrive together? Are Xiao Yi and Li Xiao really that famous? Bai Ye discreetly glanced at the duo, noticing Xiao Yi about to speak, but Li Xiao stepped forward, positioning himself before the crowd. With his hands clasped behind his back, he proudly declared, "To recognize Liu at a glance indicates that you are no nameless individual. Please reveal your name." His domineering presence drew the attention of many, clearly relishing the sensation of being the center of attention. The woman let out a melodious laugh, her laughter causing her to tremble like a flower in the wind. Silver Snake of the 12 Zodiac. 12 Zodiac? Bai Ye's expression turned slightly peculiar, recalling the eccentric Mr. Ying, subtly signaling to Li Yu. However, Li Yu completely ignored him, his eyes fixated on Silver Snake, pupils dilating in sync with her movements. Sighing deeply, Bai Ye fell at a loss for words regarding Li Yu. With his vices for smoking, drinking, gambling, and a penchant for wealth and sensuality, was there any redeeming quality? He cautiously approached Li Yu and cleared his throat. Finally, Li Yu snapped back to reality, wiping his mouth and slightly parting his lips. "What is up, Yigo?" With the Silver Zodiac present, what is your take on the situation? Li Yu gulped, of course. It called for repeated observation. Bai Ye was nearly provoked to curse aloud, but fortunately, he halted just in time. Could you possibly exhibit some vigilance? He pointed at the tattered sack containing the Black Flood M300. Li Yu finally regained his composure and hurriedly concealed the worn sack behind him. After securing it, he paused, seemingly realizing something. "Did you just insult me?" "No," Bai Ye replied irritably, casting him a sidelong glance. "What I said is that your mother is better than anything else." In the midst of the crowd, Li Xiao's eyes sparkled with a keen glimmer, entirely disregarding the voluptuous Silver Snake, focusing instead on the wild man beneath her. Among the 12 Zodiac, Silver Snake and the Dark Tiger are known to be inseparable, aptly named Tiger Head, Snake Tail. It seems you must be the Dark Tiger. The man dubbed the Dark Tiger cast a cold glance at Li Xiao, his gaze dripping with disdain, and chose not to respond, seemingly looking down upon Li Xiao as unworthy of his words. Li Xiao's expression darkened abruptly. "I did not expect the illustrious Dark Tiger of the 12 Zodiac to be mute. It appears that the Apocalypse Company lacks discernment in their selection of individuals." "What the?" Bai Ye was left speechless, thinking, dude, how dare you? They have 200 genetic warriors with them. Do you think you are me? Realizing the precariousness of the situation, he quietly retreated to the back of the group. Yet, as he reached the end of the line, he discovered someone had beaten him to it. "Li Zhua, when did you arrive?" "I got here a little earlier than you," Li Yu replied, sheepishly scratching his head. On the other side, Ming, who had risen from the boulder, his entire being pulsating with fierce vitality, emanating a terrifying aura akin to that of a formidable tiger, a manifestation of the prowess possessed by a top predator. Ying Ren Li Xiu, do you wish to court death? Chapter 50. A gathering of powerhouses. The shadow beneath Li Xiao stood silently, a cold smirk gracing its features. "Is that all you have?" The atmosphere in the arena grew palpably tense. with numerous onlookers displaying expressions of anticipation. Gao Bancheng, drenched in perspiration, hurriedly stepped forward. "Wait, Mr. Minghu." "My father," Clang. Before he could finish, a sharp sound of a sword echoed, interrupting him. Gao Bancheng turned in astonishment to see Xiao Yi's treasured sword soaring above his head, aimed directly at Minghu. This action was immediately interpreted by Minghu and his companions as the commencement of battle, prompting 200 Jin warriors to draw their assault rifles, targeting Gao Bancheng and his group. "Hey, come back." Xiao Yi dashed forward, grabbing hold of Gao Bancheng. He forced a smile at the crowd. "If I claimed this was merely a misunderstanding, would you believe me?" The only response was the ominous barrels of 200 guns aimed at them. Gao Bancheng grew desperate, lamenting his choice of companions. "What kind of allies have I gathered? Mr. Li is so much easier to deal with." Never uttering an unnecessary word. "Where are Mr. Li and brother Xiao Bai?" Just as the conflict seemed imminent, Gao Bancheng cried out, "My father, Gao Shanhe." A force named paternal authority surged through the air, silencing the crowd. A flicker of intrigue passed through Minghu's eyes as he raised his hand, halting his subordinates from firing. "And who might you be?" "Gao Bancheng Bantet Hvi, am Gao Bancheng," the son of the president of the Zhen Fu Merchant Association. As he spoke, he fumbled to produce the Shan He Ling. "Mr. Minghu, this is merely a small misunderstanding. My friends harbor no intentions of opposing the Tianqi Company. I implore you to show me some grace." Minghu glanced at the Shan He Ling, his expression softening. "Ah, so you're the son of President Gao. The company has numerous collaborations with your merchant association. Naturally, we must give young Master Gao some face. Stand down and holster your weapons." Subsequently, he returned to his perch atop the boulder, lapsing in his silence as if awaiting something. However, Li Xiao remained unsatisfied, continuing to provoke, causing Gao Bancheng to urgently intervene, whispering, "Li Xiao, do not forget your purpose for coming to Heishan." Before dealing with the 10 kings, I have no qualms about teaching a lesson to the insignificant." Gao Bancheng wished he could slap Li Xiao. If the 12 zodiac were deemed insignificant, then no true powerhouse would exist in this world. He pondered briefly and devised a plan. If Minghu was not even among the 10 kings, would it not be a loss of dignity to strike against him? Upon hearing this, Li Xiao's demeanor softened slightly, yet he still replied coldly, "You raise a valid point. Very well, I shall spare him today." With a sigh of relief, Gao Bancheng hastily urged his companions, "Let us proceed north." The northern region was gathering no less than 300 individuals, outnumbering the Tianqi Company. Yet their discipline was lax, scattered into countless small groups. These individuals donned various attires and wielded an array of weapons, including bounty hunters, extraordinary organizations, and members from various factions. The Tianqi Company, being the dominant force, naturally held an advantage in both numbers and equipment, thus prompting these diverse groups to momentarily unite to prevent the Tianqi Company from monopolizing the 189 sanctuary. Bai Ye weaved through the crowd, silently observing these individuals. Some groups consisted of merely a few people, forming small circles, while others numbered in the dozens, and some were solitary. Notably, the Night Maiden from the Silent Court. Upon encountering her for the second time, Bai Ye felt no surprise. She was clearly drawn to the 189 sanctuary. Yet, for reasons of organizational ideology or personal intent, the Night Maiden sought to rescue the forsaken towns surrounding Heishan, leaning against the mountainside as if to guard against an ambush from behind. Her long black hair danced in the wind, and she cradled a slender silver cross sword in her arms. Clad in the same attire as before, she was adorned solely in shades of black and silver. A 2-meter radius around her was devoid of anyone, as those nearby seemed aware of her formidable nature, keeping their distance. At that moment, the Night Maiden appeared to sense something, her light brown eyes locking onto Bai Ye. Her gaze was tranquil, and she merely nodded at him before averting her eyes. Receiving such acknowledgement, Bai Ye did not indulge in narcissistic thoughts, believing it was his charm that captured her attention. He had not washed his face in 3 days, and the elements had rendered his complexion little cleaner than the soles of his shoes. He understood that her attention stemmed from his actions in the Ashen Town. Bai Ye also turned his gaze away, surveying the others, when suddenly, a figure emerged from the nearby thicket. A man stepped forth, smiling as he glanced at the crowd before making his way into the Northern Assembly, settling into a spot as if he had just arrived. This solitary man attracted considerable attention, And it was no wonder, for he was quite conspicuous. Clad in tattered formal wear, his face was painted in a clownish visage, with garish red lips stretching nearly to his ears. Although many in attendance were dressed in eccentric outfits, some wearing masks, others with beast-like eyes, and some entirely mechanical, the clown was singular in his appearance. Once seated, the clown's behavior became even more peculiar. Despite being alone, he laughed heartily and conversed animatedly with the empty air, occasionally pulling faces as if in jest. It seemed he had not come to Heishan seeking refuge, but rather to entertain. People regarded him as a madman, and many erupted in laughter, yet he appeared oblivious, engaging in jovial discourse with a nothingness around him. Gao Pengzi, who was that person? Bai Ye inquired, his curiosity piqued. Based on his own observations of the extraordinary, he surmised that this clown must possess considerable strength. As the more eccentric one appeared, the stronger they tended to be. Gao Bancheng's expression darkened, casting a glance at Li Yu, deciding to swallow his pride. Following Bai Ye's gesture, he looked in the indicated direction, and his expression shifted. The phantom clown? This lunatic has shown up as well? Do you know him? Gao Bancheng indeed. This is my first encounter too, but his features are too distinctive to mistake. Is he also an extraordinary being? Probably not. Probably? Why, he was taken aback. The phantom clown was indeed formidable. Yet he had never demonstrated extraordinary powers nor undergone genetic or mechanical modifications. Martial arts of vitality? Indeed, he has made quite a name for himself solely through his mastery of martial arts. Even those who have undergone 5 injections of genetic enhancement cannot rival him. Bai Ye took a closer look at the seemingly frail man, astonished that he had cultivated his martial arts to such a degree, standing shoulder to shoulder with genetic technology through sheer physical prowess. Then why do you say he probably isn't an extraordinary being? Because he has an invisible girlfriend. Did you not see him conversing with the air? He is actually speaking to her. Chapter 51. The Great Stage of Heishan. Only come if you are alive, an invisible girlfriend? Bai Ye's understanding of reality was once again challenged. Indeed, the era of Cataclysm brought forth all manner of oddities. To be precise, it was a phantom girlfriend, entirely imperceptible, akin to a ghost. Others referred to him as the phantom clown, with rumors suggesting that his phantom girlfriend might truly exist, his extraordinary ability, though never confirmed. However, even if he were not an extraordinary being, his strength was not to be underestimated. Do you know what his bounty is? Gaibon Chen Enquired cryptically. How much? 17 million. What? Are you implying that Li Xiao's bounty does not even compare? Li Xiao turned, casting a cold glare at him. Kid, dare to repeat that. Bai Ye showed no restraint. What? Is the truth not worth speaking? If you have the guts, raise your bounty to 17 million. Li Xiao seethed with rage, yet refrained from attacking Bai Ye, seemingly adhering to a personal code, only provoking those he deemed strong. Observing the furious Li Xiao, Bai Ye silently counted down in his mind, 321, 10 kings. The tyrant Yang Jia has a bounty of 29 billion. Once I defeat him, a bounty exceeding 5 billion will be within reach. Bai Ye displayed an expression of expectation, knowing that your words would inevitably lead to the 10 kings. He could not be bothered to engage with Li Xiao, but found himself intrigued by the phantom clown. He quietly approached, eager to hear what the phantom clown was saying to his spectral girlfriend. Amidst the bustling crowd, the clown embraced the air with one hand, his movements gentle, a smile gracing his face as if he were holding an invisible woman. Yi, do you also find the scenery of Heishan beautiful? We should visit often. I have heard that the sunrise atop Heishan is even more splendid. Once this matter is settled, I shall take you to witness the sunrise from its peak. The clown paused, seemingly listening for his ethereal girlfriend's response. The surrounding crowd snickered, mocking the clown for not performing at the circus, yet still joining the fray, even daring to go to Heishan for the sunrise, oblivious to the lurking, aberrant beasts. Shoo! Keep your voice down. Do not let this madman hear you, or he may come to bite you. They laughed. In this age of information isolation, not everyone possesses the worldly knowledge of Gao Bancheng. As the son of the wealthiest man, his exposure to intelligence far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. The phantom clown is not a celebrity. Many do not recognize him, and even among the famous, universal recognition is a rarity. Listening to the mockery, the phantom clown continued to smile, gazing affectionately at the air beside him, his eyes incapable of accommodating anything else. In his vision, it was not merely air, but a young woman clad in a white pleated skirt, her features gentle and her smile warm. This woman, merely 20 years of age, was not strikingly beautiful, yet she radiated the brilliance of youth, blooming like a flower in full bloom, her every gesture imbued with the unique charm of a young girl. Yi's gaze was filled with innocent curiosity and shyness as she unconsciously toyed with the hem of her pristine skirt, softly asking, "Why are they laughing?" The clown gently brushed Yi's hair, responding with a smile, "Because they cannot see you." Yi looked up at the vividly painted clown, her eyes twinkling with mirth. "Then why do you smile?" The clown's smile widened, "Because only I can see you." His tone carried a hint of pride and delight, akin to a little squirrel that has successfully pilfered a pine cone and hides its treasure beneath its tail. Nearby, Bai Ye gasped in astonishment, for he could neither see nor hear Yi. He only observed the clown professing his feelings to thin air, the sincerity woven into his words, juxtaposed with the oddity of addressing emptiness, sent shivers down his spine. He hurriedly distanced himself from the phantom clown and returned to the group, just in time to see Gao Bansheng engaged in animated conversation with another. "Brother Bao, why are so many of you waiting at the cave entrance? Why not go inside?" The man named Brother Bao replied in a hushed tone, "Boss Gao, only you would inquire. Others would not even acknowledge me." "Did you notice the dozen corpses in front of the cave?" "Yes. How did they perish?" "They were slain by the guards within the cave." "There are guards in the cave?" Gao Bansheng feigned surprise. Brother Bao reveled in his reaction, his vanity momentarily gratified by the astonishment of the wealthiest man as son. Indeed, a colossal silver-armored figure, its eyes capable of firing lasers, simply terrifying. With so many of us, can we not deal with a single robot? "Boss Gao, do not underestimate this robot. It is a weapon of the old era, capable of activating the legendary energy shield. This shield is no trifling matter. We have employed every means possible, guns, fire, explosives, and left not a trace behind. Do you see the 12 Zodiac over there? They have been here for a month without breaching the robot's defenses. What shall we do then? Are we to wait idly?" Gao Bansheng's expression turned anxious. "Do not fret, Boss Gao. We are not merely waiting, but resting. The Iron Brotherhood has conferred with the 12 Zodiac on a strategy, attacking the robot at intervals. The robot is quite rigid. As long as we do not enter within 100 meters, its defense mechanism will not activate. We will gradually deplete the robot's energy. It has survived for a century since the old era. I refuse to believe it possesses endless energy." Gao Bansheng chuckled nervously, for as the son of the wealthiest man, he was privy to the secrets of the old era, including controlled nuclear fusion. If this robot were equipped with a controlled nuclear fusion power source, this group would perish before they could exhaust its energy. What was that sound? Gao Bansheng jumped at the sudden noise, one he recognized all too well. How could it be present at Heishan? Not only he, but most individuals present heard it, and Bai Ye followed the sound, directing his gaze toward the tent of the Tianqi Company in the southern direction. The tent was shaking violently, and the sounds emanated from within, while Yin Shi and Ming, who were nowhere to be found. Damn, are they really that desperate? Bai Ye was puzzled, yet profoundly shocked, questioning whether there were any sane individuals left on Heishan. A phrase unexpectedly sprang to mind, encapsulating this journey to Heishan with uncanny precision. On the grand stage of Heishan, "If you have no life, do not come." Are they always this open? Gao Bansheng was taken aback. Brother Bao chuckled. "Boss Gao, do not be startled. We have grown accustomed to it. These two engage in such activities daily. I have heard that the genetic serum injected by the 12 Zodiac differs from those on the market. It is specifically developed by Tianqi Company. While it grants immense battle prowess, it also has evident side effects, such as retaining a degree of beastly nature. Beasts, after all, do not discriminate when it comes to procreation." Half an hour later, the noise gradually subsided. The impeccably dressed Ming who emerged from the tent, cradling the rosy-faced Yin Shi. The alluring, serpent-like beauty appeared even more enchanting. "Finally out. I have been waiting for ages. You have exceeded the agreed time." An emaciated elder with graying hair emerged from the northern side. Behind him followed a dozen mechanical augmenters. Brother Bao, still conversing with Gao Bansheng, whispered, "That is He Qianjun, a master of Qi and blood martial arts, the instructor of the Iron Brotherhood. It is said that the 100,000 Iron Guards were trained by him, earning him the title of the Grand Instructor of the 100,000 Iron Guards. One crane can withstand 1,000 troops. Moreover, He is one of the few in the Iron Brotherhood who has not undergone mechanical augmentation. Gao Bansheng narrowed his eyes. I did not expect him to be here. It seems the Iron Brotherhood is intent on taking Heishan. What a pity they have brought so few men. Ming Hu flashed a grin at He Qianjun. We did not perform well this time. Inchi shot him a reproachful glance, her soft, boneless hand playfully grasping his chest muscles. He Qianjun's expression darkened. If the 12 Zodiac do not wish to breach the 189 refuge, they may leave now. Haha, oldie, do not be angry. We of the 12 Zodiac naturally intend to breach the refuge. Is that not our purpose in coming here? Ming Hu laughed heartily. Despite his words, he was not in the least anxious, for he understood that with their current numbers, they could not possibly exhaust the robot's energy. Previous attempts by the company had ended in failure. To resolve the robot issue, they could only wait for the tyrant, yet he was still far away. Even if they learned of the situation at Heishan, it would take at least 3 days for him to arrive. What are we waiting for? Let your men begin. He Qianjun hobbled forward, hands behind his back as he approached the cave. Following closely behind him were the fully armed mechanical augmenters. Observing his movement, the others rose cautiously and made their way toward the cave, evidently having reached a mutual agreement. Boss Gao, let us proceed as well. Everyone has agreed to jointly deplete the robot's energy. Anyone who does not participate will surely face the wrath of all. Brother Bao kindly reminded. Then joined the larger group. Gao Bansheng nodded. Since that is the case, Mr. Li Xiao Laodi Li Xiao, let us take action and witness the formidable power of the war machines from the bygone era. The others readily agreed. With Bai Ye trailing at the end of the group, equally curious about the capabilities of the robots from the age of civilization. As the front of the group, He Qianjun stepped into the cave's 100-meter range. A deep rumble echoed from within, as if a colossal entity was awakening and gradually emerging from the darkness. The atmosphere grew tense. The ground began to tremble, rippling as if struck by a minor earthquake. Even the small stones beneath their feet danced in response. In the next moment, a massive silver silhouette slowly emerged from the cave, its gleaming metal exterior flowing like liquid mercury, refracting a harsh light. Each edge of its form appeared as though it had been meticulously crafted with laser precision. Towering at the entrance, it stood nearly 2 stories high, its shoulder armor slightly bulging, adorned with diamond-shaped vents from which wisps of white steam billowed forth. This behemoth from the old world bore no facial features. Its visage was shrouded in a silvery metallic mask, save for a pair of crimson glowing eyes that resembled 2 flames that would never extinguish, surveying its surroundings. Warning! Warning! Scarlet Plague carriers detected. Immediate elimination required. A chilling electronic voice emanated from within the robot, and the crimson eyes began to flicker rapidly. Engage! He Qianjun bellowed, prompting the mechanical augmenters behind him to raise their metallic limbs. Accompanied by the whirring of gears and the clashing of metal, their mechanical arms revealed gun barrels akin to Gatling guns. The air ignited with a burst of azure flames as they unleashed a torrent of fire upon the robot. Yet, in the following instant, a beam of blue light erupted from the robot, forming a diamond-shaped blue energy shield that rendered the bullets ineffective, causing them to vaporize upon contact without leaving a trace. Everyone attack! Ming Hu shouted, and the group responded, joining the fray, yet none dared approach the robot, opting instead to fire from a distance. With hundreds of individuals opening fire, a metallic storm erupted within the Black Mountain, a force that could easily conquer a small county. It could not breach the defenses of the silver robot. Bai Ye pretended to fire his skeleton's breath twice, using ordinary bullets without expending his energy, as he doubted that a snake-grade forbidden item could penetrate an energy shield, deeming it unnecessary to waste his vitality. Gao Bansheng, equally nonchalant, merely stood behind the maid, Xiao Kuei, and did not even bother to draw his weapon. Hey Gao Fatty, what exactly is this scarlet plague the robot mentioned? Bai Ye inquired while feigning activity. The scarlet plague is a mysterious virus that erupted during the Cataclysm. The aberrant beasts are a result of this infection, Gao Bansheng shouted, his voice rising above the gunfire. So, does that mean the extraordinary beings and the martial arts practitioners are also products of the scarlet plague? Bai Ye leaned closer to Gao Bansheng to shout. Keep your voice down. My ears nearly went deaf. Gao Bansheng pushed Bai Ye away. Indeed, it is all due to the scarlet plague. Many perished during the Cataclysm, and those who survived adapted to the virus, developing vitality within them. The gifted became extraordinary beings. A thought sparked in Bai Ye's mind. If there are aberrant beasts, why don't humans transform into aberrant humans? Do humans either die from the Scarlet Plague or adapt to it? Gao Bansheng gestured for Bai Ye to come closer. As Bai Ye leaned in, Gao Bansheng shouted at the top of his lungs, nearly sending Bai Ye reeling. There are aberrant humans. Keep it down, Bai Ye exclaimed, angered, and attempted to kick Gao Bansheng, only for Xiao Kuei to intervene with a raised hand. Xiao Kuei regarded Bai Ye with an expressionless gaze. Her eyes were indistinguishable from those of a human, yet devoid of any emotion. Gao Bansheng quickly reassured Xiao Kuei, and she turned her attention away. He smirked at Bai Ye. Little Bai, I'm just an ordinary person with a bit of wealth. Since I dare to venture into the Black Mountain, I must have some backing. So, I would advise you not to act rashly. I wouldn't want Xiao Kuei to misunderstand. Bai Ye, Chapter 53, Mr. Ing is still too weak. Gao Bansheng continued. Many years ago, there were indeed aberrant humans, but they have long been exterminated by humanity. In truth, aberrant humans are quite feeble. They merely intimidate ordinary people. Remember, humanity's strength lies in intellect, not brute force. Aberrant humans lack brains, possessing only savage physiques. How can they withstand modern weaponry? They are even inferior to aberrant beasts. Bai Ye paused, realizing he had perhaps watched too many zombie films in his past life, where a zombie crisis nearly led to humanity's extinction. In retrospect, it seemed unrealistic to assume that humanity's advanced weaponry was merely ornamental. Do you know the origin of the Scarlet Plague? How did the Cataclysm come to be? Gao Bansheng rolled his eyes. Little Bai, if I knew everything, my father wouldn't be the president of the Jinfu Merchant Association. Bai Ye remained silent for a moment. That makes sense. As their conversation unfolded, the battle escalated to a fever pitch. Perhaps due to the depletion of ammunition, Ming Hu, Yin Shi, and He Qianjun engaged the robot in close combat. Not only them, but renowned strong individuals like Li Xiao, Xiao Yi, the Phantom Clown, and the Knight of the Silent Court also joined the fray. The robot's agility was no match for them. Its energy shield was impenetrable. This technology, far beyond the current age, delivered a crushing blow to even these extraordinary beings. Perhaps to the masses, the extraordinary beings with their unique abilities appeared mysterious and powerful, yet in reality, they were still mere mortals, carbon-based life forms. Regardless of whether one could breathe fire, control shadows, or wield swords, if one could not withstand a nuclear blast, they would still kneel before technology. Nonetheless, this battle allowed Bai Ye to witness the terrifying power of top-tier warriors. Ming Hu roared, delivering a punch that tore through the air, producing an ear-piercing sonic boom. As his fist struck the energy shield, a fearsome white shockwave erupted from the point of impact, sending debris and dried leaves spiraling backward in a whirlwind, causing the energy shield to tremble violently. Bai Ye was taken aback. Earlier, hundreds of people firing their weapons could not make the robot budge. Yet Ming Hu's single blow forced it back. Was this the power of the 12 Zodiac? It seemed that Mr. Ing was indeed too weak. He was easily felled by Bai Ye's single shot, clearly having relied on connections to rise to power. If Mr. Ing were to know Bai Ye's thoughts, he would likely be enraged enough to leap from the underworld. After all, he was not a combat-oriented member of the 12 Zodiac. He was a sniper. As Ming Hu launched his attack, the others were not idle, assaulting the robot from various angles. However, apart from He Qianjun, none could match Ming Hu's terrifying might. There was an undeniable disparity among the strong. Ming Hu was undoubtedly among the elite, and it was no surprise that the leaders of both factions were Ming Hu and He Qianjun. Watch out! He Qianjun suddenly warned, his hunched form dropping low. With a swift motion, a red laser sliced through the air above him, the intense heat causing steam to rise. While he narrowly evaded the laser shot from the robot's sigh, he could not escape the searing heat. The terrifying temperature singed his already sparse hair, rendering it even thinner. His 3 mechanical augmenters behind him were less fortunate. Despite seeing the laser coming, they lacked He Qianjun's agility and, caught off guard, were cleaved in half, their mechanical armor crumbling like paper. The remnants of their bodies did not succumb to death immediately. Instead, they emitted piercing cries, with blood gushing forth like a fountain, forming pools upon the ground. Such a gruesome spectacle instilled fear in the hearts of many, prompting them to distance themselves from the robots. In the end, only He Qianjun and the 12 Zodiac members continued to engage in battle. They appeared to maneuver with ease, although they could not breach the energy shields. The robots were incapable of inflicting harm upon them. Bai Ye observed for a while and soon found the scene tedious. Initially astonished by their prowess, he quickly became weary of the spectacle, for true combat lacks aesthetic appeal. It consists solely of the simplest, most direct, and effective killing techniques. In essence, He Qianjun and his companions effortlessly evaded lasers, seizing opportunities to strike the robots, then dodging again, gradually wearing them down. However, one detail piqued his interest. The energy shield could extinguish bullets, yet the fists of He Qianjun and others struck it without sustaining any damage. What could this mean? After a moment of careful observation, he finally discerned the truth. He noticed that when attacking the robots, a faint red glow emanated from He Qianjun and his companions, enveloping their fists and nullifying the damage from the energy shield, which is why they remained unscathed. Is this qi and blood? Bai Ye glanced down at his hands, clenched his fists, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not summon the red glow. Was it because my qi and blood are insufficient? Or have I not practiced the art of qi and blood martial arts, lacking knowledge of the techniques to shield myself with qi? He realized that his understanding of the extraordinary world was still too limited. He was unaware of many fundamental concepts. Once the matter with Heishan concluded, he must urgently educate himself on the relevant knowledge. Why do they not take the opportunity to enter the cave? Observed Gao Bansheng, who had detected a blind spot. Addressing the retreating Bao Ge, that is because there is a massive alloy door within the cave that cannot be opened in a short time. To recklessly enter such a confined space, should the robots block the way, there would be little room to evade the lasers, ensuring certain death, Bao Ge explained breathlessly. An hour later, He Qianjun lightly tapped the energy shield atop the robot's head with the tips of his feet, executing a backflip that traced a long arc in midair before landing steadily 100 meters away from the cave. The others, as if following a prearranged signal, collectively retreated. The robots seemed to possess a sensing range of only 100 meters. After the group withdrew, it stood still for a long time, its crimson eyes flickering, before ultimately turning and disappearing into the cave's darkness, reverting to silence. Damn, this shell remains as hard as ever. Bring me some wine. Upon returning to camp, Ming, who received a drink from his subordinate, and, with the alluring Yin Shi in his embrace, indulged in it. Several empty bottles lay scattered at his feet, indicating that this was not his first bout of drinking. After all, having been stationed at Heishan for a month, devoid of any entertainment, returning to the camp to drink after battling robots had become a routine. This behavior made the bounty hunters around him salivate. Having spent several days at Heishan, their supplies had long been depleted, and they could only rely on hunting for sustenance, let alone alcohol. However, the 12 Zodiac members were different. They were backed by Shuguang City and had ample manpower, with Jin warriors delivering food and drink at regular intervals. Thus, they could only watch as Ming Hu reveled in wine and meat with beautiful women. Chapter 54. Ming Hu, you have chosen your path to death. This scene evoked envy in Xiao, Yi, and the others, particularly Li Beitian, He Bao, and other bounty hunters who were accustomed to frequenting taverns but had not tasted a drop of alcohol during their time at Heishan. They could tolerate it, provided they did not witness others drinking. Gao Bansheng silently observed everyone's expressions and pondered, I should buy some from them. Boss Gao, there is no need for you to spend on us. Once this matter is resolved, there will be ample opportunities for drinking in the future, Xiao Yi remarked. Clearly tempted by the allure of alcohol, although he feigned disinterest while his gaze occasionally drifted toward Ming Hu. In this age of catastrophic upheaval, where spiritual culture is scarce, alcohol has become a refuge for many. The harsher the living conditions, the heavier the dependence on alcohol. One cannot alter the harshness of reality, but one can momentarily escape it through intoxication. Gao Bansheng chuckled. To be honest, I used to indulge in revelry at home. Now that I see others drinking, the craving within me has been awakened. Even if you do not drink, I shall partake, for what else is there to do in this dreary Heishan besides drink? Shall we merely stare at each other? Bai Ye observed this and felt a surge of admiration for Gao Bansheng's emotional intelligence. It was clear he desired a drink, but was merely trying to spare others' feelings by framing it as his own craving. Not only Bai Ye recognized this, but Xiao, Yi, and the others also saw through it, touched by his consideration. Gao Bansheng approached Ming Hu with Xiao Kuei in tow, clasping his hands and smiling. Mr. Ming Hu, I would like to purchase some wine from you, if that is permissible. Ming Hu slowly set down his cup, saying, "Young Master Gao, you are too courteous. If you wish for some wine, simply sit and drink with me. There is no need to spend." Gao Bansheng shook his head. "Payment is essential. I have friends over there who require a considerable amount of wine." Ming Hu glanced at Li Xiao among the crowd, and then returned his gaze to Gao Bansheng. His expression a blend of amusement and derision. When did young Master Gao become friends with bounty hunters and wanted criminals? As a distinguished individual, one must be cautious in choosing companions to maintain one's stature. His voice was loud, and his words betrayed no subtlety. The expressions of Li Xiao and the others instantly darkened. Gao Bansheng's smile gradually faded, and he lowered his clasped hands. "Friendship transcends status, as long as we resonate. They're my friends. If Mr. Ming Hu wishes to sell, then sell me some wine. If not, there is no need to belittle my friends." Ming Hu chuckled, yet his eyes held no mirth. "I shall not sell." Gao Bansheng remained silent for a moment before saying, "I bid you farewell." He walked back to the group. With the sound of Shi's laughter echoing behind him, "Brother, who looks like you have offended young Master Gao." Ming Hu scoffed dismissively. "He is merely a bastard child. I showed him leniency by sparing Li Xiao. That was already my magnanimity. Now, I invite him a drink, and he not only refuses to show gratitude, but seeks to purchase my wine to give to Li Xiao. Does he truly think I, Ming Hu, am made of clay?" Gao Bansheng paused for a moment, standing still, yet ultimately chose silence and returned quietly. Observing the indignation on everyone's faces, he laughed heartily. "If he chooses not to sell, then so be it. Once we leave Heishan, I shall take everyone to the finest hotel in Wangguanjing for drinks." His boisterous laughter only deepened the silence among the group. A glimmer of dangerous light flickered in Bai Ye's eyes. He found Gao Bansheng rather likable, for he had always been approachable. Now that he was being mocked, it was one thing. But Ming Hu had not only insulted Gao Bansheng, but had dared to mock the entire group. As a future deity of the new era, Bai Ye had remained low-key. Yet there were still those who insulted him from afar. "Ming Hu, you have chosen your path to death." Gao Bansheng's voice shattered the silence, and the tattered young man, with a grave visage bearing a dangerous smile, spoke. "Why not let you pay, and I shall take care of Ming Hu? I shall ask Mr. Li to deal with him." The group was taken aback, their gazes shifting between Bai Ye and Li Yu, astonished not only by Bai Ye's audacity, but by Li Yu's strength. "To eliminate Ming Hu of the 12 Zodiac? Are you serious? You think you're Ten King?" Gao Bansheng's eyes flashed with gratitude, though he hastily waved his hands. "There is no need for that." "Humph." Li Xiao snorted contemptuously. "This matter originated with me. I shall provide an explanation. I shall return shortly." "Hey, wait. That is unnecessary." Gao Bansheng quickly intervened. Bai Ye silently observed, beginning to count down. "No way. Just a mere 12 Zodiac. Not even a 10 King. 3, 2, 1. 10 King." Li Xiao paused mid-sentence, casting a bewildered glance at Bai Ye before his expression darkened. "Did you just mimic my way of speaking?" Bai Ye laughed heartily. "So, how accurate was my guess?" The crowd turned to the visibly furious Li Xiao, their expressions a mixture of amusement and restraint as they stifled their laughter. However, Gao Bansheng could no longer contain himself, and his laughter sparked a chain reaction, leading everyone to join in. They were not deaf, having observed Li Xiao's peculiar speech habits throughout the journey, but had refrained from mentioning them. Now, with Bai Ye exposing the truth, their pent-up laughter erupted. "You all!" Li Xiao's face, obscured by a black mask, trembled with rage, feeling deeply humiliated. At that moment, Ming Hu, who had been drinking, paused slightly, his eyes flashing with a cold glint. "Brother Hu, are they mocking you behind your back?" Shi chuckled, wrapping his arm around Ming Hu's. "Humph. After dealing with the tyrant, I'll settle the score with them," he retorted. While the laughter echoed, Li Yu reached behind him into a tattered sack, performing what seemed like a magic trick as he produced 1 bottle, then 2, 3, and finally 10 bottles of liquor. The crowd stared at the expressionless Li Yu, having speculated about the contents of the sack, assuming it held treasures worthy of a formidable being. To their surprise, it was merely alcohol. "Who brings so much liquor to Heishan?" Li Yu remarked coldly, opening a bottle and downing it. His eyes narrowed in enjoyment as he passed the bottle to Gao Bansheng. Gao Bansheng, taken aback, gazed at the unlabeled bottle, its glass murky and stained. Suddenly, he chuckled, accepting the drink and taking a hearty swig. The fiery liquid surged down his throat, igniting a blaze in his stomach. Coughing, Gao Bancheng turned red from the harshness of the inferior liquor. Yet, the smile in his eyes only intensified. It is indeed terrible, but this is the most exhilarating drink I've ever had. Chapter 55. The impressive Liu Xiao Yilang chuckled and picked up a bottle of the low-quality liquor, stating, "Drinking is not about the wine, but the company and the setting. To share a drink with friends in the desolation of Heishan is a true joy." Gao Bancheng had just defended them in front of Ming Hu, declaring their friendship, which naturally earned him their respect. With a hearty gulp, Xiao Yilang downed half a bottle without any sign of discomfort. The physical prowess of a transcendent being was evident. Inspired by their boldness, more individuals joined in, raising their bottles in camaraderie. This group of bounty hunters was adept at drinking and boasting, and lifting the bottles instilled a confidence reminiscent of being in their own territory. The conversation flowed freely, with nostalgic tales of yesteryears. Someone even ignited a fire, preparing to roast their previous hunt. The atmosphere grew increasingly jubilant, and even Li Xiao's eyes flickered with desire, yet he maintained his cool demeanor, refusing to engage when offered a drink. Bai Ye found this amusing. With a clever glint in his eye, he clinked his bottle against Xiao Yi's, exclaiming, "No wonder the sword-bearer has an 85 million bounty. Not only is the reward high, but his drinking capacity surpasses that of ordinary transcendent beings." As soon as he finished speaking, a blur dashed into the crowd, seizing a bottle and pouring it towards Li Xiao's masked mouth. Bai Ye burst into laughter, playfully admonishing Li Xiao, "Drink less. Leave some for Xiao. He can handle more." Li Xiao remained silent, merely indulging in the liquor, raising the bottle even higher. Xiao Yilang chuckled and followed suit, drinking deeply. Some even applauded their antics. This boisterous group from all corners seemed out of place in the desolate Heishan, their raucous laughter drawing glances from onlookers. He Qianjun observed the exuberant youth with a nostalgic gleam in his aged eyes. The knightly maiden silently watched, her gaze not on the alcohol, but on the golden roasted meat. After a prolonged stare, she scanned the surroundings and, seeing no one was paying attention, quickly pulled a piece of chocolate from her pocket, bringing it to her lips. However, she hesitated, realizing she still wore a mask. After another cautious glance, she shielded her face with her left hand, slightly lifting the silver mask to reveal her rose-tinted lips, swiftly inserting the chocolate into her mouth. Once finished, she adjusted her mask back into place, leaning quietly against the mountain, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, perhaps due to the size of the chocolate, she struggled to chew, her cheeks bulging and causing the silver mask to wobble comically. The phantom clown embraced the invisible Yi, his eyes glimmering with sorrow. Yet he spoke tenderly, "It's all right. Yi, there must be a way to revive you in Heishan. Then, you can eat again. Such a little glutton, I know you haven't eaten in ages. How about I eat for you and describe the flavors? If you don't want to see, don't be upset. I could eliminate everyone eating, so you wouldn't have to watch, all right? Oh dear, I want to do it, I want to. Don't cry." He fumbled like a child, comforting the non-existent Yi. Ming Hu, observing the laughter of Bai Ye and the others, felt his expression darken, sensing the exquisite wine in his hand had lost its appeal. Oomph. He abruptly hurled the empty bottle to the ground. The sound of shattering glass pierced the air, abruptly interrupting Gao Bancheng and the others' lively conversation. Many turned to Ming Hu, who coldly remarked, "How noisy. You're disturbing my enjoyment of drinking." His voice was unrestrained, deliberately directed at Gao Bancheng and the others. The previously exuberant crowd felt as though cold water had been thrown onto a fire, the atmosphere suddenly growing somber, and their expressions became tense. Ming Hu appeared pleased with their reaction, sneering as he picked up a new bottle and contemptuously surveyed the crowd before leisurely pouring himself a drink. The expressions of the crowd darkened further, and Gao Bancheng's grip on the bottle turned pale from exertion. Yet, he refrained from retaliating, fully aware of the power of the 12 Zodiac and the formidable Tianqi company, especially in the treacherous territory of Heishan. Li Xiao could no longer contain himself, rising to confront him, only to be firmly restrained by Gao Bancheng. No one noticed Bai Ye's hand had stealthily reached behind Li Yu, writing in silence. As Ming Hu leisurely set down the bottle, raising his glass to his lips, a cold voice rang out, "If you do not wish to drink, then do not." At this proclamation, everyone turned in astonishment to the speaker. A ragged figure sat among Gao Bancheng and the others, his right hand heavily bandaged, resembling a disabled wastelander. Yet, this very individual had dared to confront one of the 12 Zodiac, Ming Hu. Ming Hu's hand froze, his eyes narrowing, a predatory glint flashing within. You! He began to utter, but then, calamity struck. Crash! The sound of shattering glass echoed. Though faint, it caused Ming Hu's complexion to change drastically. His wine glass had shattered. The fragments and liquor splattered over him, trickling down his muscular bare torso and soaking his pants, creating a large wet patch. He rose abruptly, akin to a jolt of electricity, and cast a horrified glance at the impassive Liu. Instinctively, he assumed a defensive stance, a faint crimson glow emanating from his robust frame, as if bracing for a formidable adversary. Yet, Liu paid him no heed, never once deigning to meet his gaze. The bandaged right hand of Liu lowered languidly, and he then lifted a bottle of liquor, addressing Gao Bansheng and the others with a nonchalant drink. The group exchanged perplexed looks. None comprehended the unfolding events. They glanced at the indifferent Liu and then at the sullen, silent Ming Hu, their hearts filled with an inexplicable awe. The shattered wine glass in Ming Hu's possession further illuminated their dawning understanding. It was not just them who were taken aback. There were no ordinary individuals present, as one could not reach the 189 refuge without being a formidable figure, at least a bounty hunter worth millions. It was precisely this that rendered their astonishment profound. They could not fathom how someone as powerful as Ming Hu could lose control of his own body, inadvertently shattering a wine glass and even splattering himself. Even if it was indeed Ming Hu who broke the glass, why did it occur at this precise moment? Right after Liu had spoken, resulting in the glass shattering instantaneously? And why, in the face of Liu's provocation, did Ming Hu remain silent and cease drinking? What manner of trickery was this? Chapter 56. A momentary delight worth a lifetime of remembrance. Ming Hu fixed his gaze upon Liu, his expression shifting tumultuously. The playful smile on Yin Shi's face faded gradually, her eyes reflecting deep apprehension as she observed the shards of the shattered glass. In a hushed tone, she remarked, "The traces on the fragments suggest a very subtle force, just enough to shatter the glass. But how could such a slight power traverse such a distance? It is as if someone had shattered it from close range. Did you see anything?" Initially, she assumed it was some small projectile, like a pebble. But if it were indeed the bandaged man who launched it, the force could not possibly be so feeble over such a considerable distance. It would have been detected due to its slow velocity. Ming Hu shook his head. "I saw nothing. My instincts as a beast did not even provide a warning. Nor did I perceive any disturbance in the air, as if nothing had transpired, yet the glass shattered nonetheless." Inchi grew increasingly alarmed. How could one guard against such an eerie and silent, extraordinary ability? This time, it was merely the shattering of a wine glass. But who could guarantee that the opponent could not just as easily crush a skull? The unknown is often the most terrifying. Ming Hu, do not act rashly. We are unaware of the depths of our adversary, and we have significant tasks at hand. We must not allow ourselves to be sidetracked. If we jeopardize the company's critical matters, you know the consequences. Inchi admonished sternly. Ming Hu clenched his fists, a flash of anger crossing his features. Yet, remembering his mission to await the arrival of the tyrant Yang Jie and to stall him, providing an opportunity for the eagle to strike, he reluctantly relaxed his grip. In the face of a mysterious and unpredictable foe, even if he was confident in his ability to triumph, he could not guarantee he would emerge unscathed. Should he be injured, how could he possibly delay Yang Jie? He took a deep breath, his expression grave as he turned his gaze towards Liu and asked earnestly, "Who might you be?" Liu took a sip of the inferior liquor and replied, nonchalantly, "The magician Liu." Ming Hu narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing Liu intently. "The magician Liu, I shall remember you." With that, he ceased drinking and settled quietly among the 200 genetic warriors. Not only did he remember, but everyone present also took note. They appeared indifferent, yet each ear was tuned in like an antenna, hearing every word distinctly. They had never heard the name of the magician Liu before, but none dared to underestimate its significance. A figure capable of making Ming Hu falter and remain silent was destined to make a name for himself in Bai Ye. "Why are you all dawdling? Resume the music and the dance," Bai Ye exclaimed, laughing as he lifted a bottle and drank heartily once more. He chose not to eliminate Ming Hu but rather to issue a warning, instructing him not to overstep boundaries, which was ultimately futile. For killing Ming, who would also mean annihilating Yin Shi and the 200 genetic warriors, wasting considerable time and triggering a chain reaction. Before the eyes of the crowd, the destruction of the 12 Zodiac and the genetic warriors would likely terrify others. How would the tyrant Yang Jie react upon his arrival? There were too many variables, all unfavorable to his acquisition of the Panga USB. After Bai Ye's reminder, the crowd regained their composure, sneaking glances at Liu, who continued to drink. Slowly, the atmosphere began to restore itself. At this moment, Gao Bansheng suddenly raised his bottle high, his demeanor earnest. "Mr. Li, I shall never forget this drink you have treated us to today." Liu looked at Gao Bansheng's genuine expression, somewhat at a loss. As he too was uncertain of what had transpired, he had merely followed Bai Ye's instructions to put on a show. Unsure how to respond, he paused before muttering, "It's all in the drink." Gao Bansheng was taken aback, glancing down at the bottle, which still contained more than half its contents. Resolutely, he bit his lip, set the bottle to his lips, and gulped. Having never tasted such inferior liquor before, he was choked to the point of tears. Yet he persisted until the bottle was empty. After downing the contents, Gao Bansheng's face turned crimson, his eyes glazed over, but he laughed even more heartily, resembling a hefty figure weighing 250 pounds, which he indeed was. "Mr. Li, I shall refrain from saying more." But from this day forth he performed a comical gag, eliciting raucous laughter from the crowd, and the atmosphere became lively once more. Bai Ye took a large gulp of liquor, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth, suddenly feeling that the 5 seconds spent earlier were well worth it. In this world, value is not solely measured in material wealth. True value is etched not in titles or riches, but in the youthful spirit willing to stand by friends, even at great personal cost. Perhaps this group of individuals was merely a fleeting encounter, destined to part ways in the future. But what of it? At this very moment, atop the desolate Black Mountain, surrounded by formidable figures, they were friends lifting their cups in camaraderie. Today, anyone who made him drink unpleasantly would find themselves in a similar predicament. He was, after all, a free-spirited and rebellious individual, seeking nothing more than the sheer joy of living, not accolades. He firmly believed that a momentary delight in youth is worth a lifetime of reminiscence. Thus, for the sake of ephemeral pleasure, what harm was there in spending 5 seconds? Bai Ye was reveling in this joy, yet Li Xiao appeared somewhat distracted, his mind still echoing Liu's brief yet impactful words. "If you do not wish to drink, then do not drink." Drink! The magician Liu. The more he contemplated, the more discomfort he felt. That cold demeanor, the disdain shown towards Ming Hu, the calmness with which he raised his cup amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. It was not an exaggeration to say that this was how Li Xiao envisioned himself. He cast a complex glance at Liu, his eyes reflecting jealousy, admiration, and a hint of defiance. Instinctively, he straightened his posture, subconsciously mimicking Liu's indifference, even considering wrapping himself in bandages. After indulging in food and drink, a new wave of attacks commenced. The group moved as if choreographed, heading towards the cave's vicinity to lure out the robots, and combat erupted instantaneously. However, unlike before, Ming Hu refrained from charging ahead. Instead, he mingled within the crowd, engaging only minimally while keeping a vigilant watch on Liu. The searing crimson laser sliced through the air, and Ming Hu ducked effortlessly, not due to speed surpassing light, but because the robots emitted a bright flash before firing, as if charging. By discerning the pattern, he could evade in advance. After dodging the laser, he supported himself with one hand, muscles taut, pivoting his waist and abdomen, then launched his right leg like a cannonball against the robot's energy shield, pushing it back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, Ming Hu swiftly rose, his peripheral vision instinctively scanning for Liu, who remained distantly observing without intervening, causing Ming Hu's brow to furrow in concern. He glanced at He Qianjuan beside him and noticed that the latter was also secretly observing Liu. It was not only him. All the top-tier warriors daring enough to engage in close combat with robots divided their attention to scrutinize Liu. Chapter 57. Tyrant Yang Jie. A different entrance style. Ming Hu felt a stir in his heart, naturally understanding the thoughts of these individuals, for they were all competitors, formidable beings of the same echelon. They could tolerate the weak who dared not approach from afar. After all, their presence was inconsequential. However, They could not permit a strong figure like Li Yo to remain idle, especially since Li Yo's methods were shrouded in mystery. What if he harbored malicious intent and launched a surprise attack from behind? This scenario resembled a group of individuals with ulterior motives, armed with guns, battling at the front line, while another, similarly armed individual stood aloof at the back, causing everyone to worry whether he might strike unexpectedly. Upon this thought, Ming Hu's mind raced, and he suddenly turned around and declared loudly, "Magician Li Yo, with your strength, hiding among the crowd without taking action, do you intend to reap the rewards without effort?" His words subtly positioned Li Yo as an adversary in the eyes of the crowd, leading many powerful figures to cast vigilant glances in Li Yo's direction. Insha nimbly evaded a heavy strike from a robot and teased, "Li Go, even a weak woman like me has stepped to the front lines, yet you, a strong man, remain hidden at the back?" The increasing scrutiny made Li Yo tense, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. He realized he had become the target of collective scrutiny, yet he could not confront the robot. Given his current condition with his right hand severely injured, charging in recklessly would be tantamount to suicide. He discreetly glanced at Bai Ye, who signaled him with a glance. Li Yo inwardly lamented, "Brother Ye, I've told you I'm colorblind and cannot read your cues." Enduring the penetrating gazes of the crowd, he hesitated for a moment before coldly stating, "There is no necessity to take action." "Oh," Ming Hu furrowed his brow, "what do you mean by that? You wish to enter the 189 shelter, yet do not want to exert yourself?" He was determined to compel Li Yo into action, eager to witness the extent of his extraordinary abilities. With so many standing with him, he was unafraid of Li Yo daring to act out of line. What to do? What to do? Li Yo cried out internally. He had never encountered such a situation. The gazes of over a dozen top-tier warriors made his scalp tingle and his mind whirl. He was at a loss for words, merely repeating, "I said, there is no necessity to take action." It is well known that a person under stress often becomes a parrot. Ming Hu's expression darkened. In his view, Li Yo's rigid response clearly indicated a lack of regard for him. A hint of coldness flickered in the eyes of the other warriors, who felt Li Yo was being overly arrogant. What did he mean by no necessity to take action? Did he believe the robots of the old era were not worth his effort? What did that make them? Mia Yistas. At that moment, a rumbling sound suddenly emanated from the east, initially faint but progressively growing louder. This unexpected noise captured everyone's attention. What is that sound? Why does it sound like a train? Bai Ye, having frequently traveled by train before, recognized the sound immediately. Xiao exclaimed in disbelief, "What a joke. We are in the Black Mountain Abyss. Even off-road vehicles cannot ascend here. How could there be a train?" The rumbling grew increasingly thunderous, deafening even, accompanied by the sharp blasts of high-pressure steam bursting from valves. "Look," someone cried out, pointing towards the distant eastern horizon. The crowd turned to gaze, and it was as if they had been struck by lightning. In the eastern sky, a coal-black steam train was indeed approaching. Thick, dark smoke tore through the clouds, and the massive coal-black body resembled a 1,000-meter-long black dragon, winding its way across the sky, racing toward the Black Mountain. This miraculous scene left everyone in shock. Even formidable figures like Ming Hu and He Qianjuan were taken aback. A 1,000-meter-long steam train. What a colossal entity. It might not seem overwhelming while running on the ground, but when such a steel behemoth defied gravity and floated in the sky, the impact was unimaginable. Bai Ye widened his eyes. Although he had experienced the civilized era, he had never seen a train flying in the sky. "Wait, is there someone standing on top?" As the train drew nearer, Bai Ye noticed a figure on the locomotive, the outline becoming increasingly clear. Not only him, but everyone present also beheld the sight. Amidst the steam billowing from the chimney stood a man clad in crimson armor, arms crossed over his chest, towering on the train's front. His scarlet armor glimmered with dark golden patterns, and the shoulder plates bore fierce beast heads. His gaze was cold and disdainful, akin to that of a deity surveying the masses. "Tyrant Yang Jia," Li Xiao shouted in disbelief, his pupils trembling. The man he had seen on the wanted poster was now before him, the one he had regarded as the goal of his life night and day, now entering his sight like a god. He had envisioned countless scenarios of meeting the tyrant, even fantasizing about defeating him with all his might. Yet at this moment, witnessing the man stepping onto a 1,000-meter steam train hovering through the sky shattered all his fantasies mercilessly, even without engaging in combat. Merely catching a glimpse of him was enough for him to realize that this was indeed one of the 10 kings, Tyrant Yang Jie. Bai Ye gasped, wow. So this is what the 10 kings are like. His entrance is on an entirely different level compared to the others. The others either wielded swords, the night girl, Xiao, or had companions, the ghost clown, fought barehanded, Hei Qianjuan, or wore colored contact lenses, Minghu. Yet, Tyrant Yang Jie arrived on a flying train. There was an overwhelming sense of an adult arriving at a kindergarten. Although he had no knowledge of Tyrant Yang Jie's extraordinary abilities, the mere fact that he could make a 1,000-meter-long train soar through the skies indicated that whatever his powers were, they were terrifyingly formidable. Previously, having heard Li Xiao speak of the 10 kings, Bai Ye had thought that even if they were stronger than Li Xiao, they could not be excessively exaggerated. Now, it seemed he had indeed underestimated Li Xiao's courage. You've always viewed such a person as your target? Bai Ye looked at the dazed Li Xiao and gave him a thumbs up. It's still you, Li Xiao. I used to think you only knew how to show off. But now it seems I was wrong. You not only know how to show off, but also possess a sense of humor. Your humor clearly surpasses mere boasting. I think you can change your name now. Don't call yourself Shadow Man anymore. You can be Humor Dart Man. Li Xiao absorbed none of the words. His gaze fixed intently on Yang Jie, his eyes reflecting a tumultuous mix of unwillingness, ferocity, and fear. He loathed his own impotence and cowardice, having regarded the 10 kings as his goal all this time. Yet now, standing before the tyrant, he found himself devoid of even the courage to act. Chapter 58, The 10 Kings. Above the heavens, Yang Jie's fingertips tapped against the chimney, causing the steam train to suddenly exhale a dense cloud of white smoke, akin to a black dragon engulfing the clouds. The locomotive swiftly turned, guiding him toward the open ground where the others gathered. Run! Someone shouted in panic, completely disregarding the robots, turning to flee. The rest quickly caught on and scrambled to escape. Who could withstand the terrifying, crushing force of a train descending from the sky? In an instant, the crowd scattered, as if clearing a space specifically for Yang Jie's arrival. Boom! The steam train landed firmly, shaking the ground violently. Those hidden in the surrounding woods could distinctly feel the tremors. Damn it! How did Yang Jie arrive so quickly? Minghu gritted his teeth. Can't you see? He arrived by train, of course it's fast. Insha's elongated eyes fixated on Yang Jie as he descended, a glimmer of desire evident within. The tyrant appeared even more handsome than on the wanted poster. If only she could spend a night with such a man. She would willingly sacrifice 10 years of her life. She gently bit her delicate lips, her complexion flushed. Shut your mouth, you wretch. Minghu growled lowly. Just as he was about to utter something further, he suddenly froze, his gaze fixating on Li Yu, who was concealed within the woods. And a tempest swirled within his heart. I said there is no need to act. Li Yu's indifferent words echoed in his ears, and he finally grasped the meaning behind them. Damn it! What did this monster, the magician Li Yu, spring from? Has he already sensed the tyrant's arrival ahead of us? Such a terrifying perceptive ability even surpassed my beastly instincts. Everyone present had heard Li Yu's words, and with the tyrant's arrival, many turned to glance at Li Yu, their expressions filled with shock. Brother Hu, what's wrong? Inchi inquired with concern. Minghu shook his head, momentarily setting aside thoughts of Li Yu. The priority was the tyrant. I'm fine. It's just that the tyrant's unexpected appearance has disrupted my plans. As he spoke, a look of trepidation crossed his face. Fortunately, the company dispatched the Eagle Days in advance. He must have reached the peak of Heishan by now. By the way, have you contacted the Eagle? No, the magnetic field at Heishan is peculiar. It might be related to the 189 refuge. With our communication capabilities, it's impossible to establish a signal. But rest assured, Ingu is incredibly reliable. He regards the mission as more important than his own life. And he has never failed in all these years. How can I relax? This mission is different. The target is one of the 10 kings. There must be no room for error. I originally intended to send someone to connect with Ing Tian, but now that the tyrant has appeared early, there's no time for coordination. Inchi chuckled. Ingu is not like you. I recall once when we were halfway through a task. The company suddenly issued a mission, and he simply pulled up his pants and left without a trace of reluctance. From that moment, I knew Ingu is the most dependable among the entire 12 Zodiac. Minghu's expression darkened, his voice low. You and he have a history. Inchi quickly reassured him. Oh, come on, we're all colleagues. Don't be so distant. Besides, my interactions with them are merely superficial. My true feelings lie with you. Bai, lower your voice. What if the tyrant notices us? The company has a grudge against him. Ming-Hu snorted coldly. Don't worry, as long as we don't provoke him. He won T-Act against us. Inchi paused. Why not? Because Yang Jie is too arrogant. Such a person only harbors intentions to act against the other 10 kings. He doesn't regard others at all. To him, attacking the weak is akin to demeaning himself. Though Ming-Hu spoke thus, he instinctively lowered his voice. Upon hearing Ming-Hu's words, Inshi's eyes sparkled. Oh dear. I think I like him even more. What should I do? Ming-Hu exploded with rage. This is not the time for your whims. He merely scorns attacking the weak. If you dare to entice him, he will kill you without a moment's hesitation. Outside the cave, in the vast clearing, Yang Jie stood alone. His disdainful gaze swept over Ming-Hu and the others hiding in the woods, a cold smile, sharp as a blade, gracing his lips. He understood that this journey to Heishan was a trap, a scheme devised by Tianqi Company against him. Yet, he still came because he is the tyrant, one of the 10 kings, a title that allows him to disregard any trap. Warning, warning, crimson infection detected, eliminate immediately. The robot emitted a chilling electronic voice, its crimson eyes flickering incessantly at Yang Jie. Yang Jie observed the robot with indifference, remaining steadfast and motionless. The disparity in their sizes was stark, akin to a person standing before a towering building, which should render them insignificant. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Yang Jie's gaze was imperious, his cloak billowing like a battle flag, the crimson armor reflecting cold metallic light under the sun, emanating an undeniable aura that commanded attention. The figure, standing with hands clasped behind his back, seemed more like a pillar of the heavens than the towering Heishan before him. In that moment, all eyes were firmly fixed upon Yang Jie, as if he were the center of the stage, the protagonist of the cosmos. Could Yang Jie defeat the robot? Was there any doubt? After all, he is one of the 10 kings. But what are the 10 kings? They are still human, and this robot is equipped with an energy shield from the bygone era, capable of withstanding even missiles. Have you not seen how even the renowned Ming-Hu and others were rendered helpless against the robot? Even if the tyrant were strong, could he surpass the combined might of all? Many whispered among themselves. Some believed Yang Jie would undoubtedly prevail, while others felt uncertain. Yet, the answer to the dilemma arrived a mere second later. The robot lumbered forward, its heavy steps shaking the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. Simultaneously, red light began to coalesce in its eyes, preparing to unleash a laser. Yang Jie frowned, but it was not due to the robot. It was the dust settling on his crimson armor. He gently brushed off the grime from his shoulder, his demeanor icy. An artifact of the bygone era? What a feeble creation. His voice was soft yet resonated throughout the arena. Everyone was taken aback. Feeble? Could such a term be associated with a robot? If this robot was deemed feeble, what did that make them, who had besieged the robot for days? Suddenly, in the moment just before the laser was to be fired, Yang Jie Molfet, Chapter 59, Ming-Hu, Tyrant. You owe me an explanation today. He slowly raised his hand, his middle finger and thumb intertwining in the air. Snap! The crisp sound of a finger snap echoed. In the next instant, a bizarre scene unfolded. The pair of crimson eyes, poised to fire a laser, exploded with a resounding bang after the snap. Tiny red fragments scattered from the robot's eye sockets. Warning! Warning! Visual system damaged by external force, initiating biological perception mode. The robot emitted a cacophony of alarms. How annoying! Yang Jie coldly raised his hand, gripping at the robot in the void. In an instant, the robot's massive form stiffened midair, as if a hand had seized its throat. As Yang Jie tightened his grip, the robot's alarms abruptly ceased, the metal protesting under the strain, as if an immense force was compressing it. Bang! The hydraulic rods at its joints shattered violently, sparks of electricity bursting forth from its body, and with a final, colossal explosion, the robot crumpled to the ground, its form twisted and mangled, resembling scrap metal. The entire arena plunged into an eerie silence. Ming-Hu and the others' pupils constricted to pinpoints, their disbelief evident as they beheld the scene before them. The robot that had thwarted them for days was effortlessly vanquished by the tyrant Yang Jie in a single strike. What a joke! He defeated the robot in one blow? Is he even human? Why did the energy shield prove ineffective against him? It seemed he attacked the robot's core directly. Is this what the legendary 10 Kings are like? Countless voices erupted in astonishment, for the spectacle before them had utterly surpassed their expectations. They had thought that even if Yang Jie could vanquish the robot, it would require considerable effort. Yet he achieved it with a single blow? Bai Ye was equally astonished. What the hell is the gap between people this vast? Say something, Li Xiao. He nudged the seemingly petrified Li Xiao beside him. Li Xiao, Gao Hansheng could barely contain himself and quietly consoled. Little Bai, don't provoke him further. Li Xiao, it's not as exaggerated as it seems. The Tyrant S ability is to control metal, which just happens to counter the robot, hence the effect. Don't lose heart. The future is still long. Li Xiao finally regained his senses, and a flicker of color returned to his previously numb and despairing eyes, as if he had grasped a lifeline. Yes, you're right. It's a matter of ability countering. Metal abilities excel against robots, but it doesn't necessarily mean they excel against humans. I still have a chance. In the realm of Gao Bansheng, a sense of foreboding loomed. It was not merely a matter of camaraderie. Deceiving others was one thing, but deceiving oneself was quite another. Even with an ability to restrain, one could scarcely overlook the disparity when the adversary could effortlessly send a 1,000-meter train soaring into the skies. Li Xiao, take heed and refrain from impulsive actions. Controlling metal? Bai Ye, contemplating this, realized that this was indeed the tyrant's capability, which explained the ability to elevate trains and annihilate robots in mere moments. It was no wonder that Mr. Ng had proclaimed that only the tyrant could unlock the doors of the refuge. After dispatching the robot, Yang Jie did not spare a single glance at the onlookers, but strode directly toward the cave. As he passed by the remnants of the robot, a jarring sound of metal scraping erupted. Countless metallic components levitated in the air, reassembling themselves into a humanoid form that followed Yang Jie closely, evidently under his control. Just as he was about to enter the cave, Ming Hu took a deep breath and glanced at Inshi. Are you ready? Inshi nodded obediently. Do not worry. I have not brought any metallic weapons to counter Yang Jie. Ming Hu's expression darkened. Be serious. I was referring to the ribbons. Why are you so fierce? The ribbons are ready. Inshi produced a long red ribbon from her bosom and began to style her hair into a ponytail. The flowing ribbon cascading down to her waist, dancing in the breeze like a small whip. It is time to act, Ming Hu said in a deep voice, then took a signal gun from his subordinate and fired a shot into the sky. The red signal flare shot upwards, exploding in the heavens, a signal to the eagle. Their mission was to restrain Yang Jie, providing the eagle with an opportunity to aim and shoot. Although Yang Jie could manipulate metal, the eagle had already prepared specialized bullets. The red ribbon served as a reference point for the sniper. Shooting from 3,000 meters away involved numerous factors: gravity, humidity, wind speed, and direction. It was impossible for Ing Tian to gauge the wind conditions at Yang Jie's location from such a distance, but the red ribbon would assist in determining it. By observing the direction and amplitude of the ribbon's movement through the scope, one could draw conclusions. Halt! Ming Hu shouted, stepping forcefully from the woods, followed closely by Yin Shi with her ponytail and 200 formidable Jin warriors. This audacious act garnered no admiration. Instead, they were regarded with expressions of incredulity. Are you in such a hurry to meet your demise? Yang Jie gradually halted his steps and turned around, the massive robot beside him mimicking his movement. He cast a fleeting glance downward, seemingly perplexed as to why someone dared to call out to him, his lashes casting a harsh shadow. His pupils resembled icy gray glass, reflecting the distant cold light of the sky. Under the scrutiny of those eyes, Ming Hu's steps faltered, despite the 200 Jin warriors looming behind him. His primal instinct screamed in alarm. After a moment's hesitation, he steeled himself to approach. And she was even more affected, her gaze darting, her complexion flushed, much like a naive girl encountering her idol. Tyrant Yang Jie, you have destroyed a satellite city belonging to our company. Surely, we deserve an explanation. Ming Hu intoned gravely. Observing this scene, Bai Ye could only place a hand on his forehead, unable to bear witnessing it. He felt a wave of embarrassment for Ming Hu, thinking of Mr. Ying's wild imagination. Yang Jie regarded the pair with a detached gaze, his eyes like a tranquil abyss. Leave or perish. Ming Hu's expression darkened as he recognized the tyrant's arrogance. How strikingly handsome, thought Yin Shi, her eyes sparkling as she puffed out her chest toward Yang Jie. Attack! Ming Hu wasted no breath, dropping to all fours, his muscles tensing as he lunged at Yang Jie like a cannonball. The 200 Jin warriors behind him roared in unison, akin to a stampede of ferocious beasts, the cacophony rivaling the charge of 1,000 soldiers. Such an overwhelming display of force caused even the most seasoned warriors to regard the situation with gravity, marveling at the depths of Shuguang City. Among these 200 Jin warriors, the majority had received 2 doses of Jin serum, with a select few having received 3. Not to mention the leading figure, the Zodiac Beast Ming Hu. This lineup was potent enough to sway the outcome of a battle involving 10,000 men. Yet now it was being deployed against a single individual. Chapter 60. The steel ring of Yin she faced with such a stark numerical disadvantage. Yang Jie remained unfazed. His right hand, which was crossed over his chest, slowly withdrew. Ming Hu's countenance paled, abruptly halting his advance. He raised his palm in a gesture to stop. And the 200 Jin warriors behind him followed suit, their expressions tense and anxious, even avoiding direct eye contact with those indifferent eyes. Then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The hand that Yang Jie had lifted did not launch an attack. Instead, it descended gently onto the crimson shoulder armor adorning his shoulder, brushing off the dust with a delicate motion. The expressions of Ming Hu and his compatriots soured instantly, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Onlookers not far away bore peculiar expressions. Merely a raised hand was sufficient to render the 12 Zodiac warriors and 200 Jin warriors frozen in place. The terror of the title of the 10 Kings. Was this its essence? They experienced a peculiar illusion, though it seemed Ming Hu's group surrounded the tyrant. It felt as though it was the tyrant who encircled them all. A true monarch requires no sword. A name alone commands an army. Do you lack even the courage to look me in the eye? How utterly dull. Yang Jie shook his head slightly, turning away to continue toward the cave, not even sparing them a glance. Ming Hu was incensed. As one of the 12 Zodiac, though not as renowned as the 10 Kings, he was still a force to be reckoned with. To be so disregarded ignited his fury. Kill! The crimson aura surged forth as if erupting from the seams of his muscles, igniting his entire being in flames. He unleashed a punch, the energy boiling and surging, forming a ghastly phantom of a tiger's head above his fist. Tiger's wrath. The fierce aura of the tiger's head clashed violently with the air, enveloped in searing white currents, hurtling toward Yang Jie's back. Just as it was about to strike, a colossal shadow loomed, enveloping Ming Hu like flowing water. Boom! A terrifying explosion resonated as Ming Hu's fist collided with the robot, the shockwave transforming into visible ripples that radiated outward. The woods where the onlookers sheltered were swept, as if by a tempest. Numerous trees snapped in half, leaves scattering in disarray. The robot's steel arm was shattered under the impact, crashing to the ground with a dull thud. Its intricate internal components had long been dismantled by Yang Jie, rendering it incapable of activating its energy shield. It was devoid of intelligence, appearing to move freely, yet it was merely Yang Jie's iron puppet. However, puppets possess their own advantages. They are impervious to destruction. A sophisticated robot would suffer system errors and chaotic wiring when damaged, but a steel puppet would not. Witnessing the formerly fallen mechanical arm, it inexplicably reattached itself to the robot under an unseen force. Ming Hu gritted his teeth. He could reduce the robot to scrap metal, yet he could not turn it back into raw, or even if he reduced it to slag, Yang Jie could still restore it. Seeing their leader obstructed, the 200 Jin warriors suppressed their fear of the tyrant and charged forth recklessly. The coal-black steam train roared to life, resembling a fierce black dragon. Its whistle echoed like a dragon's roar as dozens of connected carriages swept forward like the dragon's tail. Countless screams and the sounds of bones shattering filled the air as the steam train barreled through, sweeping the 200 Jin warriors away with the force of autumn winds, leaving only a scant few standing, while the unfortunate ones were instantly reduced to a mist of blood. As Yang Jie approached the entrance of the cave, a figure, alluring and enchanting, suddenly appeared before him. Inshi, shyly covering her mouth with her hand, giggled, "Brother Tyrant, I harbor great admiration for you." Suddenly, a train car detached from the steam locomotive, hurtling through the air and violently colliding with Inshi, embedding her into the mountainside alongside the car. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Even the combined might of 2 members of the Zodiac and 200 genetically enhanced warriors failed to halt Yang Jie. Just as Li Xiao felt a surge of confidence, his spirits plummeted. I see that the 10 kings are not so formidable after all. He dares not even let Ming Hu and the others approach him. He must be quite weak. Why not take this chance to throw a dart at him? You might just succeed. Bai Ye advised Li Xiao from the sidelines. Li Xiao retorted, he wishes to silence Bai Ye. Yet it is they who cannot even approach. If I throw a dart at him, I would be doomed. A playful laugh echoed from behind the embedded train car. With a tremendous force, the car was flung away, and Yinshi gracefully stepped forth, brushing off the dust from her attire, stating, Brother Tyrant, you are rather lacking in tenderness. Oh, Yang Jie paused for the first time, a glimmer of interest flickering in his gaze as he regarded Yinshi. The world often spoke of a tiger's head and a snake's tail, yet the rumors proved unreliable. Yinshi's smile grew increasingly radiant, her elongated eyes shimmering with a serpent-like allure. Brother Tyrant, you flatter me. I am still far beneath you. Yang Jie calmly nodded, Indeed. Yinshi's smile faltered momentarily, but quickly recovered, continuing, While I cannot surpass you, defeating me may not be as simple as you think. Perhaps your strength exceeds that of Ming Hu, yet you are rather foolish. Yinshi's brows furrowed slightly. Foolish? You dare claim I am more foolish than Ming Hu? As she spoke, she subtly adjusted the red ribbon in her ponytail. Brother, why do you not make your move? Yang Jie replied indifferently. To know that my power lies in controlling metal, yet you still come before me adorned with metal. Is that not the height of folly? Yinshi froze momentarily. Metal? Am I wearing metal? Impossible. I haven't even brought my signature Yinshi whip. Where could any metal be? Instinctively, she glanced down at herself, and when her gaze fell upon her chest, her complexion drained of color. She incredulously lifted her head. Steel ring? In response, Yang Jie made a grasping motion in the air. Boom! Boom! 2 muffled explosions erupted before Yinshi. Ah! A piercing scream escaped her lips as her chest was torn apart, revealing 2 gory wounds. In that instant of devastation, a train car suddenly soared into the air, crashing toward her delicate form, and she was sent flying dozens of meters away, her body mangled, bones shattered, and she tumbled down the mountainside, disappearing from the view of the crowd. Chapter 61. Before Yang Jie's mental fortitude could be depleted, Yinshi. Ming Hu's eyes widened with rage as he bore the impact of a robotic strike, and, in a frenzy, charged toward Yang Jie, fists clenched like hammers, ready to strike. Yang Jie's crimson shoulder armor detached automatically, floating silently to block Ming Hu's heavy blows effortlessly. His eyes glowed red as he unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, while pieces of armor fell away like swirling petals of red roses, absorbing all of Ming Hu's assaults. The spectators, still reeling from the shock of Yinshi's swift demise, were left in confusion. Xiao Yi, bewildered, exclaimed, What on earth is happening? Did Yinshi have explosives on her? How did her chest suddenly explode? Bai Ye shared the same bewilderment until Li Bai Tian, a seasoned bounty hunter accustomed to tavern life, elucidated, You clearly do not understand women. What do you mean? Bai Ye protested, having seen much from afar, even if only through a screen. Are you aware that women often wear steel rings under their garments? Steel rings? What purpose do they serve? Bai Ye inwitted. Li Bai Tian glanced around, lowering his voice, steel rings shape and support, accentuating their form. Bai Ye remarked it. Another day of learning something new. He finally comprehended why Yinshi had exploded. It was due to Yang Jie's control over the steel rings. With that thought, he glanced down at himself, a sudden pang of pain striking him. Yinshi, your demise was tragic. As they exchanged insights, the battle in the arena shifted once more. Ming Hu stubbornly pressed against the crimson armor, his arms tightly constricting Yang Jie, his body marred by gashes from the armor, blood streaming profusely. Yet, Yang Jie remained unyielding, his expression unchanged, exhibiting no sign of strain. Even with Ming Hu's strength, he could not bend Yang Jie's form, and the remnants of the crimson armor, bolstered by extraordinary power, completely absorbed Ming Hu's might. This power continued to grow, and Ming Hu's fingers turned white, the sound of breaking bones echoing as he struggled, appearing increasingly desperate compared to Yang Jie's calm demeanor. Yet, he remained undeterred, convinced that Ying Tian, who valued the mission above his own life, would seize the opportunity he had created to deliver a perfect shot. At that moment, Yang Jie slowly lowered his head, his indifferent gaze resting upon Ming Hu's fierce visage. What do you anticipate? What? Ming Hu's face paled as an unimaginable force erupted from Yang Jie's crimson armor. He could no longer withstand it and was flung away like a cannonball. In mid-flight, he pondered why a shot had not been fired. Boom! Ming Hu crashed into the mountainside, countless boulders crumbling and cascading down to bury him. The arena fell into a profound silence. Even the combined efforts of two members of the Zodiac could not inflict a single injury on Yang Jie, nor could they endure for even 2 minutes. The tyrant's immense power was indelibly etched into the minds of all present. Having dealt with the two adversaries, Yang Jie calmly entered the cave, the silver robot following closely behind him. An eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Atop the black mountain, shrouded in mist, a sheer cliff loomed, partially obscured. The cliff's edge jutted out like an eagle's beak, and on its weathered stone surface stood a dark wooden easel, a pristine canvas fluttering gently in the mountain breeze. Before the easel, a tall, elegant man clad in white, holding a dark wooden brush, was absorbed in his artwork. Yet, he was not painting the majestic cliff before him, but rather a portrait. Despite facing an empty abyss, his eyes seemed to reflect countless figures, which began to materialize on the canvas with the strokes of his brush. The protagonist of the painting was a proud man clad in crimson armor, standing at the center, surrounded by foes, including a tiger, a snake, and humans. Suddenly, the artist lifted his brush and gently tapped the canvas, causing a droplet of ink resembling a bullet to form, aimed directly at the central figure. However, in the next moment, he gasped, a look of intrigue crossing his face. For the bullet of ink inexplicably vanished. What troubles you, painter? A man in a black suit, adorned with white gloves, appeared unexpectedly behind the artist. His figure seemed to be shrouded in a thick layer of ink, rendering him somewhat indistinct. The only discernible feature was his face, as pale as that of a corpse. The artist smiled slightly. It has failed. The man in the black suit remained expressionless. After all, the adversary is a tyrant. Failure is quite natural. The painter shook his head. I know that the eagle cannot kill the tyrant. This scene is merely the prologue. A grand performance that naturally must commence with the blood of the tyrant. Unfortunately, the tyrant did not bleed, and the eagle is dead. Dead? The man in the black suit questioned, his tone laced with confusion, yet his face remained rigid, devoid of any expression, as if the inquiry did not originate from him at all. The individuals capable of slaying eagles in this vicinity are concentrated at the entrance of the 189 refuge. The eagle traversed the rear mountain. How could it have perished? The painter gazed into the unfathomable abyss of the cliff, his eyes deep with contemplation. A hint of amusement at the corners of his mouth. It seems a character outside the script has emerged in this splendid performance. Who? I do not know. Is it ignorance or reluctance to speak? The painter cast a humorous glance at him. The canvas is limited. How could I depict all living beings? Fate is unpredictable. My Mingzhongding can only determine a fraction. However, the identity of that person is inconsequential. The tyrant's demise is inescapable. Everything is under control. We need only await in silence. After a considerable time, the tyrant Yang Jie entered the cave. What now? Someone inquired. The robotic guards have been dealt with by the tyrant. The alloy door within will surely not withstand him. Naturally, we must follow him into the 189 refuge. Do you truly dare to enter? You have seen the tyrant's might. If he is driven by greed, the bird will perish for its hunger. The treasure lies before us. Are we to fear a single tyrant? Listening to the fervent discourse, Bai Ye joined the fray. He proclaimed with fervor, precisely. If we all surge forward, the tyrant Yang Jie may not succeed in slaughtering us all before his mental energy is depleted. Chapter 62. The laser passage. The spirited debate abruptly ceased. The crowd exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. The courage they had painstakingly mustered was swiftly deflated by Bai Ye's statement. The atmosphere grew awkward, and someone hesitantly suggested, the tyrant surely looks down upon the trinkets within the refuge. He cannot carry everything away. In that case, let him take the prime treasures, while we gather the scraps without incurring any taboo. Damn it, let us do it. The bold shall thrive while the timid perish. Several bounty hunters gritted their teeth and stepped out from the woods, heading straight for the cave. This sparked a domino effect. One could forego wealth, but witnessing others prosper is far more intolerable. An increasing number of individuals made their way toward the cave. What shall we do? Gao Bansheng turned to Li Xiao and the others, seeking counsel. Li Xiao remained silent, offering no response. Others also exhibited uncertainty, their eyes unconsciously gravitating toward Li Yu, evidently regarding him as their pillar of strength. Li Yu was taken aback. Why were they all looking at him? He had no intention of entering. It would be tantamount to seeking death. The tyrant is no ordinary man. He wished to glance at Bai Ye, but dared not do so overtly. While others feared the tyrant, Bai Ye showed no trepidation. He awaited the opportunity to reap the rewards left behind by the tyrant. He was determined to explore the cave. What if there were other secret passages? What if the tyrant, after locating the Pangi USB, exited through a secret route? Or perhaps he would depart on a flying train, impervious to even the cessation of time. For precaution, he needed to witness the tyrant obtain the Pangi USB, then seize it from his grasp. That would provide him peace of mind. As for why he would not retrieve it himself, the individuals from the old era within the refuge were all deceased. How could it be devoid of danger? Such risky endeavors were best left to professionals. He would merely focus on harvesting. Thus, as the crowd hesitated, Bai Ye boldly stepped forward, emerging from the woods. "Xiao Bai, are you really going?" Gao Bansheng exclaimed, astonished that the one with the least courage was the one leading the charge. Bai Ye did not look back. Of course. Having come this far, why not take a look? The crowd paused momentarily. For some reason, Bai Ye's words seemed imbued with a peculiar power. Indeed, having come this far, why not venture inside? Li Yu silently rose to follow Bai Ye, fully aware of who the true pillar of strength was. Upon witnessing Li Yu, a formidable force, join in, the others felt bolstered. Xiao Bai is right. Having come this far, if we do not enter, I fear I shall regret it for a lifetime. Xiao Yi closely followed suit. We bounty hunters are individuals who flirt with danger. If we can uncover a few treasures from the old era within, we need never worry again. Brothers, let us do this. Li Beitian addressed the assembled bounty hunters. One by one, they rose, their gazes ignited with fervor and determination. Li Beitian laughed heartily. Brothers, let us make this final score. Once completed, we can retire in peace. Before they had even set off, he had already set a lofty expectation. He and the others followed suit. Gao Bansheng, witnessing the collective bravado, could not help but thump his chest. I have grown weary of indulgent days. This time, I have come to Black Mountain both to forge friendships and seek thrills. Since my friends have resolved to enter, how could I refrain? Xiao Kui, let's go. He leaped on a Xiao Kui's petite form, raising his fist high. Only Li Xiao remained non-committal, seemingly still ensnared by the terror of the tyrant. Do not forget your objective. Why are you here? He mentally chided himself repeatedly before ultimately joining the group. Inside the pitch-black cave, many individuals retrieved their illumination devices as the light flickered like stars. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd. Contrary to their expectations of rock formations, the cave was lined with silver alloy, forming an extraordinarily futuristic metallic passage. The passage was lengthy, winding endlessly out of sight. Bai Ye and Gao Bansheng trailed behind the crowd, advancing gradually. As they proceeded, Bai Ye furrowed his brow. Have you noticed that this passage descends? It indeed descends. The intelligence I received indicates that the 189 refuge is constructed beneath the mountain, so we are currently descending. Gao Bansheng tucked his head, attempting to hide his corpulent form behind Xiao Kui's petite stature. Yet his size rendered it an exercise in futility. Akin to a futile cover-up, the alloy door has been opened. Someone at the front of the line cried out in exhilaration. At the passage's end stood a violently breached alloy door, 20 centimeters thick and several meters tall, now twisted and embedded in the wall. Behind the door lay the long, silver metallic passage. True to the tyrant's reputation, a door that even explosives could not breach was effortlessly opened by him. Enough chatter. Clear the way and let me in. A one-eyed man with an eye patch rushed into the doorway without hesitation. A few others followed closely, seemingly fearing that treasures would be snatched away. Yet, many chose to remain, observing the situation. Perspectives differ among individuals. Those who paused feared potential dangers behind the door, while those who rushed and believed that since the tyrant had been inside for so long, any danger must have already been neutralized. Thus, it was better to enter early and discover treasures. Who is right and who is wrong? Only the outcome can determine that. As the one-eyed man ventured about 2 meters into the passage, A sudden surge of eerie blue electricity flickered across the silver metallic walls, rippling outward like waves, swiftly spreading throughout the passage as if some device had been activated. The expressions of the one-eyed man and his companions changed drastically. They sensed something amiss and hastily halted, but it was too late. In the next moment, 3 crimson lasers shot forth from the left wall, racing toward them with blinding speed. Run! The one-eyed man scarcely had time to swallow the scream lodged in his throat before the laser struck. The first laser pierced diagonally from the left shoulder to the right abdomen, before the excruciating pain had a chance to transmit. The collarbone of the one-eyed man twisted and peeled away like molten plastic, revealing the still beating heart within his chest cavity. The second laser sliced through the navel, separating the upper body from the lower in a mere 0.1 seconds. Blood droplets erupted from the fractured spine, but before they could splatter, they were instantly vaporized by the laser. The third beam struck vertically towards the right hip, the mechanically modified right leg crumpling like paper, falling onto the silver alloy floor. Chapter 63. The Black Knight. The few individuals behind the one-eyed man were paralyzed with terror. After a brief moment of rigidity, they hastily turned to flee. However, the speed of the lasers was too swift, and before they could fully turn, they were instantaneously torn apart. The sickening sound of flesh falling to the ground echoed in the air. Death occurred too rapidly and brutally. Those outside the door were stunned for several seconds, finally snapping back to reality, their eyes reflecting a lingering fear. It was a hair's breadth away, truly a thought away from heaven or hell. Is it a laser passage? Gao Ban Chung exclaimed in horror, his face paling. Damn it! How could there be a laser passage here? How did the tyrant get through? Bai Ye spoke slowly. It is not surprising that the tyrant can traverse the laser passage. What is truly unexpected is that he could easily destroy all the laser emitters with his control over metal, yet he chose not to do so. It appears he does not wish for others to enter. He likely holds contempt for intervening on behalf of others, but he has no obligation to assist in removing dangers. What should we do now? Gao Ban Chung had begun to falter. This laser passage was not something an ordinary person like him could breach. Xiao Yi fixed his gaze on the scattered remains of the individuals, stating solemnly, I have just observed, the lasers are indeed ruthless, but their speed is not beyond the capability of the naked eye to perceive. If one possesses sufficient agility, it might be possible to navigate through. He seemed somewhat tempted, confident in his own abilities, though he did not attempt it immediately, for he was unaware of how many lasers lay within the passage or their trajectories. The best course of action would be to wait for others to enter first, to test the paths of all the lasers, ensuring absolute safety. Yet, who would be willing to take on such a perilous task for others? Only those with unshakable confidence in their own strength, like the tyrant Yang Jia, or those who were selfless and fearless, willing to lead the charge. At that moment, many cast furtive glances toward He Qianjun, the instructor of the Iron Brotherhood. This elder, known as the commander of 100,000 Iron Guards, had a reputation that resonated throughout Beimang. Over the years, countless powerful extraordinary beings and genetic modifiers had perished at his hands. Even the formidable Ming, who treated He Qianjun with great respect, showcasing his undeniable strength. If anyone were likely to breach the laser passage, it would undoubtedly be He Qianjun. Sensing the attention of the crowd, He Qianjun remained expressionless, standing quietly without taking any action. As the crowd remained in a standstill, an unexpected figure slowly emerged from within the throng. It was the Knight of the Silent Court. This solitary girl, arriving alone, silently stepped into the laser passage, almost as if she were a magnet, drawing the gazes of all. Her dainty knight's black boots lightly touched the metallic floor, producing a faint sound. It is the Black Knight of the Silent Court. She is the first to enter the laser passage. Someone whispered in astonishment. The Black Knight had always been elusive, a sharp blade wielded by the Silent Court to punish criminals. Rumor had it that even wanted fugitives with bounties exceeding hundreds of millions had met their demise at her hands. It was no wonder she dared to take the lead. The Black Knight of the Silent Court? Bai Ye frowned slightly. It hardly sounded like a name befitting a girl. His recollections of this unnamed girl were still rooted in the dusty town, where she had single-handedly annihilated hundreds of gray sparrows. He had recognized her formidable strength then, but it seemed he had underestimated her. With a swift motion, the Knight of the Silent Court sprang into action, her toes barely grazing the ground as she glided into the laser passage, her black skirt billowing like ripples of ink in the airflow. The laser passage seemed to sense her intrusion, and the first laser descended from above. She deftly slid along the ground like a black cat, the crimson beam grazing the edge of her silver mask. The second laser sliced horizontally, but with a forceful push of her palm against the ground. She leaped into the air, tracing a graceful arc, successfully vaulting over the laser. The third laser ignited above her head, almost cleaving her in two, yet her breath remained steady. Like an elegant dancer in the center of a ballroom, she glided effortlessly, the laser passing by her. Astoundingly, she dodged 3 lasers with such finesse that many gasped in awe. Her pace quickened, becoming even more rapid as more lasers ignited, striking in rapid succession. Yet she consistently found the tiniest gaps, passing through with ease. The onlookers were transfixed, their focus not on the girl, but on the lasers. 18 lasers. A total of 18 lasers, some horizontal, some vertical, some diagonal, and others hovering merely 20 centimeters off the ground. They frantically memorized the trajectories she tested. At this moment, the girl had reached the edge of the passage. Just as she was about to exit, an unexpected change occurred. A crimson light suddenly flared beneath her feet. Just when everyone thought she was doomed, she seemed to possess foresight, abruptly leaping backward into the air, avoiding the fatal laser. But that was not the end. The most terrifying scene unfolded as the 18 lasers she had previously evaded all simultaneously redirected toward her. It was over. She was surely doomed. No one believed the girl could escape the 18 lasers. Yet against all odds, she achieved it. In mid-air, with no leverage, her slender waist exerted power. Her black skirt swirling like a dark enchantress as she evaded the first 8 lasers at an astonishing angle. Then, with the sheath of her sword, she propelled herself off the wall, narrowly gliding past several lasers. As she transitioned from the left wall to the right, her long legs made contact, seemingly as if magnetized, allowing her to run a semicircle along the wall. Thus far, she had evaded 17 lasers, yet the final one was unavoidable, as her escape route had been entirely sealed off. Confronted with the fatal 18th laser, the girl unsheathed her pure silver cross-sword. The blade shimmered like a suspended galaxy as it met the laser, reflecting it away with an unstoppable force. From a distance, the blinding red light illuminated the sword and, simultaneously, the silver mask that captivated the onlookers. Seizing the opportunity, the girl once again approached the edge of the passage, this time choosing a different direction to break free. Yet, once more lasers shot forth like bullets beneath her feet. This time, she was prepared. Her pure silver cross sword vibrated as it precisely blocked the laser, and then, like a specter, she darted out of the passage, vanishing into its depths without a moment's delay. The crowd fell silent, utterly astonished by the girl's remarkable agility. Chapter 64. No, do you also have a life? After a long pause, someone murmured, "What material is her sword made of? It can even withstand lasers." Look, He Qianjun is moving too. The previously motionless He Qianjun now stepped into the laser passage with his hands clasped behind his back slightly hunched. With the Black Knight having paved the way, he had fully grasped the patterns of the laser passage and saw no need to wait any longer. If he delayed, others would surely take the lead. You all are burdened with these iron contraptions. You cannot traverse the laser passage. Stay outside to assist me. Yes, instructor. A dozen mechanical modifiers replied loudly. He Qianjun nodded, feeling reassured as he stepped into the passage. Faced with the incoming lasers, he exhibited a composure that surpassed even that of the knightly maiden, completing the task in a notably shorter time. It was evident to the discerning that his swiftness was less a testament to his superior strength and more a result of his prior knowledge of the laser trajectories. Upon reaching the edge, onlookers were eager to witness how he would navigate the final obstacle without the maideness sword. Yet He Qianjun came to a halt. He straightened his back, his muscles bulging as his previously lean frame transformed into that of a small giant. Suddenly, he exerted force, his form becoming a blur of fleeting shadows. As he darted past the edge, the sensor-activated lasers ignited beneath him, triggering in less than 1/10 of a second. However, the lasers could hardly keep pace with He Qianjun, nearly grazing his back as he leaped beyond the laser corridor, leaving the 18 beams trailing behind, incapable of reaching him. The spectators were astonished, realizing that He Qianjun's strategy relied on a speed that surpassed the laser's activation. He Qianjun appears to be stronger than the Black Knight, Bai Ye remarked. Yet Xiao Yi shook his head, stating, "It is difficult to determine who is stronger. The Black Knight is equally swift." The last laser was deceptively concealed and triggered unexpectedly, catching the Black Knight off guard, forcing him to confront all 18 lasers. He Qianjin, having anticipated the ambush of the final laser, was naturally well prepared. "I dare say, even I can manage it. You?" Bai Ye glanced at him skeptically. The old adage holds true. One becomes red by proximity to vermilion and black by contact with ink. Look at you, spending time with Li Xiao. And now you've learned to boast." Xiao Yi raised an eyebrow. "Don't believe me? Just watch." With that, he boldly approached the laser passage. "Are you serious?" Bai Ye exclaimed, hastily calling out, "Wait, don't be so rash." Xiao Yi turned back with a smile. "I didn't realize you cared so much for me. Little Bai, rest assured, I won't proceed without absolute certainty. First, hand over that 200,000 check for safekeeping, and then you may go. We would want the lasers to ruin it." Ultimately, he walked away with a dark expression. As he claimed, no laser obstructed his path. Xiao Yi's agility was commendable. While perhaps not on par with the Black Knight or He Qianjin, it sufficed to navigate the lasers. However, the final laser proved to be a formidable challenge, its instantaneous response making it unlike the others that approached with warning. It was akin to a firearm, striking unexpectedly once one reached a certain position. In preparation for this final laser, Xiao Yi took a running start and shouted, "Stop." The command left the onlookers bewildered. How could one command a laser to cease? Yet in the next instant, with a clang, a sword named Stop was unsheathed and shot forth. Seizing the hilt, Xiao Yi soared through the passage as if a celestial swordsman riding the winds. Is that even possible? Bai Ye was taken aback, astonished by the unconventional use of a sword. With so many successful attempts before them, more individuals could no longer contain their eagerness and began to try their luck. However, many displayed overconfidence, with some perishing after breaching 3 or 5 lasers, while others met their demise at the final barrier. Yet, there were successes such as the ghost clown. This clown, hand in hand with his girlfriend, traversed the laser corridor with laughter, as if entering an amusement park. Upon reaching the other side, he smiled at the air beside him, asking, "Was that funny? Would you like to play again?" "Well, all right then, I can't help it." To the astonishment of all, the clown turned back, making multiple trips back and forth before finally vanishing from sight. Sometimes, the chasm between individuals is vast. What for some is a perilous gauntlet of lasers, for the clown is merely a playground. His speed rivaled that of He Qianjin. Bai Ye sighed deeply, realizing the gravity of the situation, muttering, "In this grand stage of Heishan, if you lack skill, don't even bother showing up. This crowd is remarkably adept." He nudged Li Xiao. "Hey, humorous dart thrower. These renowned warriors have all ventured in. Can you keep up?" "HMPH, a mer laser passage. I require but a second." Li Xiao rapplia coldly. "See, there you go again, with the humor." Bai Ye quiped. Li Xiao ignored the taunt, striding confidently towards the laser passage. His shadow stood silently beneath him. Then suddenly, a shadowy dart was launched, imperceptibly evading the lasers. A connection of shadows extended from the dart to Li Xiao, stretching as the distance increased, resembling a black thread. As the dart zipped through the laser corridor, Li Xiao's shadow collided with him, enveloping him instantly, allowing him to vanish along the shadow line. The dart, having passed through, suddenly emitted a surge of ink-like shadows, which coalesced into a human form, revealing Li Xiao as the shadows receded. "What the? You possess skills too?" Bai Ye exclaimed in disbelief. Meanwhile, outside the cave, a dozen Jin warriors were laboriously clearing debris when suddenly, a massive boulder exploded outward, sending several warriors flying. Amidst the swirling dust, the grim-faced Ming who emerged. In the forest, several Jin warriors pried open a mangled train car, and upon discovering the crushed silver snake, they collectively gasped in horror. "It's tragic, utterly tragic." The once alluring face of Silver Snake was grotesquely deformed, her torso a bloody mess, limbs contorted in irregular shapes. She was beyond saving. "Let us recover Lady Silver Snake's body," one Jin warrior urged, prying her from the pit in which she lay. Chapter 65. I will weep more bitterly when you are dead. Huh. There's a long crack on Lady Silver Snake's head. Yet where is her brain? Did anyone see Lady Silver Snake's brain? The crowd looked around, exchanging puzzled glances. How strange. Her head is split, and yet there is no brain. Could it be that Lady Silver Snake lacks a brain? The Gene warriors' faces changed dramatically. Who is lacking a brain? The contorted corpse of Silver Snake suddenly spoke, startling everyone, causing them to drop her body. In the midst of their astonishment, they watched as the crack in her head widened, damp hair slowly emerging, accompanied by the sound of tearing skin and the slithering of her body against itself. Gradually, a pale-skinned, beautiful head emerged, followed by slender arms, torso, and long legs. Culminating in delicate feet, she was indeed Silver Snake. Rising from her skinless form, the shed skin instantly shriveled and became translucent, resembling a serpent shedding its skin. The Gene warriors stood agape, their minds temporarily incapacitated. Is it beautiful? Silver Snake displayed herself proudly, a beaming smile on her face. Very beautiful, one warrior replied, swallowing hard. Silver Snake's smile grew ever more radiant. I will relay your words verbatim to Brother Hu. The warrior's face drained of color, and he quickly dropped to his knees, keeping his head bowed, scarcely daring to glance at her glistening little feet. The others followed suit, lowering their heads, unwilling to look further. Spare me, my lady. I shall not look again. Oof. Then hurry up and remove your clothes to give to me. Moments latte. Ming Hu and Silver Snake reunited. How are your injuries? Ming Hu inquired darkly. Silver Snake adjusted her oversized garment to cover her exposed shoulders. It's nothing serious. Just a layer of skin that has come off. Ming Hu nodded. That useless Ing Tian. I provided him with such a splendid opportunity, and he failed to fire a shot. Inshi pouted, her eyes shimmering with tears. Brother Ing must be in trouble. Otherwise, he would not have refrained from firing his weapon. Whoa, stop crying. Inshi sniffed, playfully reproaching, Are you jealous? Don't worry. I promise to weep even more sorrowfully when your time comes. Ming Hu erupted in furious anger. Silence. You wretched woman. How distressing. You frighten me. The immediate priority is the Pangu USB drive. The original plan was to eliminate the tyrant, ensuring no one could seize the USB drive from us. However, with He Qianjun and his team lacking manpower, they do not pose a threat. But the plan has failed. If we return now, the company will not let us off the hook. Without the stabilizer for the 3-type gene serum, we have but a few months to live. Faced with death, it is better to take a risk. What do you intend to do? The gravity of the situation caused Shi to adopt a serious demeanor. Of course, we must enter the 189 refuge and seize the Pangu USB drive before the tyrant does. I have already arranged for reinforcements from the company. As long as we can hold off the tyrant, there may still be a chance. Mr. Li, it seems we are fated to miss out on the 189 refuge. You need not wait for us, Gao Bansheng and the others lamented. Li Yu's face stiffened, cursing inwardly. Who the hell is waiting for you? If I could get in, I would have done so already. Gao Bansheng and his companions, oblivious to Li Yu's thoughts, were unwaveringly confident, even blindly believing that he could navigate the laser passage. After all, if even Li Shao could enter, there was no reason Mr. Li could not. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Bai Ye, observing Li Yu's predicament, could not devise a good plan at the moment. He could not simply freeze time and carry Li Yu through. Could he? The laser passage was not a challenge for him, but that would expose him. Would he really teleport to the other side of the laser passage under everyone's gaze? Mr. Li, you really need not wait for us. If you don't enter soon, you may miss out on the good stuff, Gao Bansheng continued to urge, a hint of gratitude flickering in his eyes. Why doesn't Mr. Li go in? Clearly, he does not wish to abandon us. What a good man Mr. Li is. Li Yu's mind raced. What to do? What to do? You gonna say something? He subtly gestured to Bai Ye. Bai Ye immediately understood and was about to change the subject when the crowd suddenly stirred. The crowd parted, revealing Ming Hu and Shi leading the remaining Gene warriors, their demeanor menacing. At that moment, Ming Hu was covered in wounds, stained with blood, yet he bore an air of fierce intensity, adding to his menacing presence. Shi, on the other hand, appeared unscathed, donning an ill-fitting black uniform that hung loosely at her collarbone, revealing her fair neck. Her long, pale legs moved gracefully beneath the hem of her uniform, and notably, she wore no shoes, with her striking crimson nail polish drawing attention. These two were still alive. Bai Ye became increasingly certain that Mr. Ing had indeed found a way into the Zodiac 12. As he had suspected, there was no eagle among them. One shot, and he was dead. Yet, look at Ming Hu and Shi. Despite their injuries, they remained as vibrant as ever, particularly Shi. Bai Ye found it hard to fathom how she could emerge unscathed from what should have been a fatal blow for any woman. Wait, not unscathed. Did she seem to have diminished in size? Could it be silicone that allowed her to evade a lethal strike? Minghu and she stood before the laser passage, their eyes flickering with understanding. They were not blind. Noticing the crowd's hesitation and the several bodies severed by the lasers, they quickly grasped the situation. Minghu seized a bounty hunter, gripping his throat tightly, and demanded, "Tell me everything that just transpired, verbatim." Faced with Minghu's intimidation and the imposing presence of his Jin warriors, the crowd dared not protest. The frightened bounty hunter recounted the events surrounding the laser passage in detail. "I see," Minghu said, tossing the bounty hunter into the laser passage and watching him venture forth. Unsurprisingly, the man met a gruesome fate. Minghu then compelled others to enter the passage, and after several attempts, he discerned its patterns, having sacrificed only a few unrelated bounty hunters. He Qianjun, the Black Knight, and other formidable figures had already traversed the laser passage. Minghu and she stood unrivaled, daring to confront everyone except for Liu. "You will wait outside for our signal," Minghu coldly instructed before charging into the laser passage with Shi. As beings capable of combat against the tyrant, they easily navigated the passage, swiftly disappearing at its end. The remaining weaker individuals exchanged glances, the atmosphere growing somewhat awkward. Chapter 66. Stubborn? Do you believe, mister? They can make you all rigid? The laser passage served as a filter for the strong, despite their grand titles and formidable appearances. It was only after the tide receded that one could discern who was truly exposed. Liu felt as if he were stripped bare, suspended before the onlookers. Countless curious gazes fixed upon him, amplifying his sense of social embarrassment. Not only Gao Bansheng, but also other bystanders were puzzled. Why was the illustrious magician Liu, a figure so formidable that even Ming, who dared not act recklessly, not yet entering the laser passage? Liu was at a loss. Mustering the courage to call out to Bai Ye, he led Bai Ye to a secluded corner, and while everyone watched, none dared to approach and eavesdrop. Fearing Liu's wrath, Liu scanned the area, noting the darkness of the cave and the absence of others. His expression fell, the image of a strong man collapsing in an instant. "You go, what we do now? This group of lunatics has figured out how to traverse the laser passage, while I'm left out." Bai Ye raised an eyebrow, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. "You haven't made it yet? Don't you realize that among all in Heishan, you are the one most likely to survive? You've managed to deceive everyone. Liu Panichkit Yige. What are you joking about at a time like this? Think of a solution. Don't fret. I have a plan that will not only allow you to pass, but will also enable everyone else to do so." "What plan?" Leaning closer, Momin's latte, Liu felt a surge of confidence, bolstered by Bai Ye's assurance. He strode with the gait of a strong man toward the laser passage, causing those around him to instinctively step back. "Mr. Li, are you finally setting off?" Gao Bansheng expressed joy. "You've wasted too much time waiting for us. Hurry and take action." Liu's indifferent gaze swept across the crowd as he stated calmly, "Anyone wishing to traverse the laser passage, please raise your hand." His voice was not loud, yet it resonated like thunder in the hearts of the onlookers. They even questioned their hearing. What did Mr. Li mean? Was he offering to help them cross the laser passage? But how could that be possible? As the crowd stood in stunned silence, Bai Ye, the instigator, was the first to raise his hand. I want to go." Gao Bansheng quickly followed suit, raising his hand. "Me too." "So do I." The Black Panther and others also raised their hands. Like a wave of conformity, more and more individuals lifted their hands, their expressions peculiar, feeling the embarrassment akin to being called upon in class to answer a question. If it were anyone else speaking, no one would dare raise their hand. It would be considered a joke. Bai Ye boldly addressed the confused crowd. "Mr. Li is kind-hearted and cannot bear to see you return empty-handed. Thus, he is offering to help you through the laser passage. All you need to do is pay a ticket fee of 10,000 each. What are you all waiting for? Hurry and pay up." "Ticket fee? Do you think this is a tourist attraction?" The crowd was taken aback, having weathered numerous storms and faced harrowing challenges. They had witnessed it all, except for the audacious act of charging an entrance fee to a refuge. Could this be the conduct of a rational individual? A mere 10,000 could grant passage through the laser corridor? Who would be foolish enough to part with their money? "Brother Xiaobai, here is a check for 200,000, Gao Bansheng said, pulling it from his pocket and handing it to Bai Ye. With a grin, Bai Ye accepted the check, and, with a sack in hand, approached the members of the Steel Brotherhood. Before the imposing mechanical augmenters, he boldly extended his hand. What are you waiting for? Pay up. Do you wish to see He Qianjun left helpless inside? One of the mechanical augmenters hesitated. Can Mr. Li truly assist us in getting inside? Bai Ye, growing impatient, replied, How would I know? It's Mr. Li who instructed me to collect the money. If he cannot deliver, you should confront him. With so many of you, are you truly afraid he would default? Li Yu? After much deliberation, the mechanical augmenter ultimately handed over the money. 10,000 was not a significant amount for him, and it was preferable to place trust in the enigmatic Mr. Li, treating it as a hopeful investment. As the sack filled increasingly, Bai Ye could hardly contain his joy, realizing he was a man devoted to money, steadfastly enamored with wealth. Just as in his previous life, it turned out that genuine affection does not wane with the passage of time. Bai Ye wished to collect more, but the issue lay in the lack of space. Not everyone carried checks like Gao Bansheng, as most were equipped with cash. More and more individuals paid, for 10,000 was trivial to them. Yet, some refused to part with even that amount, harboring strong suspicions that Mr. Li was merely seeking to enrich himself. Little brother, I didn't bring any money this time, chuckled a bounty hunter wearing a cowboy hat. Click! The sound of a bullet being chambered resonated as Bai Ye pressed his handgun against the man's head. No money? And you dare to come to Heishan for a vacation? Get lost. The man dared not retort, fearful of offending Mr. Li. Bai Ye continued, Everyone, listen closely. Mr. Li has declared that this place does not welcome the impoverished. Those unable to pay the entrance fee should leave at once. Anyone who refuses can take it up with Mr. Li. Do not say I did not warn you, Mr. Li has a temper, and if he is displeased, he will ensure your entire family shares in that displeasure. Li Yu instantly became the center of attention, feeling the weight of the crowd's gaze. Internally distressed, he maintained his facade of indifference, pretending not to regard the throng. To his surprise, many complied, reaching for their wallets. The cowboy hat-wearing man awkwardly smiled. Little brother, I truly have no money. Bai Ye's eyes glinted with defiance, still arguing, Are we? Do you believe, Mr. Li will let you off easily? Of course not. I suddenly remembered I found 10,000 on my way here. I will pay. I will pay. Bai Ye turned around. The sack nearly full, yet a few individuals had yet to pay, those who genuinely lacked the funds. After all, they had no reason to offend the illustrious Mr. Li over such a trivial sum. One man lamented, I truly have no money, nor did I find any. Me too. Little brother, could you issue an IOU? Perhaps you could speak to Mr. Li and negotiate? Bai Ye raised an eyebrow. A watch? What watch? The group stiffened, reluctantly removing their watches to present, while those without watches offered bullets instead. Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction, dragging the heavy sack to Li Yu's side. Mr. Li, we have collected all the entrance fees. Let us proceed. Chapter 67. Only the likes of the 10 kings are worthy to be compared with Mr. Li. Li Yu's lips twitched slightly. Very well. He stepped forward to the crowd, standing before the entrance of the laser corridor, leaving them with an enigmatic silhouette, under the watchful eyes of all. This master of illusion began to slowly unravel the bandages on his right hand, his movements deliberate and steady, as if peeling away the seal of a demon. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, the darkness of the cavern flowing like water, oppressive. The bloodied bandages resembled sinuous serpents, gradually falling to the ground, revealing a pallid hand. Li Yu reflected on the tyrant's might, and then grasped the air before the laser corridor. Time froze, as the enormous golden clock enveloped the world. Time itself was paused by divine intervention. Bai Ye swiftly darted forward, effortlessly stepping into the laser corridor. His method for assisting the others through was remarkably simple. Dismantle the laser corridor. As he had previously surmised, he could not simply vanish before the crowd and traverse the corridor without risking exposure. Lacking the agility of a knight or maiden, he resolved to eliminate the source of the problem instead. After careful observation, he noted that the lasers were emitted from hidden laser projectors embedded within the silvery walls, which were riddled with deep holes. They could not be destroyed from the side, as the walls would obstruct any attempt. To obliterate them, one would need to confront the holes directly, but doing so would inevitably result in being pierced by the lasers. However, none of this posed a challenge for Bai Ye. Under the condition of frozen time, the lasers remained dormant. He withdrew a dagger and effortlessly penetrated one of the holes, dismantling the projector within. Following the same method, he completed his task in just 14 seconds, conquering the seemingly trivial laser corridor. Bai Ye's motivations were not solely to collect entrance fees or avoid detection, but also to ensure that these individuals provided him with cover. The arduous entry into Shelter 189 hinted at the manifold dangers awaiting inside. Thus, the importance of having others scout ahead became evident. Moreover, he was determined to obtain the Panga USB drive if he were to enter the shelter alongside Yang Jie. He Qianjun and Ming Hu stealing the USB from Yang Jie would raise immediate suspicion. At that point, the world would know that the Panga USB was in the possession of one among them, and he did not wish to attract the ire of numerous factions due to a coveted treasure. Therefore, the larger the crowd, the easier it would be for him to navigate the murky waters. Having completed his task, Bai Ye returned to his original position, with 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Time resumed its flow. The crowd fixated on Li Yu's right hand, and, as he grasped the air once more, the sound of shattering echoed as numerous sparks erupted from the holes that housed the laser projectors. A bluish electric current flickered across the silvery wall, eventually fading into darkness. Li Yu slowly retracted his hand, and the crowd fell silent. Did it work? Has Mr. Li destroyed the laser corridor? How is this possible? He merely raised a hand to do so. What extraordinary power does he possess? Is it akin to the tyrant's? Truly, he was the master of illusions. Nothing short of miraculous. The crowd stared in awe at Li Yu's right hand, who had now gathered the bandages, rewrapping them around his hand. His expression still cold and unyielding, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Li Yu turned to face them, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the crowd. Though in reality, he sought Bai Ye. Noticing Bai Ye's subtle nod, he felt a sense of assurance and coldly stated, "Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed." With that, he led the way into the laser corridor, moving slowly, for he felt uncertain. To be honest, he had no clarity regarding Bai Ye's extraordinary abilities. It felt as if Bai Ye possessed a perfected version of the master of illusions. He speculated that the previous destruction of Ming Hu's wine cup was the result of Bai Ye extending his perfected magical hand from a distance. Now, the destruction of the laser corridor was also attributed to Bai Ye, who seemed to wield multiple magical hands to simultaneously dismantle the laser projectors. In his imagination, Bai Ye must have countless magical hands capable of extending infinitely, moving faster than his own, activated by mere thought. Li Yu advanced slowly, fearing that Bai Ye might overlook a single laser emitter that had not been disabled. Yet, to the onlookers, Mr. Li's enigmatic silhouette loomed tall, his strides light and carefree, exuding an air of composure. At last, he successfully traversed the laser corridor without triggering a single beam. Excited cheers erupted from the crowd. Mr. Li is incredible. Is this truly the extent of Mr. Li's remarkable prowess? In my view, were the 12 zodiac signs and the silent court compared to Mr. Li's magical hands? Indeed, they may have managed to evade the lasers individually, but Mr. Li could lead everyone through a clear distinction of superiority. What nonsense! The so-called 12 zodiac signs and silent court dare to challenge Mr. Li? In the entirety of Baimang, only the likes of the 10 kings could be compared to him. Hearing such flattery, Li Yu felt a chill run down his spine. Enough with the praise. If the tyrant hears this, I'm done for. Did you not claim everything was under control? Why are you now drawing? At the summit of Heishan, a man in a black suit stared expressionlessly at the artist furiously sketching. The artist wiped the sweat from his brow, forcing a bitter smile. It's all gone awry. Completely chaotic. That outsider has led everyone into the refuge. Originally, only the strong were supposed to play their parts in this scene, but with hundreds pouring in, countless threads of fate intertwined, truly an inextricable mess. Still under control? Yes. Naturally, it's all under control, but it requires considerable effort. It seems we must deal with this outsider. Otherwise, the trajectory of fate may veer off course. The crowd cautiously made their way deeper, successfully navigating the laser corridor. Soon, rows of magnetic levitation tracks came into view, neatly laid across the ground, covered in dust and rust, yet devoid of vehicles. People from the old era must have taken transport from here to the underground refuge, but it seems the vehicles are gone. We must proceed on foot. Gao Bon Chem explained. The crowd began to run along the tracks. The presence of tracks indicated the necessity of vehicles, suggesting they were still a distance from the refuge. If they did not hurry, the valuable items might all be taken by the Ming Hu and their ilk. After running for a considerable time, the group finally spotted a decommissioned track vehicle at the end of the tracks, alongside a massive platform-like elevator, though it seemed to have suffered a collapse, with much of it buried and rendered unusable. "There's an emergency passage," someone shouted, pointing at a small door beside the elevator, which bore a dangling, loose LED sign that had once glowed with 4 fluorescent green characters. Emergency passage, though it had long since dimmed due to severed wiring. Chapter 68. Wow. So many Rambutans. The small door to the emergency passage had been violently breached, the marks fresh, undoubtedly the work of Yang Jie and others. The crowd surged into the emergency passage, where the descent was steep, nearly 30 degrees downward, and constantly twisting in a spiral. As they progressed, they discovered the passage growing narrower and deeper, transforming their once side-by-side formation into a long, single file. Could we be hundreds of meters underground? Someone muttered in the darkness. Surely not. We've been walking for so long. I feel like we've gone over 1,000 meters. Look ahead, there's sunlight. Sunlight? How could there be sunlight underground? It must be artificial lighting. The leading few moved toward the brightness, discovering it emanated from the passage's end. They squinted to adjust to the light, and once they beheld the scene beyond, they gasped in astonishment and hurried into the light. "Wes inside," those behind shouted, not immediately entering. After a long moment, the astonished voices of the few emerged from the light. A city. It's a city in the sun. There's even a sun. Where on earth did this come from? Is this still underground? They exclaimed, speechless. Seeing no danger, the others followed into the light, which was soon filled with exclamations of wonder. Not only is there sunlight, but there's also a sky. What are those floating things with red fur? Those seem to be Rambutans, gigantic Rambutans with a diameter of several dozen meters. Bai Ye posit momentarily. Perpliet. What on earth are Rambutans? He recognized Rambutans and had even tasted them. They're tropical fruits, round and red, covered in hairy spikes, hence the name. But the issue was, even the largest Rambutan was merely the size of a palm. Where did these gigantic ones come from? His curiosity piqued as he pushed through the crowd, blocking his view. Hurry up, we'll miss the good stuff. Those he shoved turned to glare at him, but upon realizing it was Bai Ye, they merely smiled awkwardly, refraining from retaliating. Who didn't he know that this ragged wasteland youth had the enigmatic magician Liu backing him? After a couple of minutes of squeezing through, Bai Ye finally stepped into the light, his vision clearing as if he had crossed into another world. Wow, so many Rambutans. It turned out those people had not lied. A city truly lay hidden here, alongside countless floating Rambutans. This was an expansive, modern city, with towering skyscrapers leaning at odd angles, while the furthest structures had crumbled into rolling hills. Abandoned magnetic levitation tracks wound through the ruins, resembling a massive serpent coiling around concrete remnants. A viewing tower inscribed with Eye of the Universe, rising hundreds of meters high, jutted into a dried-up artificial lake. Its glass facade entirely shattered, exposing a honeycomb of metallic framework within. Above, a blue sky with white clouds stretched, accompanied by a sun radiating light and warmth. Most striking were the floating Rambutans above the decaying city. Rather than mere Rambutans, they resembled massively enlarged viruses, their scarlet spherical forms covered in countless sharp spikes. These spikes elongated infinitely, tapering to the fineness of hair, intertwining to form a colossal red web that enveloped the entire city. The crowd stood in awe at the sight. Is this the 189 refuge? The people of the old era actually built a city beneath Heishan? But what is the sun and sky doing here? Bai Ye observed the sky for a moment, realizing it was not the sky at all, but a vast screen enveloping the city. The blue sky and clouds merely images projected on it. While the technology was astonishing, he could accept it. However, the Rambutans were another matter entirely. The densely packed, virus-like crimson spheres seemed far from a technological creation. Had the aesthetics of the old era's people become so distorted? Perhaps these Rambutans were the reason for the demise of those within the refuge. Bai Ye gazed at the Rambutans, and inexplicably, he felt as though they were watching him, as if they were alive. Suddenly, a strange sensation spread in his heart, intensifying with each passing moment of observation. Bai Ye's vision blurred. He instinctively blinked, but upon reopening his eyes, the Rambutans had transformed. Countless pale, vengeful eyeballs sprouted from the Rambutans, or rather, forced their way out. Accompanied by thick green slime, and a disturbing squelching sound. 1, 2, 3. Countless eyeballs piled together, creating a sight that sent shivers down the spine. Yet, with another blink, all the eyeballs vanished, as if a mere illusion. Was it an illusion? A subtle sense of horror clung to his thoughts. He withdrew his gaze. But when his eyes fell upon himself, he found himself frozen in shock. An overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity assaulted his mind. Is this my body? Why does it feel so alien? Bai Ye gazed at his hands, which were undeniably familiar, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of strangeness, as if they had been forcefully affixed to his body. A sudden wave of irritation and revulsion surged within him, compelling him to tear apart his hands to reveal the true self that lay hidden beneath. A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig jolted Bai Ye from his reverie. Awakened, as if from a dream, he turned sharply to discover many others sharing his expression, all appearing as if they had just emerged from a nightmarish slumber. There was something gravely amiss with the red-haired fruit. Without pausing to ponder, he noticed Gao Bansheng, who had fallen from Xiao Kuei's back, his corpulent hands relentlessly clawing at his own flesh, leaving behind streaks of blood. It was Gao Bansheng's anguished cries that filled the air. Being an ordinary person, he had a weak resistance to the red-haired fruit and had already begun to self-harm. Just as Li Beitian and the others attempted to prevent Gao Bansheng from inflicting further injury upon himself, a sudden flash of golden light erupted from his chest, only to vanish as swiftly as it had appeared. Gao Bansheng, roused from his daze, halted his self-destructive actions, scrambling to his feet with a cold sweat beading on his forehead, gasping as he cursed. Damn it, I almost met my great-grandmother. There is something peculiar about this red-haired fruit. It cannot be looked at directly. As he spoke, he grasped the red string around his neck, revealing an ancient bronze coin. He fervently kissed the coin multiple times, trembling with gratitude. What a treasure! It has saved my life once more. Bai Ye's eyes sparkled with intrigue at the mention of a forbidden object. Chapter 69. The exclusive forbidden object of the wealthy startled. Gao Bansheng hastily tucked the coin away, a Class Jiao forbidden object, the life-buying coin. In the event of life-threatening harm, it can be used to purchase one's life. Bai Ye's eyes gleamed with fervor, barely concealing his desire to claim it as his own. Gao Bansheng took a step back, Lil Bai. Do not harbor thoughts of coveting my life-buying coin. Even if I were to give it to you, you would not be able to utilize it. If you do not offer it to me, how can you be certain I cannot use it? Bai Ye retorted. I speak the truth. The conditions for accepting the life-buying coin are beyond your means. I have dealt with forbidden objects before. I have no trouble with Skull's breath, yet this mere life-buying coin holds a worth of over 100 million. Bai Ye was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in indignation. Isn't this just bullying the poor? Moreover, one must also offer a monthly tribute of 1 million, and if danger arises, it incurs additional costs. The greater the peril, the more money required. For instance, I must provide an additional 3 million within a month. Otherwise, it will turn against me. Why are you explaining this in such detail? Do you think I would rob a friend of his forbidden object? Bai Ye reproached him. Gao Bansheng chuckled. His words not only extinguished Bai Ye's aspirations, but also quelled the ambitions of others who had set their sights on Gao Bansheng. No one would refuse a life-saving forbidden object, yet to utilize one, an initial investment of 100 million was required. What a worthless forbidden object, unfit even for a dog. Following this encounter, the crowd recognized the perils of the red-haired fruit and ceased their attempts to scrutinize it. At that moment, Bai Ye finally comprehended why Gao Bansheng, an ordinary person, dared to venture into the Heishan. It was due to the protection of a forbidden object. As he pondered, he suddenly realized that the number of people around him was diminishing. Upon glancing up, he discovered that many had eagerly detached themselves from the group, hastening into the city in search of treasures. Mr. Li, Boss Gao, let's also set forth, urged the formidable Black Panther. Gao Bansheng exchanged a glance with Li Yu, who nodded slightly, prompting him to wave his hand decisively. Let us go. A throng of individuals surged into the desolate urban expanse, and as they approached the city, they discovered that the abandoned structures were ensnared by a network of red lines that resembled blood vessels. These threads varied in thickness, some as thick as octopus tentacles, others as fine as strands of hair, yet they all shared a common origin, the red-haired fruit suspended in the air above the city. Not only were the buildings ensnared, but many lines also sprawled across the ground, sending chills through those who gazed upon them. The group cautiously navigated around the crimson threads, their eyes scanning the surrounding edifices. A bounty hunter, spotting an open door to a residential house, attempted to enter, only to be halted by Li Beitian. This seasoned middle-aged bounty hunter explained, "The 189 shelter is expansive. Truly valuable items are unlikely to be found in a mere house. Our capacity to carry goods is limited, so we mustn't squander time in such places. Look at that domed building ahead. It surely harbors numerous treasures." His words garnered the consensus of the group, prompting them to hasten toward the domed structure. The building was peculiar, resembling an inverted half-sphere upon the ground, its silver alloy walls in a state of disrepair, with a dilapidated sign lying on the entrance floor. "Jean what?" Gao Bansheng squinted at the grimy sign, barely deciphering the 3 characters, while the rest remained illegible. His countenance brightened. This might be related to genetic serums. After all, the genetic technology of the Cataclysmic Era originated from the Old World. The group rejoiced. Who among them was unaware of the formidable nature of genetic technology? The Cataclysmic Era was merely an inheritance of a portion of the Old World's genetic advancements, giving rise to countless powerful genetic modifications, with the 12 zodiac signs standing as paragons among them. If they could obtain the entirety of the Old World's genetic technology, surpassing the 12 zodiac signs would be a mere trifle. Do not rejoice too soon. A century has passed. Even if there are genetic serums inside, they would have long expired. Bai Ye doused their enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. His attention was not fixated on the genetic establishment, but rather on scanning the depths of the city, searching for Yang Jie and the others. What significance did the genetic serums hold? The true treasure was the Pangu USB drive. Regrettably, after entering the shelter, Yang Jie and the others had seemingly vanished without a trace. I must devise a plan to extricate myself from the group. Yang Jie and the others are undoubtedly deep within the city. Black Panther, brimming with impatience, approached the entrance, dismissing the concern of expiration. Even if they were past their prime, selling them outside would still yield a handsome profit. Upon reaching the doorway, he hesitated, for the entrance was shrouded in a multitude of dark red blood vessels, writhing as if they were alive. Fearing contamination from some virus, he opted to draw his gun, firing several rounds at the door, causing flesh and blood to splatter, leaving several small dents, yet failing to demolish it entirely. "Allow me," Li Beitian stepped forward, revealing a large-caliber single-shot rifle in his hands. Bai Ye marveled, scrutinizing Li Beitian from head to toe, despite only carrying a tactical backpack. How had he produced such a large firearm? Ironback Viper M03? Black Panther gasped in astonishment. "This gun is rarely seen in the black market. I never expected you, Old Li, to acquire one." Li Beitian chuckled heartily. "For this expedition to Heishan, I expended my entire fortune to obtain this weapon. Though it is a single-shot rifle with limited range, its power is immense, rivaling that of the Skull's breath in Little Bai's possession. Though it may only match in power, it pales in comparison in all other aspects to the miraculous nature of forbidden objects." As he finished speaking, a thunderous explosion erupted, akin to a grenade being discharged, and the dilapidated door was blown away, the blood vessels clinging to it bursting into a cloud of crimson mist. Once the mist dissipated, the group hurriedly entered the genetic facility. Inside, chaos reigned. Shattered glass, jars, and various rusted instruments lay strewn about. The group swept through the space like a swarm of locusts, scavenging for anything of value. None noticed that the remnants of the blood vessels blasted apart by Li Beitian were writhing on the ground, seemingly drawn together by an unseen force, causing them to coalesce. In the air, a massive red-haired fruit drifted silently toward the genetic facility, countless red blood vessels cascading from it, tightly connecting it to the facility. Clearly, the blood vessels that had just been shattered originated from this very red-haired fruit. Chapter 70, The Exposed Woman in the Shelter. Bai Ye treaded carefully upon the shards of glass, each step producing a faint sound of cracking. He surveyed his surroundings, a frown creasing his brow. "What is wrong, Ego?" Li Yu whispered beside him, as the others busily searched for treasures, oblivious to their conversation. "Don't you find this strange?" Li Yu nodded gravely. "Indeed, it is odd. It's one thing not to find corpses on the streets, but there are none inside the houses either." Bai Ye cast a surprised glance his way. It was the first time they were in agreement. "Yege, could you refrain from looking at me with that patronizing gaze? I may be a con artist, but my observational skills are undoubtedly superior. Li rolled his eyes. You are correct. Despite the passage of time, even if the inhabitants of Shelter 189 have perished, there should still be remains. The streets, though dilapidated, should at least bear witness to the presence of bodies, yet there are none, not even within the homes. Given the scale of this city, there must have been at least 100,000 residents in Shelter 189. Where have all those remains vanished? Liu pondered, could it be? Let go. This robot belongs to me. The heated argument from the second floor interrupted their exchange. Bai Ye and Liu exchanged glances before making their way upstairs. They entered a room resembling a bedroom, where He Bao was embroiled in a dispute with a bounty hunter. On the disheveled bed lay a woman clad in revealing attire. He Bao gripped her arm while the bounty hunter tugged at her delicate ankle, both vying for her possession. A woman? How could there be a woman here? Bai Ye was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he noticed something amiss. Although the woman was exquisitely crafted and lifelike, her eyes lacked any semblance of vitality, remaining utterly still. Furthermore, the style of her clothing was reminiscent of a certain type of doll. It seemed that regardless of technological advancements, humanity's most fundamental desires remained unchanged. Enough of this bickering, gentlemen. There are plenty of robots in the shelter. There is no need to fight over this one, especially as it is clearly not a combat model. Gao Bancheng interjected, attempting to mediate. Yet, He Bao sneered, though this robot is not combat ready. It is far more valuable than any combat model. I witnessed a similar robot at a black market auction, where the auctioneer referred to it as a companion doll. Its skin is indistinguishable from that of a human. Its expressions and movements are even more nuanced. Some powerful figures bid millions to possess her. I found her first. The bounty hunter glared, clearly ready to draw his weapon had he not feared He Bao's strength. And what if he did? Treasures belong to those who are capable. He Bao showed no intention of relinquishing his grip. You are utterly unreasonable. Bai Ye shook his head slightly, bemused by the complexities of human nature. Just recently, they had been toasting as friends, and now, driven by self-interest, they were tearing at each other's throats. He felt no disappointment, for he understood that human nature is never purely black or white, but rather a sophisticated shade of self-interest. Fortunately, not everyone was like that. That is sufficient. Gao Bancheng began to pull out a check. We are all friends here. Let's not quarrel over trivial matters. How about? Bai Ye placed a hand on Gao Bancheng's shoulder. Gao Pongzi, you must understand that not everyone can be friends, especially those who compromise their principles. Gao Bancheng paused, meeting the calm gaze of the youth. After a moment of silence, he pocketed the check. You are right. Bai Ye signaled to Liu. Liu stepped forward silently, his voice cold. This is rather noisy. His indifferent tone halted the heated argument abruptly. He Bao's expression shifted, warily glancing at Liu. A forced smile emerging on his fierce face. Apologies, Mr. Li. I was inconsiderate. Gao Boss is correct. There are plenty of treasures here. There is no need to quarrel. Bai Ye nearly laughed aloud. Who said He Bao was unreasonable? He was quite the rational individual. Mr. Li, Gao Boss, the expanse of Shelter 189 is vast, and our search efficiency is too low while gathered together. Perhaps we should split up? He Bao suggested, his eyes flickering. Agreed, Li replied calmly. Farewell. We shall take our leave. He Bao swiftly gathered his subordinates and departed without hesitation. Gao Bancheng's expression dimmed slightly. He understood why He Bao and his crew chose to leave. Bai Ye had no time to concern himself with the likes of He Bao and instead began to search the room for other items. Previously, everyone's attention had been fixated on the companion doll, neglecting the thorough examination of the room. This room appeared to belong to a high-ranking individual from the genetic research facility, as it was spacious and bore traces of luxury. Most significantly, it was the only room that housed the companion doll. Soon, he discovered a rusted safe tucked away in the wardrobe. What was the password again? Bang! The muzzle of the Breath of the Undead erupted with smoke. The password was correct. Inside lay a pale green syringe and a decaying experimental notebook. The gunfire attracted the attention of the others. Li Bai Tian and the others looked at Bai Ye enviously, knowing that finding a complete old-world genetic serum would surely lead to riches. Bai Ye first examined the syringe. The pale green liquid appeared to be severely degraded, murky and floating with numerous filaments, presenting a rather unappetizing sight. A blurred label was also visible. Xing Duqing? Bai Ye muttered, managing to discern those three characters. Xing Gong Virus Serum? Gao Bancheng's eyes brightened. This should be the serum for the Xinghong virus, specifically created during the Cataclysm period to combat the Xinghong disease. What is this worth? Gao Ban Chung held up a finger. Bai Ye gasped, 100 million? Gao Ban Chung shook his head slightly. 10 million? Bai Ye inquired again, but received another shake. Bai Ye's expression turned peculiar. 1 million? Not worth a dime. Gao Bon Chem Choikurd. Bai Ye fumed. Why is it worthless? Because people have coexisted with the Xinghong virus now. Those who could not adapt have become aberrations, long since exterminated. Perhaps some research institutions might pay for this expired serum. Reluctantly, Bai Ye pocketed the serum. Even the leg of a mosquito is meat, and who knows? There might be a fool willing to pay. He then picked up the experimental notebook, but as he did, it crumbled, leaving behind only a portion of blackened residue in his hand. The decay was too severe. Bai Ye rubbed his hands, carefully flipping through the notebook. Experiment 34 on a mutated Xinghong origin. Divine sample experiment producing gigantic Xinghong pseudo-humans. Experimental group control group. Divine taboo. Object number. Chapter 71 Divine taboo. Object. What on earth is all this? Divine? Pseudo-human? Divine taboo object? Xinghong? Bai Ye pondered, attempting to fill in the blanks. The experimental notebook had decayed too much. Many pages were stuck together. Divine taboo object? Gao Ban Chung rushed forward, his gaze fixed intently on the three characters. Do you recognize the divine taboo object? Gayu Bon Chesnoidid Grively. Most of the terms written here are unfamiliar to me, but I have encountered the term divine taboo object more than once in the information storage of the Zhenfu chamber. Bai Ye's interest peaked. What is a divine taboo object? Brother Xiao Bai, do you know the classification of taboo objects? They are categorized into 3 levels: snake, jiao, and dragon. Indeed, taboo objects are classified into 3 levels, from lowest to highest: snake-level taboo objects, jiao-level taboo objects, and dragon-level taboo objects. The divine taboo object surpasses even the dragon level, being so powerful that it is said to invoke the caution of deities, hence the name. Bai Ye's eyes sparkled. So there exists a divine taboo object within Shelter 189? Perhaps even more than one. Gao Ban Chung pointed at the writing in the experimental notebook. You see, the term divine taboo object appears more than once. And there are even identification numbers, indicating that there are likely multiple items within the shelter. Hey, where are you going? Bai Ye, already at the staircase. Called back without turning. What do you think? Of course, I'm going to search for the divine taboo object. Xiao Bai, my brother, please take it slow. I am merely speculating. Theoretically, it is improbable that all the divine forbidden objects are housed within a single refuge. The response he received was the light, airy footsteps of Bai Ye. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed, causing Bai Ye to halt on the staircase. That sound belongs to He Bao and his companions. Gao Ban Cheng's expression shifted drastically, and the crowd hastily descended the stairs. Naturally, Bai Ye was the first to reach the first floor. The moment he arrived, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse through the window, and what he beheld sent his heart racing. A colossal, crimson rambutan, covered in sharp red spines, protruded from the window. Countless crimson blood threads cascaded down, as if a rain of blood had begun to fall. Amidst the downpour of red, He Bao and his companions struggled frantically, desperately attempting to sever the bonds of the crimson rain. One of He Bao's subordinates became cocooned in the red threads, which, as fine as hair, surged into his eyes, mouth, and ears until he was utterly submerged. What on earth is this? Gao Bansheng's face turned pale, nearly collapsing against Xiao Kuei's firm, petite frame. Bai Ye furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling the fragmented words in the experimental log. Mutation, gigantism, crimson virus. Could it be that the rambutan is the mutated form of the crimson virus? Quickly, save them, Liu Baitian called out, raising the iron-spined Viper M03 and firing a shot through the glass. The powerful force severed numerous blood threads, allowing several of He Bao's subordinates to escape in terror. As for He Bao himself, true to his prowess as a three-needle realm genetic powerhouse, his muscles coiled tightly, and with a primal roar, he tore through the blood threads binding him. Watching his fallen subordinate, He Bao's eyes blazed with fury as he drew a submachine gun from his back and unleashed a barrage towards the crimson virus. I will obliterate you. The rapid gunfire riddled the surface of the gigantic crimson virus with countless bullet holes, but in the next instant, as it writhed, the holes swiftly healed. Damn it! Hey Bao tossed aside his weapon, and with all fours on the ground, his sharp claws glinted with a chilling light. As he stomped down, the decayed ground instantly cracked, resembling a spider's web, while a white shockwave, engulfed in dust, radiated outward from him. Hey Bao seemed to transform into a fierce leopard, leaping several meters high, his claws thrusting forcefully into the skin of the crimson virus. With a sudden exertion of strength, he descended, tearing the crimson virus open from above. He crouched gracefully, his fierce gaze fixed on the severely injured crimson virus. The myriad blood threads writhed and twisted in a frenzy, and the once rounded form began to deform irregularly. Gurgle! Gurgle! Something within the crimson virus was stirring. Hey Bao slowly rose, a sinister grin on his face. Not even a single blow could withstand me. Humph! Merely a facade. In the next moment, bang! The crimson virus burst forth like a punctured balloon, showering the area with a deluge of blood and blood threads. A true reign of crimson had begun. Yet the expressions of the onlookers changed dramatically. As the crimson virus shattered, they finally discerned what lay within the massive sphere. Corpses. A dense pile of corpses, as if crammed together by a giant hand, now revealed themselves as the virus ruptured. Under the force of gravity, the corpse sphere plummeted to the ground, and the bottommost body splattered into a pool of flesh. It resembled a steak being tossed onto a plate drenched in sauce. With a splat, the succulent meat collided with the sauce, sending liquid flying. The corpse sphere lay eerily and horrifyingly on the ground, its height surpassing that of some nearby buildings. So, the bodies from the refuge were all contained within the crimson virus, Bai Ye whispered. At that moment, the scattered blood froth and threads began to move unnaturally, gathering violently and forming countless miniature crimson viruses floating in the air, like a sky filled with red dandelions. They were both enchanting and eerie. I sense impending doom. We should. Before Gao Bansheng could finish his warning, the countless corpses atop the massive sphere suddenly opened their eyes. Each pair of blood thread-covered eyeballs fixated intently on the crowd. Panic spread instantly. Run! Li Bai Tian shouted, urging everyone to flee. They sprinted for their lives. The sound of scrambling limbs echoed behind them. Xiao Kuei, carrying Gao Bansheng on her back, glanced back during a brief moment, and a chill shot up her spine. The corpses were tumbling off the corpse sphere one by one, their appearances indistinguishable from humans, save for their blood-red eyes filled with a frenzied thirst for blood. What kind of monstrosity is this? Are they mutated humans? Yet their bodies displayed no obvious deformities, remaining in a complete human form. Gayu bon chen pendert, bewildert. Damn it, who cares about mutated humans? Fight! Hey Bao sneered, drawing his handgun to fire at the tide of mutated humans surging forward. His subordinates raised their submachine guns, and a storm of bullets erupted, shredding hundreds of mutated humans to pieces. Chapter 72. Liu, just at this moment, aim for the head. The weak point of mutated humans is the cranium. Li Bai Tian pulled out dual pistols, accurately shooting the bullets into the heads of the mutated humans, causing them to collapse. As mutated humans approached from the side, he swung his arms vigorously, the yellow-orange bullets tracing perfect arcs in midair, evading obstructing buildings and striking the mutated humans. Gunfighting skills. Bai Ye was slightly taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Li Bai Tian, who had always been somewhat inconspicuous, possessed such remarkable skills, truly a seasoned bounty hunter. The overwhelming firepower quickly suppressed the horde of mutated humans, but gradually they began to realize something was amiss. The mutated humans that had been shot in the head began to rise once more from the ground, from the grotesque blood holes in their skulls. Countless fine blood threads writhed, and the wounds began to stitch themselves shut. How is this possible? Hey Bao exclaimed in shock. Aren't mutated humans supposed to be significantly weaker than ordinary mutated beasts? How is it that even bullets cannot kill them now? He was filled with rage and disbelief, abandoning his gun, extending his sharp claws, and swiftly slashing through the air, a cross-shaped scar appearing as he tore a mutated human apart. The scattered limbs on the ground continued to writhe, countless blood threads extending from the wounds, interweaving like braids. And within 2 seconds, the mutated human stood, once again, perfectly intact. Hey Bao struck again, this time reducing the mutated human to hundreds of pieces. The scattered flesh twitched a few times on the ground before falling silent. Although he had successfully dealt with one mutated human, the others felt a chill in their hearts. These mutated humans were entirely different from what they had previously understood, almost akin to the undead. However, even the powerful mutated beasts did not possess such terrifying regenerative abilities. How could these weaker, mutated humans? Bai Ye narrowed his eyes, a flash of insight striking him as he recalled the term he had seen earlier. Pseudo-human. They are not mutated humans. They are the pseudo-humans mentioned in the experimental log. Amidst the chaos of battle, the others could hardly hear Bai Ye's words. Or perhaps they simply had no time to ponder what these undead monsters truly were. Whether mutated humans or pseudo-humans, they were all enemies. The sun above began to change color, shifting from its original brightness to a dim yellow, perfectly imitating the twilight. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the remnants of this abandoned city in deep red hues, casting increasingly dark shadows, akin to the gloom within the human heart. Bang! A crimson bullet shot forth from Skeleton's breath, exploding a pseudo-human's head like a watermelon hitting the ground, and this time, it did not rise again. A glimmer of realization sparked in Bai Ye's eyes, as he subtly grasped the blind spot. The bullets emitted by hollow breath differ fundamentally from ordinary bullets in that they are infused with qi and blood. Qi and blood serve as the Achilles heel of the pseudo-humans. Upon hearing this, He Bao hesitated momentarily, then suddenly exerted himself, channeling the qi and blood within him to concentrate upon his claws. He swiftly fell the pseudo-human, and indeed, the bloodlines within that pseudo-human never reappeared. Yet, there was no trace of joy upon his face. Instead, he appeared increasingly grim, for human qi and blood are finite. Even as a formidable figure of the Sanjin realm, his qi and blood, though more robust than others, could scarcely suffice to slay thousands of pseudo-humans. The faces of some bounty hunters turned ashen, their qi and blood too weak to project forth as He Bao had done. In fact, even Bai Ye could not manifest qi and blood outwardly. His ability to harm pseudo-humans stemmed from hollow breath directly siphoning his qi and blood. Among those present, only two individuals could project their qi and blood, He Bao and Li Bai Tian. He Bao, being a genetically modified individual of the Sanjin realm, possessed extraordinary physical strength and an abundance of qi and blood, making his outward projection quite natural. However, Li Bai Tian was not a genetically modified being, yet he displayed prowess that even surpassed He Bao, while He Bao could only attach his qi and blood to his claws. Li Bai Tian could affix his qi and blood to bullets, creating effects akin to hollow breath, albeit with lesser potency. Together, they, along with Bai Ye, who could barely count as half of a threat, were akin to a drop in the bucket against the vast army of pseudo-humans. As the pseudo-human horde gradually surrounded them, everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards Li Yu. In desperate times, one must rely on Mr. Li. Yet, the current Mr. Li was more flustered than anyone. "Mr. Li, please take action, or we shall perish here," He Bao exclaimed, having torn apart two pseudo-humans, his face pale from the severe consumption of qi and blood. "Indeed, Mr. Li. Please act swiftly," Gao Ban Sheng echoed, his complexion equally pale, though his fears stemmed from the battle. The wealthy fat man had not sustained injuries thus far, thanks to his robotic maid, Xiao Kuei, who demonstrated terrifying lethality. Her steel form unleashed unimaginable force with every punch and kick, easily sending several pseudo-humans flying. Had she possessed qi and blood, she could undoubtedly carve a bloody path for them all. Li Yu felt as if he were being roasted on a spit. Faced with such dire circumstances, he had no choice but to act. With a sweeping motion of his hand, an invisible force surged forth, sending dozens of pseudo-humans flying, crashing through surrounding structures and becoming buried beneath fallen debris, unable to rise for the time being. Truly, Mr. Li is remarkable. The crowd was momentarily invigorated, gazing at the composed Li Yu with reverence. With merely a wave of his hand, sending dozens of pseudo-humans sprawling, dealing with the remaining ones would be a trivial matter. Yet, within, Li Yu silently lamented. That last strike had drained him significantly, nearly exhausting his mental energy, leaving his mind in a state of dizziness. He fought through the vertigo, raising his hand once more with a cold expression, but suddenly, a low groan escaped his lips as he pressed his bandaged right hand tightly. Gao Bansheng and the others were taken aback. "Mr. Li, what troubles you?" It was just at that moment that Li Yu's right hand fell weakly, a flicker of unwillingness crossing his eyes. Bai Ye quickly chimed in. Mr. Li has suffered grave injuries and cannot strike frequently. Gao Bansheng and the others felt a chill settle in their hearts. They now understood why Li Yu had been wrapped in bandages. It was due to his previous injuries. What kind of existence could inflict such harm upon Mr. Li? Could it be one of the other 10 kings? Even gravely wounded Mr. Li could still dispatch a transformed beast, the Yu Huan, with a single blow and intimidate one of the 12 Zodiac, the Ming Hu. How formidable must Mr. Li have been in his prime? What shall we do now? Without Mr. Li's intervention, who will confront the army of pseudo-humans? Our only option is to flee, Li Bai Tian stated solemnly. Just then, He Bao collapsed to the ground in agony, prompting the others to turn in horror. At some point, He Bao's body had become infested with red fuzz. Those minute crimson viruses had silently attached themselves to him, with the crimson spikes piercing his skin, writhing like fleshly growths, aggressively expanding within him. Help me, he trembled, seeking aid from the others, his eyes filled with desperation and terror as strands of bloodline began to crawl up his body. In an instant, his eyes were completely covered by the bloodlines, rendered a deep crimson. It was as if needles had sewn his eyes shut with red threads. His screams abruptly ceased. As He Bao's contorted body slowly rose, his crimson eyes fixated upon the crowd, indistinguishable from pseudo-human. Simultaneously, the air was filled with crimson viruses the size of eyeballs, swarming towards the others like a horde of insects. The crowd was gripped by terror. Facing the pseudo-humans was already daunting, but now the situation had become even more dire, as these crimson viruses could transform people into pseudo-humans, rendering any defense futile. Break out, Bai Ye exclaimed, tossing out a mechanical leg from a tattered sack, the last remnant of the officer. With the revolver's bullets striking the joint of the mechanical leg, the officer exerted his final effort, blasting a path for the group amidst the encirclement. The bounty hunters also unleashed their last grenades in a frenzy, pushing back their pursuers. Just when they believed they could escape, fate played them a cruel joke. From the other end of the street, even more pseudo-humans and eyeball-sized crimson viruses surged forth. 2 waves of pseudo-humans advanced from either end of the street, forming a pincer movement, with crimson becoming the dominant hue of the dimly lit street. Surely others have breached the crimson viruses and released the pseudo-humans. Li Bai Tian's face turned pale, and without hesitation, he charged through the glass of a nearby house. Leaping inside, the others, in a state of panic, scattered, mimicking Li Bai Tian's movements, desperately rushing into the buildings on either side. With such a multitude of pseudo-humans, even Bai Ye felt the hairs on his neck stand on end. Even if he activated time stasis, he could not kill them all. This way, Li Yu shouted, smashing open a large door, urgently calling out to Bai Ye. The two swiftly entered, not pausing for a moment, and climbed out through a window on the other side. Sprinting away, as they exited the house, the dense swarm of crimson viruses and pseudo-humans filled the space they had just vacated, their inhuman howls screeching like nails on a chalkboard, triggering intense discomfort. After leaping over several buildings, the cacophony of roars behind them gradually faded. Li Yu exhaled deeply, a sense of lingering dread washing over him. We nearly perished. Black Mountain truly is no place for humans. I wonder how Gao Bansheng and the others are faring. Fear not, Gao Bansheng is protected by forbidden relics, and with his wealth, alongside his combat-made robot, he shall certainly survive, Bai Ye panted. As for the others, their fate hangs in the balance, but I believe Li Bai Tian should be fine. He has remained rather low-key. Yet his strength revealed in critical moments is not to be underestimated, proficient in gun combat and Qi martial arts. In a true confrontation, even the Sanjin He Bao may not be his match. Brother Yi, what shall we do now? Upon uttering this question, Li Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. While it was pleasant to remain silent and appear formidable, prolonged silence became suffocating. We must continue to flee. The crimson viruses and pseudo-humans will surely spread outward. We must distance ourselves from them, Bai Ye urged, pushing open a window and leaping out. Li Yu nodded, following closely behind. Bai Ye swiftly approached yet another house, intending to breach its entrance in a bid to evade the crimson virus and the pseudo-people. The most effective strategy was to traverse through the building, utilizing its structure to hinder their movements. At that moment, the sun had already sunk behind the remnants of the skyscrapers, casting the entire city into a murky abyss, with only the outlines of ruins writhing in the encroaching darkness. Bang! Bai Ye forcefully kicked open the door, and the inky darkness within erupted as dust was stirred up from the fallen door, transforming into a swirling black mist. As he stepped inside, his pace came to an abrupt halt. The crimson virus. The room was inundated with a crimson virus. It floated ominously, nearly consuming all available space. And Bai Ye felt as if he had plunged into a sea of red dandelions. He could distinctly see a crimson virus landing on the tip of his nose, extending dozens of tiny tendrils with reckless abandon, plunging downward. Damn it! Bai Ye cursed vehemently, seizing the virus from his nose and hurling it away. At that moment, other crimson viruses completely surrounded him. Time froze. Yiga, be careful. Liu's urgent cry echoed behind him, and suddenly, the surrounding crimson viruses appeared to be stirred by an invisible hand, caught and crushed. A vacuum was abruptly created around Bai Ye. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled the house. The two continued to sprint, weaving left and right, until they found a safe refuge. It was evident that the previous house had been visited by someone else, who must have lured the crimson virus inside before escaping through the window, leaving the virus trapped within. Damn, what bad luck! Bai Ye muttered a few curses. Yet, all that met his frustration was silence. Bai Ye posed it, turning to look at Liu, who was clutching his right hand tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his complexion pale. Following Liu's gaze, he saw that the 3-meter-long invisible magic hand was no longer invisible, now streaked with crimson, as if unevenly splashed with red paint. Yige, I think I might be dying. Liu managed a weak smile. You were infected by the crimson virus. Liu shook his head. I didn't come into contact with the virus. I merely crushed them with the magic hand. I thought it would be safe since the magic hand isn't part of my body, but who would have thought? He glanced down at his magic hand. The crimson hues spreading like red ink on paper, completely dyeing his hand red. This was the first time Liu's magic hand had fully manifested, over 3 meters long, with a palm as large as a giant's arm. Bai Ye's expression turned grave. As long as I am here, you will not perish. He retrieved the crimson virus serum he had found earlier, preparing to administer an injection to Liu. Although it had long expired, it was a desperate measure. Just as he was about to inject, a hand blocked Bai Ye's. Liu's lips had lost all color, and his voice trembled. It's useless, Yiga. I can feel that my body hasn't been invaded by the crimson virus. Look, where are the blood vessels on me? Chapter 74. Liu's last wish and lies. Bai Ye hesitated, holding the syringe, realizing that Liu's symptoms were indeed starkly different from Heibao's. The virus had infected the magic hand, which was intricately linked to his mental power, allowing the virus to infiltrate his mind through the magic hand. I am beyond saving. Then I will inject the serum into your magic hand. He pushed aside Liu's left hand and plunged a needle into the crimson magic hand. Crack! The needle broke. He had forgotten that Liu's magic hand was as hard as iron, impervious to the needle's prick. Staring at the broken needle, Bai Ye fell into a deep silence. Liu was on the brink of death to save him, even though he required no rescue. Yet Liu still acted to save him. Liu's pale face reflected in Bai Ye's eyes, his body growing colder, emanating a chilling aura akin to that of a corpse. The first opponent he encountered after his arrival, the first friend he made, was now destined to perish in this dark, forsaken corner, and he could only watch helplessly. If a person were to live for 60 years, that would amount to approximately 189, 216, 000, 10-second intervals. The wheel of fate had dealt him a harsh hand. Take care. While I am indeed fearful of death, I fear even more living with the regret and guilt of abandoning a friend to flee alone. Words once spoken echoed in Bai Ye's ears, causing him to momentarily lose focus. Yige. Liu's weak voice broke through Bai Ye's reverie. Before I die, I have one last wish. Bai Ye took a deep breath, fully aware of Liu's wish, and solemnly promised, rest assured, I will take care of your mother. Liu struggled to shake his head. No, that's not the wish. Bai Ye was taken aback, not? Is there something more important to you than your mother? What is your wish? Speak, and I shall fulfill it, and I will ensure your mother is well cared for. Yiga, my mother doesn't need care. Bai Ye furrowed his brow. Why not? I have no mother. Bai Ye's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning what he had heard. What do you mean you have no mother? Liu chuckled weakly. Actually, I lied to you. My mother passed away due to illness when I was young. I said that to survive. Bai Ye was taken aback. Born? Being born? I don't believe that. If my mother were watching from above, knowing she saved her son time and again, she would surely be overjoyed. Liu silently smiled, his gaze gradually fading, staring blankly at the pitch-black ceiling, his vision becoming increasingly blurred. Mom, I miss you. I can finally see you again. Wake up. Bai Ye urgently shook Liu. What is your wish? Liu's eyes regained a flicker of clarity as he looked at Bai Ye, opening his mouth but unable to produce a sound. Suddenly, Bai Ye felt a gentle tap on his calf. Turning to look, he found Liu's foot nudging him, once, twice, thrice, before the motion ceased. Bai Ye stood in stunned silence for a moment before realizing, a smile breaking through his anger, that he now understood Liu's wish to repay the previous 3 kicks. Back in Huitu Shaozhan, shortly after Liu had become an extraordinary being, he had sent a note in the middle of the night asking to meet. And after Bai Ye had subdued him with a gun, he had delivered 3 kicks to his backside. Who would have thought Liu would remember it to this day? Liu, your memory is sharper than a needle. Bai Ye opened his mouth, but the words failed to escape, for Liu had already slowly closed his eyes. A faint smile gracing his pale face. Bai Ye gripped the cold syringe tightly, fury surging within his chest. Yet as his gaze fell upon the syringe, he suddenly froze. It was as if a realization dawned upon him. He swiftly aimed the syringe at Liu's crimson magic hand. However, this time he did not inject, but instead pushed the syringe forward, allowing the murky green liquid to drip onto the magic hand. If the crimson virus could seep into the magic hand, why couldn't the serum? As the first droplet of pale green liquid fell, a miraculous scene unfolded. The crimson hue appeared to recoil as if confronted by a nemesis, directly dispersing under the green liquid. Although the green liquid was quickly consumed, the crimson faded significantly. At that moment, a slight rise and fall was evident in Liu's chest. Bai Ye rejoiced, continuing to drip the serum. He dared not use it all at once. After all, too much could be fatal for Liu. Once a third of the serum had been administered, the crimson on the surface of the magic hand had entirely faded. Yet within remained a network of crimson veins resembling branches akin to human blood vessels. The serum seemed unable to penetrate the interior of the magic hand. He dripped a few more drops, but the internal crimson veins remained unyielding. Liu suddenly sprang upright, his eyes wide with shock as he surveyed his surroundings. Gasping for breath, a mix of terror and vitality evident in his demeanor. Is this the underworld? Damn! Ego, when did you die? Bai Ye approached Liu with an impassive expression and delivered 3 swift kicks. Ouch! Why did you kick me? That hurts. Wait, a dead person can't feel pain. Am I alive again? Liu exclaimed, astonished as he beheld his body, his gaze finally settling on the magical hand, now adorned with crimson veins. He waved his arm, and to his amazement, the magical hand elongated at a visible pace, transforming from 3 meters to 5, then 8, and finally 10 meters. His excitement grew, and with a mere thought, the magical hand began to retract, gradually shrinking to the size of an ordinary human arm. It can stretch and contract at will. My magical hand has become more agile and resilient. Do not rejoice too soon, Bai Ye interjected, dousing his enthusiasm with cold reality. The crimson virus still lingers within your magical hand. The bloodlines are irrefutable proof. While it has mutated your extraordinary abilities, there may be lingering side effects. Liu's joy slightly faded as he gazed at the intricate network of veins in his magical hand, troubled by the fact that its primary function, stealth, had been compromised. Let me see if I can conceal the veins. He gritted his teeth, exerting himself as though he were constipated, his face turning crimson. Finally, the veins within the magical hand began to retract, countless tiny branches returning to the main trunk. Gasping for breath, Liu's eyes sparkled with delight. That's wonderful, Brother Yi. The veins can be retracted. I'm just not quite skilled enough to do it all at once. Give me a few more attempts. And I will. His jubilant voice was abruptly silenced as he fixated on Bai Ye's eyes. Brother Yi, your eyes. An ominous premonition surged within Bai Ye. What is wrong with my eyes? The bloodlines. There are bloodlines in your eyes. Liu shouted in a panic, his voice slightly distorted. Damn! Bai Ye cursed under his breath, swiftly pulling out a dagger and positioning it before his eyes to inspect. The gleaming blade reflected his eyes, revealing a writhing red line, akin to a worm, moving within the white of his eye. Without hesitation, Bai Ye thrust his finger toward his eyeball. As his finger made contact with the surface, he fought the urge to close his eyes, pinching the wriggling bloodline with force, and yanked it out with a violent motion. A half-meter-long bloodline was forcefully extracted from his eye socket, accompanied by a spray of blood. Bai Ye's vision in his right eye instantly turned crimson, and he instinctively shut it tight against the searing pain. Yet he did not relent. He continued his search across his body, fully aware that the crimson virus had invaded him during the previous attack. At that moment, there had been too many viruses for even him to detect all of them. He should have noticed sooner, but he had been too preoccupied with saving Li Yu. "You're back. It's on your back," Li Yu shouted. Bai Ye turned to find a crimson virus, resembling a leech, affixed to his skin at the torn fabric on his back, with numerous tiny bloodlines taking root. "Let me handle it." Li Yu's magical hand swiftly shrank to the size of a normal arm, skillfully grasping the crimson virus and yanking it with force. The skin-tearing sound sent chills down their spines. Although the crimson virus was extracted, dozens of bloodlines remained entwined in Bai Ye's back. Li Yu suppressed his discomfort, pulling and retreating as the bloodlines grew longer, creating the unsettling illusion that he was pulling Bai Ye's veins. As the bloodlines came free with a pop, Bai Ye's wound was left riddled with holes, resembling a gruesome patchwork of flesh, as if pierced by a needle hundreds of times. "Brother Yi, are you feeling better?" Li Yu inquired with concern. Bai Ye gritted his teeth, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, as the agonizing pain from the wound relentlessly stimulated his nerves. "It's futile. The virus has invaded for too long." As he spoke, an itch surged in his throat, akin to countless tiny insects writhing within. The sensation intensified, causing them to crawl out from between his teeth. Bai Ye clenched his jaw and bit down, the texture reminiscent of snapping a thick noodle. He spat onto the ground. A dozen severed bloodlines mixed with blood fell before him. As he stared at the writhing bloodlines on the ground, he felt a wave of nausea washing over him, and the thought of having such creatures within him only deepened his disgust. Fortunately, half of the crimson virus serum remained. Since it had healed Li Yu's magical hand, it should also restore him. He raised the syringe and forcefully injected the broken needle into his arm. As the pale green liquid coursed through his veins, the strange sensations within him subsided significantly, and the bloodlines in his mouth recoiled toward his abdomen. Li Yu anxiously observed, eager to assist but unsure of how. "Brother Yi, are you feeling any better?" Bai Ye nodded with great difficulty, just as his complexion turned pale. He clutched his abdomen tightly, waves of acute pain engulfing him. "Brother Yi, what's wrong?" Li Yu exclaimed in alarm. "Is the serum insufficient? I'll go find more medicine right now." Bai Ye opened his mouth, but could only manage a silent gasp. In a panic, Li Yu collided with the door, tumbling to the ground. Ignoring the pain, he scrambled to his feet and dashed out into the street, running blindly in search of the serum. He didn't know where to find it, but he couldn't afford to stop. Seeking was synonymous with hope, while pausing would extinguish it completely. In the pitch-black room, Bai Ye's frail figure seemed to be devoured by darkness. He could distinctly feel the crimson virus gradually infecting his body. The sensation of encroaching death felt like being trapped in a shrinking, cold iron box, with oxygen slowly siphoning away and a buzzing in his ears, leaving only the thunderous pulse reverberating in his temples. The same serum that had cured Li Yu failed to heal him. Perhaps it was the dosage. Perhaps the difference between an infected mind and an infected body, or perhaps it was due to differing constitutions, for he was not an extraordinary being. The reason mattered little. What was crucial was his indignation. "To hell with this!" Bai Ye roared, his dark eyes filled with defiance. He felt no fear of death, only an overwhelming fury. "You want to kill me? I'll make sure to take you down first." Time froze. A brilliant golden light erupted as the youth, akin to a wounded, dying lone wolf, stood defiantly upon a vast golden dial. As time began to freeze, the bloodlines wreaking havoc in his abdomen fell silent. Indeed, the living beings I contacted during time stop also became motionless. Their time was suspended, rendering them unable to act autonomously. Yet I could manipulate them as if they were mere inanimate objects. When I had captured the peregrine falcon earlier, it had not resumed movement, leading me to this realization. With an expressionless face, Bai Ye raised the dagger and plunged it into his abdomen. He stifled a groan, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Yet his hand continued its relentless motion, slicing his abdomen open with the sharp blade, blood instantly staining his hands. He discarded the dagger and plunged his right hand into his abdomen. The warmth, slickness, and thickness of the substance coursed through his nervous system, but he felt nothing as pain washed over him like a tidal wave. He nearly ground his teeth to dust, enduring the excruciating agony as his right hand searched tirelessly within his abdomen. Finally, he grasped a mass of bloodlines. With a fierce tug, he yanked the bloodline from his belly and cast it aside. This action nearly caused him to faint, but his body felt a wave of relief. He repeated the process, continuously reaching in to extract bloodlines, discarding them over and over again. Blood pooled beneath Bai Ye's feet, and under normal circumstances, even a being of extraordinary physique would not endure such a scenario. Yet he persevered, not due to his own physical prowess, but rather because of the influence of the scarlet virus. Those infected by the scarlet virus, the pseudo-beings, possessed a terrifying regenerative ability akin to immortality. Although Bai Ye, gradually undergoing transformation into a pseudo-being, could not match the regenerative capacity of a latter. His recovery had already surpassed that of an ordinary human. It was precisely this extraordinary resilience that allowed him to purge the bloodlines from his body. A minute later, he collapsed to the ground, nearly exhausted. The regenerative power bestowed by the scarlet virus was not a ceaseless mechanism. It exacted a toll by depleting his vital energy. In that brief minute, his life force was completely drained. At that moment, Bai Ye's complexion was as pale as parchment. Yet a smile curled at the corners of his mouth. A mere virus dares to challenge a deity? I am a god of a new era. He chuckled silently, sensing that the serum within him had finally reached a certain equilibrium with the scarlet virus. Previously, the overwhelming bloodlines spawned by the virus had rendered the serum ineffective. But with the elimination of these bloodlines, the serum had finally begun to take effect. Oh no, time! Bai Ye se simile vanishet abruptly. His expression shifting dramatically as he hastily halted the time freeze, allowing a sigh of relief to escape him. Damn it, I nearly wasted precious time, he muttered, his vision gradually blurring. After all, he was not a pseudo-being, and the significant blood loss had led him to faint. Uncertain of how long he had been unconscious, Bai Ye was jolted awake by an intense bitter taste in his mouth. He abruptly opened his eyes, and the first thing that escaped his lips was a series of exclamations of disgust. What on earth? This is incredibly bitter. Why are there so many remnants in my mouth? Wait, Li Zhu, when did you return? Li Yu, with a look of grievance, wiped the saliva from his face and complained, Brother Yi, is this how you treat your life-saving benefactor? Life-saving benefactor? What did you give me? I fed you 2 million. 2 million? Bai Ye was taken aback, and upon recalling the bitter taste in his mouth, he quickly connected the dots. Mutated ginseng? He hastily lifted his shirt to reveal his 8-pack abs, astonished to find that the previously gruesome and bloody wounds had healed without him realizing it, leaving only a faint red mark. He remembered that after purging the bloodlines, the wound on his abdomen had begun to heal. However, due to the depletion of vital energy, it had only healed halfway before he lost consciousness. It appeared that Li Yu had returned, noticed his excessive blood loss, and had fed him the ginseng. Well done. Li Zhu, you even thought to give me ginseng. Bai Ye inhaled deeply, grinning. Guess what? I didn't die. I searched for a long time without finding the serum, intending to return to collect your body. To my surprise, you were still alive, albeit with excessive blood loss. I thought ginseng could replenish your blood, and actually saved you. So, how should you thank me, Brother Yi? Li Yu said, beaming with excitement. Thank? Bai Ye shot him a sideways glance. I could have simply woken up after a nap, yet you squandered my 2 million worth of ginseng. I'll remember this debt. Make sure to repay me 2 million in the future. Li Yu's face darkened suddenly, but then his crafty eyes began to twinkle as he mysteriously remarked, Brother Yi, can you guess why you fainted, yet were still able to consume ginseng? Bai Ye was momentarily stunned, then his complexion paled. You wouldn't have. Indeed, Brother Yi, just as you imagined, I chewed into tiny pieces and fed it to you. Bai Ye immediately doubled over, gagging on the ground, suddenly feeling that life seemed somewhat devoid of meaning. Ha ha! Li Yu laughed heartily. I was just teasing you. You wouldn't believe it. The moment I brought the ginseng to your lips, you lunged at it like a starving ghost, eyes closed, grabbing the ginseng and shoving it into your mouth. You little rascal. Bai Ye glared at him. I've realized that you've never spoken a single truth. You tricked me with ginseng and pretended to be a filial son. If it weren't for the brink of death, I doubt you would ever tell the truth. Is there anything else you've deceived me about? Speak. Li Yu's smile faded slowly as he responded with gravity. Indeed, there's one thing. What is it? I'm sorry. Brother Yi, I just lied to you again. The ginseng truly was from my mouth. Moments later, Li Yu, sporting a black eye, sulkily crouched in the corner of the room, tracing circles on the ground with his finger. After venting his frustration, Bai Ye picked up a dagger from the floor and lightly traced it across his own arm, blood gushing forth. Li Yu was alarmed, Brother Yi. There's no need for self-harm, just to apologize to me. Get lost, Bai Ye retorted without turning around, focusing intently on his wound. A tingling sensation coursed through him, akin to ants crawling across the surface of the cut. What happened next was astonishing. The wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Just as I suspected, the mutated scarlet virus has granted me immense regenerative power, and it seems my physical constitution has improved significantly. I can only hope there are no lingering side effects. Bai Ye muset silently. By the way, Lizwa, how long was I unconscious? Li Yu, still tracing circles, replied about an hour. An hour? Bai Ye quickly pulled out his golden pocket watch, noting that it was now 8:29 p.m. Oh no! Yang Jia and Ti have already found the Pangy USB and left. Would he? Stop dawdling. If we don't hurry, they'll take everything. Bai Ye would get, eager to dash out the door, only to be halted by Li Yu's magical hand. Brother Yi, we can't go out now. The outside is swarming with scarlet viruses and pseudo-beings. It's deadly. Li Yu insisted urgently. I have my ways. You stay here and wait. I'll be back shortly. Without further ado, Bai Ye opened the door that Li Yu had just repaired and bolted outside. The moment he stepped through the threshold, he abruptly halted, as if he had entered another realm. Countless eyeball-sized scarlet viruses floated throughout the city, resembling a sky filled with crimson dandelions. He was not surprised. With hundreds of people flooding into the 189 shelter, they would not sit idly by against the assault of the gigantic scarlet virus tentacles. Their counterattacks would inevitably result in the rupture of the massive virus, releasing numerous pseudo-beings and smaller scarlet viruses. There was no time to waste. Every moment delayed increased the danger. Once the scarlet virus filled the entire city, even he would need to retreat from its wrath. Bai Ye inhaled deeply, preparing to activate the time freeze and cross the street, but suddenly he froze. Wait, why aren't these scarlet viruses attacking me? To his astonishment, he realized that the countless scarlet viruses completely ignored his presence, quietly floating in the air. Could it be? A glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. It must be that I've already been infected and healed by the scarlet virus, causing my body to mutate and be regarded as one of their own. Chapter 77. How could a mere mortal comprehend the fates dictated by destiny? I govern the cause and effect that shaped the cosmos. What about Li Yu? Brother Yi, wait for me. I'll go with you. We can look out for one another along the way. Li Yu hurriedly approached. At that moment, the floating scarlet viruses in the street seemed to sense prey, eerily pausing for a second before all darting towards Li Yu. Whoa, Brother Yi, run. Bai Ye did not flee. Instead, he shut the door behind him, standing alone in front of it. The scarlet viruses halted mid-flight before him, swirling quietly around Bai Ye. Some even landed on his hands, their delicate crimson tendrils writhing in the wind, yet they did not penetrate his skin. Just as I thought, Bai Ye felt an exhilarating joy. Without the threat of the scarlet virus, he could save an immense amount of time. But why was Li Yu not afforded this same privilege? Brother Yi, what are you doing? Get inside. Li Yu's anxious voice called from within. I'm Fine. The scarlet virus seems to regard me as a pseudo-being and will not attack me. Li Yu quickly deduced. Is it because you have already been infected by the virus? But why am I not? Is it because I was infected by the magical hand and not the body? Brother Yi, let me try with the magical hand. Bai Ye slightly shifted aside, and the door soon opened a crack, followed by an invisible hand adorned with crimson veins slowly reaching out. This time, the scarlet virus indeed did not assault the magic hand. Damn, this is unfair. We both contracted the virus and received the serum. Yet you are fully functional while I can only rely on one hand, Li Yu lamented. Enough with the chatter. If you're going, hurry up and get out of here. I'm not going. If I do, I'll just be a burden. It would be better to familiarize myself with the mutated magic hand and strive to conceal the blood vessels sooner. Bai Ye nodded in agreement, fully aware that Li Yu's desire to leave stemmed from concern for him rather than a quest for treasure. Now, that he could disregard the scarlet virus, there was no need for him to follow. Fine, then you wait here. With that, Bai Ye plunged into the throng of viruses, waving his hands to drive away the nearby pathogens before officially setting off. At this moment, the city, already desolate, appeared even more lifeless. The streets were devoid of any human presence, and distant shadows occasionally emitted the screams of the foe beings. Hundreds of treasure seekers had either met their demise or hidden away. He surveyed the city with a contemplative expression, uncertain of the whereabouts of the Panga USB drive, but surmising it would not be located within residential areas or commercial streets. Thus, he headed towards the city's outskirts, navigating through the abandoned city. Bai Ye found himself amidst a flurry of crimson dandelions swirling like snowflakes, casting a bizarre scarlet hue upon the city that had stood silent for a century. He stepped over the remnants of dusty flying cars, crushing the dandelions beneath his feet, while shattered billboards swayed in the air. And red fluff cascaded like a river of blood over the iron bridge. The false moon above cast a pale light, pinning his shadow against the overgrown asphalt road. He felt like the sole traveler in this forsaken city, moving against the tide of crimson snow. "Still holding on?" asked the man in a black suit, roasting a wild hair while addressing the perspiring painter. "Of course," the painter exclaimed, anxiously pacing around the canvas. "I have a grip on it, but this shouldn't be happening." According to the fate line, this character outside the script is merely a minor figure. I manipulated fate, incited a murderous intent, and he should have undoubtedly perished, yet he remains alive. Not only is he alive, but his fate line has grown even thicker, which defies logic. The man in the black suit shot him a sidelong glance. "You, a manipulator of fate, discussing science with me is inherently unscientific." The painter pondered for a long time before a glimmer of insight crossed his eyes. "I understand now. It must be a divine taboo artifact. A minor character, unassisted by others, could alter a predetermined death line only by leveraging an external force, and such power must stem from a divine taboo artifact." His expression shifted to one of contemplation. "This complicates matters. With the assistance of a divine taboo artifact, even a predetermined death is difficult to achieve unless what?" The man in the black suit interrupted, breaking off a golden-brown hair leg just before the painter snatched it away. "Delicious," the painter mumbled through a mouthful. "Unless we can make him relinquish the divine taboo artifact. An extraordinarily brilliant method. Thanks to your reminder, I suddenly conceived a more effective way to eliminate the tyrant." "What method?" the man in the black suit inquired impassively. "Let us quit smoking and drinking, go to bed early and rise early, live 100 years. And after a century, the tyrant will surely perish without any effort." The painter chuckled in disbelief. "Now I see why you spend your days conversing with the deceased. Your words could easily infuriate the living, and only the dead can tolerate your exchanges. Flattery will get you nowhere. If you were drop dead right now, it would validate your claims." The painter laughed despite his irritation. "I refuse to debate with you. While my method may seem trivial, it is quite straightforward and efficient. Any complex scheme ultimately aims to achieve its goal. That person is protected by a divine taboo artifact. Thus, to kill him, we must make him part with it." "Still mere talk." The painter inhaled deeply, reminding himself to maintain his composure. Summer insects cannot speak of ice. He disregarded the man in the black suit and focused intently on the canvas, murmuring continuously. His fate line was shielded by the divine taboo artifact. A singular act of violence was insufficient to contend with it. Therefore, he merely needed to intertwine his fate with that of a doomed individual, utilizing the other's imminent death to erase his existence. As he muttered, he began sketching on the canvas. Before long, a maiden clad in knightly armor, wielding a pure silver crosssword, emerged from his brushstrokes. The man in the black suit frowned. "The Black Knight? If you kill her, are you not concerned about the judgment of the Silent Court?" "I do not intend to kill her. Rather, it is her fate to perish here. It would be more advantageous to connect their fates, allowing her to die alongside someone outside the script. What if that person, aided by the divine taboo artifact, helps the Black Knight escape her fate? That's precisely why I mentioned making him part with the divine taboo artifact. As long as the artifact remains with him, he will not easily relinquish it. But what if he ceases to be himself?" "What do you mean?" The painter smiled slightly. "Even if I explained, you wouldn't comprehend." He casually sketched 2 laughing monkeys on the canvas, as if silently mocking. Satisfied with his creation, he recited with a smile. "How could the mundane comprehend the decrees of fate? I hold the balance of cause and effect." Chapter 78. The son of wealth does not lounge in idleness. The sovereign of 10,000 chariots does not venture into dangerous territory. "Bang! Ah!" the painter exclaimed in agony, clutching his stomach as he retched, wasting the recently consumed hair leg. The man in the black suit silently retracted his fist. Gu Huangquan, why are you acting so irrationally? Why did you hit me? The painter fumed angrily. Gu Huangquan, expressionless, replied, You ate my hare meat and then scolded me. You deserved it. I was composing poetry. Indeed, you were composing poetry to insult me. After 20 minutes of walking, Bai Ye noticed an abundance of faux corpses nearby. These faux beings appeared to have been severed by some sharp weapon, each one struck down in a single blow. The assailant had employed qi and blood, delivering a strike that shattered the qi and blood of the faux beings, rendering them incapable of recovery. Observing the familiar wounds, the image of the knightly maiden flashed in his mind. The sword wounds closely resembled those inflicted by the maiden's pure silver cross sword. Bai Ye felt a surge of excitement. The knightly maiden was the first to breach Shelter 189 after the tyrant, and her goal was undoubtedly the Panga USB drive. Discovering her trail indicated that he was on the right path. He quickened his pace, following the trail of battle marks. Suddenly, a scream echoed from the shadows of a nearby alley. Bai Ye frowned slightly, activating bone breath in an instant, aiming his gun at the dark alley. Moments later, a grotesque figure bolted from the alley, freezing in place upon seeing Bai Ye. Its blood-red eyes, veiled in a crimson sheen, stared unblinkingly at Bai Ye, seemingly questioning whether he was one of its own. It seems that not only the scarlet virus, but also the faux beings do not attack me, Bai Ye mused. But what if I were to strike it? Bang! A yellow-orange bullet swiftly pierced the faux being's abdomen, enraging it further. Its eyes grew even redder as it charged at Bai Ye with a roar. It appears that as long as I do not attack them, I am safe. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, a crimson bullet exploding the faux being's head, causing it to collapse lifelessly to the ground, its skull shattered. After traversing several collapsed skyscrapers, Bai Ye's vision expanded, as if entering another realm of the city. This area was exceptionally spacious, with several sentinel-like structures lining the roadside, and many discarded robots littering the ground. It resembled an abandoned military stronghold, and the signs of battle were even more pronounced here. This is the place. Bai Ye's eyes gleamed as he pushed past the debris, venturing deeper into the area. To his astonishment, the presence of the scarlet virus was remarkably scarce. Furthermore, as he progressed, the scarlet virus seemed to vanish entirely, as if something in this vicinity instilled fear in them, preventing them from approaching. After an indeterminate amount of time, he suddenly heard faint sounds of combat. The noise emanated from a distant location, barely audible by the time it reached him. He followed the sound, moving forward, and soon a massive base came into view. This base covered an expansive area, nearly a quarter the size of a city, surrounded by a circular alloy wall. Perched atop the wall, every 5 meters stood a gun resembling a Gatling gun. However, judging by its design, this weapon was not a traditional kinetic one. The streamlined metal body sported a display screen on the side and lacked a place for ammunition, resembling the fabled laser weapons. Fortunately, these weapons had long been rendered obsolete. Otherwise, it would have been nearly impossible for an ordinary person to breach the entrance. The sounds of battle emanated from within the base, growing increasingly distinct. And Bai Ye even heard the furious roars of Ming Hu. He circled the wall and soon located the entrance, where a thick alloy door had been violently forced open. A rusted sign hanging nearby that read experimental base, no entry. The underground space of Shelter 189 was already limited, yet the people of the civilized era had allocated such a vast area to construct an experimental base. This underscored its significance. If his conjecture was correct, this was likely the core of the Panga project. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes, silently pondering, for he surmised that the Pangu project, heralded as the initiator of creation, must encompass a myriad of experimental endeavors. The previous humanoid and a mutated crimson virus were likely components of the Panga project. The people of the civilized era sought to unravel the secrets of the crimson virus or to control it, but instead they inadvertently developed a mutated version. The inhabitants of Shelter had all transformed into humanoids, suggesting that an accident must have occurred, leading to the leak of the mutated crimson virus that infected everyone. He stealthily slipped through the door, inching along the outer wall of the experimental base towards the source of the sound, then cautiously peeked out, revealing half of his head and eyes. Hiss! Bai Ye inhaled sharply. What manner of monster was this? Another humanoid? On the opposite side of the base, a dozen humanoid monsters, each towering over 5 meters, were engaged in combat with Ming Hu and the others. Their muscular forms were riddled with protruding veins and decaying flesh. Their hands grotesquely oversized, resembling claws rather than human hands. Their razor-sharp knuckles gleamed with a deadly glint. In addition to these combatants, over 20 mutilated humanoid corpses lay on the ground, appearing to have died recently. Where was Tyrant Yang Jie? Bai Ye felt a flicker of confusion. He had seen Ming Hu, the Night Maiden, and even that pretentious fellow Li Xiao present, all of whom had been the first to navigate through the laser passage. Yet Yang Jie was conspicuously absent. His gaze searched, and upon spotting a large hole in one of the base's walls, he understood. The tyrant had already infiltrated the experimental base. While these monsters could impede Ming Hu and the others, they could not stop the tyrant. However, the tyrant's situation did not seem optimistic either, for the interior of the base was intermittently filled with the sounds of intense metal clashing and explosions. The noise so powerful it caused the walls to tremble, even from Bai Ye's distant hiding place. Danger. It was exceedingly perilous. Bai Ye wisely opted not to join the fray, choosing instead to remain in hiding and observe. After all, whoever discovered the Pangi USB would ultimately have to exit the experimental base. At that point, he could simply seize it without endangering himself. As the old adage goes, a wealthy scion does not risk his life, and a ruler of 10,000 chariots does not venture into perilous realms, let alone he, a deity of the new era. These damned experimental subjects, they cannot be killed without exhausting their life force. Ming Hu unleashed a punch, obliterating the arm of an attacking experimental subject, and then rushed to Silver Snake's side. Chapter 79, Birth. It is all about birth. The experimental subject, whose arm had been shattered, let out a furious roar, and an intense crimson light began to surge from its body, gathering at the point of its severed limb. In an instant, amidst the crimson glow, the severed muscle, bone, and skin rapidly regenerated, returning to its original state. A smile had vanished from Silver Snake's charming face. The tyrant's reckless assault on the experimental base had disrupted the containment devices, unexpectedly releasing numerous experimental subjects. It was unclear what the people from the old world had been studying, but each creature they had created was formidable enough to rival those with bounties exceeding 100 million. Ming Hu exerted his strength, seizing the arm of an attacking experimental subject and tossing it aside as if it were an ant lifting an elephant. Time cannot be wasted. He must find the Pangi USB before the tyrant. Let us go. He dropped to all fours, his muscles bulging with power, and upon seeing this, Silver Snake leapt onto his back, her small, mud-covered feet pressing firmly against him. Ming Hu charged forward like a wild beast, while Silver Snake unleashed her attacks, her delicate arms striking with the swiftness of a venomous serpent, tearing flesh from the experimental subjects with each blow. Together, they swiftly broke free from the encirclement and dashed into the gaping hole created by the tyrant, disappearing without a trace. Oof. 2 births. He Qianjun snorted in displeasure at Ming Hu and Silver Snake's actions. Originally, they had worked together to eliminate over 20 experimental subjects, and they were on the verge of finishing the task. Yet, at this moment, Ming Hu and Silver Snake had chosen to flee, leaving the remaining individuals to shoulder the burden. With a head of silver hair, He Qianjun suddenly leapt into the air like a springing bamboo shoot, deftly evading the slashing claws aimed at him. He then used his feet to propel himself, climbing up the thick arm of an experimental subject as if ascending a mountain, finally delivering a powerful stomp to its head. Utilizing the recoil, he soared towards the large hole in the wall of the experimental base. Although the distance was still around 100 meters, and he could not reach the opening with his descent in the next moment, his arms spread wide like a white crane taking flight, and a surge of vital energy erupted from his body, transforming into countless streams of crimson energy. Those vital flows coalesced into a pair of crimson wings, propelling him through the air, landing precisely at the edge of the hole. He Qianjun stood at the brink, arms behind his back, casting a cold glance at the battling individuals. Humph. I shall take my leave first. Birth, you 3 are born into this, hiding knives behind your smiles and betraying your trust. Xiao Yi shouted in anger. Wait, clang. The sword behind him suddenly unsheathed, transforming into a streak of light that darted toward He Qianjun. As the sword swept over his head, Xiao Yi swiftly reached out to grasp the hilt, and in an instant he was pulled along. Xiao Yi had also fled. This group of births. Li Xiao glared at the remaining experimental subjects as they charged toward him. his eyes nearly bursting with rage. He believed that strong individuals should keep their promises. Having agreed to confront the experimental subjects together, they should have honored that agreement. Yet one by one, these powerful beings were retreating. His shadow shot forth, launching dark shurikens toward the hole, and with a swift shift, Li Shao also made his escape. Let us enter as well. The phantom clown spoke to the empty space beside him. Do you wish to assist that night maiden? He glanced at the night maiden, who was embroiled in fierce combat. The piercing light of her sword cleaved through the encircling experimental subjects, but they continuously regenerated. Yet I feel she does not require assistance. The phantom clown tilted his head. Just as he said, the night maiden truly did not need help. She was far from the hole and could not move as swiftly as Li Shao. If she wanted to enter, she would have to force her way through. Yet, she did not attempt to do so. Instead, she quickly rushed towards the nearest wall of the experimental base, pursued relentlessly by 7 or 8 experimental subjects, their encirclement tightening around her. The maiden exhibited no signs of panic. She raised her pure silver cross sword and gently thrust it towards the wall before her. Clang! The pure silver cross sword sank effortlessly into the wall, as if cutting through tofu. Following this, the maiden traced a circle with her sword, and with a resounding clang, a hefty, circular panel fell away. She nimbly slipped inside, while the massive forms of the experimental subjects were unable to follow, their clawed arms reaching out in vain. Within the cavern, a young girl quietly observed as a pair of sharp, gigantic claws descended before her, yet they failed to graze even the hem of her garment. The featureless silver mask seemed to mock her in silence, the mere 3-centimeter gap appearing as an insurmountable chasm. Alas, not only did she not require assistance, but the individual also diverted the experimental subjects away from them, holding onto with determination. The phantom clown grasped the air with one hand while the other pressed down on the tattered top hat atop his head, gliding through the air with an ethereal grace, leaving traces of his form in his wake. Several experimental entities attempted to seize him, but he deftly evaded their grasp, akin to a tightrope walking clown in a circus, swaying precariously yet never falling. The final experimental subject obstructed the cave's entrance, and the phantom clown swiftly slid beneath it, embracing as he vaulted into the depths of the base. The now aimless experimental entity bellowed in fury, its audible rage rippling through the air, causing Bai Ye in the distance to instinctively cover his ears. A handful of astute experimental subjects pursued them inside, while the remaining 3, lacking in intelligence, continued to claw at the night girl. Is the show over? Bai Ye mused, his lips curling in disdain, for he could no longer witness the battle within the experimental base and was left to wait in boredom. Regardless, he would never dare to venture inside. Who knew what dangers lurked within? It was far more gratifying to reap the rewards once others had endured countless hardships to acquire the Panga USB drive. After approximately 10 minutes, the commotion from within the experimental base not only failed to diminish but grew louder, reminiscent of a legion waging war, punctuated by intermittent explosions. Damn, they wouldn't have damaged my USB drive, would they? Surely not, as their objective was the USB drive as well. They couldn't be that foolish, could they? Boom! A violent explosion erupted behind Bai Ye, catching him unawares and hurling him through the air. Countless shards of brick and stone buried him in debris. Bai Ye crawled out from the rubble, incensed and cursing vehemently. Do they possess no sense of public decency? Can explosives be tossed about recklessly? From the gaping hole created by the blast, an impenetrable darkness loomed, devoid of response, save for the continuous sound of explosions. A glance around revealed a mangled metallic box, seemingly a remnant of some intricate device, though he could not identify it. He surmised it must have been struck and sent flying during a battle, only to collide with the wall and explode upon impact. Truly unfortunate. Fortunately, my physical resilience is commendable. As he spoke, the wounds on his back had already healed entirely. This place is unsafe. I must retreat further. Just as he prepared to back away, something caught his eye, a reflective object amidst the wreckage. Swiftly, he cleared the debris, and upon recognizing the gleaming item, he was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 80. The Forbidden Object, number 001. Undescribable, unrecordable, uncontainable. Is this a mobile phone screen? He beheld a rectangular, semi-transparent display lying quietly among the rubble, its surface marred by cracks. Upon closer inspection, he discovered intricate circuit boards concealed within the fissures. It could not be a mere phone screen. It was too thick, resembling a mobile device itself. Could this possibly be a relic from the age of civilization? Just a simple screen? Gazing at the cracks, Bai Ye lamented. Before his transmigration, he had been an avid mobile phone user, indulging daily, and after his arrival in this world, he experienced withdrawal symptoms. After finally stumbling upon such advanced technology, it was regrettably broken. After fiddling with it for a while, failing to power it on, he resigned to stowing the screen in his pocket, hoping that someday he might have the chance to repair it and once again enjoy its features. The discovery of the phone screen sparked an idea within him. Although entering the experimental base was out of the question, he could search for valuable items outside. After all, numerous explosions had just occurred, and many walls had been obliterated. Perhaps other treasures had been unearthed amidst the debris. With that thought, Bai Ye directed his gaze toward the entry point, where the most explosions had transpired and the debris was heaviest. Since he had little else to do, he might as well seek out some hidden treasures. He promptly set forth toward that direction. Meanwhile, the three dim-witted experimental subjects were still engaged in their futile digging, seemingly oblivious to whether their arms were stuck in the hole, continuing their task without end. He paid no heed to the experimental subjects. After all, they were all infected with the crimson virus, akin to his own kind. With a light-hearted step, Bai Ye trod on the rubble, passing by the three experimental subjects. This immediately garnered their attention. Three pairs of crimson, fearsome eyes fixated upon him. "Oh, you fellows seem busy? I'm merely passing through. Do carry on." Bai Ye waved his hand dismissively, intending to bypass the trio. However, to his surprise, the three subjects withdrew their hands from the hole, slowly rising to their towering height of over 5 meters, looking down upon Bai Ye. A shiver ran down Bai Ye's spine. "What are you doing? Take a good look. We're comrades." Suddenly, three colossal shadows lunged toward him, and he swiftly turned to flee. Do you lack the intelligence to recognize your own kind? It was unclear whether it was their low intellect or if the experimental subjects and the pseudo-humans were fundamentally not of the same ilk. But the trio showed no mercy when they decided to engage. Though the three experimental subjects were immense, they moved with surprising agility, encircling Bai Ye and forcing him into a corner. His only escape lay in the entrance the others had used. Without hesitation, Bai Ye dashed into the cave, with the three fools hot on his heels. After sprinting for several meters, he came upon a corner and quickly veered to the side, breaking the line of sight of his pursuers. Time froze. In that instant, all was silent. The only sound resonating through the stillness was the boy's heavy breathing. "If I could eliminate you, I would do so today." Bai Ye cursed under his breath, then retraced his steps, effortlessly bypassing the trio and slipping out of the cave. Time resumed. The three dim-witted subjects, still unaware of what had transpired, plunged into the corner, disappearing from sight. Watching their retreating figures, Bai Ye felt a twinge of confusion. Was it merely his imagination, or did it seem like the trio was deliberately trying to drive him into the experimental base? "Huh, you think you can force me into the experimental base for a death sentence? Not a chance," he scoffed. After 5 seconds, the danger was entirely averted. Bai Ye resumed his search for discarded items. As the experimental base had become riddled with damage, many areas collapsing under the chaos instigated by Yang Jie and others. He refrained from delving too deeply inside, instead sifting through the debris at the periphery. Before long, he uncovered a variety of items: a metal cup with a hole, a pen snapped in two, the severed head of a robotic brain, a broken chair leg, and a ruined automatic coffee machine. Bai Ye felt thoroughly disheartened. He had wasted 5 precious seconds to divert the trio, only to be rewarded with a heap of junk. This transaction had left him at a considerable loss. Currently, he had only 2 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. I refused to believe that such a cutting-edge experimental base could yield only this little refuse. After relentless searching, Bai Ye finally stumbled upon an item of value, a charred notebook, its pages singed beyond recognition. He carefully opened it, his heart racing at the sight of the bold title, Containment of Forbidden Object Number. Though he could not decipher all the text, he could surmise that this notebook documented the containment conditions for various numbered forbidden objects. Even for the likes of Breath of the Bones, a serpent-class forbidden object, containment was necessary for utilization. One could only imagine how stringent the conditions for these forbidden objects would be. Turning the singed pages, he came across the following entry. Forbidden object, number 001. Undescribable, unrecordable, uncontainable. Bai Ye was left in a state of confusion. This page remained relatively intact. Yet the central portion was entirely blank, devoid of content, concluding with 3 ominous prohibitions. It made him want to inquire of the recording personnel. What exactly was so forbidden? He continued flipping through the pages. Forbidden object, number 002. Undescribable, unrecordable, uncontainable. Bai Ye was utterly amused, thinking to himself that if all that was recorded was such nonsense, there was no point in wasting a notebook. He flipped through several pages until he reached Shunji Wu 010, where a few more words were inscribed, but the ink was so charred it resembled a black smear. Damn! Shunji Wu, number 039, the Forgotten One. It is attracted to knowledgeable, complex, and interesting humans, feeding on information, memories, knowledge, thoughts, and all forms of non-material information carriers. It cannot attack or be killed, but can be contained under specific conditions. Finally, he found a relatively intact page. Yet after reading it, Bai Ye was left baffled. The name 039 was the Forgotten One? Was it truly a Shunji Wu? Turning to the next page, he found an accompanying illustration, although it was largely obscured by charred remnants, vaguely resembling a man. After much contemplation, he closed the notebook. It held some value, but not much. This was Bai Ye's assessment, as most of the records were damaged. He only gleaned names and numbers from many Shunji Wu, while some provided only containment conditions. He was even uncertain of the highest number recorded, as subsequent pages were severely ruined, with some entirely burned away. Chapter 81. Shunji Wu, number 169, Twin Monkey Statue. Soudainement, en ear-splitting explosion reverberated. Bai Ye was startled and quickly glanced towards the experimental base, his pupils constricting in shock. He witnessed a large hole burst open in the roof of the facility, billowing black smoke rising skyward, for which a gigantic hand, covered in black scales and resembling a dragon's claw, emerged. Countless fragments of stone exploded outward, dust swirling as if a rain of rocks was descending from the sky. The hand was enormous, rivaling the size of the experimental subjects. What sort of monster was this? In his astonishment, countless metallic spikes shot out from the gaping hole, piercing the black-scaled hand, followed by another thunderous crash that sounded as though 2 massive objects had collided. The black-scaled hand retreated back into the hole, causing further collapse of the experimental base, the sounds of battle intensifying. It was Tyrant Yang Jie engaged in combat. Bai Ye recognized that mastery over metal. He could not be mistaken. Judging by the commotion, the owner of the black-scaled hand possessed terrifying strength, capable of contending with Tyrant Yang Jie to such an extent. A clear indication of their prowess. Bai Ye felt increasingly grateful he had not ventured inside. It was far too perilous, and even 2 minutes and 25 seconds would hardly guarantee survival. He could not hope to defeat any of these creatures, nor did he possess the ability to halt time, for they were akin to beings with immortality, leaving him insufficient time to deplete their vitality completely. It was time to act. In the midst of his astonishment, Bai Ye did not forget to scavenge. The recent explosion had unearthed a considerable amount of debris. 5 minutes later, clutching a pile of wreckage, he abruptly halted, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he focused intently on a nearby pile of rubble. This was a Shunji Wu. With a clatter, Bai Ye discarded all the debris he was holding and dashed towards the black statue partially buried beneath the rubble. The statue was quite peculiar, palm-sized with half its body obscured, revealing only a dark monkey head, grinning with an eerie smile. Shunji Wu 169. What was it called again? Twin Monkey Statue. Bai Ye paused before the statue, hastily retrieving his charred notebook and flipping through its pages until he located entry number 169. Shunji Wu, number 169, Twin Monkey Statue. A statue of 2 monkeys embracing each other. Difficulty of containment, grade D. A twin monkey statue? Difficulty of containment, grade D. His eyes sparkled with unrestrained greed, devoid of any emotion. The notebook recorded that containment difficulty was classified into grades B, C, and D, with anything above grade A deemed uncontainable. The difficulty often indicated the danger level of the Shunji Wu. Not all were harmless. A grade D difficulty signified that the twin monkey statue posed a low danger. Fortune favors the bold. This object ought to belong to me. Bai Ye did not approach it directly, but instead picked up a piece of debris and hurled it at the twin monkey statue. The statue remained unresponsive. He then dragged over a severed arm from a fallen experimental subject and prodded it, still encountering no danger. Although the containment difficulty was grade D, it was still a Shanji Wu, so caution was prudent. After all, even the breath of the bones could extract vitality. After much deliberation, he finally confirmed that the twin monkey statue was likely safe, cautiously extending a finger. His finger made contact and instinctively recoiled as if electrocuted. Yet there was still no sign of danger. Gradually, he pressed 2 fingers, then 3, until at last he grasped the monkey statue firmly, and nothing untoward occurred. The sensation was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary wooden statue. Wait, why was there only one monkey? Where was the other? His face fell in disbelief. The description in the image clearly indicated the twin monkey statue depicted 2 monkeys embracing, yet the statue in his hand was merely a single large monkey, arms wide open, as if embracing thin air. Had half of it been destroyed? Could this still be of any use? Bai Ye's heart sank, although he was scavenging. He did not genuinely wish to salvage mere refuse. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, he began to examine the solitary monkey statue. After 10 minutes of thorough investigation, even counting the number of hairs on the monkey, he still could not discern any utility. Forget it. Having something was better than nothing. He consoled himself with those words and stowed the solitary monkey statue away. Inside the experimental base, the night girl of the silent court held a pure silver cross sword as she traversed a dimly lit corridor. The sword, once gleaming, was now stained crimson with blood, droplets falling from the tip and forming a sporadic trail on the ground. Surrounding her lay several rats infected with the scarlet virus, their bodies twitching as they lay severed in half. Why were there rats in the experimental base? A serious expression flickered in her light brown eyes. Earlier, she had discovered the species catalog of Shelter 189, which listed all animal species and genes brought into the shelter by people from the old era. Although the catalog included rats, it only contained their genetic information, implying that no live rats should exist within Shelter 189. While the old era had mastered cloning technology capable of producing rats, she sensed that the situation was not so simple, as rats held no utility for the shelter. It was well known that in the old era, experiments no longer relied on lab rats, but rather on clones. If they were intended as pets, they would be hamsters or similar creatures, not these filthy, disease-ridden black rats. Of course, one could not rule out the possibility of peculiar preferences. She was not being overly sensitive. The sight of the rats reminded her of a particularly dangerous individual. The 12 Zodiac's hidden rat. Perhaps she was overthinking it. The urgent task was to locate the Pangi USB drive. The night girl hurried through the corridor. Time was of the essence, and she needed to find the USB drive before the tyrant did, or she would lose her opportunity, for no one could retrieve anything from the tyrant's grasp. Fortunately, no one knew the exact location of a USB drive within the experimental base, and even the formidable tyrant would have to search piece by piece. 5 minutes later, she halted, her gaze landing on the rows of alloy doors lining the corridor. Were it not for the presence of the alloy doors, she might have doubted whether she was making any progress, as the corridor's design remained unchanged from start to finish, resembling a scene repeatedly copied and pasted. Most of these alloy doors had been violently breached, leaving only 2 still tightly closed. The night girl first examined the damaged doors one by one, finding them completely empty. Then she approached the closed alloy doors. Although the hope of finding the Pangi USB drive here was slim, she had come this far and needed to at least take a look. Chapter 82, A Life Exchange. Clang. The pure silver cross transformed into a piercing silver light, severing the alloy door with a decisive strike. The furnishings within the room were laid bare before her eyes, and she frowned slightly. For behind this door lay only a collection of discarded computers, hard drives, mobile phones, and other electronic debris. It was a chaotic mess, reminiscent of a storeroom. She rummaged through the pile of clutter with her sword, and, upon confirming that it was all refuse, immediately approached the final alloy door. With a swift strike, the door swung open, revealing a pitch-black statue resembling a monkey. The statue was perched atop a metallic pedestal, encased within a square, transparent glass dome. It depicted a monkey with its arms wide open, grinning broadly. Inscribed on the pedestal were the words, Divine Forbidden Object, number 169, Twin Monkey Statue. Divine Forbidden Object? A flicker of disappointment crossed the knightly maiden's eyes, Though such artifacts were indeed precious, they did not align with her objective. She slowly retreated from the room, only to inadvertently kick a piece of rubble. With a swift whoosh, the debris shattered the glass dome, striking the monkey's head directly. The twin monkey statue fell to the ground, unharmed and displaying no sign of any supernatural phenomenon. The knightly maiden remained silent for a moment before turning to leave. Shortly thereafter, she returned, carrying an arm that she had previously severed from an experimental subject. She tossed the arm upon the twin monkey statue, yet still, nothing transpired. Once more, she re-entered the room and prodded the statue with her pure silver cross sword. The blade, sharp beyond compare, left no mark upon the statue. After a series of tests, she finally grasped the statue with her gauntlet hand. It was at that moment that the previously unresponsive statue suddenly emitted a chilling black light. The grinning monkey's mouth widened even further, as if silently mocking her. She had finally fallen for the trap. The knightly maiden reacted swiftly. Almost instantaneously upon the appearance of the black light, she hurled the statue away. But no matter how fast she was, she could not outrun the light and was inevitably engulfed by its glow. Meanwhile, outside the experimental facility, Bai Ye, who was scavenging for garbage, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. What the hell? He hastily pulled out the single monkey statue from his belongings, witnessing a dense, inky black light erupting from the statue. Without a moment's hesitation, he tossed the statue away. The wooden statue landed on the hard, silver-white metallic floor with a crisp sound. Bai Ye was momentarily stunned, blinking in disbelief, questioning whether he had ingested a hallucinogenic mushroom, for he had merely been in an open square scavenging for trash, and now found himself in a closed room crafted from silver-white metal. Staring at the monkey statue lying on the cold metallic ground, he froze for a moment. Then a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. So, the power of number 169 is to teleport when dropped. But why the hell did this happen to me? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Bai Ye was left dumbfounded, his expression suddenly shifting to one of horror. Wait, why does my voice sound like a slightly trembling young girl's? What the hell? This is the side effect of using the number 169 teleportation. The clean, bright voice of a girl erupted with a string of expletives, perhaps due to the shock, her tone laced with a slight tremor, akin to a small dog angrily wagging its tail. Although she was filled with indignation, the words that spilled forth sounded as sweet as fruit-flavored candy, tinged with a hint of reckless anger. Bai Ye was increasingly horrified. At this moment, he truly panicked. He had faced the crimson virus without flinching, yet now he felt completely overwhelmed. He hurriedly looked down at his body, only to be taken aback. Knightly armor? Why am I still holding a pure silver cross sword? The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. This was undoubtedly the attire of the knightly maiden from the Silent Tribunal. Could it be that? A sudden realization struck him as he recalled the two keywords mentioned in the Divine Forbidden Object record regarding number 169. Twin soul. No way. Bai Ye rushed to the monkey statue, hastily lifting it from the ground, and upon closer inspection, his face turned pale. This was not the monkey statue he had found. The one he had discovered embraced to the left, while this one faced to the right. Now he understood. The twin monkey statue's function was soul-swapping. And it must have been that the knightly maiden had found the other half. With both of them possessing it, the statue's ability was triggered. Monkey brother, please let me switch back. Bai Ye shook the statue vigorously. The statue remained silent, grinning mockingly without a hint of response. Damn you, monkey. If you don't let me switch back, I swear I'll cleave you in two with my sword. Angered, Bai Ye raised the pure silver cross sword, ready to strike the statue. But halfway through, he was astonished to find that the sword had vanished. Not only that, but he felt lighter, as the knightly armor had also disappeared, along with the silver-white mask from his face. The monkey brother has manifested? Have I transformed back? He anxiously patted his body, only to freeze in shock. Something was missing while two new things appeared. As he looked down, he was instantly engulfed in darkness. A black dress that tapered at the waist, with slender legs resembling white lotus roots standing beneath the hem, casting a faint shadow at the knee, akin to tender leaves yet to fully unfurl in early summer, exuding an unrefined sweetness and delicacy. He could even catch a whiff of the girl's body fragrance mingled with a scent reminiscent of ancient noble incense, subtly elegant. I curse your monkey brother. The girl in the black dress furiously tossed the monkey statue to the ground, her petite, exquisite patent leather princess shoes trampling down upon it with each step. As she stomped and cursed, a torrent of foul language poured forth, and amid the crisp sounds of her heels crushing the statue, one could also hear the huffed breaths escaping her lips, akin to a small beast whose tail had been stepped on. Her ears flushed a rosy hue. Bang! The silver-white metallic floor was dinted under by Ye's feet. Startled, Bai Ye suddenly realized the immense strength concealed within this seemingly frail body of the knightly maiden. After venting for a while, she gradually calmed down. Primarily, there was no room for agitation at this point. Now, the priority was to find a way to reverse the soul swap. I have now entered the body of the knightly maiden, so she must have entered mine. The Divine Forbidden Object Manual stated that the containment difficulty of number 169 was Class D, indicating that the reversal should not be overly difficult. The twin monkey statue, depicted in the image as two monkeys embracing. Perhaps if I could reunite the two monkey statues, I could revert back. Thus, the immediate task was to locate my own self. Bai Ye picked up the statue and exited the room, his eyes falling upon a long corridor. Damn it! The girl in the black dress wrinkled her delicate nose and began to curse fervently. Where the hell should I go? Chapter 83. And Xiaotong. Bai Ye realized that he did not possess the knightly maiden's memories, leaving him utterly unaware of the location of this place within the experimental facility. Nor did he know how to exit. Clinging to a desperate hope, he prayed that the knightly maiden possessed a map, and thus began rummaging through her belongings. The girl's black dress concealed hidden pockets, and when he reached into one, he felt a collection of small items. Upon pulling them out, his expression fell. What is this? Why is it all chocolate and fruit candy, with nothing useful at all? Gulp! Bai Ye unconsciously swallowed, feeling a sudden craving for sweets surging from the girl's body. Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is eating. Furious, Bai Ye shoved a piece of fruit candy into his mouth. Damn. It's strawberry flavored, my least favorite. As he chewed on the candy, he rummaged through another pocket, and this time he pulled out a ring and a full-face sunscreen mask. Indeed, a woman never forgets to protect her skin. He stowed away the mask and examined the ring. It was crafted from alloy, with a delicate carving of a small white dove poised to take flight. A ring? A forbidden object? What could it be? Bai Ye flipped the ring over, immediately spotting the elegant inscription on the inner band. And Xiaotong. And Xiaotong? The name of the knightly maiden? What significance does a name hold? Why has all that remains been reduced to mere scraps? A pure silver cross sword. Where's the knight's armor? Why has it vanished? After a brief moment of contemplation, he arrived at a conclusion. Perhaps the cross sword and the knight's armor are not tangible objects, but rather manifestations of Xiaotong's extraordinary abilities. The extraordinary ones are products of mental distortion, and all their powers are intricately linked to their psyche. Since the two have exchanged souls, and Xiaotong's abilities have naturally been transferred as well. Just as he still possesses the ability to halt time, his powers are also connected to the soul, as his own spirit is out of sync with the current era. Therefore, regardless of the physical changes he undergoes, the ability to freeze time remains constant. Outside the experimental base, and Xiaotong gazed impassively at her soiled hands, tattered clothing, and the heap of debris at her feet. She had no choice but to accept this harsh reality. She had become Bai Ye. The recent accidental touch, meant to confirm her identity, left her in shock. It was her first encounter with such a thing, and the impact was overwhelming. However, what troubled her most was the frailty of this body, so weak that a mere finger could end its existence. Fortunately, her abilities and combat skills were intact, granting her a meager means of self-defense. She needed to find Bai Ye swiftly. It was too perilous for him to remain alone in the experimental base. Her impression of Bai Ye was quite favorable. This boy from the wasteland was willing to fight to the death for the residents of Huitu Town, embodying the same spirit of guardianship as the ideals of justice upheld by the Silent Court. And Xiaotong strode purposefully towards the experimental base. As she took her first step, silver threads resembling spider silk began to crawl up her ankles, weaving a net upon her form like moonlight cascading from the heavens. With her second step, the silver strands ascended her calves, blooming into metallic scales at her knees, each reflecting a cold, piercing light. On her third step, a turbulent flow of silver and black surged around her waist, the contours of armor rising like a tide, the shoulder plates clicking into place with a soft sound. On her fourth step, a silver-white faceplate flowed over her visage, leaving only her eyes to shine brightly through the gaps. At that moment, and Xiaodong slowly extended her right hand, grasping at the void. A brilliant silver light erupted from her palm, as if she were cradling a myriad of galaxies within her grasp. The starlit river, shimmering and flowing, gradually forming a slender cross sword of pure silver. This fully armored knight, without a trace of hesitation, plunged into the dark abyss. The fates of the two had entwined and exchanged, both falling into a deadly predicament. The painter smiled faintly, standing at the edge of a precipice, the fierce wind billowing his white robes, yet failing to disperse the victorious smile upon his face. How did you know that there is a divine relic, the twin monkey statue, in Shelter 189? Gu Huanchuan's icy voice echoed behind the painter. Could you possibly step back a bit? The painter turned around, exasperated. Why? Because when I stand at the edge of a cliff, I do not wish for anyone to be behind me, not even my own parents. No one forced you to stand at the cliff's edge. The place was your own choice. Gu Huangquan replied with an impassive expression. Artistic conception. Do you understand artistic conception? Standing at the edge of a towering cliff, overlooking 1,000 peaks, witnessing the flowing clouds rush beneath like rivers, the vast sky within arm's reach, ready to obscure the heavens. So what do you know about the twin monkey statue in Shelter 189? The painter sighed heavily, pressing his hand to his forehead. It's like playing music to a cow. What do you want? The painter's expression abruptly darkened as Gu Huangquan took a step closer, his impassive demeanor suggesting he might force him off the cliff. It was Inshu. Inshu told me, he exclaimed, hastily avoiding Gu Huangquan and distancing himself from the precipice. How does Inshu know? The painter resumed his calm demeanor, replying nonchalantly, do you truly believe that after Tianchi Company discovered Shelter 189, they did nothing? So, the Pangi USB had long been taken by Inshu? Who knows? The painter shrugged. Anyway, Inshu claimed that there was no Pangi USB inside, but rather some extraordinary items. His plan is to use these items to eliminate the tyrant. Why must the tyrant be killed? There are countless heroes in the world. Although the tyrant is strong, he is not without rivals. The painter's smile slowly faded, his gaze growing profound. The tyrant must die. If he does not, the major powers of Baiman will remain unsettled. Is it due to his extraordinary abilities? The extraordinary abilities are merely part of the reason. More crucially, it is because of who he is. Before him, there have been other extraordinary individuals capable of controlling metal, yet only he can be called the metal tyrant. The sovereign of metal. Firearms, artillery, armored vehicles, powered armor, all the proud weapons of the various factions are mere toys in his eyes. If you were one of those in power, could you sleep soundly? Isn't there a way to win him over? Win him over? What manner of person is the tyrant Yang Jie? Such a person only has two paths, either to rule the world or to perish in the attempt. He will not submit to others. He alone can shatter the balance of the entire Baiman situation. It could be said that if he were to join any faction, that faction would defeat all and dominate Baiman. Chapter 84. Greetings, humanity. I am Bai Ye. Gu Huangquan remained silent for a moment. Unfortunately, such a formidable figure is about to meet his demise. The painter smiled slightly. You are mistaken. The truly fearsome individual is not the tyrant. Then who is it? I am. Gu Huangquan retorted. Even someone as strong as the tyrant will fall by my hand. Does that not indicate something? The painter suddenly screamed, contorting his body as he clutched his stomach. Gu Huangquan, why did you strike me again? Gu Huangquan, expressionless, withdrew his fist. I do not know why. I simply could not help it upon seeing your expression. There are dead mice here, cut down by a sword, which means that Xiaodong must have come from this direction. If I follow the traces of the battle, I should be able to find my way out quickly. Bai Ye trailed the bloodstains, advancing through the dim passage. After approximately 5 minutes, he finally emerged from the corridor into a hall resembling a cafeteria. The hall was filled with dust and cobwebs, along with remnants of food that had decayed to the point of being unrecognizable. The cafeteria had 4 doors, presenting a dilemma for Bai Ye. Through which door hadn't Xiaotong entered? He could only examine the traces on each door one by one. Soon, he noticed that the dust on one door was significantly less than on the others, and there were marks on the floor indicating it had been opened recently. A surge of joy coursed through him. This must be the door, and Xiaotong had opened this door, causing the dust to fall and leaving traces on the ground. With a resounding crash, Bai Ye kicked the door open and was about to step inside when his pupils suddenly constricted. There, in the passage beyond the door, stood a man in a white suit adorned with a gentleman's hat and holding a gentleman's cane, approaching with measured steps. The man leaned on his cane, moving gracefully, a faint smile gracing his lips, reminiscent of a noble surveying his domain. With striking features, a tall and upright stature, and deep eyes hidden behind monocles, he exuded an air of splendid mystery. The man came to a halt several meters away from Bai Ye, smiling as he addressed, "Beautiful lady, how may I serve you?" Bai Ye narrowed his eyes, her body instinctively tensing, the terrifying surge of blood roaring within her fragile form. Rather than being addressed as lady, she was far more concerned about the man's identity. For as far as she knew, there seemed to be no one of his caliber among those who had breached the experimental base. In fact, she had not encountered this man even at the entrance of Shelter 189. Although Bai Ye had not memorized the appearance of everyone, the man's exceptional looks and demeanor were unforgettable at first glance. "Who are you?" Bai Ye inquired. Upon their first encounter, the gentleman gently placed his elongated, fair hand upon his chest, a composed yet earnest smile gracing his visage. "Greetings, humanity. I am Bai Ye. Bai Ye. From the same lineage? No, that name belongs to a mythical creature, does it not?" Bai Ye quickly comprehended that Bai Ye was indeed a deity from ancient lore, a symbol of wisdom capable of articulate speech, understanding all emotions, and possessing knowledge of the divine. "Beautiful lady, may I have the honor of kissing the back of your hand?" Bai Ye inquired politely, embodying the essence of a true gentleman. Bai Ye was instantly overcome with revulsion, preferring the ferocity of a hostile experiment over the advances of a man seeking to kiss his hand. "Go home and kiss someone else." The delicate girl in the black dress seized a nearby alloy table, her formidable strength lifting the welded fixture effortlessly. She hurled it with tremendous force towards Bai Ye. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Yet the crux of the matter was that Bai Ye was no ordinary man who greets others with greetings. Humanity? Bai Ye was thoroughly convinced that Bai Ye posed a significant threat. He was not among those who entered the experimental facility, which implied that he was an inhabitant of this base. The civilized individuals of this facility had perished a century prior. What good could Bai Ye possibly represent? As the alloy table hurtled towards him, Bai Ye remained blissfully unperturbed, standing still with a serene smile. When the table struck him precisely, a bizarre occurrence unfolded. The table passed straight through Bai Ye, landing with a resounding crash on the ground. "Oh no, I must be encountering a ghost." Bai Ye's expression turned grave. Bai Ye chuckled. "I am not a ghost. I am merely a solitary soul in pursuit of knowledge, ideas, and the intriguing." Knowledge, ideas, intriguing. Bai Ye was suddenly reminded of a passage from the catalog of forbidden entities. Forbidden entity number 039, the Forgotten One. Attracted by erudite, complex, and intriguing humans. It feeds on information, memories, knowledge, ideas, and all non-material information carriers. Cannot attack, cannot be killed, can be contained, conditions for containment. "You are 039? Bai Ye shrugged. "I do not take pleasure in that designation." Humans arrogantly assign names to the incomprehensible and number them as forbidden entities. Before he could finish his statement, Bai Ye had already fled. Observing the retreating figure of the girl in the black dress, Bai Ye's lips curled into a smirk, seemingly relishing the chase. Bang! Bai Ye burst through a door in the cafeteria, not daring to glance back. "Damn it, what terrible luck. First, I was tricked by 169, and now I encounter the earlier number 039. What is going on?" With no other option, he ran. It was evident that 039 was not a being to be dealt with through conventional means. The catalog had made it abundantly clear. Cannot attack, cannot be killed. The recent encounter with the alloy table had validated this notion. It was akin to confronting a ghost. How could one fight that? Even activating time stop would prove futile. After a considerable distance of zigzagging, Bai Ye arrived at a location resembling a laboratory, which clearly showed signs of prior visitation, with several corpses of test subjects strewn about in disarray. Should be safe now? He glanced back, realizing Bai Ye had not pursued him. With a sigh of relief, he thought, "It seems I have escaped." After all, 039 craves knowledge, exceptional ideas, and intriguing individuals. I am merely somewhat interesting. Do not underestimate yourself, Miss Xiaotong. Bai Ye's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Startled, Bai Ye instinctively swung a punch at the unexpectedly reappeared Bai Ye, only for his fist to pass right through him, proving utterly ineffective. Bai Ye turned to flee, while Bai Ye, leaning on his gentleman's cane, followed gracefully behind, moving at a leisurely pace, yet somehow closing the distance as if by magic, making it impossible for Bai Ye to escape. "Why are you pursuing me? Are you not in search of erudition?" Bai Ye interrupted with a smile. "By experience, by thought, few can rival Miss Xiao Tong in this world. I have no profound insights or thoughts. In my previous life, I was a scatterbrain, barely passing after a year of repetition to enter university. If that counts as insightful or thoughtful, what doesn't he?" Bai Ye suddenly recognized the truth in Bai Ye's words. He hailed from a civilization marked by an explosion of information, where knowledge of the world was but a click away, and adventures could be experienced through screens. Having battled in the realm of runes, faced zombies in Raccoon City, acted as an assassin in the Middle Ages, been a cowboy in the West, a rogue in the city, and ultimately becoming the most formidable Shura of Wei Ming, he had traversed the heavens and slain deities. Upon reflection, the vastness of the cosmos, both ancient and modern, had paved his journey. If such experiences did not constitute insight and thought, then what could? In his own era, these achievements were commonplace. Yet in the current dystopian age, they were indeed the mark of a knowledgeable and thoughtful individual. "Miss Xiaotong, what are your thoughts?" Bai Ye's voice chimed in again. "I can sense your thoughts are rapidly evolving, countless sparks of ideas igniting within you. It is utterly captivating. Forgive me, I cannot resist. I must have a taste, for you are truly irresistible." Bai Ye was instantly filled with dread. Before he could react, an unsettling sensation coursed through his mind, as if something was being stripped away, leaving an empty void. Turning back, he saw Bai Ye had halted, holding a yellow orb of information, seemingly entranced as he savored it. "That is my intellectual memory? Damn it, what has he stolen?" Bai Ye felt a mix of astonishment and fury, but soon his expression changed to one of incredulity. Bai Ye inhaled deeply, the yellow orb releasing wisps of vapor that danced into his nostrils, his expression growing more blissful as he remarked, "What refreshing knowledge. Anim Pludi. Role-playing. Who would have thought Miss Xiao Tong possesses such detailed understanding of this realm?" Bai Ye exclaimed, "Much of my hard-earned knowledge has been pilfered. No wonder my mind feels so clear now. Curse you, Bai Ye. Since you have taken my precious knowledge, you must also realize I am not in Xiao Tong. Yet you continue to refer to me as such. How delightfully mischievous. I must escape quickly. I cannot allow Bai Ye to benefit entirely from my years of learning." Seizing the moment while Bai Ye indulged, Bai Ye dashed away, soon hearing the sounds of a struggle ahead. Joy surged within him. "Someone, just a distraction I need." He navigated through the dimly lit corridor and soon spotted a familiar figure. Li Xiao. At that moment, Li Xiao appeared rather disheveled, engaged in combat with the test subject, clearly at a disadvantage. Though his shadowy darts had left numerous wounds on the creature, none were lethal. "Humol was start, man," Bai Ye called out in delight. But Li Xiao seemed oblivious, showing no reaction whatsoever. "Hey, have your ears been deafened?" He dashed to Li Xiao's side and patted him on the shoulder. Yet, Li Xiao remained unresponsive, wholly focused on the test subject. Not only that, but the experiment itself also appeared unaware of Bai Ye's presence, refraining from any attack. A chill ran down Bai Ye's spine as an ominous premonition took hold. "It is futile, Miss Xiao Tong. All prey I fixate upon will fall into the liminal space between existence and non-existence. Outsiders cannot perceive your presence." Bai Ye's nightmarish voice echoed once more as he resumed his pursuit, having finished the yellow orb. In disbelief, Bai Ye delivered a kick to Li Xiao, who, unaware, stumbled to the ground, yet continued to engage the test subject with fervor. Is self-awareness being restored? What delightful flavor shall we indulge in this time? Bai Ye abruptly appeared before Bai Ye, his slender fingers stroking his chin as if in contemplation over the evening's culinary offerings. Time stood still. A colossal golden dial materialized beneath Bai Ye's feet, and Bai Ye remained motionless like a statue, his expression frozen in a blend of intrigue and distress. "I shall make you eat," Bai Ye exclaimed in exasperation, and he promptly delivered a powerful punch to Bai Ye's face, hoping to test if he could strike him in this suspended state of time. However, the punch merely passed through, akin to hitting thin air. With no other recourse, he fled. After running a considerable distance, he finally released the time freeze, leaning against a wall to collect himself. Damn 039. This cursed entity disregards any form of attack and can consume one's thoughts. I wonder how the inhabitants of the refuge manage to contain it. Miss Xiao Tong. Speaking ill of others behind their backs is hardly ladylike. Bai Ye's expression darkened as he turned to find Bai Ye grinning at him from 3 meters away, mimicking his posture while leaning against the wall. "How did you know I was here?" Bai Ye replied with a faint smile, turning to patiently explain to the girl in the black dress. "The fragrance emanating from your thoughts is akin to a gentle spring rain, delicately lingering in the air, capable of enticing my senses even from across vast distances. It is utterly captivating." Bai Ye felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. It was exceedingly nauseating. Although he understood Bai Ye referred to thoughts, the manner of his speech made his skin crawl. "I had no idea Miss Xiao Tong possessed abilities akin to teleportation. This revelation only heightens my intrigue. I must express my gratitude for your release, as it has allowed me to savor the allure of your thoughts." Upon hearing this, Bai Ye felt an urge to scold in Xiao Tong, realizing he was bearing the consequences of Bai Ye's misdeeds. "Let us continue, Miss Xiao Tong," Bai Ye said as he strolled toward Bai Ye. Time froze again. Whoosh! Bai Ye dashed away once more. He ran frantically while searching for traces on the ground, seeking the tyrant Yang Jia. In his estimation, if anyone in the entire experimental base could contend with 039, it would surely be one of the 10 kings, the tyrant. Even if the tyrant could not defeat 039, his experiences, insights, and thoughts acquired from being one of the 10 kings might attract 039's attention. Finding Yang Jia was straightforward. He merely needed to look for areas where the metal had undergone significant alteration, leaving behind the most exaggerated signs of battle. Those would undoubtedly indicate the tyrant's presence. Chapter 86. Viewing Humanity from a Divine Perspective. After a prolonged pursuit, Bai Ye finally discovered the twisted remnants of metal. He immediately released the time freeze and sprinted along the metallic traces. Upon rounding a corner, he was met with the sight of an enormous monster's corpse. This creature was entirely covered in jet-black scales, sporting a massive crocodile-like head. Even in death, its terrifying presence was unyielding, instilling fear in those who beheld it. Bai Ye instantly recognized this creature as the one that had previously breached the roof of the base, extending its dark-scaled hand. At that time, the tyrant had been engaged in a fierce battle with this black-scaled monster, and now, having encountered the monster's corpse, it was reasonable to assume the tyrant was not far behind. Why hasn't Bai Ye caught up yet? While running, Bai Ye felt an odd sensation. Having released the time freeze, Bai Ye should have been quick to follow, just as before. Could it be that he was too far away to catch the scent of his thoughts? Or was he indulging in a twisted game of hide-and-seek? Bai Ye could no longer afford to ponder these uncertainties. He had wasted too much time fleeing, and now only had 1 minute and 26 seconds remaining. If he could not resolve the issue with Bai Ye, his demise was all but assured. Where on earth is the tyrant? The tyrant. As Bai Ye dashed past the corridor, a fleeting glimpse revealed a crimson figure standing within a large laboratory on either side. The laboratory appeared as if ravaged by a tempest, severely damaged, while the crimson figure stood with its back to Bai Ye, motionless at the eye of the storm. Is this the demeanor of a true master? Even in the absence of an audience, he maintains such an air of superiority? Bai Ye felt too fatigued to critique. He merely wished to ascertain whether the tyrant could perceive him. "Hey, young Jia," the girl in the black dress called out cheerfully. The tyrant remained unresponsive, not even turning his head, resembling a statue. Bai Ye felt a chilling dread. If even the tyrant could not overcome the influence of 039, then his previous assumption that 039 had not pursued him due to the tyrant's presence was evidently misguided. Undeterred, he approached hastily, cautiously tapping Yang Jie's crimson shoulder armor. Suddenly, Yang Jie turned his head. Bai Ye felt a flicker of hope. Could he actually notice me? Yet, as Yang Jie fully turned, a wave of dread washed over him. He beheld a pair of eyes streaming with blood tears, gazing vacantly, as if devoid of life. What the hell? Bai Ye says scalpidiclet. It was not fear of Yang Jie that unsettled him, but an ominous premonition stirring within. The tyrant's prowess was well known, yet now he found himself in such a wretched state. This could only imply. Instinctively, he glanced in the direction Yang Jie had been observing, and it struck him like a bolt of lightning. On a silver-white laboratory table lay a black gold box, which had been violently opened, revealing its contents. As Bai Ye laid eyes on the object within the box, his consciousness fragmented as if thrown into a meat grinder. Countless sharp whispers pierced his cerebral cortex, as if tiny insects were crawling within. Strangely, Although he clearly saw the object, the corresponding memories failed to materialize in his mind. The dissonance was overwhelming. He could see the object, yet his mind could not form an understanding of it, leaving him utterly bewildered. A stream of blood tears cascaded from Bai Ye's eyes, and only at that moment did he comprehend why the tyrant stood motionless and why 039 had not dared to approach. It was all due to the object before him. His thoughts grew increasingly sluggish and oppressive, akin to sinking into a pitch-black abyss, surrounded by feelings of isolation and despair. Just as his consciousness teetered on the brink of being consumed by the depths, he summoned the last vestiges of clarity and boldly activated the time freeze. Buzz! As the might of time descended upon the world, Bai Ye felt a jolt. He was nearly drenched in cold sweat, his consciousness breaking the surface of the abyss. The girl in the black dress bent over, her hands resting on her thighs, gasping for breath. Strands of hair, soaked in cold sweat, clung to her fair and flawless face. Damn it! Why must every danger come my way? Bai Ye gasped in frustration. He sensed something was amiss. Ever since entering Heishan, peril had relentlessly besieged him, akin to a convoluted scheme. This was despite his cautious approach and avoidance of reckless actions. Initially, he had no intention of entering the experimental base, yet the experimental subjects had forced his hand, and though he had evaded them, he then encountered a soul exchange, resulting in him being unwittingly drawn into the experimental facility. Upon entering the base, he found himself targeted by 039, and now, having been pursued to the tyrant's location, he was confronted with this entity. In a state of time freeze, Bai Ye finally discerned the complete form of that object. It was a crimson eye, as large as an adult's fist, its surface riddled with worm-like protrusions of blood vessels, and a murky crystalline structure exuding an eerie gray mist. Even in the isolation of time freeze, merely gazing upon the crimson eye evoked a profound psychological and physiological discomfort. What on earth is this thing? Not only does it immobilize the tyrant, but it also deters 039 from approaching. Could it be an even more formidable divine object? Wait. My hands. Bai Ye stared blankly at his own fair and slender hands. They appeared unchanged, yet an uncontrollable wave of strangeness and revulsion surged within him. Indeed, and Xiaodong's hands are exquisitely beautiful, reminiscent of the newly blossomed magnolia on a spring day. Her fair and delicate skin exudes a subtle pearlescent sheen, akin to a work of art. Yet, at this moment, to Bai Ye, those hands that conform so perfectly to human aesthetics evoke nothing but revulsion. The sense of nausea intensifies. He feels as though his perception is undergoing a profound transformation, observing his own body from a higher vantage point. From this perspective, he no longer sees the girl as smooth, fair hands, but rather something more fundamental. The seemingly pristine surface of her skin is obscured by a thick tapestry of colorful fungal mycelium, writhing like tentacles, with countless microscopic parasites crawling upon it. Bai Ye cannot suppress his retching. His cognitive awareness is forcibly elevated to an indescribable realm by the crimson eye, as if he has been implanted with a divine perspective. Humans are incapable of comprehending such a perspective, but if one were to liken a deity to a person, the sensation resembles that of a cockroach realizing its own existence through the lens of humanity. The once beautiful mountain of refuse now only invokes disgust. Upon examining his own body, he sees countless writhing larvae within him, filthy antennae atop his head, and his mouth filled with the remains of his kind. From the cockroach's point of view, everything appears wondrous and normal, yet through the lens of humanity, it is utterly unacceptable and despairing. In Chapter 87, Bai Ye's self-hypnosis, damn it. Time has come to a standstill, effectively severing the corruption of the crimson eye. Am I already tainted? Bai Ye clutches his head tightly, and the girl's exquisite visage begins to contort. Faintly, he hears the whispers of the malevolent deity in his ear. Though he cannot decipher the meaning of the nonsensical syllables, their essence resonates within him. The malevolent deity seems to proclaim that he has perceived the filthy nature of humanity, and only by placing his faith in it can he attain liberation. The voice of the malevolent deity is enchanting, offering hope and redemption that can only be truly understood by those who have experienced it. To outsiders, the murmurs of the deity seem bizarre and wicked, yet once one comprehends them, understanding unfolds. That is not a malevolent deity, but a benevolent and compassionate God, seeking to rescue him from the confines of the cockroach's body and restore his humanity. The rift between cognition and reality deepens. Bai Ye struggles against the fervent desire to regain his human form, continually reminding himself that it is all an illusion. Should he fail to conquer this cognitive corruption, he fears he may never again live as a human, but rather grotesquely transform into a monster. A monster? No, that is not a monster. That is the true essence of humanity. If I believe in him, I can become a true human. Do you wish to dwell in this revolting world like a cockroach? Or will you heed the divine guidance and live as a human? The deity demands nothing. He is selfless and compassionate. Upon witnessing the despairing soul trapped within the cockroach, he yearns to extend a helping hand, and all that is required of you is to believe in him and grasp the hand of hope he offers. If it were you, what choice would you make? Faced with this one-sided psychological battle, Bai Ye initially attempts to convince himself that it is all a fabrication, that he should not heed the deity's deceptive words. Yet the nauseating sensations and the longing for a brighter future feel all too genuine. Confronted with the ironclad truth, he finds it impossible to persuade himself. The human psyche is wondrously intricate. Often, persuasion proves futile, akin to watching a horror film, knowing it is fabricated yet still feeling fear, unless one is clad in a yellow robe and brandishing a copper sword. Upon reflection, Bai Ye considers the deity to be quite amiable. A smirk suddenly emerges on his tormented visage. He devises a plan. Since the crimson eye distorts reality through cognitive alteration to convince himself, he must likewise rely on reality for support. He seeks out a reality that favors him and establishes a psychological advantage. In this case, time standing still is advantageous for Bai Ye. He gazes at the crimson eye, frozen in time, and his smile widens into a menacing grin. I can halt time. Can you? Such a pitiful creature, deserving to be confined in a box, should not dare to embarrass itself. After venting his frustrations, Bai Ye feels invigorated. Elevating oneself and belittling the enemy is the best way to build psychological superiority. Conveniently, he excels at elevating himself while disparaging others. To entirely escape the influence of the crimson eye, Bai Ye resolves to adopt an extreme stance. A truly ruthless person must even deceive themselves. How dare you, who cannot even control time, claim to be a god? If you are a god, then what am I? You expect me to place my faith in you? What a joke. I am the god of the new era. The more Bai Ye speaks, the brighter his eyes shine, and he begins to believe his own words. Upon further contemplation, it seems plausible. If he can indeed control time, how could he not be considered a god? Am I not divine? Are you a mere eyeball? Truly a god? Before the crimson eye, all resolute will appear as fragile as paper, save for the youth's arrogant self-proclamation of divinity, which stands as his sole support. Strangely enough, the sensation of being a deity is rather exhilarating. Bai Ye's laughter grows increasingly defiant as he observes the crimson eye transition from apprehension to disdain, akin to regarding a pitiful wretch. If his prior cognition had been distorted to a subhuman extreme through self-correction, he now finds himself ensnared in another extreme arrogance. How dare you gaze upon me, the god? Upon meeting the unwavering gaze of the crimson eye, Bai Ye feels his divine authority has been challenged. In a fit of rage, he strikes the crimson eye with a powerful blow. As he does so, he senses the shackles of his cognition shatter. Yet, the crimson eye and its obsidian box remain unscathed, while the metallic pedestal that bore the eye is sent flying. The obsidian box containing the crimson eye snaps shut with a resounding thud, tumbling to the ground. With the closure of the obsidian box, all influence emanating from the crimson eye is severed. Bai Ye experiences a sudden jolt of clarity, fully awakening, though he remains ensnared within the web of his self-created illusion of divinity. However, upon sensing that only 59 seconds remain, this self-proclaimed god of time abruptly descends from his pedestal, a look of desperation overtaking him. Release time. Hurry and release it. As time resumes its flow, Bai Ye exhales in relief. He casts a glance at the statue-like tyrant Yang Jia before rushing over to retrieve the obsidian box. Yet, to his astonishment, he finds it immovable. The obsidian box lies on the ground as if it were a weighty burden, resisting Bai Ye's every effort, regardless of how much strength he expends. This is inconceivable. He is fully aware of Xiaodong's formidable strength. She is the girl of incredible might, capable of bending steel with a single blow. There is no reason for him to be unable to lift an obsidian box. If the box were truly this heavy, it would have certainly left a crater upon impact with the ground. The Eye of Desolation cannot be lifted by mere physical strength. It requires spiritual power. A cool, indifferent voice suddenly resonates from behind Bai Ye. It is the tyrant. Upon hearing the tyrant's voice, Bai Ye is filled with joy rather than fear. Indeed, the tyrant, one of the 10 kings, is capable of noticing him, far surpassing the likes of the humorous Dartman. He turns to the tyrant and inquires, "What is the Eye of Desolation?" As the girl in the black dress turns her gaze, Yang Jie feels a tremor within him, as the image of a figure buried deep within his memories resurfaces uncontrollably. In that moment, the flow of time seems to slow. However, after a brief pause, his expression returns to its icy demeanor. He observes the black dress girl for a considerable time, causing Bai Ye to feel a sense of unease before finally articulating, "You're the Black Knight. As a female extraordinary being, your strength, beauty, and character are all exceptional. Even I have not escaped the control of the Eye of Desolation. Yet you have accomplished it. Impressive. What precisely is the Eye of Ashen?" Bai Ye was too pressed for time to engage in a debate. He merely wished to comprehend the nature and utility of this enigmatic object. Yang Jie narrowed his eyes slightly, stating, "No one has ever dared to speak to me in such a manner. However, considering you saved my life once, I shall reveal the answer." Upon hearing the first part of Yang Jie's statement, Bai Ye almost anticipated a response akin to, "You have successfully captured my attention," a proclamation of extraordinary audacity. Chapter 88. The Tyrant. As long as you become my woman, the Eye of Ashen is shrouded in numerous legends. Some proclaim it to be the Eye of the Divine. Others assert it belongs to the first victim of the Crimson Virus, while further rumors suggest it is a forbidden artifact. There are many interpretations. Which one you choose to believe is entirely your prerogative. Bai Ye scoffed at the ambiguity, thinking it was tantamount to saying nothing at all. "Tyrant, you acknowledge that I saved your life once. Doesn't that warrant some form of repayment?" Faced with the brazen request from the girl in the black dress, Yang Jie's eyes flickered with a peculiar light. He had never encountered a woman like her before. In his past experiences, women either admired him, held animosity, or feared him. Yet, this woman regarded him with such indifference, as if he were inconsequential. "What would you have me do in return? Within this experimental base, I have an enemy you must eliminate for me." "Very well. Aren't you even curious about who this enemy is?" "It matters not who it is," Yang Jie replied nonchalantly. TSK, learn from a humorously arrogant. This is how one effectively displays superiority. Observing the tyrant's willingness to engage, Bai Ye seized the opportunity to press further. "One more thing. Have you found the Pang USB?" "No." "All right, once you locate it, hand it over to me, understood? Then we shall be even." "Understood." Yang Jie replied without hesitation. Bai Ye was taken aback. Who claimed Yang Jie was a tyrant? Look how accommodating he is. He understands gratitude and reciprocity, a true paragon of virtue, indeed. Yet, Yang Jie's subsequent words shattered that illusion. "As long as you become my woman, I would be willing to share the Panga USB with you." "Bai Ye, what? Wait a moment. What did you just say?" "Become my woman," Yang Jie stated with a coldness that brooked no argument. "Have you lost your mind? Is this how you repay me? Is this not a case of ingratitude? I'm not negotiating with you. Whether you agree or not, this is how it shall be." Bai Ye was incensed to the point of laughter. Who claimed Yang Jie was a good man? Amidst his indignation, he grew increasingly curious about Xiaotong. Having encountered only 2 men, Bai Ye and Yang Jie, within the experimental base, it seemed both had fixated on her. Regrettably, lacking a mirror, he could only speculate about her beauty. Perhaps a quick trip to relieve himself would suffice. "Miss Xiaotong appears to be in a predicament. Do you require my assistance?" A voice, as smooth as jade, suddenly rang out. Bai Ye's expression darkened. Another one? Surely this would not devolve into a scenario where 2 men clashed over a single woman. What misfortune! Upon returning to 169, the first order of business would be to dismantle you piece by piece. Yang Jie turned towards the source of the voice, revealing an elegant man clad in a white suit, adorned with a gentleman's hat and wielding a cane. It was Bai Ye. "Yang Jie, quickly deal with this fool," the girl in the black dress exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Bai Ye. Yet, Yang Jie remained unmoved, his expression shifting from confusion to clarity, his brows furrowing deeply. "That woman has vanished? Intriguing. I have discerned your identity, and you cannot escape. He then strode directly towards the black gold box containing the Eye of Ashen, gesturing with his hand, causing the silver-white alloy beneath to ripple and sink. He intended to seal the Eye of Ashen deep underground. Witnessing this scene, Bai Ye felt a chill run through him. He had hoped the tyrant could see him, perhaps to confront Bai Ye, but it appeared the plan was futile. Miss Xiaodong, while this man, Yang Jie, possesses formidable strength that is only relative to humanity. I, however, am not human. Attempting to leverage his power against me is unrealistic. How can one strike at something that does not exist for humans? As Bai Ye approached him with a smile, Bai Ye clenched his fists. He had only 59 seconds left, and that time would hardly allow for a lengthy escape. Furthermore, judging by Bai Ye's exhibited powers, even if he managed to flee the experimental base, it was likely the latter could pursue him in an instant. Curse be it. How did the civilized era manage to contain such entities? Bai Ye inhaled deeply, this time opting not to flee, but to force himself to think clearly. Force would be ineffective against Bai Ye. Only cunning could prevail. What strategy could he devise to counter Bai Ye? Bai Ye stood before the girl in black, smiling like a gentleman. Miss Xiaodong, your contemplative demeanor grows ever more enchanting. Please allow me the impudence of savoring your essence. Bai Ye appeared oblivious, still lost in thought. 039 feeds on thought, knowledge, and memory. It cannot be attacked, existing as if outside the realm of reality. The sustenance it craves consists solely of intangible, ethereal entities. To confront him, must one not wield the same intangible elements, thought, knowledge, and memory? But those are his sustenance. Wait, who said food cannot kill? Just as buns serve as sustenance for humans, how might one utilize them as a weapon? Quite simply, either by causing someone to choke or overindulge, or by bludgeoning them with an excessive quantity of buns. Even water can wear away stone. Who says buns cannot inflict harm? But where does one procure such an abundance of buns? In the midst of his musings, Bai Ye extended his hand, slowly reaching toward Bai Ye. Time halted. Bai Ye activated the time freeze, continuing his contemplation. 59, 58, 57. Time slipped away, not merely the passage of moments, but his very life. Time equates to existence. He meticulously recalled every detail following his body swap, those images replaying in reverse like a film in his mind. Bai Ye claimed that Xiaodong had released him, only to repay her kindness with betrayal, intending to consume her. How does this differ from Yang Jie? Are they not of the same ilk? Distracted, he forced himself to refocus. Suddenly, a realization struck. Bai Ye, though not a tangible being, was nevertheless confined. This implied there existed methods to restrain him. He racked his memory for the locations he had encountered Bai Ye. Yes, that row of alloy doors. 169 had been imprisoned within. The alloy doors served as containment for forbidden entities, and among the numerous chambers, only 2 had been forcibly opened by Xiaodong's sword. One housing 169 and the other filled with electronic devices, computers, and phones. This indicated that the room brimming with electronics was Bai Ye's cell. Why would there be so many electronic devices in Bai Ye's confinement? Could it be? Chapter 89. Hard drives. Hard drives. I require hard drives. Bai Ye abruptly lifted his head, finally grasping how to confront Bai Ye. The world does not possess knowledge and memory solely for humans. Computers and smartphones can store vast amounts of information, far exceeding human capacity. Where were the computers and smartphones? Bai Ye scanned the experimental lab, finally spotting a discarded computer. Unsure if his intuition was correct, he decided to test it. He seized the abandoned computer and hurled it at Bai Ye. Bang! The computer struck Bai Ye with considerable force, yet this time it did not pass through. Bai Ye shimmered as if he were a virtual entity, strange ripples appearing on his surface. It worked. Bai Ye rejoiced, quickly raising the computer to strike again. But this time it passed right through Bai Ye. What? It was ineffective? Could it be that the information within the computer collided with Bai Ye, leading to its obliteration? Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Ye turned and fled, seeking alternative storage devices. The moment of suspended time was lifted, leaving only 10 seconds remaining. In his frantic dash, Bai Ye glanced back, astonished to see Bai Ye frozen in place, his form rippling with crystalline blue waves. Countless tiny azure particles erupted from Bai Ye's body, dissipating into the air once they reached a half-meter distance from him. At that moment, Bai Ye turned his head stiffly, his previously gentle smile replaced by an expression of chilling detachment. He spoke each word with deliberate emphasis. You cannot escape. Once I procure more hard drives, I shall return to eliminate you. Bai Ye's demeanor was audacious and defiant, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he mimed a throat-cutting gesture at his neck. Yet, this was merely an imagined bravado. In reality, the scene was that of the dark-clad maiden, her chin held high, the corners of her rose-like lips curving into an audacious arc, her light brown eyes sparkling with a rebellious glimmer. She extended her slender hand, gliding it across her pale neck, her hair swaying with emotion, exuding a hint of wild charm. The potential for lethality was palpable. Hard drives, hard drives, hard drives. Bai Ye sprinted like the wind, the terrifying physical prowess of Xiaodong manifesting vividly, leaving trails of afterimages in the air. He did not retrace his steps to the room where Bai Ye was confined. Although it contained numerous electronic devices, the information had likely been depleted. He needed fresh hard drives. Roar! As he turned a corner, he was confronted by 3 grotesque and terrifying experimental subjects. Had he been present himself, he would have had no choice but to activate time suspension to flee. However, now facing the experimental subjects was the Black Knight, Xiaodong. I have no time to waste on you. The dark-clad maiden's eyes hardened, taking a slight step back, her slender calves taut with muscle, her feet, encased in black princess shoes, suddenly surged with power. The soles of her shoes scraped against the ground, and she transformed into a shadow, darting towards the 3 experimental subjects. Bang! The air exploded with a thunderous sound, wisps of white smoke swirling around the speeding dark-clad maiden. Her skirt fluttered like a black butterfly, her form resembling a night hawk weaving through the forest. The grotesque claws of the 3 approaching experimental subjects appeared to Bai Ye as if in slow motion. He leaped, evading the first attack, then delicately tapped the wall with his toes, moving sideways in a peculiar manner to dodge the second. Facing the seemingly unavoidable 3rd experimental subject, he felt a surge of vitality within, propelling him upward in midair, the claws just grazing his feet. At that moment, he descended forcefully, landing lightly upon the bloodied arm of the creature, nimbly climbing up to its grotesque head, and with a powerful stomp, the creature stumbled to the ground. While he slid away, several meters in distance. Was this the embodiment of the vitality martial arts combined with the physique of an extraordinary being? Bai Ye felt a sense of astonishment, akin to a novice reaching the pinnacle of mastery, wondering how Xiaodong had achieved such remarkable success in both the vitality martial arts and the extraordinary path. The combination of both paths had forged the reputation of the Black Knight. It is rare for an ordinary person to attain such accomplishments along a single path. Yet Xiaodong excelled in both. This sensation was akin to earning dual doctoral degrees. While one individual attaining a doctorate through sheer effort is already extraordinary, the feat of obtaining 2 is a monumental challenge. Upon exiting the passage, Bai Ye finally glimpsed the light of dawn. After enduring such misfortune, fortune had finally smiled upon him. His eyes gleamed at the sight of an expansive office area filled with hundreds of workstations. Computers. Everywhere he looked, computers were present. Just like the mobile phone he had previously discovered, these computers lacked mainframes, consisting solely of pale blue liquid metal display screens. Some were damaged, yet most remained intact, albeit covered in a thick layer of dust. He hurried towards the office area, when suddenly, familiar footsteps approached from behind. Bai Ye's expression darkened. He recognized that Bai Ye, the fool, was in pursuit. Without turning back, he leaped, dodging the hand that reached for him, landing atop a desk. He quickly seized a pale blue liquid metal display screen, his delicate hand stained with dust, and swung it forcefully behind him. You like to chase, do you? Let me give you something to chase. The display screen whirled like a dart towards Bai Ye. However, Bai Ye merely flickered, vanishing from sight, reappearing before Bai Ye as if teleporting. Bang! The display screen shattered upon hitting the hard ground, splintering into countless pieces. Bai Ye regarded Bai Ye with an expressionless gaze, then thrust his hand forcefully into Bai Ye's abdomen. Strangely, that hand seemed intangible, causing no physical harm, yet it penetrated directly to his soul. An icy chill exploded from within Bai Ye's very essence, his thoughts and consciousness feeling as though they were crystallizing into ice. Had this been the former version of himself, such a blow would have rendered his mind stagnant. Yet, After undergoing the baptism of the Eye of Calamity, his consciousness had seemingly undergone an indescribable transformation. This change granted his soul subtle distinctions from that of an ordinary human, providing resistance against such soul-targeting techniques. In a critical moment, Bai Ye summoned forth his nearly stilled consciousness, resolutely activating time suspension. Buzz. As the grand golden dial materialized beneath his feet, the resplendent golden light erupted forth. Confronted by the might of time, Bai Ye was utterly frozen, akin to an ice sculpture, motionless. Bai Ye abruptly retreated, extracting his hand from Bai Ye's soul, which left behind glimmering points of light on his abdomen, reminiscent of the yellow data particles previously extracted. His rigid thoughts swiftly returned to clarity. He hastily patted his abdomen, attempting to reabsorb the luminous points, yet proved futile. Aside from leaving smudged handprints on the little black dress, he failed to make contact with the glowing particles. Chapter 90. Take this display screen. Bai Ye's countenance darkened. What he lacked this time was the memory of his late-night foreign language studies. Everyone knows that proficiency in a foreign language is essential, yet Bai Ye's intrusion had rendered his efforts in vain. A surge of anger welled up within him. He gasped for breath, his eyes aflame with unrestrained fury. Do you wish to kill me? You are not worthy. Bai Ye grasped the display screen and swung it vigorously towards Bai Ye's head. Bang! Bai Ye's head shattered, transforming into countless tiny azure particles, which too were frozen in time, suspended motionless around his neck. Time was restored. Bai Ye lifted the time suspension, fully aware that when Bai Ye experienced an information shock, he would become rigid like a computer freezing. Thus there was no need to waste time. His obsession with time was ingrained in his very being, even in perilous situations. He never forgot to cherish it. As the time suspension lifted, the azure particles hovering around Bai Ye's neck began to slowly coalesce, gradually reconstructing the shape of his head. Bang! Another forceful strike from the display screen. Bai Ye's newly formed head shattered once more. With a wicked glint in his eyes, Bai Ye laughed maniacally. Aren't you impressive? Let me see you be impressive again. Bang! 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 Piece after piece of the display screen struck Bai Ye, creating afterimages of his form as his body continued to disintegrate into azure particles. Laugh. Keep laughing. Were you not just laughing heartily? Why the silence now? Are you naturally inclined not to smile? Bang! 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 Bai Ye's entire form disintegrated, revealing a vague silhouette composed of azure particles. Bai Ye paused, arching an eyebrow. Is he dead? Bai Ye, you cannot kill me. A cold voice emerged from the silhouette formed by the azure particles. Bai Ye's lips curled into a sinister smile. So now you know to call me Bai Ye? He was fully aware that Bai Ye was not someone who could be killed. Otherwise, the people of the civilized era would have achieved it long ago. What were they waiting for? Don't you enjoy playing the gentleman? Keep up the act. Dressed in a suit and tie. Do you really think you are human? Bai Ye's voice grew increasingly icy. The shock of information may confine me temporarily, but once I recover, it will be your demise. Huh? Do you truly believe I was raised to be frightened? Bai Ye's gaze was defiant and fierce as he sneered. You can't even maintain a human form. Yet you wish to intimidate me? Is that possible? Even when you recover, it won't be. With a series of loud crashes, Bai Ye relentlessly smashed everything in the office area until he had destroyed all the computers, reluctantly ceasing only when he felt satisfied. At that moment, Bai Ye had fallen completely silent, the crystalline blue light that had formed his shape dissipating like smoke in the air, spitting towards the shimmering remnants. Bai Ye felt a sense of satisfaction as he walked away. After taking a few steps, he suddenly realized with a look of frustration that he had forgotten he was currently in Xiao Tong's body. Had he just rewarded him? Atop the summit of Heishan, the artist anxiously paced around the canvas. It's over, completely over. What happened? Gu Huangquan asked impassively. The artist abruptly turned, his eyes bloodshot as he pointed at his own hair. Do you see this? Yes, white hair. So what? The artist's expression fell, his voice tinged with a sob. I have suffered a disastrous turn of fate. Who could have anticipated that person would be so formidable, breaking not only the death calamity of the Black Knight, but also that of the tyrant? Why did this happen? Isn't your fate predetermined always effective? The artist tugged at his white hair as he replied. Fate has always been two sides of the same coin. Good luck and misfortune coexist like the opposite faces of a coin. I can manipulate fate to some extent to invoke various calamities, but there is no absolute fatal calamity. At most, it's a matter of surviving against the odds, and that glimmer of hope cannot be erased. Gu Huangquan furrowed his brow slightly. What do you mean? If you had heeded my advice to read more, you would understand. It's simple. Suppose I amplify your misfortune, leading you to be bitten by a poisonous snake in the wild. Theoretically, you would be doomed, but the peculiarity of fate lies in the fact that as misfortune increases, so does your good fortune, akin to a rebound from rock bottom. At that moment, if you carefully search your surroundings, you may find the antidote to the snake's venom. Within 3 steps, there must be an antidote. The artist nodded. That's roughly the meaning. After all, the heavens do not completely close off all paths. If that is the case for the heavens, how much more so for me? So, you mean the person you calculated twice found the antidote left by fate during his death calamity? Precisely. The artist exclaimed, clutching a small tuft of black hair in despair. I plucked the wrong strand. Looking at the black hair in his hand, his sadness deepened. With 2 consecutive backlashes of fate, I must have lost at least 5 years of my lifespan. Gu Huangquan remained silent for a moment. It may be more than 5 years. Huh? The artist was taken aback. You previously made exorbitant demands from the Tianqi Company, and now you've botched the matter. I suspect they will not allow you to see another day. The artist replied, Thank you for the consolation. My heart, which had been hanging in suspense, has now completely perished. You're welcome. When you die, I will collect your remains. The artist laughed bitterly in anger. That won't be necessary. Although my combat power is not on par with the tyrant, it won't be easy for the Tianqi Company to kill me. Tianqi may not be able to kill you, but the person you calculated certainly can. At this, the anger on the artist's face slowly faded, replaced by a chilling and ominous aura that sent shivers down the spine. Suddenly, the gale that had enveloped the cliff edge inexplicably stilled. He spoke in a deep voice. This person is problematic. He is no nameless underling. The sliver of hope left by fate is not easily found. I suspect his fate line is so weak it is likely a facade. Gu Huangquan's eyes flickered with interest. Are you suggesting that a terrifyingly powerful individual is deliberately disguising themselves, quietly infiltrating Heishan? Is it one of the other 10 kings? The artist solemnly shook his head. I do not know who it is, but it should not be one of the other 10 kings. Otherwise, I would certainly recognize them. Since he can disguise his fate line so effectively and has deceived me, his mastery over fate is extraordinary. He likely hails from beyond Beimang. Guam Wang Guanuda. That is possible. After all, the eastern continent is vast, and I would not be surprised by the emergence of any formidable beings. What do you plan to do next? Chapter 91. You are not in Xiaotong. Who exactly are you? Come over here. Gu Huangquan frowned slightly. There are only the 2 of us here. Is there any reason to fear being overheard? I mean, come over and help me pull out this white hair. If someone sees this, where will I hide my face? Guam Wang Guan Respunda. Exit. Exit. As Bai Ye raced through the experimental base, he finally glimpsed the dawn. The cool moonlight streamed through the large hole where everyone had entered, glistening on the silver alloy floor like mercury. For some unknown reason, ever since dealing with Bai Ye, he felt that his luck had improved. In his reckless dash, he had indeed found the way out. At last, he could leave this cursed place. Bai Ye's face was alight with joy. He was uncertain how long it would take Bai Ye to recover, so he wanted to distance himself as much as possible before that happened. Bai Ye's tenacity surpassed even that of the tyrant Yang Jie. Ultimately, Yang Jie was human and could be dealt with using time stasis. But Bai Ye was immortal and indestructible, capable of teleportation, truly monstrous. Even such a creature was only numbered 039. There were still 38 more grotesque entities ahead of him. Who would want to linger in such a dreadful experimental base? Now Bai Ye finally understood why the individual who documented the divine anomalies did not record number 001010. It turned out they were not merely being cryptic. The divine anomalies were exceedingly strange, and merely documenting them could lead to disaster. As he sprinted toward the exit, he pondered his next course of action. First and foremost was to exchange bodies within Xiaotong, and secondly, to wait for the tyrant to locate the Panga USB drive. Such a daunting task should be left to the tyrant, for he had only 5 seconds left. With just 5 seconds to locate the Panga USB drive and escape the experimental base was an endeavor reliant on luck and skill. Compared to taking risks, he preferred to seize opportunities that presented themselves. Once he acquired the Panga USB drive, even if Bai Ye recovered, he would not be afraid. In terms of information storage, The Panga USB drive was unrivaled. The Panga USB drive was hailed as the crystallization of the civilized era, undoubtedly containing the achievements of an entire era civilization, as well as various secrets regarding divine anomalies and cataclysms. Perhaps it even held the method to confine 039 otherwise. How could the people in the refuge have imprisoned Bai Ye? Even if it did not, it could be directly utilized as a weapon against Bai Ye. Summarizing this plan could be distilled into 3 simple sentences. Reclaim in Xiao Tong's body, seize Yang Jie's USB drive, and eliminate the insufferable Bai Ye. With a graceful leap, the girl in the black dress emerged from the opening, her lithe figure tracing a perfect arc in the moonlight, her little black dress fluttering like a dance. Modestly secured with safety shorts, Bai Ye landed steadily, quickly scanning his surroundings, only to be met with a change in expression. Where was Xiao Tong? In the empty square, apart from the corpses of numerous experimental subjects, there was no one else around. Oh no, he suddenly realized, given Xiao Tong's fierce personality, she might have gone in to look for him, meaning he had narrowly escaped while Xiao Tong had rushed inside, perfectly missing each other. Why are you running around when you are fine? Don't you know to wait in place if you get lost? Bai Ye instinctively placed all the blame on Xiao Tong. He is a non-stick pan. He can never be at fault. At this moment, Bai Ye found himself in a dilemma. Should he remain in the safety of the square, waiting patiently, or venture back into the experimental base to locate Xiao Tong? The vast expanse of the base resembled a small county, with its intricate and convoluted terrain making the search for someone akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Yet, remaining idle filled him with dread, fearing that Xiao Tong might inadvertently lead his body to destruction. If his body were to perish, would that not condemn him to a lifetime as a woman? After a moment of inner turmoil, he ultimately resolved to stay put for a while longer before embarking on a search. It was already 23:15. What is this? So hot. Bai Ye was taken aback, feeling something radiating heat against his thigh. He reached into his pocket and retrieved a white dove ring, the very one inscribed with Xiao Tong's name. The ring lay quietly in the palm of his hand, emitting a gentle white glow, the source of the increasing warmth. What could this be? Is it a bomb? Just as Bai Ye contemplated throwing the ring away, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from beyond the square. Xiao Tong. He looked up, and there was Li Bai Tian, sprinting towards him with remarkable speed. The dual-wielding Li Bai Tian? He maintained a composed facade, though a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. This seasoned bounty hunter had previously accompanied him and Gao Pengzi, but they had parted ways due to the outbreak of the scarlet virus. He had not anticipated encountering him here. It was evident that Li Bai Tian was acquainted with Xiao Tong and had come specifically to find her. Could it be that Li Bai Tian was also a member of the Silent Tribunal? Bai Ye keenly observed that Li Bai Tian was also holding a white dove ring. Xiao Tong, how did you get out? Did you manage to destroy the Panga USB drive? Li Bai Tian asked, his tone suggesting a close familiarity with Xiao Tong. The brief exchange momentarily disoriented Bai Ye. Destroy the Panga USB drive? Was this the objective of the Silent Tribunal? They were not here to seize it, but rather to obliterate it. What madness! No, I encountered some dangers inside, and my mental energy was severely depleted, so I had to come out. Bai Ye, unsure of how Xiao Tong usually spoke, could only mimic the tone from their first meeting in Huitu Shaojin. Li Bai Tian lowered his gaze, concealing the surprise in his eyes, and replied nonchalantly, "It's good that you're safe. By the way, where's your night? Your mental energy is so depleted that you can't even maintain the night." Bai Ye nodded calmly, choosing not to respond. It seemed that the interior was indeed perilous. He had not expected that even Xiao Tong would struggle. "I have a potion here to restore mental energy. Take it and drink," Li Bai Tian said as he reached into his pocket. "If I were you, I wouldn't act rashly," Bai Ye interjected suddenly. Li Bai Tian's hand froze mid-reach, and he swiftly retreated several meters, drawing 2 handguns from thin air. "You are not Xiao Tong. Who exactly are you?" Li Bai Tian's eyes gleamed with suspicion as he spoke in a low voice. Observing Li Bai Tian's reaction, Bai Ye was not surprised. He had known from a moment Li Bai Tian inquired about the night, that his identity had been compromised. Chapter 92. Xiao Bai is here. The night must be in Xiao Tong's extraordinary ability. She had never revealed her true form, whether in Heishan or Hui Tu Shaojun, indicating her desire to conceal her identity. To achieve this, she had tirelessly consumed mental energy to maintain the night. Li Bai Tian, too, had been hiding his identity, Despite being a member of the Silent Tribunal, he masqueraded as a bounty hunter and even acted separately from Xiaotong. This suggested that concealing identities was a mandate of the Silent Tribunal. After all, as an organization that upholds justice, they would naturally have numerous enemies. The issue lay in the fact that the real Xiaotong, even if unable to sustain the night, would still find another way to obscure her face, such as with the full-face sunshade mask in her pocket. Previously, Bai Ye had thought the mask was merely for sun protection. Now he realized it was intended to guard against unforeseen events and conceal her identity. Had she donned the mask before encountering Li Bai Tian, he would not have suspected her easily, but alas, it was too late now. However, this exposure was fortuitous. Bai Ye did not wish to play the role of a spy. He needed assistance. I am indeed not in Xiaotong, but I advise against firing your weapon. For this body is genuinely in Xiaotong's, Bai Ye explained. Li Bai Tian remained vigilant. What do you mean? Sigh. Bai Ye exhaled. Unless absolutely necessary. He truly did not want to disclose this dark past. I am Bai Ye. Li Bai Tian was taken aback. Who is Bai Ye? Bai Ye's expression darkened. Xiao Bai? Li Bai Tian was instantly astonished. You are Xiao Bai, brother? How is that possible? Bai Ye begrudgingly recounted the details of their journey together, which ultimately convinced Li Bai Tian. Nevertheless, the guns remained drawn. Even if you're Xiao Bai, brother, where is Xiaotong? Why have you taken her appearance? Because of the Shunji Wu Shuang monkey statue. Bai Ye produced the twin monkey statue. See, it's this thing. I found it while rummaging around the outskirts of the base. Who would have thought that Xiaotong had discovered the other half inside the base, resulting in our souls swapping? Then why are you outside? Where is Xiaotong? Of course, I ran out myself, and Xiaotong went in to find me. And we missed each other. But let's not dwell on that. Does the Silent Tribunal have methods for soul communication or mental linking? You need to contact her and bring her out. If she doesn't come out soon, I fear she might lead me to my demise inside. Li Bai Tian seemed to grasp the urgency of the situation. He holstered one of his guns, yet the other remained pointed at Bai Ye. The Silent Tribunal does not possess such methods. We can only ascertain our locations based on the white dove ring you hold. Since the ring is in your possession, I cannot reach Xiaotong. Bai Ye's expression turned grim. Then what are you waiting for? Let us go in together and search. Li Bai Tian shook his head. There's no need for that. We can simply call her out. Call? Bai Ye's eyes widened. Are you a tenor? In such a vast place, you think you could just shout? Before he could finish, he saw Li Bai Tian wave his hand toward an empty space, and instantly, a half-human high sound system appeared out of nowhere, complete with a microphone. Wait, are you a robotic cat? Bai Ye exclaimed in astonishment. Previously, when he witnessed Li Bai Tian produce the Iron Spine Viper M03, he found it strange. Where could such a hefty gun have come from? Now he understood that Li Bai Tian was also an extraordinary being. Robotic cat. Li Bai Tian cast a suspicious glance at Bai Ye. Xiao Bai, brother. Please refrain from giving others nicknames casually. My ability is not that of a robotic cat. Since you have seen through it, I no longer need to conceal it. You must have already guessed it. Indeed, my extraordinary ability is void creation. Bai Ye blurted out. Ahem, Li Bai Tian nearly choked at that. What nonsense. If I could create from the void, I wouldn't be a bounty hunter. My extraordinary ability is alternate space, a space for storing items. Oh, Bai Ye's enthusiasm waned. What a lackluster ability. Isn't that just a common storage ring from Cultivation Tales? What kind of expression is that? Li Bai Tian's face darkened, and he retorted. Although my extraordinary ability lacks offensive power, it is quite convenient. I can store numerous weapons and ammunition, essentially turning myself into a walking armory. Moreover, I can pack plenty of food and drink, ensuring I never go hungry wherever I am. The most crucial part is that I can steal without being detected. Bai Ye, Li Bai Tian activated the sound system, grasped the microphone, brought it to his lips, and took a deep breath, his demeanor suddenly serious. He looked every bit the part of a television singing champion. Bai Ye hastily covered his ears, believing that Li Bai Tian was about to call out to Xiaotong. To his surprise, Li Bai Tian suddenly turned his head and asked, Does Xiaotong know you? Bai Ye was somewhat puzzled, but nodded nonetheless, yes. He had previously encountered Xiaotong in Huitu Xiaozhen, where she had even spied on him and invited him to join the Silent Court. That's good. Li Bai Tian took a deep breath, then exclaimed, Xiao Bai is here. The deafening sound erupted from the speakers, and Bai Ye could even see visible sound waves undulating. The terrifying sound swept in all directions. momentarily silencing the cacophony of battle and explosions within the experimental base, completely overwhelmed by the four words Bai is here. Bai Ye felt numb, questioning why he was being summoned. Meanwhile, within the experimental base, Li Xiao, who was desperately fleeing from the experimental subjects, was momentarily stunned, the immense sound causing his eardrums to throb painfully. Bai, that venomous brat has also arrived? If he comes, so be it. But why is he making such a grand announcement? I always thought that kid was insane, and now it seems I was right. He is indeed a fine candidate to become an extraordinary being. In another area, the blood-soaked Ming Hu and Yin, she were frantically searching for anything resembling the Pangu USB drive, only to be startled by Bai's shout. Bai? Who is that? I don't know, but from a name, she should be a lovely girl. Yin, she giggled. In the containment area for divine artifacts, a man clad in armor was entangled in combat with an experimental subject. His movements appeared somewhat uncoordinated, as if he were still unaccustomed to this body. Bang! The armored man was struck by claws, hurtling backward and crashing against the wall, a streak of blood trickling down his silver mask. Had it not been for the armor, that blow would have torn him in half. This body is still too weak. What incredible regenerative ability. Chapter 93. What have you done to my body? X2 and Xiao Tong was astonished to discover that within this frail body lay an unimaginable healing capability. Just moments ago, that blow had clearly injured her internal organs. In the blink of an eye, the wounds began to heal. Bai is here. A wailing shout suddenly rang out, and Xiao Tong's eyes glimmered with an unusual light. It was Li Shu's voice. Bai. It's Bai Ye. Bai is here. Bai is here. Li Bai Tian shouted until his throat was raw, producing a bottle of liquor and beginning to drink. He tossed a microphone to Bai Ye. Brother Bai. Shout a few times. My throat is sore from smoking too much. Your throat is sore? Bai Ye scoffed, taking the microphone. After a moment's hesitation, he said, with a voice this loud, and Xiao Tong must have heard by now. If she hasn't come out, it likely means she is in danger. I must go save her. Xiao Tong. Is it you, Xiao Tong? Li Bai Tian suddenly set down the liquor bottle in excitement. Bai Ye followed the sound, his expression brightening. I've finally come out. He saw a figure clad in black and silver armor slowly emerge from the large hole, wielding a pure silver cross sword, with traces of blood on the armor, resembling a knight returning in triumph. It's me, Li Shu. Bai Ye's calm voice resonated from beneath the silver mask. It really is you, Xiao Tong. You're the only stubborn one. How many times have I told you to call me Li Ge, not Shu? I'm getting old. Li Bai Tian hurriedly stepped forward. At that moment, the silver-white mask on Xiao Tong's face gradually transformed into fine silver-gray particles, dissipating in the wind, revealing a dirt-streaked yet strikingly handsome visage. Her eyes, akin to obsidian washed by mountain springs, sparkled brilliantly, and even the dust clinging to her lashes could not conceal the stars dancing in the depths of her youthful gaze. And Xiao Tong looked at Bai Ye, their eyes locking in mutual astonishment as they regarded each other for the first time from an observer's perspective. Bai Ye's expression turned slightly peculiar, feeling as if he were gazing into a mirror. Strangely enough, I appear even more handsome than when looking in a mirror. And Xiao Tong assessed her body, her gaze fixating on the numerous dirty handprints on her black dress, her expression tightening. Bai Ye was also scrutinizing his own form, suddenly realizing a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, which made him anxious. He was unaware of what Xiao Tong had done in the experimental base and hoped she hadn't caused any internal injuries. Injuries were a minor concern. What terrified him most was the possibility that Xiao Tong had encountered some bizarre divine artifact, leaving behind unforeseen repercussions. Both of them, sensing something amiss, simultaneously inquired, "What have you done to my body?" X2 they paused, and then Xiao Tong's expression turned frigid while Bai Ye's anger flared. And Xiao Tong pointed at the dirty handprints on her dress. "What is this handprint on my skirt?" Bai Ye pointed at the bloodstain at the corner of her mouth. "What is this bloodstain on my mouth?" The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as their light brown and obsidian-like eyes locked in a fierce stare, neither willing to yield. And Xiao Tong was not one to easily anger, provided her bottom line was not crossed. Yet the handprints on her dress indicated that Bai Ye had crossed that line multiple times. Why were there no handprints elsewhere, only on that particular spot? She could almost envision what Bai Ye had done to her. Handprints? Bai Ye was momentarily taken aback, glancing down to finally notice the prints on her dress. He had been too hasty in his actions. He had intended to strike her abdomen, but had accidentally expanded the target area. He realized he was being misunderstood. But before he could speak, a sharp blade of light surged toward him. Bai Ye nimbly retreated, easily dodging the blade. You occupied my body, and now you dare to strike at me? As soon as he uttered those words, he instinctively felt something was amiss. The phrasing sounded peculiar, and Xiao Tong remained silent, her face impassive, determined to slay the one who had sullied her. Bai Ye evaded her strikes with ease, feeling as if he were being chased by a child. He even had the composure to tease. And Xiao Tong, you should think this through. You are not attacking me, but yourself. And Xiao Tong halted, her anger seemingly intensifying, her expression cold, as she raised her sword toward herself. Speak, what exactly did you do to me? Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless toward your body. Bai Ye was incensed by Xiao Tong's actions, gripping his own neck tightly until his face turned red. If you dare to harm yourself with that sword, believe that I will strangle myself. The two stood poised for confrontation. Li Baitian, watching from his side, felt a chill run down his spine, sensing the bizarre nature of the scene before him. You two, do not rush to harm yourselves. The urgent matter is to switch back first. No way. Bai Ye immediately opposed. If I switch back now, this crazy woman will surely kill me on the spot, unless she swears an oath. And Xiao Tong gripped the pure silver cross sword tightly, coldly declaring, you have sullied my purity. Even if I die, I will kill you. Who the hell sullied your purity? How dare you slander me? Do I look like I have that capability right now? Then what is the meaning of those handprints? Li Baitian felt a headache coming on and hurriedly ran between the two. You two, please stop arguing. There must be a misunderstanding. Let's sit down and talk this over. If we remain at a standstill and the dual life forms have a time limit, what if we cannot switch back for a lifetime? Upon hearing this, both their expressions shifted. Neither wished to remain in this body forever. With Li Baitian's mediation, they finally managed to communicate with some semblance of calm. After a short while, as Bai Ye and Xiao Tong recounted their experiences in the experimental base, both felt a sense of relief. Bai Ye, so it turns out it was an internal injury caused by the experimental subject. As long as it is not a divine artifact, it's fine. And Xiao Tong, so it was to retain the lost fragments of memory. As long as he did not lift my skirt, it's fine. Although the misunderstanding was resolved, they still regarded one another with discontent. One resented the other for injuring their body, while the other resented the other for tarnishing their dignity. Subsequently, the three individuals exchanged bewildered glances. Li Baitian pondered how to revert the situation, eyeing the half of the Shuangxing Ho, Songsheng statue in each of their hands with a sense of difficulty. Why not try to combine the two monkeys? Suggested in Xiao Tong. She took the statue from Bai Ye and began to align the two halves, leading to the two laughing monkeys ultimately embracing one another. Have we reverted it? Li Baitian inquired, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Bai Ye and Xiao Tong exchanged glances and simultaneously shook their heads. No. Ha, you two seem quite in sync, Li Baitian chuckled, only to be met with two piercing glares. He awkwardly smiled and said, let's think of another solution. Xiao Bai, you mentioned earlier that you found the catalog of forbidden objects, which contains information about the Shuangxing Ho. Does it also include any containment methods? Chapter 94. Another of the 10 kings, the silent court presiding judge Bai Ye extended his hand directly towards Xiao Tong. She shot him a glance. What for? The catalog of forbidden objects. Of course it's with you, since you picked it up. Bai Ye replied with disdain, thinking how foolish this madwoman was. It's not with me, and Xiao Tong stated calmly. Huh? Where is it then? Bai Ye's eyes widened. You brought too many items. I couldn't carry a pile of clutter to the experimental base, so I discarded all. What did you say? Clutter? You barbaric woman. Do you not realize that those are the technological crystallizations of the civilized era? The torch of humanity's exploration of the unknown, the beacon illuminating the foggy universe. The cloud of innovation surpassing imagination? Bai Ye's relentless stream of words left Li Baitian dazed, prompting him to interject, we must focus on reverting our bodies. There's no one around. It can't be lost. I'll go retrieve it. Before long, he returned with an assortment of items. Clatter. The clutter was thrown at their feet. Bai Ye rummaged through it for a moment and ultimately retrieved the charred catalog of forbidden objects. He flipped to the page on the Shuangxing Ho, pointing, see? This is all the content regarding 169. The containment method has long been destroyed. Only the difficulty level D is noted. Li Baitian and Xiao Tong scrutinized it for a while, but found no solutions. The three resumed their bewildered gazes. If all else fails, we should leave Heishan and seek the presiding judge at the silent court. He must have a way. Bai Ye's suggestion was met with a resounding refusal from both. No. Bai Ye shot a fierce glare at Xiaotong, questioning why this woman always mimicked his words. He could not possibly leave Heishan without obtaining the Pangu USB drive. Without it, who would confront Bai Ye? Having already offended Bai Ye gravely, he needed the Pangu USB to discover a method to contain Bai Ye, just as the people of the sanctuary had done. Otherwise, he would eventually face retribution. At the very least, it could serve as a weapon. Where else could he find so many computers after leaving Heishan? Li Shu, we cannot return now. We must destroy the Pangu USB before Yang Jie finds it, or we'll be too late, and Xiaotong stated calmly. Damn it. This madwoman is trying to put me in jeopardy. She actually thinks of destroying the Pangu USB. Bai Ye inquired, why does the silent court insist on destroying it? The Pangu USB is the wisdom crystallization of the civilized era. And Xiaotong exchanged a glance with Li Beitian. After a moment of silence, she spoke. Because the Pangu USB could lead to the destruction of humanity. Bai Ye raised an eyebrow. Why? Do you know how the Great Cataclysm occurred? Is it related to the Pangu USB? And Xiaotong shook her head. To be precise, it relates to technology. In the civilized era, human technology had reached unimaginable heights. But the human heart is an abyss of desire. No matter how advanced technology became, it could not fill that void. Thus, they began to explore forbidden domains in an attempt to transcend. Transcend? Bai Ye was somewhat puzzled. What does transcend mean? To rise above the mundane. To enter a higher dimension, thus achieving eternal life and gaining insight into the origins and secrets of the world. Isn't that akin to dimensional ascension? Bai Ye quickly grasped the concept. Humans are three-dimensional beings, bound by three-dimensional rules, destined to experience life, aging, illness, and death. However, ascending to the fourth dimension changes everything. Three-dimensional space consists of length, width, and height, while the fourth dimension introduces time. To become a four-dimensional being means transcending time. For them, time ceases to be an abstract concept and becomes as tangible as length, width, and height. They would no longer be bound by time, consequently achieving immortality. Li Beitian and Xiaotong cast astonished glances at Bai Ye, surprised that this wasteland youth could articulate such profound theories. The presiding judge mentioned something similar before. I didn't expect you, Xiao Bai, to understand these concepts as well, Li Beitian remarked in astonishment. Who is the presiding judge? How come he knows as much as I do? Bai Ye responded with no hint of humility, and Xiaotong stated calmly. The presiding judge is the founder of the silent court, and also one of the 10 kings. Another 10 king. No wonder the silent court is so audacious, daring to act on behalf of heaven, slaying the most heinous of offenders. They have the backing of the 10 kings. And then? Does the study of forbidden domains lead to the Great Cataclysm? The specific details have long been lost in the annals of history, but it is essentially true. The relentless research and exploration of forbidden domains by the people of the old era led to the Great Cataclysm. Now do you understand why we must destroy the Pangu USB? Bai Ye nodded. I understand. Since the Pangu USB is a crystallization of wisdom from the old era, it must contain research regarding forbidden domains. You are concerned that this research might fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives, causing immeasurable disasters, which is why it must be destroyed. Exactly. Bai Ye sighed and spoke earnestly. I'm not trying to criticize you, but the silent court is indeed a bit extreme. The issue lies not with the research outcomes of forbidden domains, but with the human heart. It's akin to someone using a gun to commit murder. You cannot blame the gun for the sin. Therefore, if you truly wish to execute justice and maintain world peace, you should eliminate all humans rather than destroy all guns. After all, guns can be replaced, but once humans are gone, that is the true end. An Xiaotong, Li Baitian, Kach Li Baitian Kafut Strategijai. Let's not delve into the matter of executing justice for now. Let us focus on how you too can revert back. Xiao Bai, your eloquence and breadth of knowledge are impressive. Do you have any good ideas? Bai Ye furrowed his brow, stroking his chin in contemplation. Do not touch my face. And Xiaotong stated expressionlessly. All right, then I will touch my own. With that, Bai Ye reached out towards Xiaotong's face. And Xiaotong clang. A pure silver cross sword sprang forth from its sheath. Li Beitian quickly pressed down on the sword's hilt, anxiously saying, I'm truly exasperated with both of you. Can we stop the antics? Whatever needs to be addressed can wait until we revert. I have thought of a solution, Bai Ye exclaimed suddenly, instantly capturing their attention. Li Beitian eagerly asked what solution. Bai Ye, feigning contemplation while stroking his chin, said, the containment difficulty of 169 is D, which implies the method should be quite simple. Based on my years of experience, the answer may lie in the literal interpretation. What method? Bai, please don't keep us in suspense. The literal meaning. It's quite obvious. Look at the number of the Shuangxinghe. Li Beitian paused, murmuring, number 16? Chapter 95. What's wrong with me embracing myself? Li Beitian's expression changed dramatically as he hastily pulled Bai Ye aside, frantically signaling with his eyes, and whispered, Bai no, Bai Gu, you're my brother. This joke cannot be taken lightly. If Xiaotong discovers what it implies, she will surely fight you. And Xiaotong, with her brows furrowed, displayed a flicker of confusion in her eyes. What are you two talking about? What does 169 mean? Li Beitian turned back, forcing a chuckle. It's nothing. Bai was just joking. Bai Ye, bewildered, remarked, Old Li, what nonsense are you spouting? I was referring to the text following the number. Li Beitian was taken aback as he gazed at the passage. Xinji Wu, serial number 169, the dual-born monkey statue, a pair of monkeys embracing each other. With a soul containment difficulty rating of D. The term dual-born monkey statue and the phrase a pair of monkeys embracing stirred confusion within him. Further down, he pondered the implications. Suddenly, Bai Ye clapped his hands together. That's it. The phrase about the two monkeys embracing. Earlier, and Xiaotong and I encountered the separated monkey statues simultaneously, leading to our soul exchange. Now that the two monkeys are united, and Xiaotong and I, however, remain apart, the known condition for soul exchange requires separation. Thus, the condition for soul restoration must be unity among people and monkeys. Upon hearing this, Li Beitian was momentarily stunned. There was indeed a semblance of logic in Bai Ye's words. His cleverness was undeniable. However, when his gaze fell upon the two individuals, he found himself in a dilemma. Having to mimic the monkey's embrace could prove challenging. Yet, events unfolded differently from Li Beitian's expectations. Bai Ye and Xiaotong rose simultaneously and approached each other, standing face to face, so close that they could feel each other's breath. You wouldn't let me touch you earlier, and now you seem so eager, Bai Ye mocked. And Xiaotong replied calmly, Is there anything wrong with embracing myself? Bai Ye was momentarily taken aback. That makes sense. Without any hesitation, the two embraced each other, leaving it unclear who was benefiting from the situation. The peculiar sensation of hugging oneself rendered them both somewhat uncomfortable, their bodies stiffening like clumsy robots executing a task. However, this scene appeared through a filter to Li Beitian, who perceived it as a silvery dreamscape under the moonlight. The handsome knight, a youthful figure, held the delicate girl in a black dress close, her cheek resting against his warm chest, listening to the rhythm of his powerful heartbeat. The moonlight gently bathed their embracing figures, while the evening breeze ceased its movement, leaving only the soft exchange of their breaths. In that moment, time seemed to stand still for them, enveloped in tranquility and beauty. 5 seconds later, the expressions of Bai Ye and Xiaotong soured, as they had yet to switch back. This shouldn't be happening. Did I guess wrong? At that moment, Xiaotong suggested perhaps we should laugh. Laugh. Bai Ye glanced at the grinning monkeys, embracing and laughing. That makes sense. The girl in the black dress erupted into an awkward, stiff laughter. Your laugh looks terrible. And Xiaotong remarked, also grinning. Hey, my ugly laugh has nothing to do with me. It's because you're the one who looks bad. I find your laugh exceptionally beautiful, truly magnificent, worthy of my face. At that, Xiaotong genuinely burst into laughter, torn between amusement and irritation. Don't just focus on laughing. The monkey statue has its faces pressed together, tilting its head in one direction. You two get close and look at me. Li Beitian shouted at them. The two, belatedly realizing, reluctantly pressed their faces together and grinned at Li Beitian, their expressions undeniably comical. The sound of a camera shutter clicked. Li Beitian gazed at the freshly captured photograph with satisfaction, a smile spreading across his face. Well done. Suddenly, two figures rushed towards him, startling Li Beitian. Old Li, you actually took a photo. Hurry, delete it. Uncle Ali. Both Bai Ye and Xiaotong glared at him, but in the next moment, all three were taken aback. Bai Ye looked at the girl in the black dress, who appeared as ethereal as a moonlit spirit, then glanced down at his tattered clothes, feeling a surge of joy. Do we switch back? And Xiaotong experienced the same revelation, her light brown eyes shimmering with excitement as she examined her body, feeling a long-lost, familiar strength. She then began to pat her dress, swiftly removing the dirt marks. Bai Ye immediately turned his attention to the dual-born monkey statue, fury igniting within him. And he drew out the breath of bones, aiming it at the statue and opening fire. You think you can toy with me? Huh? Bang, bang, bang. The crimson bullets struck the dual-born monkey statue with precision, yet it remained unscathed, with the ricochet forcing Li Beitian and Xiaotong to dodge. Calm down, my brother Xiaobai. Xinji Wu is not so easily damaged, Li Beitian urged. Bai Ye ceased fire, still seething with anger. He understood that these objects were not easily destroyed. He had fired purely out of frustration. This encounter had been an utter humiliation for him. Not only had he transformed into a woman, but he had also wasted considerable time. With only 5 seconds remaining, his heart ached. Just as his anger peaked, he noticed Li Beitian and Xiaotong whispering and occasionally glancing in his direction. Bai Ye squinted, a sense of danger flashing in his eyes. Were those two plotting? Surely they wouldn't consider eliminating me? Given the circumstances, he had learned their identities, as well as their mission to destroy the Pangu USB drive. It would be entirely logical for them to take him out. Damn it, more time wasted. Though only 5 seconds remained, he felt no panic. 5 seconds were ample to eliminate them. Why not speak a bit louder, so I can hear too? Bai Ye said, his tone laced with menace. Li Baitian shukulat hartili. There is nothing we can't share with you, Brother Xiaobai. We were discussing how to handle you since you've uncovered some secrets of the Silent Court. Oh, so you dare to conspire in broad daylight? Li Beitian continued. Inviting you to join the Silent Court is hardly a shameful matter. Xiaotong mentioned your valiant efforts in protecting the residents of Grey Dust Town. We've traveled together. I have some understanding of who you are. Though your words may be sharp, you are not a villain, and you meet the criteria for joining the Silent Court. Chapter 96. Judgment requires no words. Death is the verdict. Bai Ye was momentarily stunned. You wanted to join the Silent Court? And Xiaotong nodded serenely. The best way to keep a secret is to become one of us. What if I refuse? Are you two going to take action against me? And Xiaotong's delicate brows furrowed slightly. The Silent Court does not indiscriminately kill the innocent. We only target the wicked. Such principles? Bai Ye quidit skeptically. He was unaccustomed to encountering individuals who upheld principles in the wasteland, having long been accustomed to a lack of moral guidelines. Believe it or not, it's up to you. However, since you are not one of us, let us handle this professionally. The dual-born monkey statue contains a part of me. You can either buy my half, or I'll buy yours. 100 million, Bai Ye boldly declared. Li Beitian interjected, unable to endure any longer. Brother Xiaobai, you can't treat us like fools. If you truly don't wish to sell, you can join the Silent Court. Once you do, you can use it freely, and joining will only benefit you. The Chief Justice is one of the 10 kings, and there are many extraordinary individuals within the organization. With such support, you can resolve most troubles in Baiming, and all you need to do is join us in executing justice. Initially, Bai Ye was somewhat tempted, but upon hearing Li Baiqian's last 4 words, his interest evaporated. Execute justice? How much time will that waste? In the eyes of the Silent Court, they are executing justice. But to outsiders, the Silent Court is merely an extremist organization. Others may kill for profit, but the Silent Court kills indiscriminately, proclaiming justice and peace. Only to strike without warning. It's too dangerous. If they dare to punish the wicked today, what is to stop them from acting as the heavens' enforcers and overthrowing the federal rule tomorrow? No, I am innately kind-hearted and loath to create unnecessary bloodshed. I can't even bear to kill a chicken, let alone punish the wicked. Bai Ye dejin it. However, Li Beitian did not believe a single word of his remarks. Previously, while drinking, he had been shouting about wanting to kill Ming Hu. During the laser passage incident, he had brandished a gun at someone for merely stating that they lacked the fare for a ticket. Is this what one would call innate kindness? Xiaobai, however, had no reservations. His only concern was his habitual laziness and reluctance to be controlled. If the Silent Court could offer him a salary without requiring him to work, he might consider joining. By the way, Bai Ye suddenly recalled a question he had long wanted to ask. Why is the Silent Court called silent? It feels rather odd. Li Beitian opened his mouth, pondering how to explain, when Xiaodong's calm voice interjected, judgment requires no words. Death is the verdict. That is the essence of the Silent Court. Bai Ye raised an eyebrow, quietly contemplating the weight of her words. Judgment requires no words. Death is the verdict. Such a lethal sentiment. Let me just say this, Bai Ye continued, the silent court does seem a bit extreme. This phrase, translated, essentially means they will execute you without a second thought, right? And Xiaotong cast a blank glance at Bai Ye before turning to head towards the experimental base. Old Li, what is she planning to do? Surely she isn't going to destroy the Panga USB drive? Of course, she had lost time due to their soul exchange. And now that she had returned, she was determined to continue her mission. Not only her, but I too intended to go. Bai, since you have no intention of joining the Silent Court, it would be wise not to get involved in this murky affair. It is far too perilous. As for the Shuangxing monkey, you can keep it for now. We will discuss it once we emerge from Heishan, if we survive. After Li Beitian concluded, he too made his way towards the experimental base, evidently lacking confidence that he could destroy the Panga USB drive before the tyrant could. Bai Ye se display sur the surface. He was determined to possess the Panga USB drive, yet they wished to destroy it? Wait, he called out to Xiaodong and Li Beitian. The two turned back, their expressions puzzled. Bai, have you changed your mind? I advise against entering, Bai Ye cautioned, slowly drawing out the breath of the bones, his demeanor growing increasingly stern. Though he doubted in Xiaodong and Li Beitian's ability to destroy the Panga USB drive, he was unwilling to assume any risk. Should they disregard his warning, he would not hesitate to act. Boom! The earth shook with a thunderous roar that tore through the sky, as a mushroom cloud of dust and heat surged skyward. Before the astonished gaze of the three, the steel base that had once stood resolutely on the ground suddenly exploded and collapsed, transforming into a wasteland. The shockwave generated by the explosion slammed into the earth like a colossal hammer, countless burning fragments trailing long tongues of fire as they streaked across the sky, resembling a close-range meteor shower. Run! Li Beitian's complexion changed drastically as he urged the two to flee swiftly. With a cacophony of crashing metal and concrete, Bai Ye did not hesitate and turned to sprint away. Initially, he led the charge, but soon found himself lagging behind. In terms of physical prowess, he could not measure up to Li Beitian and Xiaodong, both extraordinary practitioners of qi and blood martial arts. At that moment, a series of sharp whistling sounds pierced the air from behind him, accompanied by searing heat. His expression shifted. He did not need to look back to know that debris from the explosion was hurtling towards him. Such an indiscriminate assault, akin to a rain of flowers, left him no means of evasion. Though his recovery ability now surpassed that of ordinary individuals, he was still not an immortal being. Even for a pseudo-human, surviving such an onslaught was a daunting task. As each revival consumed qi and blood, depletion would lead to death. In a life-and-death scenario, Bai Ye could not afford to conserve time. Clang! The clear sound of a dragon's roar resonated suddenly, as in Xiaotong, clad in silver armor like a knight from a fairy tale, dashed to Bai Ye's side. The pure silver cross, sword in her hands, transformed into countless sword shadows, swiftly shattering the debris that approached. Soon after, Bai Ye felt his body lighten as his feet left the ground. He gazed in astonishment at Xiaotong, who was carrying him as she sprinted. The glow of the explosion cast flickering light on her profile, her lips pressed tight, brows slightly furrowed in concentration. The firelight reflected in her light brown eyes, resembling dancing flames, resolute yet beautiful. However, Bai Ye had no time to appreciate her beauty. He merely felt a sharp pain in his ribs, as in Xiaodong's grip tightened painfully. Alas, I have been saved by beauty, he thought ruefully. Once they had escaped the area, the three finally halted, their expressions grave as they regarded the inferno where the experimental base once stood. Chapter 97. At 18. Black Mountain Sanctuary. Standing as a lackey, no one knew why the experimental base had exploded, nor what had transpired within. Could you perhaps let me down? Bai Ye tapped on Xiaodong's armor with his knuckles, and Xiaodong glanced at him before releasing her hold. Bai Ye rubbed his ribs, wincing at the pain. Upon lifting his shirt, he found himself bruised all over. Could he not be so rough? My apologies, and Xiaodong replied calmly. Bai Ye was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening. Was he imagining things? This madwoman actually apologized? It must have been the explosion that impaired his hearing. I did not expect you to be so fragile, and Xiaotong added. Bai Ye felt as if his psyche had been struck. It was one thing to be saved by a woman, but now she was criticizing his fragility. The fierce wind stirred up by the explosion did little to disperse the melancholy on Bai Ye's face. At 18, in the Black Mountain Sanctuary, standing as a lackey. How lamentable. Xiao Bai, thank you for stopping us. Otherwise, Xiaodong and I would have been in danger, Li Beitian expressed gratefully, grasping Bai Ye's hand. Bai Ye managed a dry chuckle. It's nothing, no need for thanks. By the way, how did you know an explosion was imminent? Xiao Bai, could your extraordinary ability be foresight? Just a coincidence. Actually, I was trying to ask how much salary the Silent Court offers monthly and if there are year-end bonuses. Suddenly, and Xiaodong's gaze sharpened. Someone is coming. Following her gaze, Bai Ye saw the humorous darting figure emerge from the shadows, collapsing to the ground while coughing blood, his attire tattered and in disarray. He now believed that Li Xiao was indeed formidable, having survived this chaos. Hot on his heels were the others. Xiao Yi, soaring through the air, He Qianjun, riding on Ming Hu, and the phantom clown, embracing nothingness in midair. Yet, there was no sign of the tyrant. Hey, humorous darting man, what happened inside? Bai Ye called out to Li Xiao, not out of concern for the explosion, but out of fear that the Pangi USB drive had been destroyed in the blast. Gasping for breath, Li Xiao looked up, panic and urgency etched across his face. Run, the tyrant has gone mad. Before he could finish, Li Xiao hurled a dart and vanished into the shadows, as if pursued by a demon. The expressions of Ming Hu, He Qianjun, and the others mirrored his alarm. They paid no heed to Bai Ye and the others, fleeing desperately from the experimental base. Xiao Bai, Li Ye, what are you doing here? Come with me. Ultimately, it was Xiao Yi who displayed a shred of camaraderie, swiftly approaching while handing over 2 swords to Li Beitian and Bai Ye, intentionally omitting in Xiaodong. Knowing her prowess rendered assistance unnecessary, Bai Ye received the sword. What exactly is happening inside? Xiao Yi, visibly agitated and bloodied, replied, No time to explain. Get on the sword. Wait, hold on. I was wrong. Whoosh. Bai Ye was abruptly yanked away, transformed into a streak of light speeding into the distance. The fierce wind stung his eyes, leaving him wishing to curse the situation. What on earth was happening? He had always thought that flying on a sword would be magnificent, but experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. It was not sword riding, but rather being ridden by the sword. As they hastily fled, a thunderous voice suddenly erupted from the ruins of the experimental base. Who is it? Who has taken the Pangi USB drive? Yang Jie's voice, laden with fury and murderous intent, soared into the sky, enveloping everyone like the smoke from an explosion. The crowd turned in horror, witnessing countless remnants of buildings defying gravity. Slowly ascending into the air, a dense mass obscuring the sun. Amidst this wreckage, a crimson figure emerged, akin to a monarch arising from the abyss, striding into view. It was the tyrant Yang Jie. At this moment, Yang Jie seemed transformed. An aura of frostiness enveloped him, and the shadows beneath his brow were carved as deeply as a blade. His pitch-black eyes glimmered like sharpened steel, coldly piercing through the throng. With a single step forward, countless tiny metal shards coalesced beneath his feet, forming a staircase reminiscent of a celestial ladder, elevating him step by step toward the heavens. Upon reaching the zenith, a spine-chilling metallic screech echoed as the silver debris from the base's explosion converged in midair, assembling into a colossal silver dragon stretching a kilometer long. The dragon lowered its head, allowing Yang Jie to ascend upon it, and then soared toward the crowd. Witnessing the spectacle, Li Xiao and the others fled even faster. It was evident that Yang Jie was now consumed by rage. As one who had once single-handedly annihilated city, his wrath could ignite the entire Shelter 189. Yet, someone else was even more enraged. Bai Ye. My Pangi USB drive has been taken. Who did it? Who the hell did it? Having long regarded the Pangi USB as his own, Bai Ye was now incensed by the news. Suddenly, a shadow dark as death loomed over the land. At this moment, the crowd had escaped into the city, and they gazed skyward in terror, their souls trembling. Beneath the bright moon, Yang Jie rode the dragon, his icy gaze cutting through the air like a blade. Ming Hu and the others came to a halt, realizing that no matter how fast they ran, they could not outrun Yang Jie's flight. Having accepted their fate, they braced for battle. However, as they prepared their stances, they were astonished to see the dragon-shaped shadow overhead flow past them like water, vanishing in an instant. The tyrant has left? Has he discovered who took the Pangi USB and gone after that person? But no, someone suddenly exclaimed, their eyes wide with dread. He hasn't tea left. He is blocking the exit. The crowd gasped in shock, realizing in that moment the tyrant's true intention. He did not plan to let them escape. Instead, he aimed to single-handedly seal off their exit. In their line of sight, beneath the radiant moon, the silver dragon pierced through the night, its metallic form shimmering with starlight, its kilometer-long body resembling a cascade of a starry river. The crimson glow upon the dragon's head resembled a smoldering flame. The duo, one man and one dragon, swept across the ruins, emanating an oppressive force that silenced the world. The hundreds of survivors hiding within the city also took notice of this scene. They were unaware of what had transpired, but knew that the tyrant was furious, and the consequences would be dire. Chapter 98. Excluding the Black Knight, this is bad. No one can leave now. Xiao Yi's expression darkened significantly as he controlled the situation, saying, "Wait, I was wrong," and gradually came to a halt. With this pause, the city became engulfed by a swarm of crimson viruses, akin to blood-red dandelions. From the distant shadows, low growls from the pseudo-beings echoed. The crowd had no choice but to temporarily take refuge in the nearby abandoned buildings, using the walls to shield themselves from the encroaching crimson virus. Within the room, Bai Ye posed the most pressing question: who exactly took the Pang USB drive? Xiao Yi replied gravely, "I don't know. No one saw the Pang USB. All we know is that the enraged tyrant believes someone has stolen it." Li Baitian furrowed his brow slightly. How did he come to that conclusion? The news of the Panga USB's existence is not new. Perhaps this is just another rumor, and the Panga USB might not even exist in Shelter 189. Did you see the black obelisk in the tyrant's hand? Xiao Yi pointed through the window at the tyrant in the sky. Bai Ye focused his gaze and saw the figure clad in crimson armor, gripping a peculiar black obelisk over half a meter tall, its material indiscernible. What is that? I don't know what it is, but judging by the tyrant's demeanor, that obelisk likely serves as the vessel for the Panga USB. He found the vessel, but not the USB, leading him to believe it was stolen. The enigmatic figure behind the silver mask, and Xiao Tong, spoke with a flicker in her eyes. It's the Yin Shu. Yin Shu? You mean the hidden rat, one of the 12 zodiac signs? Xiao Yi's expression shifted. Why do you say that? I witnessed mutated crimson virus-infected rats within the experimental base, but there shouldn't have been any there. Initially, I thought it was a coincidence, but now it seems the Yin Shu may have taken the Panga USB. Of course. That presumes none of you here have secretly hidden it. Xiao Yi chuckled bitterly after hearing your words. I was going to inform the tyrant that another person took the USB, but if you're already doubting us, the tyrant will certainly trust us even less. Bai Ye remained silent, pondering. Is this a game of werewolf? Who truly took the Panga USB? After a moment of reflection, he deemed in Xiao Tong's speculation to be the most plausible. The tyrant clearly possessed considerable knowledge regarding the Panga USB and, given his immense strength, was the most likely individual among those who entered the experimental base to have acquired it. Moreover, he was the first to enter Shelter 189. Even if others had obtained it, they would not have survived against the tyrant, unless someone had taken the Panga USB before the tyrant entered. That individual would be the Yin Shu, one of the 12 zodiac signs. It's worth noting that before the emergence of Shelter 189, the Apocalypse Corporation had occupied the shelter for over a month. Such a colossal entity could not simply be obstructed by the shelter's defenses. It seems implausible that they had no means to circumvent it. Coupled with the earlier assassination mission against the tyrant by the Eagle, these fragmented clues gradually assembled into a complete picture in Bai Ye's mind. Perhaps the entire expedition to Black Mountain was a trap set against the tyrant. The Apocalypse Corporation had likely secured the USB long ago, but deliberately disseminated information to draw the tyrant into the fray, as his abilities posed a threat to all major factions. The survival of these factions atop the wasteland has never relied on extraordinary beings, but rather on firearms. However, what puzzled Bai Ye was the apparent clumsiness of the Apocalypse's trap, relying solely on an eagle. Were they not concerned about the eagle encountering an accident or failing to kill the tyrant? Was there no contingency plan? During the incident at the experimental base, the tyrant had nearly perished at the hands of the Eye of Calamity. Had I not intervened, you would have been dead. Was this also part of the Apocalypse's scheme? But how could they ensure the tyrant would encounter the Eye of Calamity? There were far too many uncertainties. Bai Ye felt that a crucial piece of his puzzle was still missing. Just as he pondered, The tyrant's voice, cold and godlike, resonated from above. The Panga USB has been lost. I have no desire to discern who took it. However, whoever it may be, return it now, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, all here will perish alongside you. The frost-laden voice reverberated through the city, instilling a sense of dread that weighed heavily upon the air. Those hidden in the corners of the city bore expressions of grave concern. Even though their numbers far exceeded Yang Jie's, none dared to dismiss the tyrant's threat. It is well known that the tyrant's words carry weight. If he declares he will kill everyone, he will undoubtedly do so. Who among them dared provoke the wrath of the tyrant? This is wretched. Step forward if you are responsible. Do not implicate the rest of us. The concealed individuals continued to curse, when unexpectedly the tyrant added, except for the Black Knight. Just 5 simple words left everyone momentarily speechless. What does that mean? Except for the Black Knight? You intend to kill everyone, yet spare the Black Knight? In the dimly lit room, numerous astonished and perplexed gazes turned toward Xiao Tong. Miss Black Knight, are you well acquainted with the tyrant? Could you perhaps intercede on our behalf? Asked Xiao Yi, hesitating. Li Bai Tian wore a look of utter astonishment. Unaware of when Xiao Tong had made the tyrant's acquaintance. Could it have been at the experimental base, where the tyrant fell head over heels for her? Hadn't Xiao Tong's allure reached such heights that, even masked, she could captivate the tyrant? And Xiao Tong remained silent, her light brown eyes fixated intently on Bai Ye. Bai Ye nonchalantly averted his gaze, thinking, do not look at me. I know nothing. Who would have thought the tyrant could be so infatuated? Xiao Yi cautiously observed outside the window. Do you think that if we inform the tyrant that it might have been Yin Shu who took the Panga USB drive, he might spare us? He will eliminate everyone and then seek out Yin Shu in the City of Dawn. Bai Ye remarked as he patted Xiao Yi's shoulder in a gesture of consolation. With this comfort, Xiao Yi's complexion grew even paler. At that moment, Bai Ye seemed to recall something and turned to Xiao Tong, saying, oh, except for the Black Knight. No sooner had he spoken than he clearly noticed the faint veins appearing on Xiao Tong's hand that gripped the pure silver cross sword. Ignoring it, he pulled out a golden pocket watch and glanced at the time. 23:23. The tyrant's voice fell silent, and for a long while, no one dared to step forward. Some individuals even thought that they could simply outlast the situation. After all, how long could the tyrant block the exit? But in the next instant, their thoughts changed. The tyrant made his move. A deafening rumble echoed as the entire city trembled as if struck by a 10-point earthquake. What is happening? What is going on? It is the tyrant. He is destroying the city. Countless people were paralyzed with fear, finally understanding why the 10 kings were revered as such. Previously, while boasting in taverns, they had never perceived the vast chasm between themselves and the 10 kings. The tyrant was human, just as they were. He was extraordinary, and so were some among them. How great could the difference be? It was only when they witnessed it firsthand that they comprehended the magnitude of disparity, greater than that between man and dog. The most typical example was the humorous dart thrower, Li Xiao. He had always thought that even if the tyrant was stronger, how much stronger could he be? With all his might, he might still have a chance. Yet now, Li Xiao felt like a wounded wild dog, cowering in a corner. His gaze horrified and dazed as he watched the tyrant manifest his divine power high above. The tyrant, Yang Jie, appeared indifferent as he extended his palm toward the city below and grasped at the air. Boom! Several skyscrapers, dozens of meters high, seemed to be subjected to an invisible force, violently caving in and collapsing into a heap of rubble. Dust erupted into the sky, forming a massive sandstorm. The tyrant continued his onslaught, his mental energy seemingly inexhaustible, unleashing attacks without a hint of fatigue. Under his command, the city began to collapse from the outermost edges. Solid structures crumbling like a child's block castle at the slightest touch. Smoke and debris formed a vast encirclement, relentlessly squeezing the living space of the people. At this moment, they finally grasped the tyrant's intent to obliterate the entire city, constructing a colossal cage of ruins to imprison them all. Panic ensued, faced with such devastating power. Few could remain composed. We cannot stay in the buildings any longer. Run. Some, terrified beyond reason, dashed out of the structures in a frantic attempt to flee the city and escape the tyrant's wrath. Yet in an instant, several buildings collapsed before their eyes, piling up to form a wall several meters high, completely sealing their escape. More and more were forced out, the the surrounding ruins crashing inward like a tidal wave, the encirclement visibly tightening. Powerful beings like Ming Hu and He Qian, intent on using their strength to break free, soon found themselves under the tyrant's focused attention. Silver dragon scales, 1,000 meters above, trembled, raining down like arrows, countless shards of silver metal shooting toward Ming Hu and the others. Their expressions turned grave as their blood surged, forming a protective barrier of crimson light around them. Although it blocked the initial wave of attacks, their vitality drained rapidly, unable to withstand the relentless silver rain. With no way out, they too were driven into the encirclement. Many sustained injuries as the steel rods, furniture, bed frames, and all manner of metal debris in the ruins seemed to have been imbued with a life of their own, relentlessly assaulting the crowd. Cries for mercy, screams of agony, and curses echoed like a symphony from hell above the ruins. The only area untouched by the onslaught was where Bai Ye and his companions stood. The reasons need not be elaborated, and Xiao Tong's brow furrowed deeper, were it not for the inopportune timing. She would have demanded to know what Bai Ye had done with his own body. Bai Ye had no time to concern himself with the frantic woman's gaze. A serious expression crossed his face, trouble. His so-called trouble was not the tyrant, powerful as a deity, but rather the unpredictable return of Bai Ye. Originally, his plan had been to seize the Pangu USB drive from the tyrant, allowing him to deal with Bai Ye afterward. Now, with the Pangu USB drive gone and the exit sealed by metal, if Bai Ye were to arrive at this moment, it would spell disaster. He glanced at the only exit in the distance, blocked by a mountain of metal debris, impassable even with the ability to stop time. Damn it! Bai Ye's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he fixed his gaze on the crimson figure above. Tyrant, your demise is at hand. The best course of action now was to eliminate the tyrant and escape the 189 refuge as quickly as possible. Time stopped with only 5 seconds remaining. If he could get close, killing the tyrant would not be difficult, but the issue was that the tyrant could fly. Come down if you dare. As it happened, Yang Jia truly descended. Once everyone was confined to the central area, the 1,000-meter silver dragon slowly lowered itself, its tail coiling above the ground. Yang Jia raised his dragon head high, coldly surveying the crowd. At this moment, no one had the time to fear Yang Jia, for the Hong Mao Dan had arrived. And without the cover of buildings, they surged forth. However, the earlier collapse had also affected the Hong Mao Dan. Many had been buried beneath the ruins, leaving only a small number visible, which the crowd could manage to fend off, albeit with difficulty. The sole piece of good news was that the false beings had not appeared. They had likely been entombed during the collapse. Yang Jia, too, was beset by the Hong Mao Dan, yet the number of those attacking him paled in comparison to the metal fragments around him, rendering him entirely unbothered. Mr. Xiao, oldly, Brother Xiao Bai, a voice filled with surprise emerged from the crowd. Momins Latte, Gao Banshen, Xiaokui, Li Xiu, and several other bounty hunters who had been drinking hurriedly approached, dodging the Hong Mao Dan. It's so good to see you, exclaimed Gao Banshen. Sporting a black eye, Bai Ye glanced at them, realizing that out of the original 20-member team, only a scant few remained. The outcome needed no further elaboration. It was undoubtedly tragic. It is hardly surprising that Gao Bansheng survived, being the son of a wealthy magnate. Endowed with the archaic robot Xiao Kuei and the formidable forbidden item known as maiming money for protection, his death was never in the cards. What truly astounded him, however, was the evident disdain etched across Xiao Kuei's face. Hey, plump fellow, why does it seem like your maid has undergone a transformation? Upon uttering these words, Gao Bansheng's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily turned to glance at Xiao Kuei. The disdain on her countenance deepened, as she scoffed, "Humph, who would want that fat fool to ride on them?" Huh? Bai Ye exclaimed in shock. The robot can speak. What do you mean, huh? I could always talk. I simply chose not to before, Xiao Kuei retorted, her small hand waving dramatically, summoning a gust of wind that swept away several incoming crimson viruses. Gao Bansheng quickly interjected. Brother Bai, let us keep it down. Xiao Kuei is different now. She was infected by the crimson virus while protecting me, and as a result, her temperament has changed. When she's angry, she even hits me. He pointed to the bruise on his face, a rueful smile adorning his features. Chapter 100. The last 20 minutes Bai Ye was increasingly bewildered. Was the mutated crimson virus truly a virus? Capable of infecting Liu's magical hand and even robots? This was far beyond the realm of a mere virus. By the way, Brother Bai, aren't you with Mr. Li? Where's he? Gao Bansheng asked anxiously, scanning the area. Mr. Li was his anchor. Without him, how could he find solace? I'm here. A calm voice resonated from a corner of the ruins behind the crowd. They turned to see the magical hand, Mr. Li, emerging slowly from the window of a collapsed building. Wonderful. Mr. Li, you are unharmed. The crowd felt a surge of relief. Bai Ye cast a skeptical glance at Li Yu, harboring doubts that he had only just arrived, suspecting instead that he had been hiding amidst the ruins all along. How crafty of Li Yu! While others were trapped in the heart of destruction, he had cleverly found a gap to conceal himself. I will state this for the final time. Surrender the Panga USB drive. Yang Jie's indifferent voice drowned out the murmurs, causing an immediate hush to fall over the crowd. Bully, you were the first to enter the core laboratory. How could we possibly possess the Panga USB drive? The battered Ming Hu retorted angrily. He had sustained injuries from a previous battle with the tyrant, and had since fought off numerous experimental subjects while enduring the explosion of the laboratory, leaving him in a dire state. Without treatment, his life was in jeopardy. Tyrant, we of the Steel Brotherhood are here for the Panga USB drive, but clearly, there is none in Shelter 189, just like before. It is merely a rumor, He Qianjun stated gravely, his own condition precarious, his shirt soaked in blood. The Steel Brotherhood has no intention of becoming your enemy. We simply request a passage to depart. He Qianjun attempted to leverage the name of the Steel Brotherhood to instill fear in the tyrant, yet he underestimated Yang Jie's ruthlessness. You possessing the Panga USB drive or not is inconsequential. What matters is that I demand it, and you must comply. The choices before you are simple. Surrender the USB drive or forfeit your lives. His domineering words caused the faces of the crowd to shift, as they understood that in his fury, the tyrant would show no mercy. Ming Hu fell silent for a moment before exclaiming with a fierce expression, "Everyone, the tyrant never intended to grant us an escape. Today, it is either his demise or ours. Let us fight. Count me in." He Qianjun stepped forward grimly, followed by a dozen injured cybernetic individuals. "Agreed. Let us fight. What are the 10 kings? If he wishes to kill me, he must first ask my gun if it consents." Those driven to desperation are capable of fierce resistance. Each survivor among them was a renowned figure, with bounties exceeding 1,000,000, never lacking the courage to retaliate against their adversary. The crowd simmered with anger. Ironically, the most prudent course of action for the tyrant would have been to sow discord among them, to strike them down one by one. Yet he scorned such tactics. For he was Yang Jie, one of the 10 kings. Faced with the determination of the crowd, Yang Jie's expression remained unyielding. He regarded them with utter disdain. "Kill!" Ming Hu bellowed, leading the charge. Silver Snake, He Qianjun, and others followed suit. At this moment, no one would allow Ming Hu to bear the brunt of the tyrant's power. These formidable warriors were no fools, and attempting to play tricks against the tyrant was tantamount to seeking death. Their only hope lay in an all-out assault. Perhaps they could vanquish the tyrant. In that instant, regardless of strength, all participants took action, a surging tide of humanity rushing toward the tyrant. Yet, with but a slight curl of his fingers, he tapped upon the colossal silver dragon beneath him. Instantly, the dragon swung its tail. The sound of metal grinding echoed. The enormous tail, spanning hundreds of meters, halted the advance of the crowd, and several unfortunate souls were crushed into a mist of blood by the sweeping tail. Only Ming Hu and a few others managed to reach near the silver dragon, but they were met with a deluge of metallic shards. They found themselves ensnared by the shards, while the tyrant stood 100 meters above on the dragon's head, arms crossed, coldly observing their desperate struggles. The chaos escalated, and the Crimson Virus joined the fray, claiming those who had not perished at the tyrant's hands. Instead, they fell victim to the stealthy onslaught of the virus, countless bloodlines embedding themselves within their bodies, spreading uncontrollably. Before long, several foe beings emerged, launching indiscriminate attacks on everyone. Amidst the turmoil, Bai Ye caught a glimpse of the time. 23:40. Only 20 minutes remained. He resolved to wait for those 20 minutes. Attempting to kill the tyrant in 5 seconds was far too perilous, requiring him to traverse nearly 1,000 meters of metallic no man's land and ascend the vast body of the silver dragon to reach the tyrant. Time was simply insufficient. He did possess another strategy, however, to switch accounts and assume Xiaotong's identity. Given Xiaotong's power, She could likely eliminate the tyrant within 5 seconds of stasis. Yet, this was a last resort. He would not resort to such measures unless absolutely necessary, as doing so might expose the time freeze. How could Xiao Tong, who could not defeat the tyrant, possibly kill him upon his takeover? Even a fool would recognize the flaw in that logic. Thus, he decided to hold on a while longer, hoping that Ming Hu and the others would provide some assistance, buying them another 20 minutes. At that moment, Bai Ye's peripheral vision caught sight of another individual attempting to navigate the chaos, the humorously errant assassin, Li Xiao. At this instant, Li Xiao appeared as if petrified, rooted in place, his gaze wide with horror, fixated on the tyrant, who descended like a deity, his body trembling uncontrollably. After a brief shake, he seemed to recall something, his expression momentarily contorting with rage, before hurling a few shadow darts toward the tyrant from 800 meters away, then returning to his state of trembling. Surrounding him were several bodies, grotesquely disfigured by metal. Bai Ye face-bombed, utterly astonished that Li Xiao could be so cowardly. He had boasted the loudest, only to falter at the critical moment. With a bounty of 65 million, Li Xiao was certainly no weakling, likely stronger than most present. Yet this overly arrogant warrior lacked even the courage to advance. Sometimes, the line between arrogance and inferiority is razor-thin. Often, those who are deeply insecure become exceedingly arrogant upon achieving success. Bai Ye understood Li Xiao's mindset perfectly. It was akin to Yi Gong's love for dragons. He spoke of them daily, yet was terrified when faced with a true dragon. Chapter 101. Li Xiao. Tell Bai Ye, I am not useless. Had the opponent been anyone other than the tyrant, perhaps Li Xiao would have found the courage to fight. Yet, standing before the tyrant, the very figure he had long idolized, the overwhelming disparity caused his psyche to shatter in an instant. In the present moment, the unfortunate Li Xiao can only cower behind the crowd, trembling with fear. However, Bai Ye would not allow him to have his way. Hurry up and buy me some time, he shouted, his voice echoing with urgency. The once-dazed expression on Li Xiao's face began to ripple with emotion. Do you wish to remain a coward for all eternity, or will you seize this fleeting moment of heroism? Li Xiao's heart jolted, and he instinctively clenched his fists. A tapestry of shame, fear, resentment, and inner turmoil played across his features. Your current retreat will become a thorn embedded in your heart for the future. Even if you miraculously survive today, countless sleepless nights will bring forth the specters of today's nightmares. You will see yourself curled up in the shadows of cowardice, listening to the relentless voice within questioning why you lack the courage even to try. Li Xiao trembled increasingly, as if a flame was igniting deep within his eyes. Observing this, Bai Ye felt a surge of hope. His past wisdom had not been in vain. He intensified his encouragement. Do not allow fear to stifle your strength. If you do not act now, you will undoubtedly regret it later. As white hair graces your temples and you reflect on the past, you will see the dazzling youth you squandered due to timidity. Do you wish to awaken each night in a cold sweat, cursing yourself as worthless? Li Xiao raised his head, a tide of overwhelming emotion crashing upon him. He recognized this feeling as a fierce unwillingness to yield. I'm not worthless, he shouted, as if rallying himself, and the shadows beneath him surged like a rising tide. What do you mean you are not worthless? The tyrant stands before you. Your goal's within reach, yet you hesitate. Have you forgotten your ambitions? A deafening roar of anger and defiance surged from Li Xiao's chest, flooding his eyes with a network of crimson veins, his expression twisted with fury. He felt something within him yearning to break free on the brink of eruption, like a volcano on the verge of an explosive release, yet obstructed by an immovable boulder. This suffocating frustration rendered him breathless, threatening to explode his chest. Li Xiao suddenly unleashed a primal scream, his pent-up emotions bursting forth, directed at the distant crimson figure atop the dragon's head. Not a moment shall I forget. With a swift motion, Li Xiao transformed into a shadow, charging at Yang Jie like a frenzied beast. Countless shadows erupted from him, resembling a torrent of darkness as he surged through the crowd, relentless in his pursuit. The closer he drew to the tyrant, the more fervent the flames in his eyes became. He murmured in a frenzied state, My ambition, my goals, my dreams, even if death awaits, I shall perish in the pursuit of my dreams. Incredible, Bai Ye exclaimed, Is the power of motivation truly this immense? I always suspected that extraordinary individuals were a bit unhinged, and it seems my suspicions were correct. Yang Jie, besieged by the crowd, furrowed his brow slightly. Li Zhao's sudden outcry captured his attention, though he was unaware of the cause. All he knew was that a madman was shouting about ambitions and dreams as he charged forward. In the next moment, Li Xiao leaped, crossing his arms over his chest in a symbolic gesture before flinging his arms outward. The shadows transformed into a barrage of dark darts, soaring with tremendous force. Faced with such an assault, Yang Jie merely waved his hand casually, causing countless silver metallic shards to rain down from the silver dragon, coalescing into a massive silver portal that effortlessly blocked all of Li Xiao's attacks. Li Xiao attempted to strike again, but the silver portal hurtled towards him, crashing directly into him. With a resounding thud, Li Xiao, along with the portal, was sent flying back to the ground, creating a deafening noise. Witnessing the entire scene, Bai Ye was left in stunned disbelief. Li Xiao charged in. Li Xiao made a move. Li Xiao was defeated. He quickly glanced at his golden pocket watch, horrified to realize that Li Xiao had only been active for 3 seconds. Gao Bansheng, hiding amidst the crowd, rushed forward with great effort to lift the metallic portal off the barely conscious Li Xiao. Li Xiao trembled as he extended his hand toward Gao Bansheng, who assumed Li Xiao sought assistance to rise. However, just as he lifted him halfway, Li Xiao whispered with trembling breath in Gao Bansheng's ear, "Tell Bai Ye, I'm not worthless." With that, his head tilted and he fell unconscious. Gao Bansheng was startled and shook him repeatedly until he noticed Li Xiao was still breathing, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the tyrant, who had been under siege, displayed visible impatience. Perhaps it was Li Xiao's outburst that had unsettled him. He was ready to unleash his true power. With a mere gesture towards the abandoned structure surrounding him, they began to collapse violently. In the next instant, countless steel rebars shot forth from the ruins, filling the sky behind him. Rusted steel bars wove together to form an impenetrable dome. The fractured ends glimmered coldly, their sharp tips trembling slightly with each blink of his lashes, resembling deadly arrows drawn by invisible strings. The tyrant waved his hand lightly, and calamity descended upon the crowd. Ming Hu and his companions braced themselves for impact, dodging and striking back, but the sheer number of steel bars was overwhelming. Damn it! Ming Hu's face grew increasingly pale. Excessive blood loss had caused severe dizziness. If it weren't for my injuries, I would not be unable to approach. In a moment of disorientation, Ming Hu's right arm was pierced by a steel bar, eliciting a muffled groan. He barely had time to tend to his wound before dozens of steel bars came hurtling towards him, and his weakened state rendered him unable to evade. With every ounce of strength, he managed to deflect several steel bars, yet the remaining ones pierced through his body. The protective aura surrounding him had long since shattered due to his depleted vitality. Ming Hu, Inchi shrieked, racing towards him. "Do not worry about me." Just before she could finish her sentence, Ming Hu froze, realizing that Inchi was not there to save him, but to use his body as a shield. Inchi crouched behind him, lifting his form as she retreated swiftly. The incoming steel bars impaled Ming Hu, and his expression twisted in rage. "You wretched woman." With a final scream, Ming Hu was left lifeless, his body a pincushion of steel. Inchi finally escaped the vicinity of the tyrant, tears streaming down her face as she gazed at the fallen Ming Hu. "Brother Hu, you sacrificed your life to save me. Rest assured, I will live on in your memory." Chapter 102. Bai Ye, I have a plan to slay the tyrant. After the deluge of steel bars, many lay dead or wounded, forced to the brink of despair, their eyes wide with fear as they gazed upon the tyrant atop the silver dragon. Some, paralyzed by terror, even knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing and pleading for mercy. "Please spare us. Great tyrant, spare us. I truly do not possess the Panga USB. Please do not kill me. Great tyrant. I'm also from Fuguwei City. We are fellow townsfolk." In response to their pleas, Yang Jie remained indifferent, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow, as though he were gazing at mere insects. He raised his palm, and the steel bars embedded in the ground trembled wildly before being yanked into the air by an invisible force, hovering like Damocles' sword, aimed directly at the crowd. Witnessing this, the onlookers felt their eyes bulge, with the tyrant's power bolstering the steel bars. How many of them could possibly survive? The courage they had mustered to confront the tyrant dissipated entirely before such overwhelming strength, replaced only by a tide of fear that surged over them, nearly suffocating them. You have one final minute to consider. Surrender the Panga USB, and my promise remains valid. Otherwise, death awaits. Yang Jie coldly regarded the crowd, resembling a deity wielding the power of life and death. Bai Ye harbored serious doubts that Yang Jie was forcing them to turn over the USB simply because he was too lazy to search the bodies. 15 minutes left. This group of useless individuals has only managed to stall for 5 minutes. 15 minutes must pass before he can regain a mere minute of divine strength. Yet the tyrant has granted him no such luxury. If the tyrant is not dealt with promptly, he fears he will meet a grim fate at the 189 refuge, just like everyone else. But how can one possibly vanquish a tyrant within a mere 5 seconds? He stands at least a kilometer away from the tyrant, and to engage him directly, he must traverse that distance and ascend the towering silver dragon, all within the span of 5 seconds. If he hopes to confront the tyrant atop its head and deliver the fatal blow, achieving all of this in 5 seconds is akin to climbing a mountain. Cursing under his breath, he contemplates whether he must abandon his current identity. Bai Ye silently approaches and Xiao Tong, the knightly maiden, whose face is marked by solemnity and whose breath is slightly uneven, clearly a testament to the toll of the recent battle. Out of the corner of her eye, she catches sight of Bai Ye drawing nearer, a flicker of confusion flashing in her gaze. Before she can speak, Bai Ye whispers, "I have a plan to slay the tyrant." And Xiao Tong is taken aback. What plan? In truth, I am also an extraordinary being. My power is the fleeting brilliance of 1,000 echoes. Bai Ye fabricates on the spot, and Xiao Tong responds with incredulity. In simpler terms, I can enhance my speed. However, it demands exceptional physical prowess, or one cannot withstand the burdens that speed entails. Your physique is precisely what enables me to fully realize the potential of this ephemeral brilliance. With such extraordinary speed, I can breach the metal surrounding Yang Jie. Thus, my ability combined with your strength can slay the tyrant. To obscure the notion of time standing still, Bai Ye spins a tale. For the concept of time halting is far too alarming. However, the idea of increased speed is much more palatable. As for the inevitable moment when time resumes and one suddenly disappears, that will simply be attributed to your inability to keep pace with my velocity. And Xiao Tong, her expression impassive, retorts, "But you just mentioned the fleeting brilliance of 1,000 echoes." Bai Ye stammers, a slip of the tongue. "Pay no heed to such trifles. Simply tell me if you agree." "Agreed." And Xiao Tong replies decisively, her certainty catching Bai Ye off guard, as if she were jesting. She elaborates. "First, you are a good person. Second, I believe you would not joke with your own life. Third, I am not surprised that you are extraordinary. I had my suspicions, for you could not have traversed the city alone to reach the experimental base." Bai Ye raises an eyebrow, taken aback by Xiao Tong's perceptiveness. Time is of the essence. Since she has consented, he wastes no further moments and promptly retrieves the twin simian idol, keeping one half for himself while offering the other to Xiao Tong. The two grasp the idol tightly, their gazes locked in anticipation. Yet, nothing transpires. What? Bai Ye is momentarily stunned. Is the posture incorrect? Why can they not switch? He realizes that the twin simian idol must harbor some hidden mechanism of which he is unaware. This is disastrous. Bai Ye senses the urgency. For without an Xiao Tong's body, how can he contend with the tyrant? What sorcery is this? These two wretched monkeys, what are they made of? So capricious in their reliability? He had envisioned a nefarious plan for eternal life utilizing the twin simian idol, and now that too lies in ruins. At that moment, and Xiao Tong silently hands over her half of the idol, her countenance devoid of words or any sign of disappointment over their failed exchange. Her light brown eyes remain fixed on Yang Jie as she silently steadies her tumultuous internal energy, clearly prepared to fight to the bitter end. Bai Ye gazes at the twin simian idol in his hands, acutely aware that his final avenue has been blocked. If only he had sufficient time, he might have deciphered the idol's mechanism, but alas, there is no if. How to delay the remaining 14 minutes? He scans the crowd, even the strongest among them. He Qianjun and others are injured and hesitant to advance. Ming, who is impaled like a porcupine, while Inchi weeps over him, and Li Xiao lies unconscious. Only Xiao Tong remains unscathed, evidently favored by the tyrant. Yet her unblemished state is of no consequence, for her strength cannot possibly thwart the tyrant. At this juncture, young Jia speaks. A minute has passed. Since you cannot deliver, prepare to perish. His palm descends slowly, causing the steel beams hovering above the crowd to tremble ominously. Gao Bansheng, in a panic, calls out, "Wait! My father, Gao Shanhe!" His voice startles the crowd, even causing Yang Jie to furrow his brow. However, Yang Jie merely frowns briefly before continuing to press down with one hand. Gao Bansheng's face pales. It is hopeless. Even his father, Gao Shanhe, cannot save them. Just as despair envelopes the crowd, Bai Ye has already stealthily approached Li Zhao's side, preparing to remove his mask to don it himself. His intent is simple. Since there is no retreat, he shall act. Life and death are trivial. Defiance must be met with action. This time, he does not allow Li Yu to stand at the forefront while he hides behind the scenes. 4 or 5 seconds is far too brief. He must devise a way to buy time and personally close the distance to the tyrant to achieve victory in a single blow. Chapter 103. 5 seconds is 5 seconds. Even the 10 kings shall be slain. For him, confronting death is a peculiar sensation. As the countdown to demise echoes, adrenaline surges through him like molten lava, igniting a thrill within Bai Ye. In his bright, dark eyes dances an unquenchable fire of madness. A wild determination to carve a path to survival, even in the face of certain death, a defiance that tramples upon the very concept of mortality. 5 seconds is 5 seconds. Even the 10 kings shall be slain before you. At that moment, a silver figure steps forth. While all others recoil from Yang Jie like venomous serpents, and Xiao Tong, clad in knightly armor, strides out from the crowd, sword in hand. The slender silver cross sword carves a long mark upon the ground, reminiscent of a dragon-slaying hero from a fairy tale. No one expected this black knight from the silent court to possess such audacity. Yang Jie halts his movements, regarding Xiao Tong with a detached gaze, remaining silent. Clang! And Xiao Tong raises the silver cross sword, its blade aimed directly at the tyrant, reflecting the cold light of the moon. Yang Jie's lips curl into a cold smile. He has always been patient with this woman, curious to see what this intriguing figure intends to do. After a moment of silence, and Xiao Tong speaks deliberately, "The one who took the Pang USB should be the hidden mouse. Release them." "Oh!" Yang Jie scoffs, not questioning her basis for accusing the hidden mouse, but merely asking, "On what grounds?" "On the grounds of this sword in my hand." Yang Jie chuckles again, perhaps the most he has in a long time. "Woman, you're not my match." And Xiao Tong nods calmly.